Mike, how about for fun? What are some hobbies of yours? What do you do for fun when you're not doing stand-up?
Man, when I'm not doing stand-up, think about how black people can be better. That's what I think about.
So, what have you come up with exactly? We've been wondering the same things. Go right ahead.
I was chilling in my balcony the other day, man, blowing the trees. And I was like, man, the head nod thing that black people do. We need to get rid of that. No, it's nice. I mean, fuck, we got to speak words, man. Hi, hello.
Well, if you were like that, that's going to be a problem. I was walking by and the black guy was like, hi.
Yeah, like that. No, you got to smile. What's up? Yeah, I just did. Exactly.
No, the head thing's nice.
I am head thing traumatized, man.
Oh, yeah. You're from Nigeria.
I was born and raised in Nigeria, yes.
So you came here and you're telling the black Americans they're not doing it right?
What?
Tell them to pull their pants up. I get it.
Yeah, what else is on this list?
So
what else is on your list of how they can do better? Number 2 on the list.
Number 2, man, pay bills.
Wow.
Let's go pay bills, bro. For real. Like, when I had a lot of money, I used to pay my bills. I was like, white man, just pay my bills on time.
Okay.
I don't got it like that no more right now, so I'm dodging too. I'm being black.
Right.
You get the bill collectors. Sunrise debt. Who is that? They call me at 6 in the morning every time. Sunrise.
Fuck 'em. I gotta tell you, this isn't a racial problem.
This is a me problem, huh?
No, well, yeah, whoever the individual is, yeah.
Okay.
We've all been there. Yeah, I've done some debt.
What do you owe money for? What are some of your debts?
I know right now I owe Charter Communications right now. I owe them about $300.
What the fuck is that? Yeah, what's that?
Charter Communications, Spectrum, my bad. Spectrum.
Okay.
Wait, you have cable? Or is that internet?
No, internet, man.
Come on, don't you know that?
Internet, man. Hey, boy. Whoa, that's expensive.
Okay. Give kids?
No kids yet, man. Bro.
How old are you?
I just turned 35.
So how do you think you've avoided having kids?
Man, I pull out game real good, man. I ain't gonna lie, bro.
Explain to us. What's your method?
Bro, I feel the pee. Like, when you're about to bust a nut, you get a pee feeling. That's the sign that God gave first. Like, hey, man, it ain't this, it's the other one. Stick it out, and you bust. And I listen to that voice, and I nut right on her. And that's how I'm able to dodge that shit.
Wow.
Man, I don't know how niggas miss that pee feeling, man. Child support, not me.
Do you see like a big figure of your father in the sky and James?
My dad was
just
in
like,
my life.
pull out now, son.
Racist. I'm playing. No, my dad's still around, man. He's around.
Is he in Nigeria?
No, he's here.
Where is he exactly?
He's in Minnesota.
Okay. And what's he doing up in Minnesota? What does a Nigerian do in Minnesota exactly?
Like,
Man. Yeah, exactly. He take walks
really?
in the mall.
Yeah, he likes Molly's at the Mall of America.
Yeah, for real. They don't know my dad, man. They don't know my dad OG, man. He speaks Italian too, so he can talk to the mom.
No way.
Yes.
Wow. And it's true that Nigerians and Somalians don't get along.
I mean, I fuck with them, but, when they start picking that I'm out of there. Whoa, bro. Whoa. What that mean?
What's your least favorite thing about the Somalians?
The what?
Craziest thing you have in your refrigerator, Mighty Mike. You have a refrigerator, right? You have your own fridge?
Yeah, I got a fridge.
What's the craziest thing we would find if we opened up your refrigerator right now?
Some spinach and broccoli. Because a nigga eat healthy. No fried chicken.
Wow. Incredible.
Except for you, the other points.
Do you get any special powers when you eat the spinach or broccoli?
Man, I do in the morning.
Okay.
The dookie come right on time.
Okay. All right, Randy. All right. Fun stuff. There goes the Mighty Mike. You already have a big joke book? There he goes. On to the next one.
Appreciate you. Thank you, Gildo.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has happened. 79.9 degrees, everybody. We've hit it. We are officially in the 70s. In this, the hottest episode of Kill Tony ever. Shane's got to pee. Shane's going pee. Which means I'm just going to bring up your next comedian. Make some noise for Shay Phillips, everybody. Shay Phillips. Oh, shit.
So I know what y'all thinking right now. What the fuck is this fake ass Clippo Slicer up here trying to make me laugh and shit? I'm supposed to be in the cage beating the shit out of people. Recently I've been trying to get back into dating, and I've been kind of struggling. I realize I struggle because I take words a little too literally. Like, I don't like when women call me daddy. Because something deep inside me, something deep in my DNA just makes me want to leave them. It's like every time she says, "Ooh, daddy," I'm like, you know what? I'm right back. Come on. She's like, "You're lactose intolerant." I'm like, "Shit, man, would you look at that? I'll be smoke for it." You don't smoke. Listen, bitch, you're gonna be here on draft day, all right? You're going to the NFL. A lot of people give me stupid ass questions sometimes. They ask me like, "Shayla, what's your favorite workout?" Like shoulder press, chest press, bench press. I'm like, bitch, I'm knee press. The fuck? Why you gotta work out so much?
Fuck yeah, Shay Phillips. Welcome to the show, Shay. This is your first time on?
Yes, sir.
Welcome. How long have you been on stand-up?
About 3-4 years.
3 or 4 years. Where at?
Houston, Texas.
Okay, that was what I was gonna guess.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. What do you do for work in Houston?
I'm a machinist.
Whoa. Okay, what kind of machinery are we talking about?
My biceps.
Wow. Seriously, what kind of machines do you work with?
CNC? I don't know. I just press buttons and shit.
Okay, awesome. Sounds professional.
Yes, fuck.
Hell yeah. And you don't have kids?
No, not that no way.
You have a girlfriend? You're just single. Running machines. What do you do for fun?
I like to lift weights. I can choke people. I can just do shit.
You do jujitsu. Wow. Okay.
I eat lots of food.
Yeah. What do you like to eat?
Barbecue.
Barbecue what? Very good. Just won the game, everybody.
You got out of me.
Hell yeah. Shay, how often do you come to Austin, Texas to sign up for the show?
First time.
First time. Look at you. You got lucky. Incredible.
Is that one of the dogs? I'm sorry.
That is. You remember Lemaire?
You look fucking good, bro.
You're to Lemaire. This is La Scare.
Hey, I'm just saying.
This is the last thing you want.
Lemaire got some HGH, TRT.
Hell yeah. Okay, Shay. Craziest thing that's happened to you at the gym? Anything ever stand out to you? Any white women ever accuse you of staring at them or something like that?
No, but I did have an old white lady try to kidnap me one time.
Tell us all about it.
Well, I'm at the gym and shit, and she goes, "Oh, well, I just need help getting out to my car, getting blah, 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 blah." And I'm like, "Lady, I don't work here." But instead, she started dragging me outside and shit. She's like, "I can't carry this by myself. Get inside the car, motherfucker." I'm like, "Hold up, bitch."
You think she was trying to have sex with you?
I think she only picked up a bunch of heavy shit for it. I'm like, "Nah, dog, you know."
Yeah.
Get ready to Juneteenth, bitch.
Yeah.
Emancipation Proclamation, I'm free.
Absolutely.
What did she want you to pick up for herself?
Yeah, she's a fat bitch. We expected.
Oh, and she fat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shucks. That
She's
could
trying to get me.
have been great. How old?
Old enough?
Yeah. Old enough that you'd be like, hey,
Old enough for 401k?
Yeah. Why'd you hesitate?
I'm stupid. I want to keep doing comedy.
You probably did the right thing, actually.
Yeah, I don't know. I could have had a better life, man.
Interesting. Shay, what's the craziest thing about your life that we would find interesting about you? You ever save anyone's life, accomplish anything, any big
Let's see, the craziest thing I ever did in my life, dude. When I was in the military, there was a kid that was trying to walk home, But it turns out that this island, like, it floods like crazy and shit. So as the kids walking, like, his face is like, sticking his face out the water and stuff. So, basically had to carry the motherfucker home. He said he drowned.
Where was this at?
The Marshall Islands.
Wow. And what branch of the military were you in?
I was in the Navy.
And what did you do exactly in the Navy?
I was in construction forces. I was a mechanic.
Okay. Wow. Look at you helping someone else not drown. Absolutely amazing.
I had to pass the swim test, dog.
Yep. Look at that. Okay, Shay. 3 or 4 years in Houston. Your first time on. Very fun. And here is. Oh, we don't have any mediums. I guess you're getting a big one. There you go, Shay Phillips. Bill. Shay Phillips.
Yeah, bro.
Oh shit! I did that one quick, huh? Oops. Hey, look, it's the lovely Heidi. This episode is brought to you by ExpressVPN. You went close there. Yeah. How many people like it when comedians do good on this show? How many of you like it when comedians do bad on this show? Wow.
Are you sure?
They do.
Almost everyone's doing bad.
Yeah. They like it.
It is hot.
It is hot.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. For those of you watching on the internet, congratulations. This is the episode to be in the air conditioning
If it
for.
was cold, we'd be fucking killing.
Yeah. It would be a whole different episode.
It's crazy.
But, you know, it happens sometimes. Every once in a great, great while. Okay. Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your next comedian. You guys having fun out there still? Do we care about how hot it is in the room? Make some noise for Nate Ortiz, everyone. Nate Ortiz.
I've been on all the apps lately. I've been on Tinder, Bumble, DoorDash. Just looking for love and McNuggets at this point, you know? I'll entertain a Salvadorian man if he's giving me Subway, you know? Just want to watch SmackDown, dude? I had paid $20 for that Tinder premium to find out the 2 women I matched with look just like me. Same facial hair and everything. I got to the point I had to ask my buddies for advice. I'm like, hey man, how do I get better matches? How do I beat this algorithm? They're like, hey, you should start losing some weight, bro. You start looking like a Puerto Rican mom from the back. So I said, wepa, dude. So I updated my Tinder profile. I said from the front, I look like I've had started a Twitch channel. But from the back, dude, looks like I'm washing dishes while salsa dancing. I give.
Nate Ortiz. This is your first time on the show, right?
Yes, yeah, for a very first time.
Awesome. How long have you been on stand-up?
5 years in Houston.
Wow, you're from Houston too, huh? Did you know Shay?
I'm sorry?
Did you know Shay?
I know Shay. We're actually the same weight.
Wow.
His personal trainer. All right, fuck you guys, dude. It's real.
Nate, what do you do for work?
I actually just got laid off Saturday. I was working at this country's in shambles.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
They found out that I actually wasn't white and I was fully Puerto Rican. And they let me go.
Where was this job?
I was selling Samsung phones. Not at like a. That's mostly Puerto Rican. Our clientele is very Middle Eastern, very Nigerian. A lot of haggling. I'm not good with it.
Haggling Nigerian.
I don't even know how to spell the word, so I just gave them a good deal.
Did you have the ass of a phone store manager? I'm surprised you let you go.
I did work at T-Mobile. That's actually the most Hispanic thing about me.
It's crazy.
Oh.
So why exactly did they let you go?
I was very late 3 times.
Why? Why were you late?
I did coke till 7 a.m.
Ah, there it is. That's why you're shaped like that.
Yeah.
The mixture of bad food and cocaine has you shaped like
I
that.
say good decisions, but okay.
Huh? What's the most fun that you've ever had on cocaine until 7 a.m.?
My cocaine song is actually "You Can Call Me Al" by Paul Simon, and I like listening to it in tidy whities. But that's awesome.
Yeah, you do cocaine by yourself?
Oh, it's the best. I don't have to share with nobody. Yeah. I've been there, brother. I just lost my job, Tony. I can't.
You get home, you go, oh, I still have some left from the party. Now it's time to keep going. Then you jack off in the mirror. That's a good time.
Till like 9 a.m.
Yeah. It's too much. It's a real negative experience.
Yeah.
But for a while, it's awesome. When you're in your underwear dancing to fucking Paul Simon.
It's pretty great.
That's a good time, man. Whatever.
He had a great special on YouTube.
Thank you, man.
It's incredible how much you look like an unhealthy version of one of my friends. Philip, can you come down here? I want to do a side-by-side of you and my friend Philip. Where's Philip at?
Tony, the cocaine, I actually lost like 60 pounds, dude. So this is the healthiest I've been in years.
We're going to do it. Well, incredible. How much are you still doing a lot of cocaine?
Oh, yeah, I was doing it a lot earlier.
Hell yeah.
You want any bump?
No, I'm good. Perfectly good.
Do you have a bump?
Nope.
All right.
I don't do it. How do you afford it if you're out of a job?
I'm not really a comedian. I do the shows for the pay and the free drink tickets, so that's really it.
You got into fucking comedy for the pay?
No, I got it for the free drinks, dude. Yeah.
Well, you said pay. Whatever.
So even for free drinks, it doesn't make sense. Here's a healthy version of yourself. Stand side by side with me. Side by side. Keep going up, Philip. Keep going up. Now stand side by side. Swear up to a camera. Look at a camera together. Look at the one on the right over there. Look at that guy. Yeah. See the faces? That's what you could look like if you just ate sushi and didn't do cocaine.
Hey, Phil, you've been losing a little weight.
I have.
Because when you were chubby, you really did look like that guy.
I lost 30 pounds, not like 130.
Yeah.
So you're saying you should do meth. That's the thing.
That's actually more expensive. I tried.
So, incredible. Philip, do you have any advice for him on exactly how to get his life together?
Well, I lost like 30 pounds. You need to lose a little bit more than that. Eat healthy, drink a lot of water.
You ever hear that?
Do less coke. I don't know.
More
I know, Tony, I know you saw me hesitate. Yeah, because when you said Philip, I was like, what? Is there another Philip up here?
No,
I don't look anything like this dude.
Yeah, you look exactly like him. You have the exact same face. Unfortunately, he's just so much fatter. Only I can see it. But yeah, you have the same face. If something terrible happened and you completely went Lieutenant Dan on yourself, this is what you would look like.
It sucks for both of you right now.
Yeah, it does. Philip has a new podcast on the Your Mom's House Network. What's that called?
Not a Damn Chance podcast.
Not a Damn Chance podcast. There you go. There's a free plug. There goes Philip. And Nate Ortiz. Anything else crazy we should know about you? You seem like you have a lot of backstory.
My ex-girlfriend was non-binary.
Whoa.
What was his name?
I bring up the first team, we're the second show here, and we're, on time in Israel. But despite that, this person is the most challenge as well. Results. To give you one graphic, this is a topographic it shows us sometimes here spring of spring or administration actually race the city. And basically, you had this is only at one side, many other groups were quite active. You had one who had taken over the temple courtyard. They were hiding behind its walls. You had another group under John of Tuscala, control the outer courtyard. And then you had Barbaria out in the city of Jerusalem itself. And the groups fought with each other, murdering each other whenever possible. And this is just a fraction of many groups were active. And other groups had the fighting for the city. It was just incredible bloodshed. There's 69 or 60. Especially in France, besides the manufacturers, he was on the song of last tomorrow that the burned down. Put it back in us. Virtually daring shouting the loudest about Trump. Because of no way. Our thoughts today, we got machine steal live again by 24-hour nature. Separate reality.
Today, they're aiming it at some of the businesses in LA. Texas lawmakers can't burn their redistricting session, and some Democrats could be arrested over it. Tropical storm Erin spins up in the Atlantic. Plus, President Trump is set for a virtual call with Ukrainian and European leaders before taking off to Alaska for a face-to-face with Russia's president. We're going to check the 605 next.
Selling your home doesn't have to be an asset. Seller's advantage goes back to real estate agents, their conditions, costly repairs. They can buy your home as is traditional. Because by the time you pay for repairs, agents could have already sold your home. Seller's advantage is their best price without worrying about the deal. Great shopping, real estate, seller's advantage. He said seller's advantage was definitely the best company I worked with. They offered me more than I expected. The whole process was great. They were helpful, well essential, always failed. They can't say enough about the experience. Much better than it's your price, no obligation cash offer today. It calls seller's advantage.
888-321-7655. Today in Metro LA and Orange County, sunny with highs of 70 degrees. The valleys and high heat, sunny highs from 90 to 100. Extreme heat, morning high desert temperature soaring to 100. From the Southern California Toyota dealer traffic center, making more at the pump than Toyota's full breaking point of ragged in-base springs of 5. Now, right in front. Shoulder, like you've got delays from Washington down to 65 North and Slauson. But single cars being cleared from the lanes. In Fullerton, 91 West Side of Euclid got a new accident with motorcycle down reported. It's already stacked up from 57. And in Santa Ana, 51. Don't let this accident in a chemical smell. All weapons are blocked right now. Off the Greatway and 4th Street. With some Californians standard traffic report signs. Live radio, trusted DJs, breaking news, live play-by-play, endless music, and podcasts just for you. It's the free iHeartRadio app. It's your way to the things you already have it. Download the free iHeartRadio app, the #1 app for radio.
The conversation and it's just
COVID-19 vaccines at GetVaccineAnswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by
that's me. And describes the
free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast my library of 100,000 titles. Use iHeartRadio podcast preview. I don't think she got away with it. Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
What's going on, fellow sports fans? It's in the West. Let's look back on this sports history. August 12th. We'll start today in 1969. Austin Celtics from just pennies. There are plenty of players on the Celtics today who make more than $6 million a year. Today, in 1994, members of the Major League Baseball Players Association on strike, making the Swingers this second time in baseball history. In 1904, today in 2012, Roy breaks the league championship record with margin of victory. Jack Nicholson in 1981 is a birdie for 25 shot victory. Closes out the now you know today sports history on iHeartRadio. Experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go beyond the iPhone and Android Auto. iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Android Auto. Our Android app comes alive in your car's dashboard with a seamless link to your favorite music, radio stations, podcasts. Fellow test driver safety in mind. Android Auto. For simple navigation and to let you drive distraction, we'll make sure that you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app. Just plug or pair your Android phone with your dash.
We wore the same bra. Yeah, great.
Was it always non-binary, or did that happen when you were dating?
I didn't know until we were fucking.
And then what did you find out?
Yeah, she used the wrong pronoun while you were fucking.
She kept calling me brother, like Hulk Hogan.
Oh, damn. R.I.P.
I was like, wait, what? No. I had a lot of hard times with whatever, because I couldn't figure out words to say during an argument, so I just kept saying shit my dad said. So I was like, hey, calm down, slugger.
Yeah. Yeah, you got that one, Jim. You can't call her a bitch. You gotta be like, hey, jerk.
The whole thing's so weird to me. Was she non-binary when you started dating her?
No, she looked beautiful, dude. And then we got together and then cut all her hair off. Oh.
And what else changed other than the haircut?
Her pits got hairier.
And what else changed?
Her legs everything got hairier. That was,
wow.
It was not a good experience.
And was she on medication at the time?
I don't know, liberalism. I don't know, but no. But I liked it because she was the only one to allow me to just face fuck all night, which was really great. But
What do you mean by that exactly? You mean do cocaine?
on the chin, Tony. That was dope.
Oh, fuck me. All right. Well, you know what? You actually did good. Oh, there you go. Just throwing junk pussy. Bouncing them right off there.
Okay, thank you.
There he goes. There he goes. All right, another bucket full. We are back into the 80s. It's 80.2 degrees for those of you paying attention. Somehow it's getting warmer again, everybody. Who likes it hot in here? Okay.
Hey, by the way, Dean didn't do shit.
Huh?
Where the fuck is Dean?
Yeah, Dean fucked up.
He gave us 2 degrees less.
Yeah.
Fuck Dean. Bring Dean's bitch ass down here. Gonna shave his head. Give him a crew cut. Tell him to start acting right.
Pull another name. Let's go. 60 seconds uninterrupted for Joe Filey. Joe Filey. Whoa.
Fuck yeah, mothership. God damn. Getting real tired of getting called white trash. I think I'm like upper middle class trash, you know what I mean? Like, we got some money with the problems. Like, my sister invents her own parties and holidays. Like, she had a skin tone reveal party. If you don't know what that is, it's just she fucked 3 guys that year and didn't have health insurance, and they all came to the hospital. My dad held the baby up like Lion King style. It was like a skin tone. I know it's crazy because, like, I don't know. It sounds horrible I have to say it, but, like, how good is my sister's pussy? Because, like, as a white guy, you know how good the pussy would have to be for me to go with a black guy and a Mexican guy to the hospital to find out if it's my kid? And then you still stay around and raise the black kid as the white guy? Like, it was crazy. Like, 2 days before, I was 12, and 2 days before, I knew that the baby was going to be black. Because like, we were in the hospital, and the black guy's like, yo, I need to go get some milk. And left the hospital. Like, they have it here. All right, that's my time. Thank y'all.
Filey. Good job, Joe.
Thank you.
You've been on this show before. Like, forever, have I just seen you hiding under my bed as a kid?
I mean, the bed's a bridge, but yeah, this is my 3rd time on it.
Hell yeah, welcome back, Joe. This had to be your best set of them all.
For sure.
Yes, absolutely. You've been working hard.
Oh yeah, working, just not partying as much.
Hell yeah, absolutely. What kind of partying were you doing?
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of coke. Well, I mean, the bag said coke on it, but it tasted funny. But there was a lot of coke for a while there. A lot of shrooms, LSD, weed. It's 6th Street. Like, there's no rules here. I don't make the rules of 6th Street.
Absolutely incredible. And how long has it been since you had the operation to remove the backside horse part of your body?
About 2,000 years, Tony.
Incredible. I still want to make wishes every time I see you, Joe.
Listen, they're saying there's nothing wrong with the water in East Palestine, so I'm gonna keep drinking the tap water in Ohio. You know what I mean? Yeah. Where are you from? Well, Youngstown, Ohio. Oh,
you are from Youngstown, Ohio?
Yeah, I grew up on South Bon Air, then East Florida, in Youngstown.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Wow, look at you.
Yeah,
Even for Youngstown, you're weird looking, dude.
I'm the one white guy in the hood they didn't fuck with. I have a look, I know that.
That is.
Yeah, I didn't know it was white hood. I thought it was Amish.
No, it's not.
The same beard up.
It's not Amish at all in Youngstown, unfortunately. There's very few people that look like Joe Filey. I could see why the black people would get scared of you when you're walking out.
I was scared the shit out of it.
What the fuck is that? All right.
I was the needle in the haystack, I guess you would say. That was definitely.
Huh?
I said I was the needle in the haystack for sure in Youngstown. That was.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, sure.
What do you do for work, Joe Filey?
Right now I work at a weed shop on 6th Street.
Okay. All right.
God damn, you're not to buy weed. I must have a good range for selling weed. They love it. Like, I don't know if it's like the brown range, but they come in like, honey, this weed works. Fuck the THCA label. Like, we're getting the weed.
Right. No doubt about it. They're like, this weed will make your eyes move apart from one another. You have a girlfriend?
No, fuck no.
What's dating like? Being, looking, having a...
Well, like, have you heard of the Dollhouse ATX? I know you're sponsored by the Yellow Room.
And Rose.
But the Dollhouse ATX is way doper. It's like Pornhub, but you like rent the chick by the hour. They have a search bar. Each chick has like categories. They're probably getting shot. Look, Redman's nodding. He knows. He's been there.
Oh, Redman knows. Well. Look who's been playing at the Dollhouse.
The craziest part was you followed it with the Sunset page. That's like, I can grab my... When I follow...
Order in the court. We hereby find the defendant completely guilty.
Yo, is it your wife here?
You can see her at the Dollhouse today. No, actually, I heard about Joe playing a okay, is it the place where you can rent like a room? Yeah, that's what he just said. A room.
Oh yeah, it's like Liam Neeson style. They put sheets in the bigger rooms to divide them up.
What's the craziest thing you've done at the Dollhouse ATX?
Oh God. There was like this poor little Colombian chick, and it was like I wanted a Charlie. So like,
hold on, nice and slow. Poor little Colombian.
Yo,
chick.
what's up? How you living? Omni Duck, how old are you? Oh, excellent. How's your day going? You're good. You're good, man. All's good here. How'd you find out about me, friend? No, 3.5 years. Yeah, 3.5 months or 3.5 years. Yeah, I've been live 24/7, 365 on YouTube for 3.5 years. For world peace. Well, I've got on YouTube, that's hard to determine because I have 20 different YouTube accounts that I use simultaneously. On here, I've got 1,800 people in the Discord. On Instagram, I have 10,000. On Twitch, I have 40,000. On TikTok, I've got a bunch of thousand. So it just depends. We're done. What game did you beat? And you beat the whole game? That's baller. What happened? Excellent. Excellent. What happens when you beat the game? Oh, no way. So does it? No way. So is a lot of this game on a boat? Oh, that's tight. Excellent. What other games do you like? Baller. Do you play Grand Theft Auto? Why not? Hey, take your time, big dog. Pleasure to meet you, Omnibot.
This is a story about a young couple who fall for each other despite everything.
All right, Pip, I'm here. Go ahead. Okay, I'm here. I'm just adjusting one of my computers. So, okay, I understand that. You're not the only one. Ooh, what'd you commit? Yeah, what'd you commit? I just made two usernames with the same name. What crimes did you commit? All right, well, oh, no big deal. Okay. Excellent. Do you have a girlfriend? No big deal. Do you have a girlfriend? Tight. Tight? Do you have a girlfriend? Okay. Why, too busy slinging dick like a pimp? Okay. Yeah, nobody wants that. Yeah, nobody wants that. So, would you say that do you like to play any sports? So you gained weight. Why'd you guys break up? So she made a sex tape and her cousin showed it to you? Oh, that's really sad. All right. her, her cousin's a real asshole. Sure, I can understand I can understand it from her. Sure, I can understand it from her perspective. You're like unavailable, and I mean, the nicer thing would have been to tell you like, "Hey, it's over." All right, yeah, no, I understand. All right, no big deal there. All right, so do you like the NFL? Okay, Oh, that's tight. Why the Seahawks? Oh, tight. Do you like Marcus Mariota? Uh, do you like Penix? He played at Washington a couple years ago. All right, that's cool. Um, all right, who's your favorite player all time? That's tight. He's still in the league. Yeah, dog. Yeah, like a long time ago. Yeah, definitely. Okay. Do you watch the NBA? Okay. How about the NHL? Correct. How about MLB? Are you a fan of? No, maybe that's cool. Do you like the Seattle Mariners? Did they did they win? Okay, very well. Okay, well, it's a good thing you're not around. All right. So you don't play Grand Theft Auto. Do you play any other games? Is that a good game? What makes it good? Okay. Did you ever play Lego Island? It's like an old school Windows Lego game. No, it was something that you download or like you had a CD for. All right, that's cool. What kind of Legos do you like? Wow. So you guys moved? That's okay. Um, would you say that you like your new place more? All right, that's cool. And you feel safe? Oh, you got raped? Oh, that's really sad. Oh, you poor thing. All right. So you like Legos. What other Lego sets do you have? Or did you have? That's okay. You don't have to find him. Just tell me about. Okay, what's the helicarrier? Okay. Do you like helicopters? That's tight. Oh, in this. Oh, that's baller. So it's like a. I'll have to look this up. In the sky. Wow. Right. Okay. So I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it right now. So it's giant, right? Yeah, you would need a lot of Legos to do that. Oh, this thing is baller. Okay, so it's a Marvel Comics thing. Very cool, and it can go underwater. That's baller. How's it powered? Nuclear power. Well, that makes sense. All right. And if you were to say of all of the Marvel movies, which one's your favorite? All right, the original one from like 2008. The original one from 2008. Why that one? Okay, that's cool. Now, would you say that you liked Iron Man 2? All right. What are your thoughts on Robert Downey Jr. playing a different character? Okay. Who is Iron Man your favorite Marvel character? Who is?
Cardiac arrest and stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Your high blood pressure could
It's an X-Men.
if you stopped your treatment plan, restart. I created what works better for you.
Okay.
Now,
So it's not Wolverine, it's not Cyclops, it's not the Hulk.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and
People with their own troubles see a path forward by telling on someone else. The CI system is based on blind trust. It can have consequences.
Okay. No big deal. So what is this guy's name? And why is this guy your favorite? He's
listen on a iHeart app and listen now.
well, that's a nice little lesson.
coming up at 9 p.m. on our next episode of Later with Mo Kelly, we'll find out what's up with Nick, as in Nick Poliokini, as he hits every corner of Southern California in his never-ending quest for great food, great fun. That's 9 p.m. on Later with Mo Kelly. John Cobell Show can't buy AM 640 live everywhere.
You still don't know this guy's name? That's his name? Okay, very cool. Okay. So he's in one comic or one movie and he just blows up one time? Wow. Do you think that's tight? He sacrificed.
We're all looking ahead here, all going forward. It's that nonsense. Without one of them taking 1 ounce of responsibility and offering an explanation. We're just going to pretend this never happened and it'll never happen again.
Would you say that he's a lesser known Marvel character? Oh, so he's just in a comic book? I've got you. What up, Miss Aquarius? How are you? I'm well, thank you. How was your day? Excellent. So far, so good. You look nice. You're welcome. Are you done with work? That's wonderful. Very well. How are things in Socialize? Right, I know. Right. Are people nice to you? Do you get a lot of people who send you friend requests overnight? I feel that. I get so many that I can't accept them anymore. You can only accept 1,000 of them before they stop you. Yeah, so what I do is I've got 1,000 friends, and then I have to cut it down by 100 so that if I get real people with whom I want to be friends, then I can make space for it. Most certainly, you can create your own voice channel to exactly word. That's correct. Having a server is a lot of work. That's correct. You can add one of them at a time. Very well. What are you eating? Ooh, that's good stuff. Yes, I remember that. That's what you're watching? You know what never made sense to me in that show? The the mother and the daughter are too close in age. They're only like 12 years apart. They're only like 12 years apart or something like that. Both beautiful, but they don't look enough like mother and daughter to me. They look like sisters. But yeah, that was a big show. What are your other favorite shows? That's a good show. Word, girl, that's there you go. Is that good? Right. Is that a good one? Okay.
also pay more than $9,600 in legal fees for the county.
I'm trying to fix one of my phones. Let's see if it works. On Nemo TV. Yeah, I think I stream on it, but I've never talked to anybody on it. I don't believe that one too much because whenever I start streaming, I know no people on it, and I always have 40 viewers. It's like, yeah, nobody's watching me on this. Have you been doing Bigo? What about TikTok? Right. Well, you just follow people and they'll follow you back. Yeah, they're those two. Follow for follows. You know, I used to, but I find that it's very easy to get banned there for no reason, like absolutely no reason. Um, well, like here's why I get banned. I'll go live on there, but I'll have like the radio on in the background, and I'll get nailed for a copyright infringement. And it's like I wasn't listening to the song; it was just like in the background, but they'll get me for it. I agree. So, like right now, if you were just sitting there eating on TikTok and they heard the Gilmore Girls in the background, they can get you for copyright infringement. Yeah, it's not working. One of them, and I don't know why. When I awoke, it just had this message that was like it needed a factory reset, and I don't want to do that because then it will get rid of all my stuff, and I don't want it to get rid of all my stuff. So I'm trying to figure out a way around it, but I'm not having too much fortune with it right now. Just a friend to join me from another server.
Apple is expected to unveil the thinnest iPhone ever. Where down September 9th, along with the 17 Pro and 17 Pro Max. Announcements are also expected on updates for the Apple Watch and AirPods. The iPhone 17 is expected to be priced at around $800. The Pro model could cost about $1,050. The Pro Max is expected to have a price tag of NVIDIA unveils Cosmos, its new world model to help train AI agents and robots. World models allow an AI agent to simulate and predict how the environment will evolve in response to its actions. The information comes from the of the world. CEO of GitHub unit is in company competition from AI-powered comes down the Restream aboard.
Oh, are they? Well, that's cool.
August is National Immunization Awareness Month. The CDC says recommended vaccines for children have been around for years. They're safe and effective with mild side effects and rare complications.
They help to protect against diseases that have the potential to cause really serious illness, hospitalizations, and sometimes even lifelong disabilities or death.
Dr. Kimberly Giuliano, a pediatrician at the Cleveland Clinic, says skipping shots not only puts their kids at risk but endangers other children around them. I'm Sarah Kessler. Dietitians are recommending certain breakfast foods to help fight inflammation. They include the usual foods such as blueberries, oatmeal yogurt, whole grain toast, and whole grain cereal. Now they're also suggesting we eat non-traditional foods at breakfast time, such as cherries, sweet potatoes, and lentils. See, these foods get your day off to a healthy start and reduce type 2 diabetes and heart disease. Health Update, I'm Scott Pringle.
John Kovac can't buy AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And you can hear us every day from 1 to 4 o'clock. You miss stuff. And a lot of good stuff already. Barely halfway through. And wherever you missed, go to the podcast. 4 o'clock, John Kovac Show on demand on the iHeart app. You probably heard that Trump has taken over the Washington, D.C. Police Department, and they're sending in hundreds of national troops because the crime has been bad in Washington, D.C. for a long time. He's the ABC News law enforcement contributor, also retired senior secret service agent. On free. Don Mahalik, how are you? Good, John. How are you? Is it so outrageous that Trump is sending in, taking control of the police department? I mean, the federal government has legal authority over Washington, D.C. and has had it from day one. Yeah, I don't think it's what was done. I think how it was done overnight has explanation of the problem. I mean, even for the law enforcement agencies who now have to figure out how to coordinate with each other, where usually they have more ramp-up time. So I think, the president doing what he did, he has the authority to do it. It's probably a good idea. D.C. has been rife with crimes. A lot of major cities have over the last couple of years. The D.C. folks say the crime has been reduced, but the perception there amongst the residents, the federal there, and the people visiting D.C. is that crime is still a problem. When they're walking throughout the city and they're seeing people that look like drug dealers on the street corners that are getting into shootings and assaults, that is not a feeling of safety. And I think what President administration is address those problems, and that way the next state of the federal government and some address. Exactly the same situation. Whether it's the Mayor Bass or the police chief, there was some advancement on nothing. And then my wife in the local drugstore or the grocery store, and there's some crazy, wild-haired, wild-eyed guy who looks like he's capable of pulling out a knife and slitting our throats. And constant fear. And they can tell me all they want about their statistics, but it feels scary. Even I know that's true in Washington, D.C. Now, since Trump's announcement, a lot of people in the neighborhoods know what it's like.
No, and I think it's true in a lot of cities. There is a general feeling that let's see large cities because over the last couple of years, the attacks on police, the attacks on law enforcement, criminal justice reform, a lot of people out of the street. Safe on the street. And, you know, I would say the same thing up in Idaho, where we just had the guy when they were in the four college students in Idaho. That town, as a case in point, probably felt very safe until they had four. Now, my guess is that. And I think to the people in LA,
Is she gonna go home?
New York are telling the local officials.
Highlighted by Byron York.
At what university is she? Isn't it Yale or something?
A federal employee worked for Doge. And he was that's been in all the media. Said, what? Other Restream. One person peeked out the window and saw a rowdy side masks and a young man couldn't find
What up, girl?
couldn't find the beating victim. Another crime that's not going to be reported, not part of the statistics. How much?
Wonderful. Well, I'm always here, as much as I can be, to help you and other people who want some companionship. You know, just as you said that, it's working again. So I'm gonna plug it in, and hopefully it will be perfect for the next, as long as it needs to be. And I didn't have to do like a hard reset or a factory reset, I should say. So that's good. Thank you for asking. I'm here. I'm just adjusting some devices.
Hopefully that the city and the other officials can address some of these other homelessness and whatnot, so that way you can create a better city for everybody.
So what is the National Guard going to do? What is Trump having his administration run the department for now? What's going to be done differently that's going to result in a noticeable decrease in crime and an increased feeling of safety?
So the National Guard is your go-to if you want to just put people in places as a deterrent. We started at the level where the people were deterrent. National Guard plane stations, bus stations, and airports, they couldn't do anything, but their physical presence there was a deterrent, and it made people feel safer because you have a uniformed soldier standing on the corner there. It creates that feeling of safety. While the National Guard is creating that feeling of safety, you're going to have Capitol Police as well as some of the plainclothes folks working with MPD, identifying and tracking and apprehending the street crimes that are going on. A lot of the federal agencies, the uniform ones, already have full police powers in D.C. They already do traffic stops, and they
Right, Don, thank you for coming on again. Don Mahama, he's law enforcement contributor and retired senior Secret Service agent. And we'll continue with more about Washington, D.C. because many people who work in the media in Washington, D.C. are now writing and talking on air about what they have to deal with all the time. The media is with the screaming vegetable from the Washington, D.C. City Council, claiming that this is an overreach, overreaction. We'll talk about that when we come back. In for Deborah Martin, it's Regina D'Agostino live by 24-hour newsroom.
Murdering a woman and Washington State has been apprehended in L.A. The strangers who flipped a burning car to save KFI's own Stephen Fush Cabezas are being hailed as heroes. Governor Newsom's backing a plan to ramp up oil production in Kern County and new details on the deadly shooting at the CDC headquarters. We're going to check the 210 freeway.
Sounds like a plan.
Your plan for 5. HR manager and unlimited access to employment law attorneys. They will protect your from costly lawsuits, all without the overhead. Visit GuardianHR.com to get help with hiring, firing, compliance, and employee issues before they become lawsuits. Go to GuardianHR.com before you end up in court. That's GuardianHR.com.
Upland weather from KFI brought to you by Life Source Water System. Today in Metro LA and Orange County, sunny with highs in the 70s and 80s. In the valleys and high heat, hot and sunny with highs from 90 to 100. And an extreme heat warning in the high desert with temperatures soaring to 104. From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Traffic Center, save more at the pump with Toyota's full lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles. Right now we're going to a wreck in Monrovia on the 210. East right at Myrtle, they are clearing it from the left lane over the shoulder. It's already slowed from the 134. Commerce 5 south at Garfield. Rollover accident is all lane stopped. We still have that trouble in Santa Ana, 55 southbound before you get to 4th Street. All lanes up to 55 south are shut down with that crash and a fuel spill. And in Irvine, 5 north before you get to the 133. That rollover accident still blocking the 4 right lanes there. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Jenny Harman.
We all remember that one teacher who made a difference. Now's your chance to say thank you in a big way. iHeartRadio's Thank a Teacher, powered by Donors Choose. Nominate an outstanding teacher in your life to be among the winners of $5,000 to stock their classroom at iHeartRadio.com/teachers.
I wanted a Charlie Sheen, so I put some coke on my dick. I had her snort it and suck the rest. And midway through the suck, she was like 200 more, and I just paid it to her because it was work. That's not even a lie. I could. Wow. I wish it wasn't. My parents are gonna see this. They're huge fans.
Yeah, absolutely. They are going to see what you're up to.
Definitely siblings.
Yeah. So, $200 and you basically got a blowjob at a strip club.
Yeah, kind of halfway.
This is a ringing endorsement for Dollhouse ATX. I mean, I almost feel bad for the Red Rose and Yellow Rose because this is quite the ad read.
Listen, they don't have no Heidi's at the Dollhouse, right? If you're going to the Dollhouse for a Heidi, they don't.
No doubt about it. They have running Heidi's.
Oh, it's okay.
You can run, but you can't Heidi. The chicks there probably look like you.
There's a couple.
Yeah.
There's a $50 menu for sure. There's like a 3 p.m. happy hour.
My God.
The fourth meal.
So you make money at the weed shop and then you lug it over to the Dollhouse ATX.
Oh, that's like a once every 2 month thing. That's like a Red Lobster. You know what I mean? Every 2 months, here we go. You get some Cheddar Bay biscuits.
You really are from Youngstown. That confirms it. Everyone in Youngstown thinks Red Lobster is an every 2 month celebration. It really is. I was shocked when I grew up and got just a little bit of success and was like, oh, wow, this is not the best restaurant in the world. It's incredible. I was tricked for the first 18 or 19 years of my life.
I went there after buying confirmation.
Yeah.
It's a big deal.
The best.
Red Lobster was huge.
The best. I mean, you could just count on it. Big shrimp cocktail.
Oh, the biscuits? Come on.
No doubt about it. So
you're getting coke on your dick with a sex slave at the place. Sex slave, like in Thailand, they felt like sex slave Shane. Oh, you went to Thailand? Yeah, I've been to Bangkok. Shit. I have this look, brother. Like they know what. When I landed in Thailand, there's like 30 bitches there. Like he's the one. That's you probably if you learn Russian, you'll be fucking sick, dude. You look like a Dagestani wrestler. I can't fight at all. I carry a gun. Fuck that. CCW class is like 8 hours, and you're just as tough as them. Like that.
we're gonna read a couple Yelp reviews here for Dollhouse ATX. Here we go. We went in here thinking it was a sex shop. We were half right. They have a very small collection of lingerie and sex toys, but they have several women there in lingerie. So I think they might be in the business of selling something, all capital letters, else. If you want sex toys, go next door. It has a much larger selection.
Hey, who the fuck wrote that? It says Matt M. Some piece of shit named Matt M. wrote that. I was on the search for a giant dildo, and there was a bunch of naked ladies on there have sex with me.
Yeah, exactly.
I hate it.
A 4-star review from James.
Here we go.
It starts with, this is how you know it's good. It starts with, okay, here's the deal. You go in, and there's a lobby. Costs $65 just to get into the main area. Is that true?
It's like $55 on Sunday nights and Monday nights.
Wow, look at that. On
discount.
Yeah.
Early bird special.
Working on a budget. If you want a private show, it costs another $65, and you pick your model. And if there's more than one working there, you've already spent $130 to get a non-nude dance. If you want nudity, it's $100. Is that true?
75 on Sunday.
There you go. So to get in from the lobby and get a full nude dance, it costs $165 total, and you dip it Sunday. If you have money to burn and like the idea of being in your own room one-on-one with a hot model dancing and grinding in your lap, it's cool. I personally prefer that to going to, say, Yellow Rose, where there's too many drunk assholes making the place noisy. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to our great sponsors. This is fucked up. Look what you've done.
I'll mention you when I go there next.
No, it's okay. No, it's all right. Shout outs to Kill Tony. What's the worst thing that's ever happened to you at the Dollhouse ATX?
Oh, I don't like anything in my butt, and the one chick was too hot to say no, so I just let her play a little bit.
Whoa, what did she put
I didn't realize, like, the nightstand had 2 drawers, so she opened the first one, and I don't know, you look at, like, level 1 through 5, and it's like, I can take 5, but let's start with 1. And I didn't know there was like a level 6 through 10 in the second drawer down. And I made it to 8 without yelling, so that was...
Were you facing the other way or something? You just didn't see what was going on?
Like, you're face down in the bed, and like, you're peeping over. Like, she's holding your... She doesn't want you to see what's in the drawer.
Right. And how much...
Wait, you paid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could have spoke up. When number 5 was in your aspect, let me talk to a manager right now. That's ridiculous. She was the manager. That was the manager special.
Shit. Wow.
It was a $75 manager special on a Sunday, and I got paid. All right?
This place is going to be packed on Sundays from now on. This is completely backfired. Backfire is also what happened that day for you. You have a big joke book from here yet?
I got a couple.
You have a couple big joke books?
I mean, they're pretty full.
Perfect. There you go. Fill them up.
Thank you, sir.
There goes Joe Filey, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Let's do one more bucket pull. We've had a lot on today. We've been flying through these interviews, believe it or not. Make some noise for your final bucket pull. How about another hand for Heidi, everybody? Your final bucket pull of the night. Make some noise for Ramus, everyone. Or Ram. Or Ramus. Okay.
Hello. So last time I was here, I was thinking about bags and boxes. Yeah, and I
I actually worked for a moving company. I was telling Tony that, and one time I was moving this dude, and I thought he had Down syndrome. So I'm looking at him weird, he looking at me weird, and I'm like, man, I don't know. So I'm trying to be all extra soft. And then he said, like, yo, I went to ASU, and I grew up in Phoenix. So I'm like, oh, where, yeah. I did shrooms, and I smoked weed and drank and shit. And I'm like, I mean, they let people with Down syndrome do that shit? It's not normal. And then at the end of the job, he gave us like $60. So I knew he didn't have Downs because I was like, otherwise he would have gave us like Cheez-Its, maybe some jelly beans, like a single marshmallow. But you gotta take it. You can't. It's gonna stick to your fingers, but you gotta take it. You can't not say no, right? Yeah, that's my name, Rabbi. Thank you. That's short of a minute.
Yeah. Okay. 50 seconds from Ramus.
I'll take it. Rabbi, actually.
Rabbi.
Yeah, I think there was something.
Yep, there's a little space. There was space between the line down and the S.
Did I call the wrong name?
No, I didn't. It's your handwriting sucks.
I'll take it. It's cool.
You see that? Confirm. That looks like a Ramus. No, separation between the
100% Ram. B. R-A-M-B. Yeah. Oh, but you're saying
no, because it doesn't connect.
Yes. I even did a capital B. That's you. Yeah, that's you. Ram. B. Yeah, but you spell it like lamb. Yeah. Okay. Ram. That's fair. Yep. And the city was Ram bad.
How long you been doing stand-up, Ramby?
I moved here in 2021. I did about 10 open mics in Wisconsin before that, so about 4 years. But I have taken some months off because of life shit. My dad, my pop's passed, and some other stuff. I'm just being honest. But I have stayed consistent with writing through that 4 years. So I've been doing it 4 years. That was a roundabout say away. 4 years.
Yep, got it. How did Dad die?
Leukemia. He beat it once and then he came back.
Wow. He beat leukemia once? Leukemia is
welcome. How are you?
Depends on who you ask, I guess.
Living the dream, G. How'd you find out about me, pimp? How'd you... Discord? All right, very well. Twitter? I'm not on Twitter. Oh, Twitter Live a few months ago. Okay, well, how's your day going? Excellent. Kicking ass, taking names. I'm just watching. Go ahead. No, I'm okay. Feel free to watch. I think it's the future. Feel free to watch Jewish history lectures with me.
Blood comes out of the horse's rear, a summer and he thought that he killed what optimal cells, there was no one else in the room, so he stabbed the bullet, and he happened to him. But the person pointed out what he did with the symbol is that he felt that he killed God is the as very interesting. Another one we're talking about the first time another tells us that
They say 51-year-old Alexander Rogers was taken into custody this afternoon. He's accused of killing a woman and trying to kill a man that he may have been working for as a handyman. 5 Good Samaritans are being called heroes after rescuing GFI technical directors Stephen Cabezas from his burning car on 105 on Thursday. One of the heroes, Jonathan Gray, tells Tom Conway he had to flip the car over to
he's the one that was finally everyone else all these generations talk about this morning. All this anti-Semitism that we're talking about is not just in the vacuum, it's all in one big story. I love that. He's so good. Rabbi Rothschild, like told us.
The poltergeist house during county is now available for rent.
Jesus is so proud of himself and he accomplished that everyone else wishes that he had done. So he takes the Barokas and he packs all of the Caleb into it. He's going to go back on his back to go to show that he has ultimately once and for all beaten God. But goes on the boat. All of a sudden, a strong hurricane. All of a sudden, a strong hurricane comes. You see that his life is in danger. Instead of maybe having considered this thing about the arrogance, instead of having all the children, maybe I shouldn't have acted the way that I did as reasonably as I had to. Instead of that, he starts trash talking God. So God, you're only good with the fire. Just like in Restream, which is one of two refineries in Chicago. You had to get the opposite of no water God.
The Georgia Bureau of Investigation says the man who shot up the CDC
because Hashem goes and kind of gets him back to dry land. He says, bring me back to dry land and then we'll fight.
The Bureau's Chris Hosey says the shooter had no criminal history before Friday's attack.
So Hashem takes him back to dry land over here. Hashem takes him back to dry land. All my Allah, not just for him, so he goes and he brings him back instead of drowning him.
He says the shooter recently talked about suicide, which was reported to law enforcement a week ago. President Trump says he may downgrade marijuana from the schedule
And use
one
that to
drug
be
to
part of
schedule
your
3.
instructions.
The shift would
That
make it
applies
legal
to
to
your
reduce criminal penalties and build on nightmare efforts to ease restrictions. Marijuana is a Schedule 1 substance since 1971. Walmart will pay over $5.5 million to settle a lawsuit against the company of overcharging customers.
Non-stop. One time, Sister Mother was walking by a accident, based around something, and all of a sudden, and when we had that penalty, he said, okay, this is trying to price it. We hired some people making baking sound up. The black suits had worked for 30 days. After the invasion, he said back to this list, and
Israel is reportedly talking with South
this is
Sudan
actually a
about
concept
resettling
that's used in a lot
Palestinians
of
from Gaza as part of a broader push to encourage mass immigration after its 22-month offensive against Hamas.
this is
The
used
plans
when
to
I
move
love
people
it.
from one war-ravaged land
Yeah.
and risk the
On
families
Erev
to
Rosh Hashanah,
Scotland,
we know
London,
that we
KFI,
go
today
show
Metro LA and Orange
for
County.
30 days. We go and we go to show vertical.
Hot and
It's
sunny
about
highs
30
are 90
footage all the way
Heat
to
warning is a high
Rosh
desert
Hashanah.
temperatures.
Erev Rosh Hashanah. The question is why?
Yo, Pimp.
Yeah, the reason why we do that, why we don't go on Erev Rosh Hashanah, because our way sets us up. We want to do stuff that we want. All right, we don't want to realize that Rosh Hashanah is coming, so we don't have a great holiday. The government said no. The reason why we didn't want to have 30 days of
Right now, we're going to crash on
30 days, you're going to get used to it. It's not going to be something special. It's going to lose that excitement. And then
Just checked in with the highway patrol. They said we're still holding the 3 left lanes and they're just trying to get everything
And then Rosh
situated
Hashanah
and
is
clear.
that way to show
The lanes are just slammed from 60 with overall going out of Los Feliz from Los Feliz Boulevard. The northbound side of the line slowing down to take a look with the backup
eventually,
on the
the Gemara tells us
605.
that
And the
this
605
little
northbound slowing down
gap
in
ultimately
Norwalk
caused
and
the
105
death
freeway
of
delays all the way to the tag. In Diamond Park, 57 northbound, that's pretty slow right now over Diamond Park Boulevard all the way to 60. And the 60 eastbound slowing from the 670 back to 57. The 7
spread out
most
throughout
accurate
the
traffic
entire
reports.
Why did you want them to be spread out throughout the entire world? So comes the Gemara and talks about Gemara explains the reason why you want them to be spread out because you want God to be able to find all these rashes, then go and get the final visit that he didn't want to get that final government done because think how silly. You have someone so arrogant, takes them away from God.
Every episode looks forward to audacious, ambitious
Probably did not go to know.
Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Post, and listen now.
Interesting. Normally, God doesn't do that. Just feel it. Like when you have something that's so set on a certain goal, when you're so set on somebody Nothing
More
troubles
stimulating on talk radio.
Research
We're
that Jews
live
are
everywhere
bad, we
radio
just
app,
store them
and
under
we're here
wherever
every day
index
from 1
and
to
dates.
4 o'clock.
And we just
And
look at
every
it
day
down
after 4 o'clock, whatever you missed, you can go to our website, John Cobell Show.
concept and narratives that we need to think about. We need to be able to build and we need to be able to really understand what's going on.
We had on so far
Best
today,
thing that I would possibly do is end my
law
part.
enforcement
I spoke about this morning, all these stories are really tough to see. And they're very
Washington,
depressing.
D.C. Police Department, we had
Especially that so much
go
people
to
now
talk
are
about
only
the
invited.
continued
But
frustration.
that we get it by way of hearing of afternoon. Just moments that we found. We're all here this afternoon, still morning.
LA Times podcast with Article Fire.
The last time we
We also had Michael Flex on talking
to us
about
continuing
really
as we
infantile
have that
set of stunts by the illegal alien nonprofits who get financed by our state money. So we'll talk. You can just listen. We'll get all those segments later on. We're going to talk to Alex Michelson in just a moment. Alex is
of the year 70 until Bishop Ahab.
host of the issue
This
is.
is actually
He has
the
been
10th of Ahab, which
just
not so far from the
Los Angeles
because
for a lot of years now.
building was after all made of stone.
The show, the issue is, which airs 10:30 on Friday nights. He's
Back in Rome,
asked me to be on it a number of times, and it's
Vespasian wants to really cement
talk
his
show, panel
victory
show.
with some major propaganda groups. So they have this massive time that I described earlier, and they also engage in construction several memorials, including this arch of Jesus, which was constructed to memorialize under the southern wall of the arch there is a valley that goes down the road. And of course, it depicts Roman soldiers carrying on this spoils of Jerusalem. This is not the way the Romans were seen. You do exhibit it right at it, which recreates how the antiquity Greeks and Romans used to paint their beautiful alabaster statues in these garish colors. Of course, look like this, so the Romans physically construction University work for this chemical analysis. And you see that's all these soldiers wearing their pearl wreaths. In the very front, there's a slave being driven away. They have here something called the Legas Video. The candelabrum, several that and on the right, the Sacra Judeorum, the Jewish holy that's probably the Shulchan and Hatzot, Babel, and the ceremonial trumpets. And this was part of a massive campaign with the Romans to hype up this victory over Judea. Even though, as you mentioned earlier, it's a tiny little province. Very much in the way of natural resources. There were a few things that they really appreciated, especially the treasury of the temple. They appreciated that. They also appreciated that international voluntary tax collection system as the Constitution shutdown, which the Romans then converted as a punishment. Something called the discus legatus, where instead of giving a half shekel for the upkeep of the temple, it was still made mandatory, but it was confiscated by the Romans to erect the temple in Jupiter. The various pagan investments of the temple were part of the way to put on display another temple that Vespasian really called the Temple of Peace. And what he meant by that was not like peace of brotherhood, but like now it's all conflict and all our enemies. And they were on display for several hundred years until the Romans finally settled by that. They also used a very effective propaganda campaign through coinage, which is one of the best ways to get the message out internationally. There was a series of coins that all depicted Judea and Catholic Judea, or Judea. On the left, you see Vespasian, sometimes you see Titus, and on the right, you see forlorn woman with attitude of decline, terrifying in the top example. She actually has her hands bound. To her back, it's a balsam gown, one of the major exports of Judea at the time. Sometimes there's a disproportionately large Roman soldier shooting that matter that are interesting. There are several data policy discovery and description that confirms that the policy is built with the wealth of things taken from the treasury and also with the labor of Jewish slaves. 100,000 it's not an unusual number of these taken from local but as Rabbi Shire put it, there are no more Romans today. There are people who live in Rome, all these other Romans, but they are simply not here to the same house and all that yet. There's them and dog, they're still here.
One else comment that we get to see how the rabbis play the game. So it's free item. Is the high place as all it is the total full score of lot is actually in the mistake so that it's really just right in story number one is now a site whatever you finds the landmark in captivity. Says such a huge place. So this is the conversation is one, and you know something is really certain. So he says, I'm not only I know this child is unexpected. I'm not only going to I raise money sufficient to the deal is born. It turns out this boy is strong and cultivates it to leave the coin becomes the coin. That's the story. The second story is in the middle of the Romans. In fact, in the destruction of the previous years, is a second interesting theory. It describes that as he was about to create, and Georgia was seizing the super seized counties, venture blood to preserve them for himself, as you said, was very nice to them. The Caesar was finished, and no one was secure in additional respects. The way they created his own flavor, it was for. Story number two. Story number three, recorded in 2 pages. It says that a number of actually had 2 children. You read about this this morning. This morning is the chapters and people talk about 2 more 2 children, a boy and a girl, who are taken to captivity. The son of the military being now taken to captivity by the slave of Rothschild, season they do so they are bred. She watches the animals to slip out. And this boy and girl peacefully overnight. They brought a lot of horses that killed me outside. And I tried to pray people out for myself. Violent state. They embrace these things. Sister and a story number 3. Dr. Rachel's like the same story becomes blind and the monster she reveals to them. And the problem is that the slave the state of fire refuses strips them of covenant, and she rolls the tail over the dust. And the slave saying, this will be the describes as killing and talks about God and blessing you. And talks about people really with the cycle of crashes and the rest of the all these 4 stories is one of the which they share. It's not something that I really control and family of the show. It relates that all every single story is a description of how Charles faced captivity, how his face was turned over, and was dead. This children told his son, read the and he calls it for his softness. Was because you sin and touch on the wilderness, and my dad used to take it out. Just as was seen as the
Michael said that it's the population is I think it's just about 6, 7, 9.
tragedy of this whole episode was that the lucky
I think you need 6 or 7 separate
and what was there
It's
that all that in as something which is pain, something which is not bad, turned into a commercialized product in the modern days. Whether it was the face of the government, whether it was the daughter or son of Ray, whether it was the daughter or son of the mountains. And how much tragedy is described all of them is that bad consciousness. There was no kind of central state. There was no very good and very violent
It's one of a kind as well. It's so interesting to watch during the housing fires. We were packed up at our house, ready to pull to the moment's notice, watching some of the time on my iPad because the power had been out. Just about everything in Los Angeles failed.
This is the day in which Jews around the world commemorate the loss of both of the temples destroyed in the years 586 before the Common Era and 70 of the Common Era, along with a whole host of many other negative things that happened to Jewish people over the centuries, including the expulsion of the Jews from Spain, including the deportation of the Jews from the Warsaw Ghetto, and many other horrific stories in the long history of the Jewish people. I'd like to speak very briefly today, as is appropriate, about the destruction of the temple. I've spoken on this topic many times, and if you wander around my YouTube channel, you'll find much more detailed videos that discuss various aspects of this period. But for today, let's just have a very quick overview of what exactly happened with the specifically Roman-Jewish War of the years 66 to 74 of the Common Era, and try to understand how the temple was destroyed. And I will leave it for you to contemplate what the greater meaning of this national tragedy is. Let us begin by a quick discussion of what are our sources. So one of the most important sources, without doubt, is Titus Flavius Josephus, shown here. His Hebrew name was Yosef Matisyahu, whose years are approximately 37 to the year 100. He's a problematic figure in many ways because, as we shall see, he was originally a member of the rebels. He, in fact, led the troops in the northern Galilee region, and then he defected to the Roman side. He became the Jewish expert, none other than Vespasian, later becoming emperor, and even to Titus, his son, who was actually put in charge of waging the second part of the war, including the destruction of Jerusalem. Josephus is a first-hand observer of the war, originally a participant in the war, and his account is without doubt the most important. However, because of his difficult relationship with his Jewish roots and with his Roman patrons, places everything that he wrote within a lens of complexity that's beyond the scope of our discussion today. Please view some of the other videos for longer discussions of why that is so complex. Tacitus offers us some additional details with his own biases. Cassius Dio, fascinating historian who provides us in particular a discussion of the next Roman-Jewish war, the Bar Kokhba revolt, but not as detailed about this first war. And Eusebius, who was a church historian who frames much of his understanding of events within the perspective of the early church. So we have valuable information from these writers that supplements Josephus. We also have a very rich archaeological record, but in the main we are dependent heavily on Josephus. Incidentally, my senior colleague, the great professor of this period, Professor Lawrence Shipman, I've heard that he advises students to read Josephus itself on the commemorative day of 9th of Av. And you know what? I think it's a fantastic idea. If you look at the Jewish War, which is his main study of this period, it's an absolutely heartrending account and very worth reading. Note also, by the way, that Josephus is not the same as Yosipon. Yosipon is a medieval sort of crib sheet based on Josephus, but written 1,000 years later with a very different agenda and certainly not the same kind of sources that Josephus had at hand. At any rate, what's going on in Israel at this time? Let us recall that Israel has already been conquered by the Romans. The land of Israel was under Roman rule from the year 63 before the Common Era. So we're talking about a period of well over a century of Roman rule. The Romans in particular are occupied with a city called Caesarea that is on the coast, and it is like the ultimate kind of Roman city in the land of Israel. They built these amazing aqueducts, as you can see. They have theaters. They have all kinds. It's a multi-ethnic city, as is the entire land of Israel. Incidentally, Israel was never monolithically Jewish, but Caesarea is one of those places that is especially associated with the Roman rule. It is in this region that a lot of the tensions come to a flashpoint, specifically over a property dispute involving a synagogue. It appears that the Roman official in charge of the land of Israel was extremely callous and had very little regard for Jewish sensibilities. There are a whole series of incidents involving cultural clashes between the Jews and their sensibilities, particularly in the city of Jerusalem. There is a level of lawlessness, particularly in the north, with all kinds of brigands running around and engaging in common thievery, and the Romans are not doing much to stop that. And so when a particular property dispute over a synagogue blew up in this city, things got way out of hand, and ultimately there was enough of a sense of revolt going on in the land of Israel that Rome sent Cestius Gallus with a legion of soldiers down to quell the fight. Cestius Gallus came down from the north, from Syria, and he made his way to Jerusalem. When he arrived at Jerusalem with a very opposing Roman force, this was in the year 66, that should have, kind of made things right, but he, for reasons that are not entirely clear, chose to turn back from Jerusalem rather than laying it under siege or entering the city and perhaps engaging in hand-to-hand fighting. Some of the modern historians, by the way, I have two great books that I can recommend while I'm at it. This is a fantastic book by Steve Mason, History of the Jewish War. You can see it's a brick of the book. Nobody writes short books about this particular war. And just this year, this book by Guy McLean Rogers came out, For the Freedom of Zion. Absolutely fascinating treatment of this war. So you can see a lot of the current historiographic debates in those two works in particular. At any rate, Cestius Gallus chose not to enter Jerusalem, perhaps because he was concerned about the threat that city posed, because it was a fortified city with a good pile of grain stored there, and they had water sources and so on, and he felt that perhaps he could not take the city, and so he decided to turn back. But on his way back, he was attacked by rebel troops at this location, Beit Horon, the pass of Beit Horon, and he was deeply humiliated. He was sent into flight. The entire legion was destroyed. A tremendous number of arms were seized by the rebels, including the legion standard, which was extremely insulting thing to happen to the legion. Cestius Gallus himself survived and made it back to Rome, but it was a huge embarrassment that a group of guerrilla fighters should send an entire Roman legion packing. It represented a moment of euphoria for the rebels to think that perhaps they could possibly throw off the yoke of Roman rule. And remember that Rome is an incredible superpower at this point, with territories that went all the way out to Scotland, all of Europe, North Africa, much of the Eastern Mediterranean, and this tiny little province of Judea is going to reject Rome and drive Rome out. It's unheard of. The Emperor Nero decided to send a much more competent soldier to take care of things, and that's when the war got much worse. Vespasian was the general, battle-hardened general who, Cestius Gallus was also, by the way, quite a battle-hardened general. He was an older man with a tremendous amount of experience, but for whatever reason, he simply could not handle the Jewish threat. Vespasian came back and he took a much more measured approach. He took literally years to wage this war. He first approached the north and went through several locations in the year 67, location by location, placing these smaller cities under siege, incredible brutality at some of them, but ultimately established his complete dominance of the north. It is, by the way, in the north that we have the surrender at Yotapata, which is commemorated here with this remarkable monument. It is at Yotapata, the modern Hebrew term is Yotvat, that Josephus was a commander, and after a 47-day siege, it is at that point that he ultimately defected to the Romans. So a remarkable story about that. It's also the site in the north of the Battle of Gamala, which is a site with a horrible history of Roman brutality involving the actual throwing of Jewish infants over the walls to their deaths. Gamla has never been rebuilt, the original site of that location, as you can see here. At any rate, it is in the north that Vespasian starts, and he takes his time, he goes through the entire region, he ultimately brings it completely under Roman control. One major thing happens when Vespasian is in the land of Israel, however, and that is the departure of the rabbis to Yavne. So Jerusalem is going to be under tremendous threat, and as we shall see in a minute, it is a site of tremendous sectarian fighting by Jews. And so the group of Jews who are known in Christian literature as the Pharisees ultimately decamp from Jerusalem to a place called Yavne, in this map labeled with the Latin term Yamnia. Christians, by the way, according to Eusebius, also flee the city, and they make their way up to the north to the city of Pella. So the Jews, in particular the Pharisees, represented a kind of a peace party that, unlike the rebels, were very much against the idea of a revolt against Rome. They felt that this was going to be a very counterproductive, and ultimately their prediction was correct. Those sages who made their way to Yavne, however, were the roots of the later Mishnaic and Talmudic movement that would ultimately be the source of Judaism for the next 2,000 years. They were, so to speak, the saving emperor that managed to escape the destruction that would come later. But at any rate, we're focusing on the war. What's going on in Jerusalem at this point? You'll recall that in the year 66, the rebels had a short-lived victory, a very remarkable one against Cestius Gallus, but that invited a much harsher retaliation with a very large force coming from Vespasian, who began in the north and took his time making his way down to Jerusalem. At that point, there's a major change in Roman politics, and Vespasian makes his way back to Rome in order to ultimately become the emperor there. He leaves his son, Titus, in charge and prosecuting the rest of the war. Now, what's going on with the rebel force at this point? We should recall that even though Israel was under the rule of the Romans, as was characteristic of their style of leadership, they granted the Jews kind of their own puppet leadership through kings, such as you can see here, which has the Apostle Paul appearing before King Agrippa, together with Agrippa's sister Berenice, and also the Roman proconsul Festus. So the Jews actually had some form of government, but it was entirely dependent on Rome, and Agrippa II was simply a toady to Titus, and followed the war, was definitely on the Roman side, despite the fact that Jews were being killed all over Israel. But more significant than the fact that there was kind of a nominal Jewish leadership was the fact that there were multiple rebel groups active in Israel, and they were attacking each other. This was a situation where you had the so-called zealots, called the Biryonim in Hebrew and the Talmud, who are literally attacking other Jewish settlements. Ultimately, they're all going to find themselves in the fortified city of Jerusalem. Three major groups shown here in this particular schematic, which actually only shows it at one particular point of time because there were, changing allegiances between these groups. Elazar ben Shimon, John of Giscala, who happened to be an extreme rival to Josephus, and the ferocious Shimon bar Gloria, all held different parts of the city of Jerusalem and the Temple Mount, and even the sanctuary itself. They hated each other so much, they fought with each other so much that an incredible act of communal stupidity, the zealots burned down each other's grain stores. And since they knew that Vespasian was on his way and the siege was inevitable, this was absolutely disastrous for the future Jewish war effort, and virtually guaranteed that Vespasian would ultimately break the resilience of the rebels and take Jerusalem. And that is, in fact, exactly what happened. Titus comes in and he surrounds the city. He met with remarkable resistance that was really demonstrative not only of Jewish bravery, but also of intelligence and remarkable strategic insight. He was surprised to find that the rebels were actually making sorties out of the walled city and fighting uphill against the early encampments on Mount Scopus. And he was surprised that the earthworks that he was building in order to bring the big siege engines up to the walls of Jerusalem were suddenly undermined because the Jews had actually tunneled under them and set the ramparts or set the reinforcements in the tunnels on fire, collapsing them and destroying the siege engines. Nevertheless, Titus had the tremendous advantage of very strong, organized supply lines, bringing food and water and timber from as many as 10, 11 miles away, but managing to feed a huge army that surrounded Jerusalem. And it was only a matter of time before ultimately they were able to reach the gates and make their way into the city itself. The fighting was brutal, and ultimately, in the context of that fighting, the temple itself was set ablaze. Now, Josephus' account, which again has a real agenda, he's trying to please his Roman patrons at the same time as demonstrate the bravery of his co-religionists, and also to justify to his Roman leadership the fact that this was a war that took 6 years to prosecute from beginning to end. Kind of like a massive endeavor for such a tiny little territory, and it seemed absurd that Rome should take so long to put down these one rebellious people. But nevertheless, that's the image that he portrays of this protracted conflict, and he portrays Titus as being sensitive to the beauty and value of the temple as an architectural structure, as a cultural monument. And he portrays Titus as being hesitant to be involved in destroying the temple, and actually expressing regret that it happened as they were almost planning to. This could be Josephus' way of portraying Titus as a more, benign, tolerant, but firm emperor. But nevertheless, this is the depiction that we have from Josephus in particular. Very different depictions in other sources, the Talmud in particular. In the aftermath, we know that Rome made a tremendous amount of effort to portray this as a very heroic attempt to demonstrate the might of God. Part of the reason for this was their own internal consumption. There was a huge amount of controversy over the transition to the Flavian dynasty. The Flavians did not have the same kind of royal lineage as contenders for the role of emperor.
Yo, no one wanted to fucking talk to you anyway, dog. No one. I didn't. You didn't. They didn't.
one of the many arches, ceremonial Victoria arches that were constructed. This one here stands in Rome today, the Arch of Titus. And of course, underneath there is this famous bas-relief that depicts, the Roman soldiers carrying off the spoils of Jerusalem, including the famous candelabra, the menorah there. Here's a colorized version of the way it would have looked for Romans in the day, because they painted their sculptures. That depicts them carrying off, the Jewish law, the candelabra, the Sacra Judeor, the holy things of the Jews, which appears to be the shofar and the chamsotzot, the long trumpets of some form, and so on. They also minted many, many coins with the phrase Judea captive, Judea's captive, is captive, in order to propagandize their victory still further. And the inevitable images on one side, either the profile of Vespasian or Titus, and then on the other side, the obverse, a forlorn Jewish woman by a balsam palm tree. That was one of the major exports of Israel at the time, sometimes dominated by a large Roman soldier. But and you see in the upper version here, she's actually bound. Very frightening kind of image, I have to say. There was, after Jerusalem was destroyed, there were several other battles, most notably on the mountain redoubt of Masada, that ultimately fell in the year 74. Very dramatic last conclusion to the destruction. So much more to say about this period. I encourage you to look at the other videos I have that discuss this in much greater detail. But for now, for those of you who are observing this day with the national fast, I hope that you conclude the fast with the appropriate degree of meaning and yet ease physically. And I hope that this is the last year that we have to endure another Tisha B'Av in this particular state. Thank you very much for watching.
The LAPD says it's cracking down on illegal street takeovers and street racing.
Deputy Chief Donald Graham blames social media platforms for paying for content created at the takeovers. You're monetizing this criminal and deadly behavior.
Texas lawmakers still can't start their redistricting session, and some Democrats could soon be arrested.
Purim is a favorite holiday for many Jews, but I think one of the communities in Jewish history that had the closest relationship to this particular holiday were the so-called crypto Jews, sometimes known as the Marano.
Athleticism.
Favorite because it's derogatory.
All right, so
She's gonna love that joke.
I love it. So, how do you make money?
I work at a call center internet company, but I can't say it. You know what I'm saying?
You like it?
It works for right now.
What are the hours like?
When do I get there? When the hours? No, I'm joking. 10 to 7.
Okay. Do you have any trouble waking up in the morning?
Before this job, I didn't. I was an early riser, and now I'm like, you know what? Fuck it, I'm gonna sleep to about 9:30.
Got it.
Give myself some leeway. What do you do? It's like self-care.
Sure. What do you do at nighttime for fun?
I go do bikes, and then I also play.
Wow. Random police fighter from Red
I dodge cops. But I dodge cops on Red Dead Redemption 2. That's the kind of shit I do. Grand Theft Auto.
Have you ever gotten arrested?
Never. Actually, you know what's funny? There's a lot of people get surprised that I've never been to jail. And then when they meet me and talk to me longer, they're like, I can't even fucking believe it. But it's just because I've been lucky, to be honest. Yeah. You never heard of Sammy the Bull?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I was in Arizona, and at the time, about like 22 years old. Now to think about it, maybe I shouldn't say this.
Go ahead.
Fuck it.
Go ahead. Let it out.
Yeah. Taxes will probably get me before it is anyway. He was doing like an ecstasy ring, and my dude that I was living with doing ecstasy, and every now and then we make a few bucks on the weekend or whatever, And all of a sudden we saw the dude that we were getting pills from in the parking lot on the news. And I wasn't a very good drug dealer. I was ending my drug dealing days right there.
Wow.
Yeah, 23 people were in that ecstasy ring. You can go look it up. It's real shit.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you were in it, but you didn't.
No. Tony's not incriminating Ram today. Ramus, as you say.
Yeah, Ramus. Ramus is going to be great.
Let's be clear, Ramby.
I love it. What's your love life like, Ramby?
We talked about this last time. I don't remember. I was back to the bags and boxes, and I sang the song about the girl not calling me back. You know, so she's still like, I'm chilling, man. I'm really just trying to build my life up and not really worry about that side of my life because,
no kids.
My daughter's 21, living her life, doing her thing.
Wow.
Yeah, she's very good, actually.
Okay, great.
College and everything.
How much did you contribute to that child?
I raised her half. I lived in Wisconsin for 20 years, which was very much a sacrifice.
Yeah.
After growing up in Phoenix, it was like, fuck this shit. Hey.
And how did
Where in Phoenix? Wait, where in Phoenix?
No. How'd you end up in Wisconsin?
Because her mom was from Wisconsin, and so we moved there. And so I stayed there after we broke up to raise her. I lived 50%. Yeah, white mom.
White mom. How did the white parents take to you moving to Wisconsin?
Possible, right?
Can you give an example of what that means? These people have no idea.
The whole family hates her.
Right. But how do you know? Give us an example.
Oh, man, that's rough, man.
Give us.
They might see this.
They might. So what's one good little story? You're not naming them out. It could be anything.
You ever have somebody look at you like this? Like for way too long, right? Like that?
Yeah.
It was constantly that. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Okay.
Even at Thanksgiving, like, you're supposed to have a good, hey, let's hang out. Hey.
They never said anything disrespectful or anything, though? Nothing in particular? Just a look?
I almost fought some family members. Yeah. Wisconsin was an interesting time, I'll just say that. Yeah. Like, I recently went back there, and a bar owner looked at me across the bar for a while, like, I know this motherfucker. Like, I'm serious. And he just kept looking at me, and I'm like, why is he looking at me? And I forgot that I tried to fight him about 10 years ago. Yeah. I mean,
How could you forget about that?
Well, you live a life. I'm 47, so if you live a life where you kind of fought some people, you forget. And it's 2 a.m., and he accused me of something I didn't do. So I was extra charged, and he's behind the bar yelling at me, and I'm like, hey, I'll fuck you up type shit. I was proud of myself, actually. And I'm very much mature, and I wouldn't fight nobody these days.
Incredible. You're 47 years old. You successfully raised a 21-year-old daughter.
Yes, sir.
You've avoided getting arrested.
Yeah. I'm a fucking miracle right now, right?
Yeah. What's your secret? What's your secret?
I was born at 6 months, 2 pounds, right?
Wow.
So I'm in a miracle over and over again. All them stats. I'm like LeBron, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm 47 and I'm still going, baby. You know what I'm saying?
Amazing.
I really feel that way. Like, I wake up every morning like, you're LeBron. Not Ronnie.
And then you go to a call center and take calls.
Yeah, I know, I know.
Someone's just yelling, get him, Shane.
Let's go, Shane. No, I appreciate it. Yeah, I was able to drink. They took my drink away. They had some vodka. I had to sit it down. They take your drink? Yeah, well, I couldn't bring it down the alley. You know, I couldn't do that.
Yeah,
you would have been toast, you know. Yeah, we can do a black fist up.
There you go. All right, Randy.
I appreciate it.
You already have a big joke book?
No, I got a small one.
Well, guess what, buddy? You're getting in the extra dark edition Kill Tony joke book. Congratulations to Ram B. Not Ramus at all. It's Ram B. All right, it's been a hell of an episode, the hottest episode in the history of Kill Tony. We went from the 80s to the 70s, back to the 80s, and I'm pleased to report that we are back at 79.9 degrees right now. 50% humidity, a very rare treat. It does not work for comedy at all. But you guys are a bunch of superheroes, and we thank you. Congratulations to you. And for your herodom, you shall be rewarded. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the record holder for all-time appearances on the show, all-time interviews on the show, the reigning defending Hall of Famer, the Emperor of ExpressVPN, the Memphis Strangler, the Vanilla Gorilla. This is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery, everybody. Austin, I'm so excited to announce to everybody I'm actually about to start auditioning for my first feature-length film. The guy seems super nice. He actually sent the script to my father back in Memphis, which is weird as shit. It's like, how do you even get his fucking address? But I'm really excited. Ozzy Osbourne died, 30 years ago. I'm doing my first intervention tomorrow, and I've got a ton of anxiety because I just don't know. I don't know what to wear. And that's a true one. Okay, let's keep it moving. Sad. If you don't want me to join a cult, quit wearing all those groovy clothes in your propaganda videos. And we get free juice. Sign me the fuck up. Free love, no taxes, VIP access to a spaceship heading to heaven, and I get to wear the most stylish fits. Presbyterian Church, take your ass down. Asking for that 10% tithe shit my cult keeps it. God damn it, I messed that part. Presbyterian Church, take your ass down. Asking for that 10% tithe shit. My cult wants 100% of my assets, and they're going to keep it 100. You know what I'm saying? Have y'all seen the trailer for the new moderate to severe plaque psoriasis commercial? Okay, that's my top.
William Montgomery has done it again.
I got the intervention stuff.
Yeah,
I wore a fucking Notre Dame coach's polo to my sister's intervention. I sat in a hotel in Pittsburgh, like, you gotta make some change. So when you wear that, you can't wear something cool. You gotta go Tux. Tux is fucking crazy. I know you're doing heroin. My name's Bond.
Yeah, maybe a coat and tie. I don't have a tie.
Coat and tie is crazy.
Maybe a suit could work.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or you go Notre Dame coach's polo at work. My sister's stuck on heroin.
Well, too bad I fucking can't stand Notre Dame, dude. I'm a Florida Gators fan. I cannot stand after the whole Manti Te'o debacle y'all handle. I can't stand Notre Dame.
No. Wait, how's that a debacle? He was innocent also. Yeah, whatever. You guys are totally irrelevant these days, so whatever. You had a good run.
Maybe this year. Okay, but
William, this is incredible. This intervention.
College ball.
This intervention you're doing, is this for a family member, a friend? What are they on?
Are they having a good time or a tired time?
I don't know. I think of a tired time.
They're sleepy.
Yes.
Yeah, I had a sleepy intervention myself.
Yeah, very. Is that the one with the Notre Dame jersey or was it another one?
Notre Dame coach's polo.
What was your sister just getting
Just getting a little sleepy.
She was on drugs and stuff?
Yeah.
Like downers?
Yeah, heroin.
And then, that makes you nod off, and I think that's the situation I'm dealing with.
Well, are they mean a lot now? Have they turned mean when they're not on? Are they sealing stuff a little?
A little bit. Yeah. I can't have it over my
That's probably heroin, and then you go, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
But it's surprising how quickly they come back. You go, there's that person I like. Well, good luck.
I'm praying.
What's your speech? What's your speech going to be?
Yeah, can you give us an example?
Stop doing heroin!
You deserve it. Yeah. You gotta stop doing that shit, man! We're not worried about your motherfucking ass! No! We need you eating cheddar bay biscuits again. He's not hungry anymore. He used to go to fucking that place with me all the time. But yeah, we're gonna get him eating cheddar bay biscuits again. We're gonna get him figuring out.
Are you saying cheddar day?
Cheddar bay biscuits?
Cheddar bay.
Yeah, cheddar bay biscuits. But yeah, oh my gosh, Tony, this past weekend, just to look at old sets, I watched every single, and I've never done this. Tony, I want to say my heart was melting a little bit because when I'm doing these jokes, I don't really ever see y'all's reactions too much, or people up your reaction, and it always made me smile to myself when I could see your ass laughing at some of my jokes. And Red Band, I do have to say, I don't feel horrible about talking about your slutty ass mom every single time. It was like probably in 100 sets of mine, I was talking shit about your mom. So I did have a very nice weekend just reminiscing over these times. I'd never gone back and watched them. All three, yeah.
Red Band, you brought those prop glasses just for this moment with William? You've been wearing?
These are real glasses.
But you put them on now?
Yeah, I always put them on at the end. So I don't forget them.
Wait, you never noticed that? He always puts glasses on.
Yeah.
No, he's never done that before.
Come on, man. It's a classic Kill Tony thing. When the glasses come on, you know it's wrapping up.
What do you think about Red Band's glasses, William?
I think they make him look a lot smarter. And I had been worried. He's been looking kind of stupid recently. And I think they got those glasses. They make you look a lot smarter. Red Band, I'm kidding. You look like a weird homeless kind of person. You look scary with those glasses. I take them off. Are those even prescription glasses, Red Band?
Yes, they are.
They are. How much do they cost?
$350.
That's embarrassing, dumbass. I was thinking you were going to say something like that.
So, William,
and Rebbe, you actually do look better. I swear to God, you still look worse. I think. I mean, you still look okay. You're getting worse, but
is this the intervention that you were planning?
Yes, yeah, Red Band. We have to get you up out of your apartment, man. I mean, we have to get you. I know you've been holed up there a long time. We know you're fucking super depressed. You've been on VR way longer than normal.
My girl's a stripper at the dollhouse, man.
My girl's a stripper at the doghouse, man.
Tell us about this new plaque and psoriasis commercial. Not many of us have seen it.
It's just this nasty looking bitch walking around with all these fucking, like, it looks like she got real sunburned on different parts of her body. That's what plaque psoriasis is. It's like this nasty disease people get. I don't know if it's sexually transmitted. I don't know how people get it, but it's just this real sickening disease people get. Yeah, no. So the commercial seems really good. It's just getting more. It's going to be people on these pills.
Have you? Let's go back to the intervention for a second. Have you planned a speech for this? Have you written a speech?
I was starting to write some earlier. And I'm going to have to really finish it up.
Don't do it. Don't read like a. Yeah.
So I shouldn't read. Yeah. What do you think? Do I go from the heart? Or
do a brand new minute for the.
I would, go from the heart on the intervention. If you read it,
it better kill. It better kill.
Yeah, it's like everybody reads like it's a fucking best man speech. I sat in the room and everyone was like, "Oh, I'm a little nervous." It's like this is about her.
Okay, let it flow.
Thank you to the fucking horrible person that belched right there. We're talking about a friend of mine that's quite literally dying. And I hear this monster burp right there. That was you? Nice homosexual couple right here. But you burping on his dick. Wow.
It's amazing how you do that. It makes the whole place light up all crazy.
Tony, I am stinking tonight. This is weird. I swear I think they did the formulation of Old Spice deodorant differently, dude. I've been starting to stink at night now. Ooh. Yeah. It's never happened before. I've never stunk like this.
This is a new thing. Have you changed your diet at all?
I just Metamucil out the frame. I'm up to 4 cups of it a day, and I did shit twice today, which is great because I did go a span of time of 3 days this past week without shitting. Wow. But I'm doing so much row. I'm at 720 miles on the row machine since January, so I just feel like my body's actually really using all the bananas, all the stuff I'm eating. It's going straight to my muscles, is what my guess is. Right. So that's why I'm not doo-dooing, because all the peanut butter crackers, fucking bananas and shit go straight to my muscles. So.
What else goes straight to your muscles? Give us some examples of things that go straight to your muscles.
You know I'm drinking a fucking protein shake with Scoop. But no, weirdly enough, a lot of jelly beans. I think a lot of these sports people are saying, go down on the sugar. No, jelly beans are good. The popcorn, the buttered popcorn jelly beans, I'm all up in those right now, Tony. And I'm going to bring some to the intervention tomorrow. I feel like everybody loves
get them hooked on something.
Yeah.
But you think that's good? Try this.
Yeah, try these jelly beans.
But I gotta tell you, a lot of heroin people, they're gonna go straight to candy as soon as they get done. He's going right to those jelly beans.
Yeah.
If it's heroin, whatever.
Is it heroin? Is that the main drug of the person getting the intervention?
Yeah, amongst cornucopia of other things.
Damn, he's doing other heroin and
other stuff.
Oh yeah, it's time for an intervention.
Wow.
Hurry that up. Yeah.
I've never heard you use the word cornucopia before, William. Are there any other new words in your vocabulary this week that you're excited about? Just a little licensed. Whoa. All right.
Wait.
Didn't even activate the lights. You got sad horns on that one. Sometimes when you're not passionate about it, you get barely a drum, sad horns, and barely any lights.
Assessor.
You should do polysubstance drug use. Polysubstance drug user. That's what your friend is.
Oh, polysubstance drug user. Polysubstance drug user. Doors, this is a hard one, Tony. I'm so sorry. I mean, I'm really screwing up on this one. I can't.
You can say anything. Honestly, the ones that you don't really know that aren't that exciting are kind of funnier than the crazy ones. A new word this week from William Montgomery. We're almost there. And here we go. Could be anything in the world.
I gotta tell you, it's impossible. I'm trying to think of one word. I can't think of one word. Wyoming. Words are tough.
Yeah.
Domino! Wow! Look at that! What's the one
you're
thing
getting
that
it,
you're
bro.
hoping at the end of this intervention tomorrow? What's the one thing that you're hoping that the person that you're giving the intervention to will not say? I am gonna stop using drugs! That's William Montgomery. This has been the hottest episode of Kill Tony in history. We were able to get it down to 79.2 degrees. Guys, Charlie O'Brien emailed us in. How loud can you guys get for our guests tonight? Shane Gillis and Matt McCusker, everybody. You did it. Brought to you by ExpressVPN. Tire Season 2, Matt and Shane's Secret Pod on Spotify, everywhere else. Anything else you guys want to plug or anything? Matt?
I'll be in Atlantic City August 16th.
Hell yeah.
City Ocean Casino Resort. Please come.
The Kill Tony, yeah. Thank you, Matt McCusker and Shane Gillis. The band will be at Blue Note in New York City the Monday after Madison Square Garden, 818-818. You got it. This episode brought to you by ExpressVPN. One more time for the best damn band in the land and our guests, Shane Gillis and Matt McCusker. Red Band.
Check out the Secret Show every Thursday, Sunset Strip, ATX.com. Love you guys.
We love you guys. Thank you so much. Good night, everybody.
Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's Secret Show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
For days.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe!
Who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives, huh? Hell yeah, make some noise for Red Band, everybody. Keep it going for the best damn band in the land. This is Kill Tony, brought to you by Express VPN. Carlos Sosa, Raul Vallejo,
Do you think Kill Tony should
Castillo,
move back to
Nachos
LA?
Grande, Michael
Yes, it
Gonzalez, sweating bullets, Big
Why?
Mike.
People ain't funny,
On the
baby.
drums, Matt
I
Muley.
am.
On the electric guitar, John Dees.
Why?
On the keys, and that is
I'm the
D-Madness
funniest
live
fucking
in the
at all
flesh,
time.
ladies and gentlemen.
Really? Why? Why not? Pennywise, first person shooter. Suck this dick. Shop show. Are you happy with this guy? Why not? No. Yo, China. That's Japan. I love it. I love how they have stupid sounds like that. Yo, dog. You've done a lot today. You started your stream, picked your nose and ate your boogers, allegedly. Rohan the Queen. Rabbi 593 1/4. Rabbi Rothschild. Look at this move.
It is Monday, August 11th on this gorgeous Texas morning. What's going on? Kids back in school yet? Can't hear you. Wish I could. Yeah, school's a popping, kids. School is popping back up. Kids are starting a new school. My kiddos start Wednesday, so Wednesday's the big day. They're a little different than me. I did not want to start school when I was a kid, but these kids are crunk about it. Nerd. But yeah, they can't wait to start their new school, man. Back to school clothes. Did your parents take you back to school clothes shopping? I can't remember, dude. But you weren't at a private school where you had to wear like uniforms, right? See, my kids in LA, because we had to, were in a private school, so they would wear uniforms. So the back to school shopping was just like, yeah, here's your khakis and blue polo. Yeah. So there's no way to, flex on these kids. Also, you don't want to peacock too much, It's like a fine balance. Can you wear it on different shapes? No, where the last school they came from, no, they had to be certain colors of shoes. Like you couldn't wear like bright Yeezys or nothing crazy. Like it had to be like plain colored shoes. So there's no way. You know what? It's basically like the UFC fight kids. They couldn't express themselves with their sponsors and their own shorts and style. So they took out all the fun. So they basically went. Their school signed the Reebok deal too. So everyone looked the same. Everyone had uniforms, and nobody was getting paid. So it was very similar to the UFC deal. But now they're at a public school, so they can express themselves, and they're so crunk about it. And I didn't think about it. I was like, God, I get so excited for school. Like, we can wear our own clothes. I'm like, oh, that makes sense. It does make sense. I didn't have to deal with that as a kid. I went to public school. Dude, they made me cut my hair in my school. Really? The dress code, you only have a certain length. So, and I was into metal, so I was like, dude, what are you doing? I want to grow my hair long. Like, dude, how long are you going to I like headbang. So I'm not too worried, Jen, about your headbanging.
Yes, the kids are drunk, man. But back to school is always good, dude. Back to regular. Both boys start football and baseball. Bosty got his first real baseball bat. He's so crunk because, his brother's playing at a high level, so he's still doing his thing. But now he's playing with the 8-year-olds. He's playing up, so he needed a real bat. So we bought his first real bat. You've never seen a kid so crunk with a baseball bat. He's always got like bullshit bats because he's 5. So it's not like he's hitting freaking dingers, like going Oppo Taco with those little bats. But now he got a real bat, so he's crunk, man. Yeah, so full dad parenting mode, man. The kiddos back in school, back to regular schedule. Can't wait for sports to start for them. Just sports in general. But, yeah, man, spent a long weekend. We went to San Antonio. Went down there for business. Spent some of my UFC antitrust lawsuit check on a 2009 ZR1. 1,000 horsepower to the wheels. Now, the plan was to pick it up and then drive back with the kiddos in that, and my father-in-law was going to go with me. But then I got in it, it's a 6-speed, it's manual, and I thought, probably not the best parenting if I put them in this thing and drive all the way back to Austin. I mean, it's only like an hour and a half. It's just not smart. It's that one there where I have the gray shirt on. It sounds like a goddamn gargoyle. It does sound sick. Yeah, it's. It's an absolute savage. Fully built, short block built by Texas Speed. It's cool. What color is it? It's called Cyber Gray. Cyber Gray. So it kind of looks bluish or no? No, it's like a metallic, like darker gray. Yeah, it's an absolute monster. I'm not a big Corvette guy, but for the record, I've never been a big Chevy guy. And then the more I go down this whole car adventure I'm on, it's like, I've always looked forward, love Mopars. And then there's a reason why people love the LS platform, but I've never really looked into it. Again, not the biggest Corvette guy, but the 2009 C6 ZR1. The C6s, your boy fucks with. To me, that's one of the greatest American supercars ever made. You know what's cool? Don't get me wrong, they're fucking monsters. And they're so cool, but I just like the C6s. Once they started looking more like Ferraris, I think my original plan was to get that blue. So that's called the nickname of that ZR1 is called the Blue Devil. So to me, the best color is that blue for the Blue Devil vibe. I'd be down to it's tough to find. I couldn't find a blue one that I liked with that, but the chrome wheels with that blue is my favorite combination. So I might wrap it that blue. I think it looks dope. I know, agree that Cyber Gray is dope. I usually don't like black wheels on cars. I think it hides too many things. So I'd like those are the original OEM 18s in the front, 19s in the back. I'd like to switch those out with some CCWs. But it's cool, man. It's cool. That thing's a banshee, dude. Such a banshee. I did on my Civic 18s in the back, 17s in the front. But it was stupid because it looked weird for my car. It was just looked weird, so I just got them on 18. Yeah. Fat tires in the back, and you're gonna need them on that thing. Yeah, that thing is gonna be interesting. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be so fun to tinker with, and just with that UFC lawsuit check, it was like. I was talking to Lex about it. It's like, because he was with me in my entire UFC career. So I was like, yes, we're going to invest or save most of this for the kids and family. Yes. I told Lex, I'm like, you got to give me a certain fraction of this payment where I can just do whatever I want, no questions asked. You know how hard I earned this money. Literally earned this money, get punched in the face. He's like, yeah, you're right. And that's what it was. I'm trying to think, if you guys can come up with some good names, I'm going to get some specialized plates. I was thinking about like UFC Earned or something like that. CT Earned. something like that, a fun custom plate. It's easy to do here in Texas. So I'll come up with something cool. Like THX UFC star, something like that. You have to have 7, you know. Gotta come up with something fun. Gotta come up with something. But yeah, so I went to San Antonio for that. Decided not to drive it back. I'll go back this week and pick it up. But I stayed at my absolute favorite hotel. Shout out to Hotel Emma. They just go over the top because I've been there a million times on tour. I toured all over. It was always my favorite hotel. Like San Antonio is a great market, but the reason I always came back every whatever it was 15 months is Hotel Emma. It's my favorite freaking hotel. If you remember, that's why I put Keto George at. When he won, lost all that weight, and I flew him out there. They gave him the suite. Like, remember that whole video? It was sweet, yeah. It was the best. That's Hotel Emma. They had baseballs made for my kiddos, like special baseball cupcakes and shit. They just go, they don't need to do it, man. But then my kiddos, they're into like haunted. I'm super into that, crime and haunted shit. They're getting into it, which isn't my influence because I don't watch any of that stuff around, nor do I talk about serial killers with them or ghosts or shit. But like, we were just sitting around wasting time, and Tiger's like, Dad, this hotel's haunted? I'm like, no, it's not. I know it is. I'm like, no, it's not. Who told you that? He's like, Dad, I saw it. I looked it up. It's haunted. And Bossy's like, yeah, Dad, it's haunted. I'm like, okay. And then they went to the workers at the front desk. They're like, hey, this place is haunted, right? The lady just started ripping off like all these haunted facts. And I was like, oh, I'm screwed. They're not sleeping tonight. I'm going to have to drive home. Like, they're going to be scared as shit. They were so crunked. Tiger's like, Dad, since it's haunted, why don't we explore the hotel, and then we get a pizza and just watch scary movies in the room. I'm like, bro, this is the perfect night for your boy here. Yeah, it was great, man. It was great. So yeah, man, good little weekend before they start school. UFC's popping. We're going to come out the gate hot here. We're going to come out the gate hot. I'll do a full breakdown of UFC 319 with Jesse on fire. We do it for all the big pay-per-views, but we're going to come out the gate hot here because this morning, this is Monday morning at 10 a.m. right now. But this morning, news was announced. Finally, a lot of people were waiting for it. It was just a matter of time. A lot of people thought the UFC would end up on ESPN, like TKO, or stay with ESPN. And then it gets announced this morning. And here's the news from MMA Junkie. That's who I saw from first. It says this is the big announcement. UFC signs a $7.7 billion. That's with a B, yo. $7.7 billion broadcast deal with Paramount. Pay-per-view model will end in 2026. So it's a 7-year deal. So that means they're getting $1.1 billion every year. That's pretty close up there, and you can look it up, Jen. I think MLB's pay before they went like all over was I think $1.5 billion a year. I don't know what look up NFL is a different animal, but NFL, NBA, MLB, look up their broadcast deals. UFC's up there. Price. Holy shit. Well, the NFL is the big dog, so this just shows where the UFC's at. NFL is $110 billion. You left for 11 years, but yeah, that's a lot of money. So it's 10 times bigger. Yeah, it's about $10 billion a year. But, the NFL, they're on Fox, TBS, NBC. So Fox pays $230 million, TBS pays $470 million, ESPN $550 million. So it's all over. That's for baseball? Yeah, I'm on here. Shit, that's not. Click on the graph on the right there. Bill YouTube. So ESPN's deal is $1.4 billion, but then they're on ESPN, ABC, and TNT. So NBA is getting $1.4 billion, $1.2 billion. So it's for $2.6 billion. This is NFL. This is NBA. This is MLB. Yeah, and MLB's right up there. And hockey is just cut it down at the bottom there. Regardless, the whole weird rant on that sidetrack there was, it's a big boy deal for the UFC. All right, kids, let's take a little break because UFC 319 is here. They're back in Chicago for the first time in 6 years, and boy, are they bringing the heat. You have Hamza versus DDP, a fight for the ages. Check out the fight card and get in on all the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC. If you're new to DraftKings, check this out. New customers get 5 and will get 200 in bonus bets instantly. Don't miss out on all the UFC 319 action. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use the code SHOW. That's code SHOW for new customers. Get 200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just 5 buckaroos. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-79-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over, age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Go back to the headline there. I'm surprised. I shouldn't say surprised. I didn't think the UFC would ever give up that pay-per-view model because they have a pay-per-view built-in audience who's used to that model. But then when I saw this news, I'm like, all right, well, let's think about it. If you're the UFC, and this is what it is, I'm not being negative. If you look at the track record of pay-per-views in the UFC over the last 6 years, it's in a massive decline. It is. I think even ESPN can look this up. You don't have to look it up, Chin, but for those of you listening, you can look this up. Where ESPN released their annual payout to the UFC, and this year compared to last year's was a lower pay than last year's, and that's based off pay-per-view buys. So it's constantly trending down. Now, it's not all the UFC's fault, right? Like, what's the UFC to blame for with lower pay-per-view numbers? Quality of cards, lack of UFC pay-per-view stars. So that's kind of on the UFC. But the third thing that they can't control is piracy. So the young kids stealing, having access to that, using VPNs that can't trace. So just the piracy of the pay-per-view is, I would say, probably the majority of why the pay-per-view numbers are in decline. But then the UFC is at fault for lack of stars and quality of cards. So the whole landscape has changed. It's the perfect storm. So you're getting a lower pay-per-view buy rate over the years. So I think the UFC looked at that and went, yeah, we do have a pay-per-view, built-in audience, but the numbers are going down. We don't have the same stars. It's also, our business model has changed. We're more about just putting content out, opposed to when we were growing the sport, putting, what made us different than boxing is if you bought a pay-per-view, you were getting 5 badass fights. They went away from that. They get in bed with TKO and boxing, and now the model's more like boxing. Yeah, it's not as bad as boxing, but they're definitely trending that way. Like 2 weekends ago, Fight Night, that's the first card that I didn't watch live. I watched it after the fact. And it almost seemed like a PFL Bellator vibe. Like it's something to do, I guess, if there's nothing to watch. But there's no names on them. It's just checking the box that they're making ESPN happy, delivering a fight card. And that's not what the UFC did to get to where they're at. But it's just the landscape we're dealing with. So I think the UFC said, okay, we can't control the piracy. Remember when Data warned everybody, so we're going to go after one? We went after that guy. Has anybody ever heard about that guy? Have you ever seen a name or anything? Say, oh, he's doing 10 years to 15 years in prison. Whatever the fuck. That was just a threat that never came to fruition. The kids are just too good at interneting these days. You're not going to catch them. The ability to hide VPN geolocation, they can't control it. So I think the UFC was like, all right, this is only going to get worse. Our model isn't based on stars anymore, which that's what your pay-per-view model lives on. So it made sense to go to the pay-per-view model. and just do one prize on Paramount Plus, and then you get it free on CBS. And I'm hoping that they're doing that in order to grow the sport, because again, it is what it is. The numbers are down in America. So I'm hoping this gives more access to the casuals so we get more fans on board. That's what we want here. But you still have to have stars, so they're going to have to fix that issue. They're trying their best, but, you know, it's tough, man. But when I see all this, and I know people are sick to death about talking about fighter pay and how the UFC's fucking the fighters over, and I'm on record saying I don't know if there's another way to do the fight business. And history would show that I'm on the right side of this because no other mixed martial arts promotion has ever made a profit except for the UFC. They're all out of business, or they're all going out of business. You have PFL, but they're on fucking the Titanic door freezing in the water. It's just a matter of time before they go under. You know, they keep getting some funding, but the gig is up, dude. So UFC is the only one who's been able to maintain all these years since what, 97 really? 90, you could say they started in 92, but really 97 with the big boom, pay-per-view and all that. So they've been the only profitable organization. So one might say, well, this is just fighting. Like, it's not MLB, it's not NBA, you know, it's not the NFL. There's no union. There's no other way to do it. To make this is the fight business. It's dirty. You might be right. You might be right. And I am sick of talking about it myself, even though we haven't talked about it a little bit. But when I see the $1.1 billion a year, my first initial reaction was, God, the fighters are fucked. God, the fighters are fucked. And then I read no paper. Now, a lot of you are celebrating this. You know, man, have you ever seen how much it costs to be an NFL fan? If you want to watch every NFL game, you're looking at like $1,000-something bucks. It's like $1,400, I think, like a month. It's fucking expensive, dude. It's super expensive to be an NFL fan. To watch every single game, you gotta be a fucking psychopath to watch every game. But, you know, just to be able to watch every single game, it costs a lot of money because they're on all these different networks. You gotta pay for Amazon, Apple. They're all over the place. I don't think that's the way to do it, but again, they're crushing it. So for the UFC to be, you know, on Paramount Plus, on major network CBS, this is huge. But when I see that, I go, oh, the fighters are so fucked. Because now they get $1.1 billion regardless of ratings and all that. But there was and it's a small fraction, so you're not going to make a business decision off the minority here. But you got to realize this is what's at stake. There's a small fraction, I'm talking 0.3% of the UFC roster that became champions and got pay-per-view points. And that was life-changing money. For the rest of the 99% of the UFC fighters, they're not making life-changing money. They're making good money, but when they retire, they're going to have to figure some shit out. For the majority of them, when you get done, it's not the NFL, it's not NBA, there's no 401k, there's no health insurance, there's none of that. So when you get done, let's say you're making $500,000 a year, even $1 million a year, you're not set. 99% of them are not set when they get done. That's why you see all these guys with YouTube channels and doing all this other shit, TikTok dancing, and trying to create a established Instagram and social media and all that shit. They don't want to do that, but they're trying to build their brand outside of just fighting. So when they get done, they can parlay it into something else. Okay. That's 99% of the NFL. Or I'm sorry, the UFC. They are not set. That point, whatever it is, 3, 4, 5%. I'm talking about the Izzy's, the Alex Pierre's, the Connors, the Rondas, the Brock Lesnar's, the John Jones, the big boys. I'm talking the big boys, all the casuals know the big boys. When they would fight on pay-per-view, they would get a pay-per-view percentage. They would get a fraction of every pay-per-view sold. That money that they would make is, if you're smart, is life-changing. Life-changing. That is gone. That is gone. So the days of a guy making 20, 30 million off pay-per-views, and again, there's not many, but those days are gone. So if you're an Ilia Topuria, I'm talking, you know, they got the next wave for Ilia Topuria. Tom Aspinall, Islam Makhachev, Hamzat, DDP, Marab. I'm talking about the fucking the one percenters. Those guys had, if they had dominated as champions, would make generational wealth money if they're smart with it. All that is gone. Now, I say this based off the information I currently have. UFC might come out and say, listen, we know we're getting rid of pay-per-view, and we're getting $1.1 billion a year. So now, instead of pay-per-view, we're going to up the champions pay this much. But it will never reach the amount of pay-per-view points. And remember, the current structure that they're in, endorsements are controlled by the UFC, meaning the endorsements are on the octagon. It's not on the fighter's shorts. They don't see a percentage of that. So when you're listening to this and you find out that the UFC is making $1.1 billion, now remember, they were getting $500 million. They've doubled their pay. Again, they've doubled their pay. Do you think the UFC is going to double the pay of the fighters? Do you think they're going to double the pay of the UFC champions? Probably not. I'll tell you what they're probably going to do, knowing the UFC like I do. They're going to announce there's going to be a pay increase of 5 or 10%, maybe. And that's going to check the box for most of the sheep out there. They go, see, they're paying them more. But I want you to remember, and the UFC deserves it. And I'm not saying this might not be the way to do it, but I just want you to know how fucked up the fight business is. They've doubled their profit. And the fighters are staying exactly the same. Does that make sense to anybody out there? This is the fight business. This is what it is. So when you guys go, oh, you're so passionate about Muhammad taking money, this is why. This is why. It will fuck the fighter at every opportunity, and that is the fight business. And most people go, that's the business. I'm with you. I don't know if there's another way to do it. And there's also, there's no way to recoup, or there's no way to challenge the UFC. Those days are gone. The time to do this, it's already up. The toothpaste is out of the tube. There's no going back. It will forever be like this. UFC does not have to make stars anymore. They're set. You're getting cookie cutter. If you hated what you're getting, like these past few fight nights, get used to that, because now they're guaranteed that money. So the day and age of building star, all that's gone. They don't have to anymore. They don't have to do any of that. They get $1.1 billion regardless. There's no incentives. There's none of that. All that's out the window. Because the UFC, when they had a pay-per-view model, were forced to build stars in order to get money paid pay-per-view. They got rid of that model because they're done building stars. Those days are done. It's not good. None of this is good. It's good for Dana. It's good for TKO. It's good for the shareholders. This is all bad for the fighters in every facet. You might say, well,
yo, Dog, how are you?
Exposure, being on Paramount Plus, people don't have to pay for it. You're right. But remember, more exposure doesn't mean more money. It's more money for the UFC, money for their sponsors inside the octagon, for the brass, not for the fight. The fighters have no control now. They lost all that, and I would argue they lost that. Deal, which was my issue, which is kind of how I have a platform. And I was a fighter going, wait, hold on. Man, I was working for the UFC. I was doing analyst work, breaking down fights on UFC Now, one of the first shows. And even on the show, I went, oh, hold on here. And I was very loud and outspoken about it, and I got fired. I got let go because of that. Oh, it makes sense. I went QE either. And I just couldn't believe everyone along with it. I think that was the first sign where Dana kind of implemented these strict rules that fucked over the fighters, and there wasn't a big uproar, was there? He kind of got away with it. And then UFC went, oh, we're good. And now we're here. And they've doubled their revenue.
So at any rate,
but the fighters are getting paid exactly the fucking same.
Now Titus gave orders to his soldiers that were with him to dig up the foundations of the Tower of Atonement, right?
You know?
That fortification at the north of the temple courtyards.
Yeah, I try not to be negative on there, but I don't know how this can be internationally. Because international, they still have room and grow there. So if anything, I think they're going, all right, North America's set. We're getting 1.1 billion. They're going to eat whatever the fuck we give them. We're getting paid regardless. But we can continue to grow internationally, so you can get more focus on the international fighters than you are the American fighters. That's how this goes. But the day and age of the Connors, the common UFC fighters, it's not going to affect them really because they're never going to get pay-per-view points and they get more exposure. So the majority of them are going, cool, I'm going to see outliers for the guys that are actually the game changers, the generational talent. This is a disaster. The Topirias, the Makachevs, I went through the whole list. Those outliers are never going to make generational wealth. They might increase their pay a little bit. Man, Topiria's $5 million a fight. You guys are going, oh fuck, that's great. It's good.
As Josephus spoke these words,
it's good.
Groans and tears in his eyes.
He had potential if there's a pay-per-view model of making 20, 30. Who knows how much? But those days are gone.
The temple courtyard, and after 3 weeks of bitter fighting,
we'll see how it goes. We'll see if they announce something to tickle your fans and go, we're actually going to do a 10% increase, which still ain't good. We're doing a 20% increase. Okay, keep going. They're already underpaid.
Is that a Torah scroll was burned,
but they don't have to. They don't have to. There's nobody that's going to speak up. There's just not. There's not.
We're saying you're still waiting to find out exactly what's going to happen as far as the
I'm waiting. I can tell you what they're going to do. I'm waiting because I don't want to, jump to conclusions over 30 years of the UFC being in business and knowing how they operate. But I could be wrong. Maybe one of those rich dudes, gets a feather up his ass and goes, man, we're making so much fucking money. We double our profit. This is a bad look, man. We're basically doing fucking slave labor here. And so let's give them an increase. How much? 5% will shut the sheep up. And that's usually how it works. Again, I don't want to jump to conclusions. But I see this, I go, oof, that's bad for the 1%ers.
Another possibility is that this
so they junkies wrote down $1.1 bill for UFC, $10 bill for NFL.
They're right up there with the big boys.
$2.5 bill for MLB, and then
they're right up there for the big boys. They're right up there with the big boys. What's the difference? So when the WNBA wore shirts that say "Pay us what we're worth," the WNBA could have went, "Okay, well you actually owe us money if we do that." So imagine if the UFC fighters wore shirts at the ceremonial weigh-in that say "Pay us what we're worth." Now that's a motherfucking cause I can get behind. And now's the time to do it, dude. You're no longer dealing with Dana. You're not going to be Dana. Dana's a savage and he's very smart. He knows his way around us. And for years, if it was going to happen, it would happen. But Dana's in cruise control. Dana's focused on TKO, boxing. He's busy with that shit. He's busy with Slap Fight League. He's busy hiring promoters to push the brand. Influencers to push the brand that don't know shit about the fighting. And he's crushing it. And he got fucking $1.1 billion a year. You're no longer dealing with Dana. You're dealing with suits they're not used to fighters, who are terrified. So if you're going to do it, now would be the time. You can scare this. You're not going to scare Dana. If Dana was scared, he would have bent the knee a long time ago, and you guys would have got equal pay. You can scare these suits who aren't used to this kind of platform. You can scare those boys. The same suits, talking about the same suits from these major networks that got scared during the BLM shit and all that, doing, DI hires and all the woke movement, those are the same bitches running this league now. The suits, the corporate. It's all corporate now. You can scare corporate. Dana's not corporate. You're not going to scare a guy like Dana. He's a savage. I have a feeling today's going to be a great day. Yeah. I'm with him, dude. I'd be celebrating my ass off. Can you any more like a villain from a Batman movie? Definitely wants to know this. He's earned it. And Dana's at the enemy here. Go for the suits who get scared if someone tweets out you said something negative about fat girls. Those are the suits you're dealing with. So when you wear a shirt, if three, they're not going to, but if UFC 319, if Hamzat DDP wore a shirt to say pay us what we're worth, and people threw green dildos at them as they weigh in like the WNBA, buddy, you're going to make some noise, and now's the time, because it doesn't come into 2026. Now's the time to negotiate, because the league you're fighting for is guaranteed $7.7 million. So before that kicks in, now would be the time to rally the troops. If any time, the time is now. The guy that the last stage, the boss, the final boss is Dana White. He's kind of 1 foot in, 1 foot out. You're not dealing with him. Go for the suits that get scared. But you have some smart minds get behind it. They'd have to organize it. And buddy, I've seen how that goes, and it's a nightmare. So, a little break here, kids. I want to jump right back into breaking down DDP Hamzat, because this episode of the Shop Show is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Fiscally responsible, financial genius, monetary magicians. These are things people say about drivers who switch their car insurance to Progressive and save hundreds, because Progressive offers discounts for paying in full, owning a home, and more. Plus, you can count on their great customer service to help you when you need it, so your dollar goes a long way. Visit Progressive.com to see if you can save on car insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates. Potential savings will vary, not payable in all states or situations. Progressive. Because imagine if the WNBA, and the only reason I keep bringing up WNBA, I hate WNBA, but I don't hate it, I don't watch it, I shouldn't say I hate it. If my daughter's playing basketball, I'd be wearing fucking green dildos on a hat and say, rah, WNBA. I have a WNBA fucking tattoo on my neck with my daughter playing for the WNBA. What I'm saying is, they're the only league that's talking about pay. So they're relevant to the comparison of the UFC. Both of them aren't getting paid, but one of them is profitable in a major way. So if you want to make some waves, even though the public can feel sorry for the WNBA, right? Because they don't know the actual numbers. It's basically a make-a-wish for the NBA. Like, yeah, we'll do it. We'll keep paying out our ass for it. And no one's feeling sorry for the big shredded dude who fights for them. They're just not. So it's never really a thing that sticks. Fighter pay is never really a thing that sticks. And if you are an influencer or content creator, a guy like me, where the fuck I am, that wants to talk about fighter pay all the time, you're going to lose your audience. That's just the world we're in.
Whole days of Jewish history. The fact that we have
and you'll see at UFC 319 during media day,
his time.
They're going to jack Dana off so much, and they should. This is a big accomplishment. Good for him. He's crushing it. Again, Dana's not my target. He's done his job.
Your expertise and wisdom with us, too.
But I just want you to see the journalism is going to be jacking Dana off. There won't be one person that goes, quick question. So in 2026, when we get rid of the pay-per-view model, you guys double your profit. And it's guaranteed. You're doubling your profit. Last year, and the previous years, making $500 million. Now you're making $1.1 billion. How will that increase the fighter pay? This is a simple question that anybody with any sort of brain cell should ask.
This happens to be bedtime.
But you won't get that.
That means for a good proportion of the demographic of this
I can guess the questions that you're going to get from these quote-unquote journalist influencers. Saying if Hamzat wins, doing a TikTok dance, saying if Hamzat wins, Is he going to fight John Jones? That's what you're going to get. A quick question here, Dana. Connor's looking good. Is he coming back?
Unusual phenomenon of the hep riots of 1819. You've heard of these? They
I don't know, man.
Germany.
I don't know. When I see this stuff, I just makes the old fighter in me because I went through. I was like, oh, the fighters are
riots spread throughout Germany.
Super fucked.
Parts east in the summer of 1819. We have no reported deaths as a result of
fuck yeah. Landman's on there. Fucking Yellowstone, 1883, 1923. What else is on there? Mobland. Bro, Paramount Plus is fucking fun. Dexter. Buddy, Paramount Plus is fire. Tulsa King, Mayor of Kingstown, they got all the spicy shows, bro. You gotta have Paramount Plus. So it says $12.99 a month right now. But then it said once the UFC deal goes through in 2026, the price will obviously change. I wonder, it might go to $14.99 or $19.99 quarterly worth if I might have all these free pay-per-views. So for customers, consumers like us, yeah, pretty badass, but yeah, it sucks for the, if they fuck over the fighters, that's gonna suck. Oh no, Jim, they're fucking. I know, I hear you, but yeah, for us, we're good. We're like, yeah, okay, it's $19.99. Let's say it increased to $19.99 a month. We're like, oh hell yeah, no more $80 a month, and then free ones on CBS. They'll probably do the big ones on CBS too.
They were expressed in a series of riots in various urban localities.
So that's why there's no uproar. Yeah, their fighters are good. Dude, Conor made $300 million. Yes, he did.
You can see here the
but the majority of them are fucked.
The riots.
No one cares. No one cares.
Were accompanied by an unusual crowd.
The fighters themselves don't care. The managers don't care. Dana sure as fuck don't care.
75 years before
the fan base doesn't care.
Was even
so nothing's, I don't know why I bring this shit up. I just want you to look at this at a different angle where everyone's celebrating and jacking everybody off.
Shouting after them.
Okay.
And a lot of smaller.
I just want you guys to know I know how this goes. It's great. For a UFC fan, I'm fucking stoked. This is cool, man. But here's one way to look at it. It fucks the fighters over even more. And now they're even more incentivized not to create pay-per-view stars.
This appears to be the original.
We have a star problem. The UFC knows that. That's why they signed this deal. It's not good for the overall game, is what I'm saying. Just not.
In any capacity. Jerusalem
here we are.
Lost. And this particular writer in the New Times,
and good on Dana for getting it done. Again, Dana is not the enemy here. He's doing his job. And he's done it better than anybody. And kudos to him. I'm proud of it. What he did is fucking insane. Legendary. There'll never be somebody better.
Letter used first
the other end of that is the representation for the fighters. There's none.
And cites a few authorities for it.
So I just go real quick. Good job, dude. What about these guys? Not to Dana. He's doing his thing over here for the suits. Hey, you guys are new here. Okay, the new guys. You guys don't be profit. What about the guys that are responsible for that? What about them?
Anti-Semites. This strange term out of something that occurred
not once the deal starts. And there's smarter minds out there that can figure this out, and they're lawyers and managers, but who's going to rock the boat first? It's never worked out. It's never worked out. So I don't know. I might just be yelling at a fucking microphone. Just you and me, dude. That's what it is. We get some fights. UFC 319. I think the best middleweight title fight. Potential. Who knows how it's going to go? But just matchup-wise, stylistically, the best middleweight title fight
that makes a lot of sense.
Since Izzy Kelvin Gastelum, since Shogun Hendo.
Driving them along like animals if they were chased through the streets has the ring of truth.
It has that potential.
It has ironically survived outside of the anti-Semitic context.
Nah, because Whitemore's older. They're both in their prime. I think we're gonna see this fight probably 3 times, depending how it goes. Now, on one end of the spectrum, it can, usually I can be wrong. Sometimes I'm right. Sometimes I'm fucking right on the nose. A lot of times I'm off. MMA's tough to predict.
That may in fact be related to the strange.
So, given an idea of how this fight's going to go, I usually, even if I'm speaking on my ass, I can come up with a narrative to influence some people into thinking that this guy's going to win or this guy's going to win. And I truly believe it, and sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. It's MMA, right?
My personal background,
in this one, I literally don't know how it's going to go. I don't know. There's a few questions that can only be answered the night of the fight, and neither fighter's going to give away their game plan. My question is, for Hamzat and Chimaev, one thing that makes him special is there's not too many guys on the roster, if any, that can survive the first round with him. He comes out like a fucking Chechnyan demon in that first round, and I just don't know who can survive that. It's such a tidal wave, and his grappling's so fucking good, I don't know who can survive that. And that's what got Hamzat to the dance. This is what makes Hamzat so scary, so special. Does he get to this point in the title fight where he knows he's fighting a bigger dude, a durable dude in DDP, where he changes his game plan, and he's worried about cardio or worried about gassing out, and he takes it down a notch. So instead, is he going to come out and he's in the 6th gear in the first round? Or does he plan for the later rounds, and now we see him at a 3? Because Hamzat at a 3, to me, is at world-class level. What makes him special is who the fuck can survive those first 2 rounds. There's not many. But you're dealing with, I think, the toughest guy in the UFC, the most durable guy in the UFC. Does Hamzat pull back a little bit? And then we see kind of a humanized Hamzat. You know what I'm saying? Do we see that? Can DDP survive that first round? I don't know. If anybody's going to, it's DDP. And Hamzat knows how durable, how tough he is. I've personally seen Hamzat's grappling and wrestling, and it's fucking mind-blowing. He is such a generational talent. He is such a freak. I've never seen DDP in practice. I don't know. I've seen him in the UFC. He's pretty fucking good, if not one of the best. But I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know if DDP's at his level grappling-wise. I don't. We're going to find out, and I cannot fucking wait. I'm just so curious if Hamzat's like, we're going to continue to do what got us to the dance, and for those first 2 rounds, good luck. Good fucking luck. We don't care who it is. We're focused on Hamzat. Good luck surviving this. Because I can't emphasize enough. I've seen him go against world-class wrestlers. World-class. Jiu-jitsu, wrestling, grappling, and fucking toy with them. Not small guys, big dudes. Big dudes. And even if DDP's hips are great, which they are, he does this thing where, and it's usually a no-no in wrestling, they say keep your knees off the ground because the guy can put his weight on you. You'll see Hamzat shoot from so far out and go to his knees, and the guy's going to sprawl and get his hips down, and Hamzat, that's exactly what he wants you to do, because all he's going to do is he gets the single leg and he transitions to your back. That's all he needs to go to work. I don't know how you stop that. I just don't. I've seen him do it in practice, I've seen him in training. I've seen world-class guys that specialize in wrestling grappling that cannot stop it.
What I'd like to do over the next hour and a half,
I've given myself a rather long. It's fucking mind-blowing how good he is at it. I don't know how DDP's going to answer that. Now, I'm not saying DDP's going to lose. if I had to bet on it, DDP, if he's top safety, you don't bet against DDP. To me, he's top 5 toughest dudes ever to grace that octagon.
In the destruction of the temple on this day,
so
2,000 years ago.
Another question is, let's say Hamza comes out like a fucking banshee, which I expect him to. Let's say he comes out with that fucking Chechnyan demon in him, and he's shooting, and he's doing that, and he's having success, and he's even winning the first 2 rounds. But DDP's not going away. I think I could see in the first 2 rounds Hamza's dominated. Like DDP's getting up and he's getting back to his feet, but he's getting taken down. Hamza's getting his back, but he's not finishing him. And the round's going on. And the round's going on. And Hamza's having success. He's even won those first 2. What happened in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th? When Hamza's getting a little tired. And DDP's still just defending the takedown. And eventually, Hamza slows down enough where DDP starts to land. He's a big dude. And Hamza hasn't been in those deep waters and what.
In the context of the larger Roman Empire. And just
the scale I bet it goes like that. Or, and I'm completely off. And Hamza is a fucking generational talent, and he then violates him in the first round. And DDP can't handle that onslaught, that fucking Chechen demon. He just makes a mistake, and Hamza gets his neck. I can see Hamza win the first round, and I can see him dominating the first, second, and then the title. This fucking tidal wave starts to change in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and DDP wins.
Macedonia, Greece, and had this lightning attack.
I don't see DDP having success super early. I see him surviving and almost looking bad in those first 2 rounds, but he's so fucking tough, and Hamza doesn't realize it. Now, again, Hamza trains with world-class grapplers, wrestlers, and annihilates them. But they're not DDP. DDP is a special fucking dude. And what's that do to Hamza? What's it do to Hamza up here, where he releases this onslaught, and he has his back, and he gets his fucking hones in, and he's grounding and pounding. DDP's getting up. DDP's getting up. DDP's getting up. And every round, getting up, and can't finish him. Hamza's like, what the fuck? I've given my best fucking shot. This giant Southern African's still fucking there, and DDP's smiling between rounds. He's such a savage. He's smiling. That 3rd round starts, and you slowly start seeing DDP pick him apart from the distance, like kicks. Those blitzes, those weird awkward blitzes, and then he lands a takedown. Then what? In the 4th round, he's having some more success. I've seen finish him in the 5th. At least win a decision. I had to bet on it. Bet on DDP. That's probably how that's safe money. That's how it goes. But again, I don't know how this fight's going to go. It could be Hamza's so fucking good, he needs to hold up DDP's jaw, and even though DDP is the toughest guy in the fucking world, one of the toughest guys I've ever seen, he snaps his fucking jaw like he did Whitaker, and we're not even having this conversation. There's also that, and that's how good Hamza is.
And you have other regions, of course, closer to
Europe. But if UFC came and said, hey, who do you think is the toughest guy to grace the octagon? Possibly ever? It's DDP.
Much of the 3rd century before the common
There's
era,
no quitting. There's nothing. You know what he said? There's no wavering. I will always bet on that guy. When the going gets tough, and they've taken their best shot, and you're not having success, where do you stand up? And DDP never wavers. He never has been. It's tough to bet against that. And I cannot wait. This is the first time where, in a long time, where I'm like, Saturday, shut it down. We're not doing anything else besides UFC 319. I have got to see it. I cannot fucking wait. This is a generational matchup. You have an undefeated boogeyman Hamzat, and you have the toughest fucking title holder I've ever seen in DDP. He's awkward, he's big, he's a fucking savage. I have to see this fight. This is when the UFC is at its best. This middleweight fight is what makes mixed martial arts and the UFC better than any other fucking sport on the planet. This kind of matchup.
And we have an independent.
And what I hope it's like the Kelvin Gastelum Izzy fight. I hope it's like the Shogun fucking Hendo fight. I hope it's back and forth, and the fans get a fucking trilogy for the ages. The Gotti Ward fight. That's what we want. That's what we want. And this has that potential. This has that potential. Now let's get it out the window, and Hamzat's this fucking freak and goes in there and breaks his fucking jaw in 30 seconds. And we're like, all right, well, fuck it. You know? It'd be good for Hamzat, it'd be a disaster for the UFC. UFC needs this. I need this. You know? We need this. Ron Murphy and Aaron Pico. I love Aaron Pico.
However, this
going through the history of Bellator and PFL fighters coming to the UFC, usually their debuts, UFC judges are real. It's not Bellator, it's not PFL. You're in a different fucking stratosphere. There's more pressure.
We're vying for the throne.
Looking at, Pico's opponents, he's never faced someone like Murphy. Not even close. Murphy would probably beat every guy Pico's fought in one fucking night. That's just the level he's at. That's his first intro to the UFC as the co-main event. I'm praying to God, man, Pico wins. Even though I'm such a UFC homer, I don't like when these guys from other leagues come in well. But I love Aaron Pico. This is such a tough fight for him. It's just like you're dealing with, a new atmosphere. It's a new league. There's new pressure. And not only that, but you're fighting the toughest guy by leaps and bounds you've ever fought in your career. Good luck. Because this is a big show. This is the big show. So we'll see how it goes. It's an extremely tough fight for Aaron Pico. But I love Aaron. I hope he pulls it off. It's going to be tough. Carlos Montez, take my fucking money. Jeff Neal, take my money. Jared Cannonier, Michael Venom Page, that one's on my touchdown. It's a weird matchup. Jared Cannonier, tough as they fucking get. He's fighting at heavyweight. Let's see how he responds to Michael Venom Page. That one's either going to be awesome and MVP knocks him out with a highlight, or you get 3 rounds of Jared Cannonier wrestling. There's no in between that.
We don't use Anno Domini, we use the common era. And although this is very frustrating to a lot of
the early prelims are good. How you got Brian Battle and Edson Barboza. Edson Barboza and close. That's your fucking second fight night's insane. That makes it a great card though. I know all these fights. Again, this is the new UFC fans are going, man, this card is pretty cool from top to bottom. And those old heads are going, welcome to the old UFC.
For a long time we were under women's rule.
Last break, kids. I'm going to jump right back in and bring this episode home. This episode of the Shop Show is brought to you by Sure Shot. What's Sure Shot? Well, it's the world's first alcohol detoxifier that reduces blood alcohol content as little as 30 freaking minutes. That's right. Sober on up in as little as 30 freaking minutes. So have those shots. Have that extra wobbly pop while you're watching UFC 319. And you're good to go. When you use Sure Shot, you get a sharper mind and body, liver support, well-being boost, gut support, hydration. So when you're ready to drink, make sure you bring your companion, and that's Sure Shot. Just go to SureShot.com. All right, you get 10% off when you use the promo code Brendan, or go to your local Bevmo. Pick up a 4-pack for eating homies this Saturday at UFC 319. You're welcome. Sure Shot.
Sometimes it would be the same person. Sometimes it would be an uneasy balance between two people. But here can
so there were some fights over the weekend, and I think there's 2 things that were very like.
First of all, Anthony Fluffy Hernandez, one of my favorites. He's a mini Cain Velasquez. His cardio is insane. He just loves the fight game.
So this brings us, however, to another
difficult dog walked him. It wasn't even a competition. It looked like a pro versus a joke. Dog walked him. This wasn't even a fight, dude. He beat him so bad. In the second, third, I'm like, all right, dude, just fucking finish him. And then he just savagely gets his neck. He's won 7 in a row.
Specifically towards the end of his life when he was most likely deranged, possibly addled by syphilis.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Also, somewhat
his last loss was to Kevin Holland. Kevin Holland beat the fuck out of him. In 40 seconds. But still, you learn from that. He's been on a fucking tear. He's a fun one, man. So he's fought some good dudes, too. Hell yeah. Just as a fan, just seeing, like, how Delizzi looks like this jacked, kind of crazy dude, and then he just kind of looks like a regular dude. He's like that Mexican hard worker, great cardio, not gonna win any bodybuilding contest. It's just fucking tough, dude. Just tough. Just tough as shit. I love it. I love it. Steve Erz needed to win. Kudos to him. Kudos for him for taking that fight. He had trouble early on. Andre Fili looked great. Yeah. Or is that this one was the other one, though. Christian Leroy Duncan, he's good fighting. Oh, no. Dude, before he came to the UFC, he was massive over there. He's kind of kept in his own shoes there. Which one were we talking about? Elijah Smith versus the Rampage Slam. It was almost identical. Kids. Have you never seen anybody get slammed like that?
Sort of balance that with remarkable public.
I'm just saying for this young kid. So his first, people ask me online because I posted this. They're like, how do you even stop that? Well, first of all, if you do have the triangle and you're gonna hang on to it, and the guy's gonna let you. You have to cup the left. So let's say I'm here, I'm cupping here, I'm cupping here. That way he can't posture up to slam. That's triangle 101. Now, if for whatever reason, if he's punching out in triangle and he stands up before, you let go.
Great favor with Augustus, particularly the Roman Emperor.
He didn't mention that in the post fight. What did he say? He was like, yeah, this is what he should have done. He should have. Oh, did he say that? He's like, should have hooked the leg.
Yeah, it's a basic triangle defense.
Yeah. But he went like super, super high, just like Rampage. It's almost like identical to Rampage. Yeah. Rampage, what, 12, 13 years ago? Yeah. So we now learn from our history. And then they both, another thing that's identical is they both landed 2 more shots. Now, my father-in-law was mad, right? My father-in-law was like, what the fuck? Why would that guy do that? I went, well, hold on. That's not on the fighter. You gotta realize the fighter's in the moment, and if that guy pops up, and these guys are good, if that guy pops up and comes back, you lose half your pay. The ref know what the fuck you're looking at, dude. Get in there. Yes. Because the fighters are trained to go until the ref jumps in there. I never hold against the fighters. Ever. Yeah. But those 2 shots were, it didn't help. He posted a picture like fucking in and out. I was like, in and out. We got out of the hospital. Oh, you got slammed. Oh, shit. Yeah, he's like, yeah, I'm not feeling great. In and out. Like, all right, good luck. Okay, so last week we talked about Jake Paul hiring this like very prominent attorney to fire back at people that are saying that he fixes fights. And Jake mentioned Pierce Morgan, right? So Pierce Morgan made a statement right after that. Show you his Instagram or not. Pierce Morgan found out Jake was coming from. I like Pierce Morgan for the record. He was posted a few weeks ago that Jake Paul's boxing career has been boring stage bullshit. What I meant is that his fights have been predominantly against older, faster, prime opponents. Alright, we can't say stage somebody. Which might be lucrative for both sides, may have entertainment value, but don't reveal how he stacks up against currently ranked boxers, therefore are not even for the sport. Just different peers, he's making money, and so are his opponents. I did not intend to suggest that the outcome was predetermined. We just said stage, so that would be predetermined public. Certainly didn't mean to suggest anything illegal. Also, we said stage, that's illegal. But if your reports are correct that Jake is now negotiating to fight Anthony Joshua, that would obviously be a seriously credible bout against one of the best heavyweights in the world. Jake is welcome to come on Uncensored to discuss this and at least look out with me anytime. I would love that. Jake should do it because Pierce is actually fair and he's awesome. I like Pierce. I'm actually going to back up Pierce here. Jake, I love you, but so when he says, if reports are correct that Jake is now negotiating to fight Anthony Joshua, Obviously, it would be a Sergio Crow bout against one of the best heavyweights in the world. This, to me, this is where I don't get in trouble. This, to me, is where I go, whoa, hold on.
Please,
Combat sports for a very long time.
have a solution to that exact scenario.
Jake Paul fights Anthony Joshua, and it's not an absolute nuclear knockout. Anthony Joshua delivering to Jake Paul. Then I got some questions. Do I could use the term staged or
He's Eddie's son.
if that's a competitive fight in any facet? I got some questions. That's all I'm saying. Just questions. Just got some questions. I know how it should go, but I got some questions. That's it. And I thought this was kind of funny. This is from MMA Fighting. They looked at his old voices. The fights are crap. Sue me. That's weird.
But there are several populations to the south and to the north of the Iran who were overrun by the Maccabees, and this was before.
Yeah, I don't get why Jake pays attention to this stuff. It's like, fuck, dude, you know, like, it's about to create. You're this outlier, you're causing waves. Like, fuck, dude. I got this one from Pierce. Pierce said, I don't see how Jake Paul can possibly contradict the fact that he clearly stages fights that are to his obvious benefit. See, I think Pierce, he should, to help Pierce out again, I like Pierce. I think Pierce, he shouldn't use the term staged. I think he should say, I don't see how Jake Paul can possibly contradict the fact that he clearly stacks the fights to his benefit. Now, the matchups are clearly calculated in Jake's favor. That doesn't mean that they're staged and they're fake. Now, you can criticize him for fighting older fighters, especially the Mike Tyson fight. You can criticize him for that. Rightfully so, he should be criticized. But also, he's making tons of money, so if I'm Jake, I don't give a fuck. And Dylan Dan said, I think he's ruined the sport, 100% ruining the sport. I think people are starting to catch on that. I just if you're watching Crawford and Canelo thinking that when Jake and Tyson are doing the same thing, you don't know fucking fighting. You do two completely different things going on. One's a spectacle, one's a combat sports spectacle, and then one's an actual tip of the spear.
Dude, thank you, dude. He's a technological wizard.
They're different.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Interested you are in this, but this is just Hunter on August 6th at the break time. In the White House. And Chandler broke 335 days, which is like this. That's amazing.
I love you, Goon.
I figured you would be, but this is, you see, I hope Colin comes back, but then you see him like on the pitch, like, holy shit, he's slow. That's what I was going to ask you. What do you think? We've gotten so many videos of him just doing this.
He wants to make sure that people would be sad, so therefore he ordered his troops to arrest a whole series of Jewish leaders, and that he left orders that when he dies, all of those Jewish leaders who are innocent should be killed. And that way he would guarantee that there would be widespread mourning in Israel.
Yeah, he's not really going for speed. There's someone going, oh, he looks slow. That's not what that is.
By the last days, at one point he attempted to take his own life.
But at some point, you just gotta, like, you gotta shit or get out of the pond. Yeah, so one thing about this, though, that gives me some credibility. I think Connor and John Jones, they both did, like, officially sign up back to the drug testing.
Salome was able to rescue the Jews.
You're over it. Yeah, both.
Afterwards, he was buried at Peruvian, and he ended absolutely brilliant in some ways.
Yeah, especially the current landscape, what Tarantino's been doing. Right there. This is still talking about Rothschild because I just think it could have been the greatest of all time, like truly.
Welcome. Yo, what up, Doc?
That's interesting. Might be some truth in that. Dude's so talented. Darren Till's spot on. Darren Till's also another one who's so talented. And you know, take a look in the mirror. So talented.
Augustus is hesitant to give anyone the same kind of rule over the language of Dale.
Okay, this is, but I root for guys like Darren Till, and even what Luke Rockland's doing. I don't know if he needs to do it, but for Darren Till, he needs to do it. Guys make a lane for themselves, like what my parents doing. Although he's not my parent, I still know that I'm quitting my parent. Yeah, him leaving the UFC, he's the face of fucking BKFC, and making all this money, and starting his own liquor line. Like, I love podcasting. Yeah, podcasting. I'm not saying there's no real journalism. Come on, shop them on the streets. I love what Darren Till's doing too. You know how hard it is to leave the UFC and the crane stay relevant, stay a public guy, create a lane for yourself. It's so hard. It's just as hard as making the UFC. Might be harder.
Let me ask you this then. Do you think he can actually ever make it back into the UFC?
Darren Till, yes. Yeah, UFC likes Darren Till. And it's not like Darren Till's name has gotten any smaller. He's only gotten bigger. And he's got more experience. You know, I don't know why they wouldn't. And they need stars. You know how big of a name Darren Till is, man? Alright. This is like Darren Till, JDM. Darren Till, that's a 178. That's a 85. You know, Darren Till, Gracie Cotto. That's old. That's old. Darren Till. I mean, he gets back into shape. Moving on to Charles Oliveira versus Alfredo Fizzy. The card, the new edition of It's a fun matchup. It's a great matchup. I love watching Fizzy fight. I just think for Charles, like, why so soon? Yeah, I know he wanted to come back and fight Brazil. The word is a lot of guys like non.
You're welcome, dog.
Fizzy took it, obviously. It's pretty soon, man, after that brutal knockout. When you're at his level, it's like, how wait, dude? Like, we know, come back early, he's never been good anybody, just wait, dude. But let's fight himself down. That's a great fight. Stylish, it's a great fight. And he wants it, like you said. So he's a fucking handful. Looks fantastic. One last fight. One thing about this style better in Israel decided. He said he wants rematches either Strickland or Holocaust. I'd like to see the Strickland fight. Same. I don't want to see the Holocaust fight. No. I'd like to see the Strickland fight because that fight was weird. He had all that drama outside going into that fight and all that. He had the DUI and he just looked out of it. I'd like to see him in Strickland. Cool. We don't know how long Strickland's suspension is, you know.
They both misunderstood
6 months.
a basic
It wasn't going to be like that. It's just going to stay long.
says that you should serve the master not for the sake of receiving a
That's what I
reward.
read.
And they understood that to mean, well, I guess there is no reward. There is
Dylan
no
Gaddis lost to Logan Paul during that boxing event.
And
He said
so
he
they
became suicidal.
advanced
So I'm like, is he being real or, you know,
that was very
just trying to, you know,
this world
you know what I'm saying? Like, is he being real or is he just like trolling, right?
Evolved such
And
that
then, here we go.
the Sadducees received Hasmonean support, and the Boethians from the other ones may have been specifically sponsored by Herod. Possible that this is they controlled the temple cult. They were overwhelmingly Kohanim, families of Kohanim associated with them, and that was still the nexus of power, spiritual, political, in the language. It seems to be quite divergent from
that he came up with.
I think he's telling the truth. Dylan probably just struggled with some mental health shit there. That's what one of the things I should get on him. Dylan is a troll, but he's a good dude. He's a good person. He's done some terrible shit I don't condone. The route he went with love and stuff like that, I definitely didn't like. This guy. I don't see a comment on that if I saw him, but this guy has a good point on why does he keep signing up for striking like boxing? I know it's a cool influencer thing to do, but Dylan is such a superstar like a Mikey or like a Gordon Ryan or like a Mickey Rod. If he just focuses on jiu-jitsu, he's so talented in jiu-jitsu, like that's your lane, dude. He'll never be, these guys in boxing. It's just not, it's not his thing. What makes him special is the ground. But you're signing up for a striking match, and then you're getting suicidal over that. Like, I understand it. Now, if Logan Paul
Technological version.
That's your thing, that's your bread and butter, but dude, you're not a boxer and you beat your boxing. Like, Dylan, you made money. You're getting sued because you went about the wrong way, but it's all good, bud. At least you got in there, That's something that you don't specialize in. It's a thing to do. There's an avenue for it, there's a lane for it, doing the boxing, but if you're going to stay the course and focus on jiu-jitsu, it'd be such a bigger thing. And jiu-jitsu's making so much money now, too. You can.
Fascinating because
and the UFC's in the jiu-jitsu business, and he fights MMA, like that's your path to getting to fight in the UFC. Not this Logan Paul shit.
But speaking of the whole boxing thing, how do you feel about this? Anderson Silva and Chris Weidman boxing, according to a credible source, they'll be boxing in 6 months, but there's zero details. Like,
either one of the pursuing things like when Chael and Anderson like sparred and they just raised money for charity. I hope not, but whatever keeps these guys busy. As long as nobody's getting hurt. It's just bullshit. Like this Golden Stretch has all that page. I won't watch it. I'm not doing anything.
And it is in fact
you all know PTSD.
God, the fuck is this guy by fighting
so he's gonna get obviously
absolutely starched.
What Orthodox Jews consider at any rate.
This is insanely sad too. So there's 2 Japanese boxers that fought the same event, not against each other, the same event, and they both died from brain injury.
The refs' fault, did they just not stop them because they're fucked up? Or it's just freak accidents the same night?
It's just freak the same night.
So it says 2 Japanese boxers have died days after suffering brain injuries in separate fights on the same card. The American translated name Katori died on Friday, and Hiromasa on Saturday after he used in the fights. That's like bleeding inside the skull. Yeah. That sucks.
To me, this is like one of the craziest things. I just started
Nothing too bad. I don't care about that art.
Yeah, so don't worry about it. It's too long. It's not possible. MMA fighting saying he was already
I'm not going to take that advice, but go for it. When we did it was just getting the UFC huge jump for the main event. Or the main card, like the third last fight, and I roasted him. I said, you know how fucked that up is? You know how fucked up that is? Yes, I remember this. Do you remember this? Yes. I was like, dude, the real fights are the prelims. Those are the guys you need to watch. Those guys fighting for their meals. Those are the guys that need support. Until I was like, all right, Theo made some jokes, and now he does it. Yeah, just saying, I was the first one to call him out, like, he can't show up for the fucking main card. Don't be that guy. And now he's doing it. And you know what's going on for him? He's like, First, he tweets. God,
have, for example,
that was funny. And yeah, this will be the last one. Yeah, the real fans, like that gentleman said, Elvis the Prelude. Don't be that guy that shows up just for the main fucking card. I hate that. Plus, you're paying so much money. I don't know. It's bullshit, dude. Alright, so DC, Danny Cormier posted this. Our own boy Georgie.
They were given a latrine shovel.
Him and his mom. We're like, who's this guy? So DC posted this.
Strange group that I would love to spend more time studying.
Georgie put on a brother. I think Georgie's all, huh? Yeah. Georgie blowing up, dude. I just talked to him the other day. Yeah, Georgie blowing up. Yeah, love from Islam, DC. That's it. All right, kids. That's it, man. UFC 319 this Saturday. Cannot wait. It's must-see TV. First time in a long time I'm saying this. This is the middleweight title fight of the ages. This fight is fucking two of the very best in their prime, going at it for the world fucking title. It is the UFC at its finest. Please tune in. UFC 319 going down. The Boogeyman Hamzat versus DDP, one of the best to ever do it. They're both in their fucking prime. Let's fucking go. UFC 319 this Saturday. Enjoy it. Like, subscribe, do all the stuff. The TRX giveaway ends this month. Alright? This is the last month. I'm sick to promote this thing. It's way too much to drive. I've been driving around. It's absolutely insane. It's a 2024 final edition supercharged Hellcat TRX. With over $50,000 a month. Also gets $10,000 cash. And merch coming for the last week. It's the best merch I've done. Go on over to drivefastallgas.com. Anything you buy on the site automatically says this badass ultimate death rig. Giveaway kid this month. Get you some. Alright, that's it, kids. GoFastallGas.com. UFC 319. It's going down. I love you guys. Thanks for watching. Subscribe and do all the stuff. I'm out.
I can do you guys how to set up up here. I like it. I like your style. Got
The settlement of Josaphat, I'll show you some pictures of it in a minute, where it was attacked by the Romans in the Great Revolt. He ultimately surrendered to Vespasian,
You guys are losing a lot of members.
and he became an aide-de-camp to the Romans. He became their sort of cultural interpreter, maybe their literal interpreter, and he was literally side by side.
Yo, this Chinese chick can get it.
Alright, buddy, here we are. I haven't seen you all weekend. And by the way, you were mighty fucking quiet. I was gone, dude. You were
the family nickname of that group of engineers. And everything that he wrote was written with the editing supervision of his patron, the Ron. We know that he wrote a version of the book but later,
I haven't seen you all weekend. And by the way, you were mighty fucking quiet. I was gone, dude. You were gone. You were mighty quiet. I mean, usually it's at least a hello. And by the way, I've insulted and I've been a little pissed at you all weekend because I was like, I was literally like this. And somebody goes, my wife was like, well, what's going on with Brendan? I go, who knows? I don't know what he's doing. Like, that's how I was talking about you. Well, you know, I do ask you, and then you don't volunteer it, and then so
dude, I was in first of all, it's in San Antonio.
Good town.
Yep, good town. Stayed at a hotel. I brought the boys there. The boys found out it was haunted, so we had a whole haunt fest there. Hotel Emma went over the top. off the board, baseball, and then, you know how they have that big field? Yes. We were out there playing football at like 10:30 at night. It was so nice. It was just out. Everybody's out. It's my favorite hotel. Everybody's out. That's a great area. Now we went down, the only, I love San Antonio, but no reason to go there over Austin. I went down there because Daddy was going to spend a little bit of his UFC antitrust lawsuit money, right, on the ZR1. Showed,
you're going to get another car, not put it into the stocks or anything, get that out.
I'll do a ball car. This is a fracture. This thing. Yeah. Now, this ain't nothing for you because you're cut, but for most gentlemen out there, you should get your dick hard. Is that right? Tell me if this does anything for you.
All right, let me see. Let me try.
Now, my kids are used to loud cars.
Sure.
This thing.
Yeah, you got some pretty loud cars that are really obnoxious.
This thing's fake.
Yeah.
And watch Tiger's face. Now, my kids are used to straight pipe loud cars. Watch this.
And this is our what?
This is the ZR1, 2009 C6 ZR1. Why is it? It's as American as it gets. Watch Tiger's face.
Very dramatic about it. It does convey a tremendous amount of energy and information. It's very dramatic, full of narrative into the picture. So the good
Let me try to get excited. Hold on.
Sounds like when you say touch, like it does not.
No. What is that thing? It's a Corvette?
It's not, but it's a zero.
It's a racing. No back seats. No back seats. Just a two-seater.
How fast it goes here at 6? You can go 205 miles an hour.
205 miles an hour
if you want to.
205 miles an hour?
No, I wouldn't.
I'm still not hard.
Leave my little flick.
Well, but I am impressed that it goes that fast.
All right, I'll take that. Now go with other pictures, Jen.
We weren't go rich.
With the tire, keep going. Now it's hotel and content. Great, your best hotel. Look at Bossy chilling in the lobby.
Love that lobby.
Now, the boys found out from the people, that lady in the back who works at the front, they asked her, is the hotel haunted? And then she shared stories. And I was like, oh, fuck. The boys aren't going to sleep there. They're going to sleep in the hotel. Now, they're definitely my kids because they were so drunk it was haunted. Really? Yeah, we do. We ordered pizza and played haunted chess. Did we order pizzas and watch scary movies?
Yes, here we go.
And I was
first of all, what does Herod do?
And they hooked you guys up.
Yeah, that's the baseball man.
Yeah.
Great. Oh, and then, but then on the way back, all my neighbors at this place called Fimu. It's a place in between Austin and San Antonio, and it is so goddamn American. So it's a river, the Guadalupe River. You know, the one that flooded.
Guadalupe, yep.
So it's a river. And it has places for people to stay, and then it's just a party on the river. There's freaking rafts, and there's a fucking amusement park for the kids. It's insane, dude.
This is him jumping in that water.
That's him jumping in the water. And I go, look, I tell T, because to the right is a little shallow. I go, dude, aim more to the right.
Yeah, please aim more to the right.
More to the left.
More to the left.
Yeah. He fucking goes all the way over.
Yep.
I'm like, what are you doing?
That makes me nervous. That always makes me nervous. They're always coming close to
that was one of
crazy shit.
That was one. Oh, but there was this guy on the river.
Wait, that looks. I want to do that right now. I want to jump in that water hole right now. I feel hot right now.
I know.
Yeah,
but that river was so
you and I need to get into a water hole together, huh? You know what I mean? You and I just get into a water hole. Hey, buddy, this is Texas living. We give each other thumbs up. We like
just too long. A dude who has way too much experience on the river. He must have set up, I don't know, 7 o'clock in the morning because I was there at 10 a.m. And people showing on the river. He set up a tent and then a giant speaker across blasting country music. But then he had a string all the way up on the tree, and then had a fake snake. So when people would go floating by and their things, he would drop the snake in their lap. Very good. So we see this whole group of girls, and he drops the snake, and this girl's like, they all flip over, everybody's laughing. She comes running out, dude, giant pocket. Dude, she's like, that's cool. Like, that's very cool. And then after that,
The snake phobia test.
it didn't work on anybody else. It didn't. The rest were like guys. All right. It's called like FIMU or FIFU. Look it up, Jim. FIFU party. Check out FIFU water party. Some shit. It's a weird name.
Schlitterbahn? Schlitterbahn? That's a weird
Camp FIMFO. That's what it is.
Camp FIMFO.
In New Brunsville.
Very weird name.
Oh, so
Wow, interactive water park, water slides. But is it on the river?
yeah, it's on the river. The water park's just to the right of it, so you can have fun. See it, and then you see the skippers.
How far away is that?
50 minutes, 55.
Gotta take the kids.
Oh, but
That's crazy.
so much.
We got in the river this weekend. And so much. I call it the river, but it's actually Lake Austin, but it's a river. It's me.
That's Colorado River.
Yeah, we got
Texas, you can have it. You can go with Lake Austin.
We got in there and did some swimming, and I got bit by the little fish.
I know, it doesn't hurt though, right?
No, get nibbled up though.
I know.
I'm like, hey, what are you doing?
I know. What are those?
They got water moccasins and loggerhead turtles. We gotta watch out for that. Watch out for that. But the little fishy fish that are like, hey, I'm gonna take a little nibble off here.
Yeah, it's about an hour and 20. Still not bad. 50 miles? 54 miles.
I love it. The kids just jump in the water like that. That's a good time.
There's so much shit to do.
Yeah. Now my one and a half year old, he'll get in the water and he'll sink right to the bottom. So you gotta watch out. He does not swim.
That's
But he'll jump right in. And I go,
Athleticism.
This is the first
So sick. So sick.
I did the mothership every night, but I did, other than that, I did.
Now it's the mothership, but they have their headliners Friday, Saturday, right? So you just little
But it's great.
the main room.
I'm working out a bunch of shit. That's fine. Crowds are always great, but other than that, I didn't do a thing.
Sometimes that's nice.
Like like yesterday, I was like, some days you just, when I say I had no motivation, I mean, even getting up, like that's not like,
is that depression, Bubba?
I do think it's just, I wasn't feeling that good. I was a little on the wet, maybe a little bit, and I was sitting there and I was like, and then I was like, I should write some stand-up. And when I tell you that I was about as funny as fucking, see, now I can't even think of somebody.
That's funny.
Yeah, I mean, I just couldn't come up with one funny idea. I finally did yesterday.
It's probably not the time to do it when you're feeling like that.
That's right. Don't force it. No. I just sat around. I sat around. Played with my kids a lot. Barely. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not like you usually.
I'm like, I'm always doing something. Trying to work out. I was like, I can't do this either.
Wow. Yeah, I haven't worked it out.
Step back and not intervene and let
the Sunday blues.
The Sunday blues. I loaf. That's a problem.
That's not
the heat doesn't help. I don't know. Yeah,
heat's still not bothering me, man.
I love it. I'm just saying, it just didn't make me want to get up and go. But it was also just,
it makes me want to go. It's cold outside. I don't want to do shit.
Winston Churchill used to call it a touch of the black dog. I had to touch the black dog. Maybe it is.
Black dog needs suppression.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe just that sort of like, I don't want to. I don't understand.
Well, if you're what'd you do, Jim? Jim went to the doctor because me and Jim were here. Oh, well, I was here on Friday because we had the back lifts installed. But Jim was here. We're just go to the doctor. Yeah. I mean, I don't have to go, but I just wanted to get checked up because I've been. You're gonna talk to back it up. I've been bloated, right?
You might be collecting fluid from your liver, from your bile in your stomach. Is that what they thought?
Well, we did a few tests. One was H. pylori. That's kind of
H. pylori is a bacteria that causes
almost as if we decided.
Yeah, but the test came out fine. So that's one thing. But then she was like pushing on my stomach. She's like, "It's not the spleen. It's not this, not that."
Did she ever say maybe you should start working out? Maybe you're just fat. Did she ever say that?
You know what? You know what, Brendan? I'm liking your diagnosis.
I'm straight
You're
up.
not a doctor, but I do like that you're straight to me.
Sure, okay, so we've checked for that. We checked for the alcohol liver. Do you ever think you eat too fucking much?
I would start with this. Maybe don't start drinking at 8 in the morning.
And what time?
Well, I would say let your body detox a bit more.
Right? No, without obviously.
Yeah, but when you're when you're slow gen drunk for 12 hours, you might want to.
Remember I told you I've been tapering a lot.
Right.
So Jim, we just had a call midday last weekend. Yeah, we were drinking Everclear. No, but instead of like a whiskey like we would do, you and I, it was fun times. It was 2 years. What I'm saying, like instead of doing that, remember I told you like I switched to beer and wine, and then now I'm mixing wine with like fruit drinks, so it like dilutes it more. I'm slowly but surely getting lower and lower. So that means what did she say? Yeah, did she say anything about your dummy? So we're gonna have an appointment Zoom call to go over the results, but they did send me the lab work and said that it's not H. pylori, so we're gonna move on from there to see what else it might be.
But did they run tests for
gastritis probably?
Did they run tests for anything else or just that one thing?
Just that one thing. They wanted to get that out of the way first.
They check your liver enzymes?
No, but I do that all the time with blood tests. Yeah, and they're fine. Literally, if I stop drinking for 2 days, my liver's back to normal. It's crazy how the liver works.
Your liver regenerates.
Yeah.
Well, you're pickling it right now. That's fine. You're.
I just told you I'm tapering.
I would say I would say that you always have some alcohol in your system, and
I wouldn't disagree with that.
Yeah, that's
you have some right now, Jim? I'm sure there's some remnants.
Sure. How many drinks have you had so far?
17 so far.
No. Today.
Oh, thank you, serious. Let's take a little break, because you know what would help, dude, with all your sadness lately?
I don't know, maybe we can drink out tonic.
Yeah.
Maybe something like, I don't know, I'm looking for something that's a feel good tonic.
CBD.
Hemp-derived THC and CBD, functional mushrooms, and nootropics and action. You know what I'm saying?
You need my friend.
Yo, what up, pimp?
PREZ?
Yeah, man.
Yo, can you hear me? How are you? Excellent. Very well. Wow, we got the whole gang in. Hello. How are you? Kicking ass, taking names. Every day is a holiday. Every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods, son? No. Get out of here with that. How are you guys? Is everyone in here 18 years old? If you're not, leave. Okay, how are your guys' days going? Excellent. Did anything so far so good? Just been creating bots on Kick, getting famous. What'd you guys do today? Do you play Grand Theft Auto? Excellent. Are you good at it? You want to stream in here and I will comment on your gameplay? All right, well, go get on your PC. We'll wait. Doug, go get on your PC and I'll do play-by-play for your video game. I'll be hilarious. Are you going to do it? Take your time, big dog. What's good? Okay. Very well. That's cool. I want to see some Grand Theft Auto. I want to comment on it.
He's pumped. Yeah, really into it. Maybe she'll break up with Travis. Wrong with that? He's more into it than Travis. Yeah, Travis is like, oh yeah, guys, but it's okay. We gotta get out of here, sweetheart.
And Swifties, of course, celebrating. These we are getting TS12. I repeat, we are getting TS12 crashing her website. The website literally crashed, but TS12, I can't believe it. This is insane. New music! And a reveling reveal to announce her new album on Travis's podcast. They must be like the most in love ever. The day full of orange.
Oh my God! Can I just say, look at them. We're talking about their eye colors and the clothes that they're wearing and the whole swimmer.
The most in love ever.
If Ernie Anderson was alive today, this would be his reaction.
The most in love ever.
Jesus Christ.
The most in love ever. The day is full of orange hints, in keeping with Swift's practice of color coding her albums. Her fan account posting 12 photos of orange outfits on Instagram. The Empire State Building posting this photo. The Skinny's billboards.
Back from the Roman garrison, settling there.
So edible, you feel each blend within 10 minutes. The effect will last about an hour, hour and a half, alright? Similar to a cocktail, it's mellow enough for your moms to try, but stackable if you want to dial it up, big dog. Yep. So whether you're looking to turn up, tune in, or tap out, Breeze has a beverage to help you feel what you want to feel. So if you're ready to experience the future of drinking, head on over to try.drinkbreeze.com/TFAK. Use the code TPACK for $5 credit and free shipping on your first order. Breeze, drinking has evolved.
Consult with a physician before using your pregnant nursing have been known to suspect the allergies or medical conditions or take medication. FDA is not evaluating these products for safety or efficacy. Products are intended for 21 and over.
Breeze.
So you don't drink coffee or anything like that?
I stopped coffee. No, I was out from coffee. Never would think that. I stopped coffee a while ago.
Right.
And that's supposed to be good for you too, right?
Yeah. And do you eat breakfast or you just...
No, good to stop.
There's no breakfast eating, you just chill benefits and wine?
I don't eat until like 2 or 3. And only once a day.
Once a day?
Yeah. So I'm not fat, Brandon, okay? This is bloating. This is just terrible bloating.
Yeah, and you're not really doing a lot of physical.
Maybe just gotta rip a big fart. Ever since I moved here, my physical activity is literally just moving all the boxes, moving stuff upstairs, downstairs, putting everything together. But my treadmill.
Do you want a regular casket or do you want like a? I'm asking.
I'm just. You don't scare me. You want like a carbon fiber casket?
Yeah, we're just
with your badge on it.
What do you want? Flowers at the? I don't know.
A nice glossy wood. Can we sell merch?
Yeah, that's the question. Can we sell shit?
Can we stream it live on our new Patreon?
There you go.
You know, I have zero cancer in my family, but I do worry about like the pancreatic.
If you don't have cancer in your family,
it doesn't mean you can't get it.
No, somebody is fine. Did your family drink a lot as well? So you're not wrong, but
when did I deny that?
No, I'm not denying that. I'm saying that I think you'll probably deal with whatever those complications are, like heart rate. That's twice what it should be. And
I am dealing with it right now. But by the way, when I got checked at the hospital, they're like, "Hey, your blood pressure is really good." I'm like, "Thank you."
Nice. You're taking medication. And your heart rate is still
down to 101.
101.
tens of thousands of
Down for like 300 or whatever. How was that 120?
120 something there, 101. You take a medication with that as well? Is it a sedative of some kind?
It's called Metropol, and my blood pressure is most starting. But blood pressure does run in my family. So it's just, it'll probably work out. Yeah, you'll be fine. Hey, it's our buddy Joe Rogan V-Day.
Wait, yes.
How much older is he then?
He's younger.
Rogan is?
Yeah,
I think you're the same
he
age.
turns 58 today. What do you turn 58 in January?
Oh, the same age.
Same age, baby.
58 is the
40.
Is it? Yeah. I am. I will say I still have energy. I'm still working out, but it takes longer. I have to warm up. I gotta do my stuff. Gotta warm up, but then I'm good. Yeah.
Together with another contingent
All right,
of
Jen.
auxiliaries.
Yeah, tapering, guys. I'm tapering.
Wait.
I think you just need to get with teaching, like working out. Like, here's my problem. So I used to do the treadmill all the time. The movers that I hired over here, they couldn't bring it upstairs for whatever reason. So I need to find a mover to bring out my treadmill upstairs. So it's not in the garage. The garage is like, I'll die. You should get a gym membership. I don't like going to the gym. Because if it's at home, I don't have to worry about dressing up, and I'll always do it constantly.
It's one of the
classic
military
No ways, though?
I've seen Bert Kreischer drink out of fucking treadmill. But yeah, I cannot handle that. Trust me.
Bert's made of different stuff. He's just as rugged. Some people can handle alcohol. I mean, some people. Winston Churchill drank. He died at 91, 92, and he drank all the time. If you have a certain constitution, some people they feel different on alcohol. So if you're certain genetics, you literally get a euphoric, energized feeling from.
I just get a chill feeling.
I get sick. I can't drink too much. What do you try out?
Winston Churchill was a big fat fuck, right? And not healthy.
Yes.
Yeah, big fat fuck.
Bring up
He's a terrible example. Sure, he drank.
But he lived forever, and he's a great
big fat fuck. Big fat fuck, right?
Very smart. But look at him.
Super smart. But look at
he always had some alcohol in his system. Look at him. And by the way, he didn't look that different when he was young. Look at him when he's young.
He looked entirely different. He was like Donald Trump.
Really?
Yes, he's in shape.
But look at his double chin and all that.
You don't have a double chin there.
Hey, that's good.
No.
Hey, that's good.
Or just saggy.
Yeah.
He's saggy, but he's
Yeah.
not fat.
He's fat. He was fat.
This is the period.
He was always
Look how fat he is.
He was always portly, and then he just kept.
I don't know if you want to use Winston Churchill as the epitome of hell.
No, I'm saying he drank that much and was a high-functioning statesman.
For sure, but that's not a reason I continue.
No, I agree. Always had a cigar in his mouth.
Share authority with
It is.
these were not the only population in this situation.
Yeah.
Where the local aristocracy
This Brits
would be
can put it
elevated
away.
to a level of leadership to very
I guess the Koreans can too.
And
Korean
under
culture
Arab in
is
particular,
hugely based on
there was basically the
Yeah.
war that waged
But
their
it's why
own
my
wars
mom
against
and dad don't
other populations, expanded
Your
territory.
brother?
They had to do this within the
Once in a while.
context of
Do you miss drinking at all?
but it's
You
kind of
stopped
like,
when? You just stopped one day?
America.
Yes, we're cold turkey.
That was it. Just
What did you enjoy about it? Because you did it every day.
was dealing with stress.
But what did you enjoy about it the most? Nothing.
The idea is
Then
that
why'd you do it?
very happy
Stress, yeah. Way out.
they had to do whatever it wanted.
Yeah, so it makes stress go away.
It gave
Yeah.
Jews tremendous
It's a shitty way to cope.
Yeah,
They
it's
said, we don't understand your religion.
whiskey
It's
lines,
focused
I had
on
access to it.
we will count it as
Your
a
face was
religion.
swollen.
This is all the way back from Julius Caesar as a legitimate religion.
Yeah, I mean, nothing good came from it.
Soldiers
I also
serving
don't
in
need it to be
the Roman army,
social.
which there were many. We're
Like this
exempt
weekend, I'm with
from
the other
mandatory,
dads, the neighbors and stuff. And, there's
rituals
at the lake, there's a little bar there.
which is a
I
phenomenal
can go there
thing. It's
and
like
hang with
saying,
anyone
you
and
can
talk.
join
I don't need
the American
alcohol
army.
to
We'll
talk.
make sure that you have
But so ever since you guys are talking about drinking with me, dude, people hit me up constantly. They're like, oh my god, you're getting wasted. I'm like, I don't get wasted. I just,
No, you're one of those guys that can handle alcohol. I've seen it. But also, I've seen you drink crazy amounts of alcohol. That's totally normal. Some people can handle it. Like your body breaks it down differently than most people.
No, I disagree with that.
It's still toxic.
I think you can handle it and do your job, but you're literally killing yourself. So this idea of the gin can handle it it's actually aiding to you. No, by the way, I don't disagree with you that alcohol's like poison. I don't care like if you're Winston Churchill, Chin, Bert Kreischer, none of it's good. None of it's good. I actually read a book that freaking Nikki Glazer recommended on Joe Rogan's show. It's about drinking, how to quit drinking. I stopped drinking for like a few weeks, and I was just like, all right, I feel pretty good, but I felt better when I was just enjoying
Sometimes an addiction is like where all the fun is, right? So sometimes you can be in a, your life can be like the.
No, you keep highlighting this addiction how it's not a big deal, but I disagree.
I didn't say it's not a big deal.
It's not.
What I'm trying to say, let me finish the thought though, because that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying sometimes an addiction can be like literally your entire purpose. And your whole life is geared around being able to do that. So people do that, then you take it away. So, for example, when they do that band, stomach bypass surgery, or they do that band, the suicide rate for those people goes way up because now they don't have food. And food was the one thing that kept them sane and kind of from having to face all their problems. Now you take the food away, and now they're left sitting there, right? And they're left with themselves, and that's sort of the challenge. So I think at the end of the day, I agree that there's nothing good about drinking, and you're gonna have to eventually come to terms with it, right? Or it'll take you, and may as well do it sooner than later.
And that's what I'm doing. I just feel like we can find something that you can put your energy in, because drinking is such a waste.
Like karate.
No, but what I'm saying is, like, once you guys start talking about it, people get like crazy. They're in their minds, they're framing it as I'm getting wasted, like passing out. Yeah. Like, no, dude, no. When the hell have you ever passed out? Come on, dude, drinking a lot. When have you ever seen me be like, they're only on that Jelly Roll bus outside? Yeah, but that's what Jelly Roll. You have to do it with Jelly Roll, and that's weed too. I did weed and alcohol with Jelly Roll.
It's going to be really expensive.
It's like one of the current events, this is a good segment. One of the current events is how Trump's going to, make marijuana not such a restrictive drug, right? So it's a gateway drug.
Wait there until they starve and they surrender. Did this to one?
I know what you're about to say. The idea, obviously our boy Rogan swears by marijuana. I'm saying this right now. The idea that marijuana helps you be more creative, or you can take it and view the world in a different spectacle. All of that is bullshit. It's all bullshit. None of that's real. It's all an excuse for you to zone out and do whatever. You can do it without it. But you're medicating yourself. So if you think marijuana is this some sort of passenger to get you to be funny or more creative, that's in you. You can get there without these drugs. And to say it's a gateway drug, that's not an understatement. And there's science on it and there's research on it that shows that kids that do marijuana before the age of 21, it makes you so much more stupider. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen it with a person with our friends who just smoke all the time. It's not cool.
I've seen young kids who had everything, and I watched them smoke, and they started smoking at 15, 14. It is what it is. Kids do it, and man, when they're 25, it's a sad story. It just is. You're just always medicated.
Rogan's not like he can do it and still be super hyper.
He was also that way before he started smoking too.
Also, he's so intense and in 6 gears, so he worked for him down to 4, so it works for him.
But he started doing it when he was 35.
Correct. Also, you're not Joe Rogan, right? Most of us aren't. So the idea that this can be a less dangerous drug and to help people out, it couldn't be. Now there's some health benefits to it, with inflammation, stuff like that. But as far as making it less dangerous, I just think it's moving America in the wrong direction.
And he ultimately decides not to kill himself.
Who you know, Jimmy. We have a friend who had passed away from a brain tumor, but he had glioblastoma, and they were giving him highly concentrated THC, right? Like highly concentrated, and it kept him alive for I think almost 3 years. So they're sometimes certain THC, I guess they don't know why, is kind of slows the progression. So Jimmy smokes weed periodically. He took a fucking he went his finger on the THC and went like this. He didn't just go get blitzed. He went into a seizure. And he was told, he was like this, and he remembers totally like confident, but he had no control over his body. So he had no control of his body, and he was like, oh my god, I have this stroke. So he came to the hospital, he's lying there, and the doctor, he's finally coming out of it, and the doctor goes, yeah, you overdosed on THC. That's what happened. Like,
some people are get schizophrenic doing it. Like, there's just, I just think people would be so much better. I'm not saying there's not a use of marijuana. There definitely is in medical cases. I just think we'd be so much better off if instead of smoking marijuana, instead of drinking that fucking whiskey, if you just put your fucking whatever you just put your fucking tennis shoes on and go for a run. And if you can get the same euphoric feeling, the same endorphins, whatever drug or choice, whatever alcohol choice, if you do something hard and that makes you sweat, you're going to get the same endorphins. There's a reason why so many addicts become long distance runners. You're getting the same endorphins. There's ways to do it where you're going to smoke and sit on your couch and be not productive and scroll Twitter and Instagram and do some dumb shit. Yeah. I just don't see it. I don't get it. I don't get the movement. I don't think it puts us in the productive direction. I don't get any of it.
What exactly is going on with Christianity? I don't
know, but it's his battle, it's his journey.
What would happen with
Christianity? Figure it out.
The siege of Jerusalem, they would largely
get into fucking karate, get into fucking MMA too.
What about simulation? What if you spend more time?
By the way, you know what? I'm sorry to say this. I forgot you sang as well as you do and you play guitar.
Well, why? Because he never does it.
And so so here we go. I can't believe you just said that. Hey, dude, you have talent and you're not writing. And what all that drinking is doing is fucking dulling your instrument. And you're gonna regret it. You should be writing fucking songs instead of getting drunk. Holy fuck. I forgot, dude.
I told you this. I told you both this. I felt way more creative when I was drinking heavier, by the way. And writing songs that me and Bros made all these songs when I was drinking.
Yeah, you might have felt that way. I don't think it was, Jim. You might have felt that way, but if you're sober and you start writing about shit you really think about and that you really care about, man, you might surprise yourself.
All right, guys, I'll quit drinking
today. Alright. Yeah, you're too in love with it now. You'll find your way. Alright, let's get to the next fucking
each other.
Current event. You want to go in order? Last thing will change. What if you stopped drinking, started writing music, started doing your music, found a girlfriend? What if it was the drinking that was causing all this bullshit? It might not be. What bullshit are you talking about? Meaning like finding a mate, finding a fucking mate, not feeling like shit, not having crazy heart rate, all that shit, high blood pressure. Right? What if it stopped all that? You already know her. I already told you about these girls. I don't put that. No, I don't put that. I used to talk about my girlfriend or my girlfriend on here and in my YouTube videos. I stopped doing that.
Your first love right now is alcohol. It's not women. Your first love is alcohol. You're going to guard it. You're going to protect it. It's your mistress. It's your love. I get it. No, that's the nature of addiction. You love it too much right now. You're in love. You guys look, it's like you gotta break up with a guy. I love him, Mom, but he's in and out of jail, honey. He's always on a motorcycle. I love him. Like, all right, I'm running away with him. Damn it.
God, you guys are you're looking at a surface level. You've seen the girl that I dated for like a few months. It's a Mongolian chick. She was fucking gorgeous. She was absolutely like a supermodel. Take a break. Can we take a break, dude? Because UFC 319 is here.
I don't want to make money, dude. I want to make money when I watch it. So what do I do?
You can make money watching one of the greatest middleweight title fights of all time. You got DDP, Hamzat. It's going down. I don't know who you're going to bet on. But dude, do it with DraftKings, the official sports betting partner of the UFC. If you're new to DraftKings, check this out. New customers bet $5 to get $200 bonus bets instantly Don't miss out on all the UFC 319 action. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use the code FIGHTER. That's code FIGHTER for new customers. Get 200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just 5 buckaroos only on DraftKings. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit CC Play Responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
All right, you can defend your alcoholism. Let's go to the next current event.
Why have I ever I've been super honest with you. I told
you're very honest.
I told you I'm tape right now too. Like I'm trying
It's your first love. I get it. I understand. I do. It is, but it's okay. You are honest, but I'm honest with you too. That's what it is. That's the nature of addiction.
We all know alcohol's bad. That's 100%.
Yeah. Well, you're turning your own back on yourself and your future is the problem, right? So you're not writing. You're not doing any of that stuff.
How do you know I'm not writing, Brian?
I just do.
You realize we had to transition from...
Well, he brought it up and I went, oh, I forgot about that. The biggest sin is that you're not being the musician you should be.
We've been there for a month, right? Been there for 3 months. 3 months? Hold on, I moved here.
Because we lose track of time when we're drunk.
First week of June, you got June, July, August. I moved here in June. No, end of June.
Short-sighted.
Yeah, you came mid-June. I came here to fix, to build all the stuff, the audio and video there. You came here like late June, but I moved here in July. In June, June 30th.
For example,
to find yourself a hot sober chick.
So you got all July. Now we've been in August now, right? 2 weeks in August. Yeah, but think about July. Hold on, July. I gotta get all my furniture stuff put up. I gotta get all that stuff. Come on, dude. And I don't have a family like you guys. It's right by myself.
I know.
So it's easier. How the hell is it easier? We're trying to win a fucking across country with 3 little to help organize everything. They're not helping, Bubba. Listen, oh God, you're telling me your wife doesn't know? No, fuck no. Wife's carrying shit? Organizing you. Come on, dude. My girlfriend would help me with
You're a little drunk when you're organizing. And moving furniture is impossible without at least 13.
Now, could I run it faster? Sure. Yeah, it is. It's only been here a month. It still takes time.
I need time to not drink. I need time to not drink.
Fine. You'll figure it out, Jim.
Get us to the next.
Yeah, this one's fine. You did it.
We've made no progress.
Hopefully you don't start smoking marijuana. Actually, let's start with this real quick because our boy Jack Shore, he wanted to get your guys' opinion on this. Jack Shore. Recently retired UFC fighter. He was badass.
I don't know. Jack Shore.
Stud. Insane boxer from Wales, yeah. So he wants to get you guys. He wants you guys to give your opinion on this. This is sweet. I think it's 145 or 145. I forgot. So this is whoever this girl is. She's flipping off the sign and she says, "Black women have good genes." Wink. Or the blueprint. Remember that? Ash-filled buckets.
Sure. Now listen, some black women do have good genes. Some white women have good genes. Some men have good genes. You do not, ma'am. Ma'am?
Or if she does, we don't see it. We know she ate her way out.
If you have good genes, you can't even eat your way to that fat. So you're fat, and nobody on planet Earth would say you have good genes.
You're also not healthy. You're also diabetic. And they're going to be lopping toes off in a little bit. Like, what somebody doesn't realize is that I don't know what her lipid panel and her heart's doing, but that doesn't look like a healthy person. So, no,
listen,
not a good poster.
lady. If you wake up and you can fight in the men's UFC heavyweight division, you don't have good genes.
And you know what advertising is supposed to do? It's supposed to solve a problem for us. Advertising is not supposed to affirm your fucking body. It's supposed to give us an idea we want to reach for.
No, that's what solve problems. It's supposed to inspire.
Yeah,
that's solve
a problem. Beautiful people because the world is not equal. And you get gorgeous people and you go, I want to buy that jacket because I want to look like that. I've done it. I've bought bought jackets because I saw a dude in it, and I was like, oh, I don't look like that, but I bought it because I wanted to look a little bit more like that. It's like fucking, if she's wearing jeans, ain't nobody buying it. Have you seen the old?
There's a reason
woke
she's
ads. You see old woke Calvin Klein ads? Bring up woke Calvin Klein ads. I want you to take a look at some of this. I mean, it's unbelievable, and they wondered why they couldn't sell. These people, there's something wrong with them. They were so
this is only for the
There you go. Bring up that one.
the fat guy with
Doesn't criticized for virtual signaling.
Bring up the fat guy standing
pregnant man.
Yeah, bring up that piece of shit.
There you go, right there. So you think you're gonna sell shit with that?
Look at her. They sold 2 pair of jeans. Listen. This is only for the internet. Because in the real world, no one's looking.
Look at this.
Look at that cow. Look at that fucking cow.
Yeah, and that's just somebody, and she looks real happy, doesn't she? And why am I supposed to, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to buy things because she's wearing it? Is that what you're doing based on your market research? Because you think that people want to speak to these diversity values? No. Advertising has never been about that. It's always been about aspiration. I want to see somebody who looks, that's why athletes get endorsement deals. Also like that.
Abercrombie have all the shredded dudes and hot girls on their stuff.
That's what kills their entire brand.
Also, this whole term of plus size model, it's fat models. We gotta quit. We call it what it is. There's a category called fat models. Yeah, it's not plus size, it's fat models.
It's unhealthy, diabetic, metabolic syndrome people.
But their sales sucked cock in all this when they're doing all this.
That's right. There's no money in it.
There's never been money. That's why the Disney CEO had to resign because he eating cock.
Yeah. Like Marky Mark, that's just all stuff. These two, that is just unreal. God, they're the worst. Yeah.
Pendulum swinging back around.
You think? Is it weird that all of us everywhere in the world find those two way more attractive than
do we know anyone, like literally anyone in the real world who's upset at Sydney swinging? Have you ever encountered someone who's at Sydney swinging?
I mean, Caroline had a trans woman, trans man, pregnant. You think that's normal? You think that's like
no, they're eating crow for it now. All that cock.
Get it together.
My favorite when people call it send me a picture of your girlfriend. But again, this is only an internet. In the real world, no one's going out. Sydney Sweeney's bad. What you say? No one.
I actually think about it a lot. Being able to escape and find a new land and start anew, and what that experience would be like. And when I got the script and I was reading, you read all these crazy characters. There's no way that they all are real and they all come together and they have all these experiences. But then when I read Dora's book and I read Conrad's book, I found all these I actually think about it.
Judea was over 120 years
and smart. And she's probably just like, yeah, I just do my tits out, brother.
It was essentially a rebellious
brother Trent. I've got good genes too. Shut it. Shut it.
So a lot of scholars have pointed out that
he looks like the serial killer in fucking Boise.
Really wanted to convince
that's what it looks like.
the Roman population
You don't look like your sister, but I don't have those tits from the heavens.
We're still in charge, and we're taking care of business, and they wanted to mount the
staff sergeant here. We're sucking
Romans of the viability of the dynasty. The Jews happen to be.
That's in the middle. Looks like.
I mean, I wouldn't say great genes, right? I wouldn't say I wouldn't look at him and go, "Next guy got great genes."
One of the last.
Right. I'm not trying to be mean, but he's all right.
Masada,
you know, if he was Chris Hemsworth or if he was one of those guys, 6'4".
Occupied by rebels during much of this period.
Okay.
And they had a uniquely strong.
You would call this. You would call that. Yeah, that you said the show that he comes by major career comeback at Madison Square Garden after his release. What do you? I want because you always have a better tempo on this. What happens to him when he comes out, and does he get back?
That's what's great about that culture. culture, like
black culture.
yeah, like even R. Kelly can sell amazing records.
They're there.
Because they've been burnt by the system so many times. Even though the video of Diddy beating up, homegirl came out, they still go, yeah, that's terrible, but he's still our guy, and also he still made great music.
And he got railroaded as far as
and you guys tried fucking him. It's kind of like with them trying to do the RICO Act and all that crazy stuff. The black culture goes, hold on, you're trying to fuck another one. It's over, and they rally around their own.
All we have is to receive this. Tells us.
So, and I'm sure he knows that. I'm sure that.
There are some interesting archaeological
and he'll lean into that.
Like, for example, a series of ostraka with a clay pottery with names on it.
He was like a life imprisonment.
Hell yeah, he was.
That suggests that they may have actually cast lots to take each other's lives. But the problem is, Josephus has done this before.
O.J. Simpson, when he came out, people loved him. You go anywhere, he was super popular. And then Bill Cosby, when he was in jail, everyone loved him. Well, remember, when O.J. came out, all of a sudden now he was black. Before, he didn't identify as black. He was, I'm not black, I'm not white, I'm O.J. So before, he was in Brentwood, he was at the country clubs, white people loved him. Commits murder, leans into the whole race card, gets out, starts attending black churches, started hanging out with the black crowd more, because the white crowd was done with him.
I realize I'm running out of time.
So he's going to come and do a concert?
Maybe.
I'll just rush through this a little bit if you'll forgive me.
I'll start going on tour. He's like me nowhere near as big, but there'll be a crowd for him.
The Jews, after the war, were in a terrible state.
What is Ye's life been like since?
Named, in fact, and the entire region of Judea was renamed Palestina. The Romans wanted literally to wipe
this was hilarious. So yes, this NASCAR Xfinity winner Connor Zilish almost died celebrating Christmas. He knocked himself out once. Career win. I'm surprised it says that happened before. 3 line, especially when he's standing on it like that. It's slippery.
Jewish tax. Instead of going to Yakuza, the now destroyed temple, it was diverted to Rome, where
he knocked himself out.
The temple of
Yeah, that's all. I can't believe that happened more. That's that catches his foot. There's pouring beer everywhere.
Messianic ferment as well.
That's what you want to celebrate.
So there are
that sucks.
non-Jews against Romans.
Shitty phones.
They just don't accept defeat.
No, that's not good. Colocon's going to take a little while. We're going to be a slave for a minute.
In Mesopotamia, in Bolivia,
you want to cover this right here?
I would. We don't know a lot about what exactly happened.
So, for the viewers just listening to this, this ex-NFL star arrested. Video shows Terrell Suggs, who's a monster, and we know him because he has a giant cock. Well, Terrell Suggs, brandishing a gun and cutting the kill Star Wars customer for it. He's so big. I never understood why these guys started with gun violence. He's so big.
Much more success than the previous rebellions, largely because of the dynamic.
So what wrong engineer was this guy just pulled a gun, he's the guy in line. After cops got hold of footage, Chucks was arrested last year for this is last year. Police footage shows Suggs was visibly stunned when the cops eventually caught up with him. We're contacting you because our violent crimes department investigating established probable cause for your arrest. Oh, cause for my arrest? For what? For disorderly conduct with a weapon. The third great figure in this menorah is Bar Kokhba, shown here, bound by bent over by the weight of his rebellion against Rome, which ultimately would be unsuccessful as well. Oh, so he just got probation.
And he's a linebacker for 17 seasons.
He's good. He's a stud. Yeah, he's so big. Yeah, supposedly the biggest cop in the NFL at the time.
Yeah, it's absolutely
a hammer.
Yeah, like there's hammers and there's a long spring.
Yeah, I'd like to get my peepers on that thing.
I'd like to,
it's folk that is giant. I'm just like, hey,
I just want to see what's going on.
Yeah, I gotta see it for myself.
Welcome. How are you? Well, I'm awake. How you living, pimp? Kicking ass, taking names. How's your day going? Are you going to play any Grand Theft Auto? Are you going to play any Grand Theft Auto? Yeah, are you going to play any Grand Theft Auto? Are you going to play any Grand Theft Auto? Are you going to play any Grand Theft Auto? All right, well, get that shit together and I'll watch. All right, sounds like okay. Well, when you get it figured out, let me know.
Well, famously thought that Bar Kokhba might even be Mashiach. He might even be the anointed one to lead the Jews. And another figure, Yosef, God has said to him, Akiva,
I'd like to see the footage from Starbucks in Poland.
for Bar Kokhba.
Yeah, the drive-through.
So he'll be long for someone like Bar
Is this in Arizona? That's where there it is. Like that. You saw it, right?
Oh, but he pulled the gun.
Right there.
who visited
He could just get out of the car. He's so big. He's massive. He's a big for an NFL fan.
Take a break, can we? This podcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance, fiscally responsible financial geniuses, monetary magicians. These are the things people say about drivers who switch their car insurance to Progressive and save hundreds. Because Progressive offers discounts for paying in full, owning a home, and more. Plus, you can count on their great customer service to help you when you need it, so your dollar goes a long way. So visit Progressive.com to see if you could save on car insurance. Progressive California Insurance Company and affiliates. Potential savings will vary. Not available in all states or situations.
Aggressive. Now let's get back to the episode.
And I think sometimes these guys are football players and they're like, what if this guy's an MMA guy? What if he's a black belt in jiu-jitsu?
I don't think so.
I think they do.
I doubt it. This is robot fighting underground. This is that Hugh Jackman movie, remember?
Impressions on them, and they were,
This is two robots fighting. I can't even tell.
His own symbol,
That looks like a girl robot.
Ultimately, the war, the Russians were able to a tremendous
Fuck yeah.
a legion all the way from England to be able to have forces in the Mediterranean to be able to. And famously,
that makes me sad.
Report on the war to the Senate. Apparently, there's
the internet fact checked her entire meal.
that you have to say.
Full calories. Let me see. I like a corn dog myself.
Well, I'm not willing to say that much, but
And I have some 270 calories, and of course I can't do this without a joule. 450 calories, next up yummy yummy little milk, followed by the outer rim trim, 650 calories.
Jesus.
Then I had a lobster roll.
Oh, I love lobster rolls. Wow, the highest calories.
850 to 1250 calories.
That's attractive.
411 carbs. Now, did she walk it all off? Did she burn 4,000 calories every day?
Sure. 4,400 calories. Yeah. That's not
I bet she's not cheating on the regular. She's doing it just for a fucking TikTok.
Oh, yeah, or she is. Or she got that big. She's a big gal.
Yeah, for what? Yeah. So kind of discussing some shop struggles. I guess we look at Brian's as well. So, hired a very common lawyer to go after people that have said on air that is fight for face. Yeah, he eventually told him, here's more as well. So there's one shut that afterwards. Shut the whole stadium.
I said a few weeks ago, Jake Paul's boxing match being boring stage bullshit. What I meant is that his fights have been predominantly against older pastime time opponents, which may be lucrative for both sides and may have entertainment value, but don't reveal how it stacks up against current demand. Not a good look for the sport. I did not intend to suggest the Oculus Rift, and certainly didn't mean to suggest the elite. But if reports are correct for Jake, like Anthony Joshua, that would obviously be seriously credible.
What'd you say?
Best heavyweight in the world. Jake is welcome to come on set.
What'd you say? There you go.
Israel, a shekel coin from
the discuss this and verbally slug it out with me anytime. I like Good Morning.
Inscription
I like him. He's always going to put himself out there. I love Good Morning. Yeah, he's a good dude.
Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance.
Jake is actually in talks to fight Anthony.
I don't know, but Joshua, I don't think any of Jake's stuff is staged. I think it's all calculated who he's fighting. But I've said this before, and I'm not going to say it's staged, but if he Joshua get absolutely starched in 30 seconds or less, something's up. I'll say that. That's how that should work. Yeah. Two-time gold medalist, world champion, heavyweight. Anthony fucking Joshua. This is where we draw a line in the sand. Go, well, hold on. No, I'll watch it. You'll beat him in like a decision or lose a decision. I'm not saying it's written down. I got questions.
I also got questions. What's Jake up to here? Does he actually want to see him stack up?
Maybe this is the final stage of it. You're like, all right, I can get a fight with Anthony Joshua, and he gets starched, and he's like, okay, that's my time. Yeah, I made all the money. I fought the very best. I'm out.
Balls.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt on that. It's kid's balls. And if that thing goes longer than a minute, you know, get fucking starched. I got questions. That's all I'm saying.
You're not, yeah.
Or maybe you don't even have to say anything, and Anthony Joshua puts money like 10.
So Anthony would make it a show.
The way Tyson did with Francis. Francis ran into Anthony. Anthony goes, oh, this is how it should go. And fucked his wall up. That's how it should go. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. And Francis made all the money.
Tyson was not going full.
He put on a show. Same way Floyd did with Logan.
Really?
I think you got another shit.
Be here, and those were watching at home. We had a conversation with Rabbi this past week. We were talking about some potential.
I'm not saying it's staged with Logan and Floyd, but
discussions about the realms of salvation,
you know,
practices.
I'm accused of his all.
My Rabbi is, I think for a lot of people, are just getting
I think it was Tom Hearns said this is the same thing, but it's a crazy payday.
Yeah, crazy. They're both making money. That's why get yours. There's a lane for it.
What do you think that Jake in his training is thinking? Is he training with big guys and thinking?
I don't know.
I mean, Anthony Joshua?
I know. I don't know. Javante Davis one made more sense. Like he's undersized. If he had one, he's got world trouble. Anthony Joshua?
Yeah.
The Greek goddess from fucking the UK? That guy? The gold medalist? The former heavyweight champion?
People think that, he gets beat by Usyk and stuff. And they're like, oh, no.
No, I don't see anybody so good. I don't think anybody. I think Jake's like, yeah, I'm going to test this. This is the end of the line.
I mean, do that against people. You know what I mean? You're better off doing it against him. You're not. Why?
Because no one knows people.
Yeah.
The whole reason is to make money. No one's gonna watch it like people.
All right.
And
I mean, Canelo.
Canelo's not taking the fight.
He's not taking the fight.
I mean, would you still be interested in? He said either was it Jake or was it Logan that said their end plan was to fight each other on the show. Yeah. So would you still be interested in that? Yeah, it's a real fight. Hell yeah.
So they're out here in front. We're grateful not just for having the book.
Then there's this fucking WNBA. Have you seen all the dildos being thrown on the court at WNBA? And then my boy KFC Kevin, the dildo guys on his show, he did a And it was a mistake because these guys are completely crazy. It's like all a crypto thing, like it's weird. It's all calculated. Okay. So what's to say? WNBA officially started an extensive investigation to the owners of the dildos being thrown at their games, attempted crackdown on the stunts. The WNBA also alleges that these pranks are being linked to crypto. Yeah, there you go.
The WNBA is cracking down on dildos being thrown on the court during games. The sex toys have shown up 6 different times from Atlanta to LA, posing risk to players.
It's ridiculous. It's dumb. It's corny. It's stupid. It's also dangerous. And player safety is number one. Respecting the game. All those things. I think it's really stupid.
So what is this? Who's responsible for starting this trend? Apparently, crypto game group. So harass and raises the debate. Is it a sexist stunt? Is it some sort of private process?
What do you mean from that? You know the spark versus the legacy? I think for attention, and they're getting it. So by them launching an investigation,
setting.
That's stupid.
Which is in itself.
She's 6 foot.
It's a all green.
Next color dildo thrown on the court at the WNBA. And people would like bet on the number. Yeah. And it was like sunset rainbow, like plus like 50 or whatever. Yeah.
So I'll give you
just like
the basic ideas of as it
It's
to
yeah.
Like my parents and my sister, after internet, and my mom, I'll send it so everyone can see this. Instead of like Mike and like she goes, watch out for flying dildos tonight, and then it got some legs. She goes, it's funny a lot of
nice. Did you see that response? Reviewed you? Dildos in the crazy. It's not like I'm in dildo range.
That's so funny. Well, sound like that's a dildo range. That's such a good joke.
And
Pluto TV used to. Blockbuster Films. I will have my good burger. The girl with a dragon and Julie.
everybody.
Pain. Shit. Oh, would you stop moving? Oh, shit. Hold on. Look at serious here. Hold on, let me read the headline. It says, it's being reported that short Queen OnlyFans stars are bringing their top earning Little Women are starting OnlyFans with one 4-foot star earning over. What's going on? Sydney's.
And an 8-year-old.
Yo, Crimes, if you're not speaking in here, can you just mute yourself? Thank you.
I certainly the one on the right, yeah? Yes.
To a real-time
Being sizes.
Prejudice.
Yeah, sizes. And she has some Sydney swinging.
Yeah, and
I'm not on the left, dude. You gotta come correct if you're that short. The one on the right's coming correct. The one on the left, it's not.
It is what it is. She's doing her thing too, but
she's doing something. But the one on the right has some fucking heavies.
Well, whatever the case,
Little heavies.
you know, it is what it is. I know a short person who had a girl grab him. I was there. Grab him by the hand, brought him into the bathroom, and she was very hot, and she was drunk, and he had sex with her. She goes, I've never done this. I want to do this with you right now. Grabbed him, pulled him in the bathroom, and fucked him. And this was in Montreal.
How? Like she like put him on the.
I don't know.
On the side.
I don't know. Okay, she bent down. I don't know what she did.
She bent down. You're not gonna make it in the bathroom.
That's right. And I knew that happened. No, because I was there. I was there. I saw it. I saw it. We all did.
You see, it's just physics, you know? Because even she just bent down over the sink, he's still not gonna reach.
Whatever the case, I think he's still in the toilet seat. If you want the truth.
He'd have to.
Yeah. In fact, I know that's what he did.
Yeah, he'd have to. And then they'd have to bend down.
And I said, she just brought you in. He goes, yeah, you saw it. I was like, wow. She goes,
and then I'm not trying to be mean. I literally don't know. Do small people have normal size dicks?
Yes, they do.
Yes, they do. Because she has normal size heavies there.
Brad Williams showed me. We did a podcast one time, and he's like, he pulled his pants down. He's like, you know, he's got a piece on him. Yeah. It's just your limbs, you know. It's your limbs, and there's things. But, yeah. But she's.
There must be the one on the right. But there must be a thing there with guys into the little people.
Sure.
But I think they have to, but hot's hot. Like, that's an attractive human.
Yeah, like a girl can be 5 foot and you're all over it, and she's 4 feet. It's just, like, what is that joke where the guy goes, women spend so much time picking out shoes. Guys have sex with them, they didn't have feet. Yeah, it's true. Guys have hooves.
Would you date a short queen? What? Short queen? Like that blonde and that. Like that's a give me a short. 4 foot, dude. No, hell no. Because I think under 5 foot's considered short, like small.
Under 5,
4'8" or something. Under 5.
No, but that's a type of there's a condition that dwarfism.
But I think under 5.
Is like really super negative. We Lithuanians tend to enjoy that style of artificism, shave it looser.
Yeah, so 14.
Others is kind of like godless.
I knew a girl that was 4'11". She's really like that. Yeah, no problem. But I always think 5'1", 5'3". I don't usually tall. But 4.
It's not theoretical.
You get down with that blonde ass beat? No,
wow.
Sizes.
What is the soul? What is the afterlife? It's not theurgic Kabbalah in the sense that we're not trying to like.
Okay. I thought this was interesting. This is Stephen Ranella.
Basically, asked the question.
Apparently someone does these things when they stuff your dogs when they die. But this looks so freaking real.
Is it's an exploration of the concept of halachta b'dracha.
Well, no, that's a stuffed dog.
You shall imitate God, or to use the Latin term.
If you walked up on that,
imitation of God.
You have no.
But yeah, it's just like wild. Yeah, some people stuff their dogs.
So
weird people.
How do you actually do that?
Get a new dog. You gotta let it go, man. It's life and death.
This isn't love and grief. It's morbid and messed up. Taxidermy. Your dog is already questionable, but freeze drying, it's hard. And jarring it, that's not triggered. That's obsession. And any taxidermist who agrees to this needs to have their head checked too. This whole thing is sick.
Well, not too serious. That's what you want to do. Yeah, that sounds good. If you want to do it, yeah, if that's your thing, then I would. Here's the last one.
Stuff my hamster.
Once we have this
This is not new. Obviously, it's 7 years ago, but I thought this was like
then we can say, all right,
incredible. Here we go. There's a burglary where they have bricks and they try and break into a place.
Know God so that you can know how to behave.
Shanghai.
And it is overwhelming. So, when was this book written? There was a really amazing, unusual moment in 16th century Spain.
That's not good. So basically, yeah, they're two robbers. They both had bricks. One tried to knock. They tried to both throw it into the windows, but one guy hit his friend directly in the head and knocked him out.
I remember that when my buddy and we were kids and we were throwing rocks at these other kids, and my friend's brother did exactly that to his brother.
Oh shit! That's hardcore, dude. Yeah.
Offered a generous tax policy
wow.
to textile merchants in particular.
That's it. And I was gonna ask you guys if you want to watch. I've been so freaking obsessed with like body cam.
Welcome, Retro Raid.
If you guys want to do like a quick segment on one of the days, just so you guys react to them.
We'll do on Patreon.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, we can air the. I think we're gonna Patreon.
They're just people have joined me over the past few weeks. Word, dog. How you been, Pam? Kicking ass, taking names. Have you stayed away from the bottle? Have you stayed away from gambling? What happened? Where's your boy? Where's Buckets? Nets, yeah. Yeah, Doug, he's obsessed. No, I didn't hear it from you. I'll say he's obsessed with this bitch. Okay, so what are you gonna do? Dude, you already know that this sucks. You already know this site sucks. Sports gambling.
Here's another way to connect up.
Go for it.
Or even easier, look on the player screen and
Oh, it'll take years for that, son. What's stopping you from doing that now?
Silver one. Where? No rain. Flash flooding west today. There's coming in from the Gulf and the Atlantic. Showers. Higher end. Amounts of rain. Oh, 9 inches of rain. July.
President Trump and Russia.
President Trump. It is amazing.
Now to the bed. They cry. They want to build. If you're familiar with the team, it's a little bit east of Whitehall. So it's west of Balboa and east of Whitehall. Very close to all for homeless shelter. Voting for it, always right. They just want.
What up, pimp? Dog, have you ever seen someone deep throat a large scale kielbasa? Well, that's what this motherfucker did. He's terrible at it. It was essentially a deep throat put to a gambling session. It was terrible. If you ever want to watch somebody, if you ever want to watch anybody lose a lot of money quickly, my man Retro Raid is the king of doing that. He'll be up $3,200. You'll blink, and he'll be at zero.
But nearby businesses are worried the prohibition will open the floodgates to bring drug use and crime into the area.
Retro Raid, why don't you play on a? Since you like gambling so much, why don't you just play on a casino that doesn't take money? Well, they just have points, and then you just earn enough points to buy stuff. I am.
calling into the foster care and into straight. And so they want as an alternative to the people. Difficult for people in Encino vote for the
Candidates will also question the community has, and this is just sent in. CEO Ken Kraft offered his cell phone number to the crowd, encouraged them to reach out with their concerns. Reporting live from Encino tonight, AC Jenkins, NBC4 News.
Sounds like this is going to happen. It sounds like it's coming to Encino, a 38-bed shelter, homeless shelter. A really beautiful part of the valley. I grew up in that area. I know that hotel or motel very, very well.
Expulsion of the Jews from Spain, and then shortly afterwards, not exactly an expulsion, but the Jews were driven out of
Jim will probably drink on the Patreon. Oh, that's another bonus. I'll leave a small person on Patreon. Just so many activities.
There you go, let's go. August. Covina, September. Charlotte,
Are you playing?
September 19th to 20th. I'm excited.
I got Preacher, Eric, moderators in chat.
All right, I want to see you get your shit together in Grand Theft Auto. I want to see you have a sniper battle against people. Oh, what is this garbage? Yeah, that sucks. Doug, we want you to be playing Grand Theft Auto. Yeah, it's amazing. And then I want to see you sniping guys. Do you know how sick it is when you play Grand Theft Auto against other people with sniper rifles? Right. That's why you need to up your game. That's why you need to up your game. All I hear are excuses. I embrace solutions. That's cool though. This game's neat. What is it called? Oh, yeah, dude. Of course. Okay, so I have some questions because this game rules. I used to play it on N64. You get to go in with a team. Yeah, yeah. I do have questions. So I used to play this on N64. All right, well, fuck them up. Fuck them up. They got you. Can she shoot? Can she shoot? Can she shoot out of the camera? Okay. That's tight. So is it one guy left? And how many guys how many guys on your team? No, I know. I know how many guys are left on your. So it's 2 versus 1. Can you shoot through all the walls? Okay. Oh, there they are. All right, you ready to fuck shit up?
to steal now? You like to steal now? One permanent concern. With permit, positive outdoor boxes. Philadelphia, when carrying check from the mail, the amounts and the names changed.
It was never an issue growing up as a kid. Like, never really thought about it. It's interesting. It's a little scary.
Yeah, it is scary. This is somebody's fantasy, like this guy's yelling. You like to steal mail? You know, while he's having sex with a woman, right? You like to steal? That's what she wants to hear. You like to steal mail? Yeah. You like to steal mail? Yeah. 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 You like to steal mail? Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Somebody did it. Somebody tried that. They got it.
One growing concern, increase in checks stolen from mail, posited in outdoor mailboxes. Police say 4 men when carrying checks stolen from the mail, the amounts and the names changed.
It was never an issue growing up as a kid. Like,
now it is. Everybody's doing it.
Authorities now urging people to hate inside the post office and guard against crime.
Just put a bunch of mail in a blue box last night.
Authorities now urging people to
oh my God, they're stealing right out of the blue box.
Postal Service surged after the pandemic.
Yeah, people in the post office are going over.
7%.
Welcome. How are you, a mega pro gamer? I love me too. What's up, Pam? Calm down. How'd you guys find out about me? I'll get the fuck out of here. That's fine.
Call comes in on the beach to 911 and the cops are called, immediately they're going to send out a drone. They have 3 different stations that these drones operate out of Huntington Beach. They can get a drone over your house and start investigating within 2 minutes. So it's another great tool trying to bring crime down in that area. I think a lot of cities will probably follow suit. There are going to be some privacy concerns. You know, there's always some guy.
Police officers driving around their patrol car on the drone in their trunk. They use where a drone might be useful. Get in the trunk, get the drone out, get it launched, and put it up in the air. This new program monitoring differently and get the let's see much quicker. Here's how I look at this video.
What up? What up? How are you? What up, Pimp? What's good, son? How are you? Jordix, how are you? Kicking ass, taking names, baby. How'd you find out about me? How'd your friend find out about me? Jordix, how'd your friend find out? Oh, okay. Are you 18 years old, Jordix? How old are you? When's your birthday? Go. What's your birthday? Go. 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 That would make you, yeah, you're not 20. You're not 19.
That is a very safe city, Huntington Beach, and they got a great relationship with the cops. Now they have another tool to catch the bad guys. All right, long day. Start off with Step Boosh. Actually, start off earlier today. So with Gary Chan, you want to go download that, you can do that. Or you can also, you can also listen to Step Boosh. She called in at 4 o'clock today. So the podcast will be up moments from now. Then you can listen to Step Boosh. I believe his very first interview since he's been, since he almost died, almost killed in a car crash. So that ends up being 4 in the 4 p.m. hour. You may want to go download that and give that a listen to. He's, again, a long road in front of him, but he sounds great. He's got great parents, great friends, and a lot of people who listen to the station donated to his future, and he can't thank you enough. So go listen to it, and you can hear it in his voice, the emotion that he has when he talks about the people who donated money on the GoFundMe for him. Just unbelievable. All right, Bo Kelly's coming up next with this whole entire crew right here on KFI AM 640. KFI and KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County. More stimulating talk. Just 300 million, you say? I'm Mark Ronger, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The skyscraper in downtown LA, purchased by LA County, may need a nearly $300 million seismic retrofit. The county bought the old gas company tower last year, $200 million, making the future home to administrative offices and other departments. Supervisor Janice Hahn opposed it.
I was surprised to learn that we would be spending over $290 million to retrofit a skyscraper that cost us only $200 million to purchase.
The county CEO says the $290 million cost for a seismic retrofit would only happen with board approval. She says the tower is currently cost neutral, with existing tenants still paying the county rent. Michael Monks, KFI News.
Prosecutors have filed 2 new public corruption charges against LA City Councilman Kern Price. He's already facing multiple counts of grand theft and perjury for allegedly voting in favor of projects in which his wife had a financial interest. Price was charged in June 2023 with 5 felony counts of embezzlement of government funds, 3 felony counts of perjury, and 2 counts of conflicts of interest. He has pleaded not guilty. Former Orange County Supervisor Andrew Doe has been ordered to pay the county back nearly $880,000 following his conviction in a bribery scheme.
Doe is also expected to begin serving a 5-year prison sentence this Friday. He was found guilty of steering and voting in favor of more than $10 million worth of county contracts and grants to co-conspirators from 2021 to 2023. One of those organizations was Viet American Society, a nonprofit headed by Doe's daughter. Doe was also ordered to pay more than $9,600 in legal fees for the county. Jim Group, KFI News.
KFI Technical Director Stephen Cabezas says he's overwhelmed by the love and support everyone's showing him. Bush, as we call him, was rescued by passersby from his burning car on the freeway last Thursday. He's now recovering in the hospital. He tells KFI's Tim Conway he's grateful for all the kindness being shown by listeners.
You know, the fact that they're just reaching into their heart and their wallet, and the prayers and the support and the love.
Cabezas says while he doesn't recall everything that happened in the accident, he does remember thinking he looked like the character from the movie Saw. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation says the man who shot up the CDC headquarters and killed a police officer also shot himself.
The shooter died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
The Bureau's Chris Hosey says the shooter had no known criminal history before the attack Friday.
A search warrant executed at the residence of the shooter revealed written documentation that expressed the shooter's discontent with the COVID-19 vaccination.
He says evidence also shows the shooter had recently talked about suicide, which led to law enforcement being contacted several weeks ago. President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance will have a virtual meeting tomorrow with Ukrainian President Zelensky and European allies. ABC's Patrick Revell says that meeting will happen before the president meets with Russia's President Putin in Alaska on Friday.
We heard from President Zelensky today that he had heard from the US that Russia, for the first time, does appear to be signaling that it might be ready to move towards a ceasefire.
This comes as Russian troops pushed into eastern Ukraine today as part of Putin's campaign to take control of the Donetsk region. And Washington, D.C. residents are protesting President Trump's decision to employ the National Guard to take control of the city's police department. To help organize the protest, called on D.C. residents to make noise outside their homes every night that the city remains under federal control. Southland weather from KFI, some clouds and fog later, lows in the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow, highs in the mid-80s, 90 in the valleys, 100 in the IE, and mid-70s at the beaches. We'll be down to 80 in LA by Friday, and that's going to last through the weekend. Right now it's 71 in Santa Monica, 70 in Torrance, 71 in Dana Point, 72 in Garden Grove. KFI Financial report the Dow closing up 484 today, S&P 500 up 72, and NASDAQ up 297. Now we're headed to a crash on the 5 and down.
That's heading northbound right at Paramount Boulevard. It has the two right lanes off limits, so you can see a busy ride back there to about Pioneer. And if you're on the 110 southbound in South LA, there's a solid big rig that has the on-ramp blocked off right at Exposition Boulevard, and it's slowing down from about 3rd Street. Making your way on the 10 heading eastbound, that's in Mid-City approaching Robertson. That's a slow crawl there. As you make your way into downtown, things start to clear up just after Maple Avenue. Southbound side of the 101 in Hollywood, some traffic building up just after Western, and that starts to clear up as you approach the 110. The 91 eastbound in Anaheim, seeing some brake lights as you approach Tustin Avenue, and then it's slowing pockets from there to Anaheim Hills, easing up right around Gibson Canyon Road. And the 215 southbound at Riverside, that's just before University. A crash there has the left lane blocked off, causing some stopping traffic from the 9160 interchange. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
In 1920, a magazine article announced something incredible. 2 young girls had photographed real fairies. That article was written by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the man who invented Sherlock Holmes. How did he fall for that? Hoax is a new podcast from me, Dana Schwartz, the host of Noble World, and me, Lizzie Logan. Every episode will explore one of the most audacious and ambitious tricks in history. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Hoax, and listen now.
Number 1 on your car radio preset and the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Free, never sounded so good. KFR AM 640.
He tried to kill me. I'm telling you, he tried to kill me. He tried to first run me down with his car, and then, when that wasn't successful, he then proceeded to honk his horn and give me the run. I don't know who you could be talking. It's later with Will Kelly, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on YouTube, Instagram, the iHeartRadio app, and even Facebook. It's interesting that you would chime in, Mark Runner, maybe you have a guilty conscience, but you tried to run me down in the crosswalk. I was walking back from Whole Foods, minding my own business, and I was mindful of the light. I was walking on the green crosswalk sign. You're saying you were obeying the law. I was obeying the law, and then you come in this car screeching to a halt, saying that's limit line. Fake news. You know, when the car dips down in the front because you're slamming on the brakes, it's almost like you had an internal conversation about, do I run this black man down or not? It's like you can read my mind. I want somebody to go out and look for skid marks on the road, not on any of your clothing. All I know is this car was barreling down on me, and I turned to the right and I said, I'm not going to make it. So he skids to the limit line, and I throw my hands up like, what are you doing, dude? What's your problem? Oh, please don't. Please don't. And then he honks the horn. And I said,
To answer on 6 gear, because I would say Rogan's an outlier. He can do it and still be super hyper.
He was also that way before he started too.
Also, he's so intense on 6 gear, so he brings it down to 4, so it works for him.
He also started doing it when he was 35.
Correct. Also, you're not Joe Rogan, right? Most of us are. So the idea that this can be a less dangerous drug and to help people out, it couldn't be wrong. Now, there's some health benefits to it, you know, with inflammation, stuff like that. But as far as like making it less dangerous, I just think it's moving America in the wrong direction. It's like some people get schizophrenic doing it. Like there's just, I just think people would be so much better if, I'm not saying there's not a use for marijuana. There definitely is medical cases. I just think we'd be so much better off if instead of smoking marijuana, instead of drinking that fucking whiskey gin, if you just put your fucking whatever you drink, you just put your fucking tennis shoes on and go for a run. And if you can get the same euphoric feeling, you can get the same endorphins, whatever drug or choice, whatever alcohol choice, if you do something hard and that makes you sweat, you're gonna get the same endorphins. There's a reason why so many addicts become long distance runners, because they're getting the same endorphins. There's ways to do it where you're gonna smoke and sit on your couch and be not productive and scroll Twitter and Instagram and do some dumb shit. I just don't see it. I don't get it. I don't get the movement. I don't think it puts the mothership in productive direction. I don't get any of it. But I did. Other than that, I did. Now's the mothership. But they have their headliners Friday, Saturday. Yeah, so you do some little right. You do. Okay, and basically in the main room. I'm working out a bunch of shit. That's fine. Crowds are always great. But other than that, I didn't do a thing. Sometimes that's nice. Like yesterday, I was like, some days you just. When I say I had no motivation, I mean even getting up. Like, that's not like me. Is that depression, Bubba? I do think it's just, I wasn't feeling that good. I was a little unwed, maybe a little bit. And I was sitting there and I was like, and then I was like, I should write some stand-up. And when I tell you that I was about as funny as fucking, see, now I can't even think of somebody. You're not as funny as the AIDS. Yeah. I mean, I had the Sunday blues. I loafed. That's a problem. That's not like you. Yeah. The heat doesn't help. I don't know. Yeah, heat's still not bothering me, man. I love it. I'm just saying it just didn't make me want to get on go. But it was also just usually heat makes me want to go. It's cold outside. I don't want to do shit. Winston Churchill used to call it a touch of the black dog. I had to touch the black dog. Maybe it is. Black dog needs depression.
I have the lights, and here you are screeching to a halt. And you awarded me. She felt like a shit or something in her mid-drink. I did not flinch. I did not jump. I didn't throw up my hands like, oh my gosh, you scared me. No, because I'm always aware, especially when it goes to crossing the street. Because I think you notice when people are on the phone and they just assume that cars will stop them. They just step off the curb.
UFC's popping. We're going to come out the gate hot here. We're going to come out the gate hot. I'll do a full breakdown of UFC 319 with Jesse on fire. We do it for all the big pay-per-views, but we're going to come out the gate hot here. The kids are just too good at interneting these days. You're not going to catch them in every facet. They're right up there for the big boys. They're right up there with the big boys. What's the difference? So, when the WNBA wore shirts that say pay us what we're worth, the WNBA could have went Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates. Potential savings will vary, not available in all states or situations. Progressive. Sometimes I'm fucking right on the nose. A lot of times I'm off. MMA's tough to predict.
Just got done spewing a huge mouthful of fake news.
So,
is this a personal challenge? I'm going to interpret this like Kato in the old Pink Panther movies. So just whatever.
Let's get to the next fucking. Kermit. Last thing, our boy Rogan swears by marijuana. I'll tell you this right now. Because look at this. Look at that cow. Look at that fucking cow. Really? That's just, yeah. Is your dick hard? No. Now you came in. Hold on. You came in. Let me try to get excited. Hold on. No, it's like we see tits, it does nothing. No chins on into chicks? No, hold on. This is like, man, this thing's got a chassis on it. No. What is that thing? It's a Corvette?
I would have named your fender because you keep the bumper. That means you're standing in front of the bumper. You decide. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Oh. Just like you said, things like Steve McQueen would have done. You guys are cool. Yeah. And especially if we actually didn't know each other. What are you going to do? Get out of your car and chase me into a building you can't get into? Oh, no, you never get out of the car. That's my point. Never get out of the car.
So I would have taken advantage of that. But you never know. Someone gets out the car. It's one of those things. You can see someone frantically trying to put their car in park and trying to dislodge. I can promise you that. I'd say at least 7 times out of 10, it is faster for me to get back around to your car to kick your door in as you try to open it. Oh, yeah. Try to open it and get out head first. Pow! There's only one way you can get out of the car, so I know which way you're coming. I know what you're about to do. Yeah, one of my favorite genres of online video is people who are in a road rage and they get out of their car. Then the other guy gets out of the car and is twice their size, and they're like, "Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I'll be getting back in my car now." Now, I've tried to get stuff. I try, but every once in a while, someone tries to run me down as I'm walking away from Whole Foods, and then all of a sudden I snap back to where I used to be when I was 30 something, turning back into the old me. I was minding my own business. You wanted to start something. We almost had a misunderstanding. Almost, right? Think of my good fortune and not making you angry like the Hulk. Exactly. Sam, see what I'm doing? I'll say good evening to Sam, good evening to Daniel, good evening to Walla. Mark, don't take their side, Sam. When we come back, we'll talk about the LAUSD plans for new bus routes and safer zones. KFI Hits at 20 live for the iHeartRadio app. Good evening to you out there listening on iHeartRadio app. Good evening to everyone except Mark Bonner, who now has the doors. I have feelings. Here's the latest from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A homeless man's in custody in connection with a vicious beating of a 70-year-old Sikh man in North Hollywood. He beat the older man with a golf club. Argument last week. The cops said they don't think it was a hate crime. The Trump administration says homeless people in Washington, D.C. face jail time amid a federal crackdown on crime in the nation's capital. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said homeless people will be given the option to leave encampments and be taken to shelters, but if they refuse, that they could be hit with fines or jail time. And actress Danielle Spencer is D on the 70s sitcom What's Happening. Died at the age of 60. In 2014, she was diagnosed with breast cancer and reportedly died yesterday at a hospital in Virginia. From the Odoo.com Weather Center, Odoo, the only business software you need. Clouds and fog later with lows in the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow with highs from the mid-70s at the beaches to 100 PAV and IE. This report brought to you by the White House Briefing Room podcast from John Decker. And from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, save more than pump for Toyota.
Just 2 more. This one I thought was
with Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. Pedro Moreno.
In 1920, a magazine article announced something incredible. 2 young girls photographed real fairies. That article was written by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the man who invented Sherlock Holmes. How did he fall for that? Hoax is a new podcast from me, Dana Schwartz, the host of Noble Blood, and me, Lizzie Logan. Every episode will explore one of the most audacious and ambitious tricks in history. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Hoax, and listen now.
Joel, why don't you tell the class what you did this weekend?
Well, my dad and I went in search of magical minnows and found a zillion of them in the stream from our lookout rock. Then my sister and I escaped from an angel slug king. I went back to my super twin fort for safety. Then we told stories to the park, and the Big Dipper led us all the way home. Good morning, Joe.
funny. This is just MMA fighting saying Theo's already in the seat for I'm not going to take credit for this, but I am. Go for it. When we did King of the State and Theo was just getting the UFC, he would show up for the main event or the main card, like the third last fight, and I roasted him. I said, dude, you know how fucked that up is? You know how fucked up that is? Yes, I remember this. Do you remember this? Yes. I was like, dude, the real fights are on the prelims. Those are the guys you need to watch. Those guys fighting for their meals. Those are the guys that need support. And Theo was like, Theo made some joke, and now he does it. Yeah, I'm just saying, I was the first one to call him out, but you can't show up for the fucking main card. Don't be that guy. And now he's doing it. And you always call him out for it was like, first, Jason He tweets. Yeah, dating news can be interesting.
I'm Jamie Petrus, music and culture writer. For the past 5 years, I've been talking to the band's 3 surviving members, Jamal Jahan-Newby, Neil Cade, and Harry Cupcake Coleman. Put it this way, we were the band of the state penal system. They would come in and stand around the world and sweat and pull off them just like it poured off of us, just to hear us play. They're out of prison now and in their 70s. Their past are minor, but they also have some unfinished business. At the end of that ring, guys of love was supposed to have been followed up by another album. They never got that opportunity, but they never stopped dreaming either. Check it out. Listen to Soul Incarcerated on the iHeartRadio app. Check it out. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. In 2005, investigators in Palm Beach, Florida began uncovering a dark secret. A lot of girls knew about it, and a lot of girls were doing it. If anybody asks if you're over the age of 18, just go ahead and go with it. There was a wealthy man in Palm Beach who was offering young girls a way to make money. That man was Jeffrey Epstein, and he had set up a system designed to bring him underage girls. Local police and the federal government would investigate and, by their count, find dozens of victims. Epstein would become one of the world's most infamous predators, a man who could have faced decades in prison, but served just 13.
YouTube, and we'll see you soon.
Epstein's abuse would span years and cross lines. New York, Palm Beach, New Mexico, Paris, Virgin Islands. In each one of those residences is an election.
You're not gonna scare Dana. If Dana was scared, he would trust me. He would have bent the knee a long time. Spent some of my TRX.
I mean, there's a kind of like the cult
antitrust lawsuit. Teacher, you got a new one, and we're doing the innovate that thing's TRX. That thing's it's a badass. That thing's shit. Rebuild my TRX now. I got a new one. We're doing the innovate wheels and the tires and the 40-inch or 39-inch tires and
you got a goatee. I did. Did you get that after you helped me move and you saw mine?
Yes. It's being built right now. You still have the GTD and the TRX.
I'm getting rid of the TRX. Hey, Shane, I did. Why?
I have a TRX. That thing's it's a badass. That thing's shit. Rebuild my TRX now. I got a new one. We're doing the innovate wheels and the tires and the 40-inch or 39-inch tires and
you got a goatee. I did. Did you get that after you helped me move and you saw mine?
Yes. It's being built right now. You still have the GTD and the TRX.
I'm getting rid of the TRX. Hey, Shane, I did. Why?
I have a TRX. That thing's it's a badass. That thing's shit. Rebuild my TRX now. I got a new one. We're doing the innovate wheels and the tires and the 40-inch or 39-inch tires
and you got a goatee. I did. Did you get that after you helped me move and you saw mine?
Yes. It's being built right now. You still have the GTD and the TRX.
I'm getting rid of the TRX. Hey, Shane, I did. Why?
I have a TRX. That thing's it's a badass. That thing's shit. Rebuild my TRX now.
Showing up at a church, showing up at a school, and different school districts are
having company among those guys. Like, not to name any names, but it does feel like we could probably guess what podcasts they're listening to today. Like it feels like they were like in the manosphere before there was such a thing, or they were like waiting for their cultural moment to come along. Yeah.
Those guys have a podcast.
They have a podcast. They have a very mid podcast.
But it's the Plowman Dulcet Hour, and it is really fucking crazy.
But also, like, you think of it, just the culture clash.
comes to taking kids to school and making sure that they're safe in an academic environment. There's a lot of uncertainty there. I'll just tell you what it is for me in my environment.
And then don't get it twisted. The UFC is a proven pay-per-view success. They have a business model. They would never ever give that up and sign all their media right deals. And then don't get it twisted. The UFC is a proven pay-per-view success. They have a business model. They would never ever give that up and sign all their media right deals to Netflix, including pay-per-view. Because let's say in 4 years it doesn't work out, and then like, oh, hey, remember that Netflix you're paying for every month, and it included our fights? Well, we're going back to pay-per-view. They would never run that. That's just bad business. Get that out of your head now. So all these reports are off. I can guarantee that. What else you got, Jim?
A few moments later.
There's one right way to do it. We know that there's a lot of controversy surrounding the city stance.
And then don't get it twisted. The UFC is a proven pay-per-view success. They have a business model. They would never ever give that up and sign all their media right deals to Netflix, including pay-per-view. Because let's say in 4 years it doesn't work out, and then like, oh, hey, remember that Netflix you're paying for every month, and it included our fights? Well, we're going back to pay-per-view. They would never run that. That's just bad business. Get that out of your head now. So all these reports are on. I can guarantee that.
Welcome. How are you?
What else you got, Jimmy?
How you doing? Excellent. We're just chilling. Feel free to enjoy.
He was possibly himself born in Portugal, born in Spot, definitely raised in Spot. We know he was there from when he was about 16 years old. But they were sort of like, I like to think of that generation sort of like being related to this horrific moment in Jewish history chronologically as we are related to the Holocaust. There are difficulties in comparing these two events, but they're both considered like earth-shattering events in Jewish history. And so he was like a first-generation survivor, maybe second-generation survivor from Ger Sfard, and they landed in spots where they were deeply involved in all kinds of Jewish research and especially Kabbalistic research. The money generated from the textile trade allows for the expansion of scholarship in the region. Lots of rabbis were invited and were supported by the wealthy merchants who were able to, provide for them to have yeshivos and synagogues and so on. And the Ramah that Moshe Cordero was one of them. Spot itself was kind of like a nothing town until then, and in fact, it was sort of like a blip on the oscilloscope of Jewish history, because it really has no significant history prior to this period, and it doesn't occur once in Tanakh, for example. The term spot probably comes from the word sofeh, which means to look out, because it is quite elevated, it's high, and you have these gorgeous landscapes all around it. But it really has no significant Jewish history until the 1520s, and then it becomes an incredible place of Jewish energy and spirituality and creativity for about 50 years, and then there's a series of plagues that just wash through it, killing, among others, the Ramah, and then it dies down again. And it's always kind of like, since the 1570s, it's kind of like been in a retrospective move, looking back towards that period of genius. But it was a period of incredible genius. You have to imagine the number of scholars that came there, and specifically lots of Spanish and Portuguese rabbis who had endured the great expulsion and came there with, these apocalyptic ideas, and they found themselves all together in this tiny town on a hilltop, and they started synergizing each other and doing some absolutely incredible things. Kabbalah, as we understand it today, received a tremendous leap during this time. The Ramach himself was one of the major contributors because he wrote a particular book, which was published in his lifetime and gave him regional fame, called Pardes Rimonim, the orchard of pomegranates, in which he basically took up all of the bizarre and strange and scattered ideas that appear in the traditional texts like the Zohar and others, and he systematized them. He wrote in a 2-volume work. This is how Kabbalah works. This is the general principle 1, the general principle 2, and so on. All of a sudden, all kinds of people who were looking to Jewish mysticism for some kind of succor, some kind of support intellectually, spiritually, they said, oh my gosh, this is like, the art scroll of the 16th century for Kabbalah, which is, I can't even imagine, I just said that. Like, how do you put all those things together? No idea. But it was like, oh my gosh, I actually understand Kabbalah. He was really big into drawing diagrams and pictures, and so he graphed out Kabbalah. It was comprehensible. It became an instant classic, and he was known as the go-to person to explain Kabbalah. This, by the way, is a map of, or a photograph of some of the graves that appear in the spot, and they're frequently coated with this distinctive light blue paint as sort of a prosthetic against prophylactic against the AIDS and the eye now. I'm a little nervous. It's such a big quantity. So please, thank you all very much. Just to give you a sense of who is in Safat at this time and what are they doing, this is another section of the famous graveyard of the spot. And we see here right at the bottom the Ramak, right, Rabbi Moshe Ben Yaakov Cordoero, and he is really the father of Kabbalah in Safat. He was the oldest of the Kabbalists there, with the exception of Rabbi Yosef Karo, who came a little later. Made his way through Constantinople, but he ended up in Safat as well. Of course, the author of the Gemara and a master Kabbalist himself. So here is the Ramak, and just to show you in very close proximity, here is Rabbi Shlomo Levi Al-Kabetz, the author of L'Kado Di L'Kras Kala, that we sing every 5 nights, which is universal minhag among the Jews. This was his brother-in-law, slightly older than he, and the two of them had this strange kind of habit that they would go out on what they called gerushin, or literally divorces or exiles. And they would go off and wander throughout the hillside and the region of Safat, and they would just like, and the Ramak wrote about this in a book called Sefer Gerushin, which described his travels with his brother-in-law, who was also his Rebbe, and they would like walk along until they felt like special spiritual influences, and then they would sit down and they would daven or say Tehillim, and they would stay there for an indefinite period of time until the feeling faded away, and then they went on. I mean, it sounds kind of bizarre, but this is the kind of stuff they did at Safat. And the holiness of the people and their Kabbalistic activities, like this Gerushin type activity, created a kind of spiritual tourism where so many other rabbis, especially Kabbalists, were drawn to Safat, like Aaron Byron, Ira Byron to a magnet. And then one of the greatest of them, of course, was the great Isaac Luria, Isaac Ashkenazi, who came from Cairo, the region of Cairo, specifically to study with the Ramak. The Ramak was Arizal's Rebbe. They learned together for about 9 months before the Ramak died. The Arizal died shortly thereafter. But the Arizal, according to his student, Rabbi Chaim Vital, always considered that brief encounter with the Ramak that the Ramak was his Rebbe. So we're talking right now about the roots of 16th century Kabbalah. And really the way in which we understand Kabbalah today is heavily dependent upon the Ramak. So that's sort of like the history stuff. Now we're going to get into the Google part of this lecture, looking at the actual ideas of Kabbalah and how it relates to interpersonal behavior before Rosh Hashanah. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, please. Most of the biographical details of his life, we have, first of all, his own writing, and he does write some autobiographical information on the Sefer Gerushin. We also have the testimony of the collector who purchased all his manuscripts, Rabbi Rothschild, was why am I not used to speaking so late? Because you're here, my wife is here, so I'm a little nervous. But Moshe Basalo, he wrote quite a bit, like he published this Torah Deborah, and everyone was saying, my gosh, who wrote this amazing book? So he had to produce data about it. We missed out a lot of really important things. We don't know, for example, his wife's amazing. We don't know if he had other children besides Gedalia, who was the lone executor of his will. But it is the 16th century. Printing is around now, so it is possible to put together a lot of details about it. Also, there's a strong hagiographic tradition, right? Like when you have a Rebbe like the Ramah or the Arizal, you write down all these personal details about them because, you revere them. So we do have quite a bit of data now. Not as much as we'd like, but quite a bit. That was an easy question. I have a hard question. All right, so you ready for the typical stuff now, the woo-woo stuff? Okay, so here's the fundamental question of Kabbalah, and this is really the fundamental question of any. If God is infinite, then how does an infinite being translate into a finite universe? No reason whatsoever. Am I? Am I either somehow subsumed with God? It doesn't feel like that. Most of the time, I feel quite distinct from God. I feel quite distinct. This grid. So it's really a very, very, but explained with great clarity by the Ramah. It seems so. If you remember your high school biology, like the Paramecium swallow, something else, God as it were opens up a vacuum within himself to say, here is a not God place, but then place. This other than God, and there was lots of diagrams in this, and you usually see like these big concentric circles with a tiny little drop coming into the center and things like that. God inserts himself into that vacuum, and that's the spirit world that we live in. It's intentional and careful reapplication of God. They're very difficult. Also, the metaphor that's frequently used is that of the spherot, which are these successive sort of containers. Translate of shvirat, the vessels, which basically goes to metaphor. City of God creation. Can't handle it. It's overwhelming. The pot smashes. The pot shatters. If you've ever been they used to serve tea in like glass cups, and like one in every 4 or 5 cups shattered when they put the hot water in. So it was like that. So the first container, which is kept there, it shatters, and that rains down a mixture of that hot oil, which is like godliness, together with the material of the keli, of the vessel, and it falls into another clay vessel. But it's still too hot. So that second clay pot also shatters, and then that means you have a mixture of the first 2 vessels with the light of godliness. It goes to a third pot of port until finally, by the time you get to the bottom, which is where we live, then finally the oil has cooled through its interaction with the broken parts, and then it can exist in this world. And so the idea is the world we live in today, like let's say this computer or this gender, is a mixture of the material loss, right, with the that allowed those who, then there is those that even silent things, their existence, that it cannot be, separated from its godliness. This is, by the way, one of the major differences between the Ramak and his student, the Arizal, and one of the reasons why you have lots and lots of Hasidim who follow the Arizal and who follow the Ramak. And I don't really, but the Arizal as cosmic axis, how that works. But the idea is the universe. Within material and the purpose of our existence, this gives Hasidism, the Chabad Hasidism, a tremendous impetus to get out there and save those sparks and do those mitzvos and have people go on filling on the street and give out the holiness or allowing it to flow upwards to a date approach. And she says, no, it's not. It's the way the universe is designed. It's not a cell to follow. I'll give you a metaphor that I think is even a little better. So you're is that okay? So you can't look at the sun with the naked eye. Right? It's way too powerful. So you read what you can do, and you can sort of glance at passing away, because the mirror itself absorbs some of the energy, the radiation of the sun, but it also distorts it, right? Because it's not perfect. There'll be a little bit of coloration, a little bit of a dulling. Another mirror, you put it over here. A reflection of the sun. If you have 10 mirrors, all set like this, reflecting the light. Then finally, and as it were, live in regular sunlight because of the dilution of the light dwelling there. So that's kind of like Kabbalah 101, Severe. How does that relate to God is? Every say in which God interacts with our physical universe. We can observe God, as it were, like if you're a physicist, they have those bubble chambers. You can't see an electron, but if you put it in one of these bubble chambers, you can see the path that it took, right? Or you can't see my face and live, but you can see my behind, you can see where I've been. God's communication to the universe. The Spirit is God saying, I can create the universe in any way I want.
Retrograde, where the fuck were you? What's your question? I live with roommates. I have savings. I don't ask people what's in their bank account, and you shouldn't either. A job.
I know it sounds complicated, but there
I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've had major contracts with Fortune 100 companies, so I've made a good living in my life. Pretty close.
By the way, you may notice some differences.
I wish. I mean, I still have to live within my means.
The crown has two qualities with which God.
I'm doing okay. Why are you so concerned about how much money I have?
Basically, the first one is mercy. Even the existing world, I'm going to.
I do my best to create robots to go viral. But I've got like groceries. I just had groceries delivered, so I'll go get those. I mean, I have found that I get a great amount of enjoyment learning, and I like to watch podcasts and lectures. And I mean, I do like to go outside too. I do that, but when I'm doing that, I can't be in the Discord, and I have to maintain a Discord to make sure people know what I'm doing and who I am. When I go viral, big dog. I have. It's not really something I like to do. Of Los Angeles? Orange County. I'm based out of Orange County. There you go. When I go viral, I've had people come visit me, and it's gone well. So I'm not against it, but I'd like to go viral first. I'd like to be able to have money to be able to enjoy myself. For right now, yeah. 100%.
Clear as the sun. Okay. Okay, so let's do selective strategies. Again, I would love to do all 13 of the strategies, but it will take us way too long, and I'm going to try and stop before 9:15. So I'm just going to choose 5 of them that are my favorites, that I use frequently, that I think about when I'm angry with someone or something. I think of the Tomer Deborah, and I remember one particular meetup attribute, and I said, yes.
45.
It's not like a anger.
Yep.
It's the insulted king. The insult. So here's what the Ramach starts with. He starts by telling us a secret that only the quote that he says the name, one of the highest names. We spend a lot of time thinking about names in Judaism. Names are significant. Right? We can't even say the Shem HaTorah is one of the names. But the name of the angels used for God is the angels
Welcome.
themselves. Is they call
What up, Yav? Kicking ass, take. Yeah, I do. How are you?
The Ramach explains that creation.
Excellent to hear.
Creation is not a one.
Yeah, I watch some baseball. Okay, I'm down for it. Let's do it.
Nothing at all occurs in the universe unless God gives it energy to happen. Every single.
Now you recognize this $45 is going to give you like 3 hours of entertainment, right? Instead of you just blowing the money. Good.
So the energy is constant to us.
Okay. Okay. Is there? Did you just buy? Did you just bet straight up?
Every single act of God, there is some more energy, and God is allowing that heart, allowing me to have a shake with that, please. You know, and whatever.
Very,
Completely.
very cool. Well, then he's giving you the inside track.
Said no. Taking the energy he gave me. And this is why the Malachim look at this and say, this is astounding.
All right, let's see it. What's the inning? Oh, Doug. So this isn't going to last you 3 hours. This is going to last you like 10 minutes. All right, let's see the screen. All right, well, it's tied. It looks like the Diamondback or the Diamondbacks are at the plate. There's a 1-3 count. So that's one ball. Or no, hold on. You can't have a 1-3 count. I can't see it very well. It's not your fault. It's mine. Let me adjust my phone. Wait, it is a 1-3 count. But maybe that's not the count. Oh, no. It's 2 outs, 1-1 count. Okay, now it's a 1-2 count. So that means if he gets another strike, then they're done. And it goes to the bottom of the ninth. Nobody's on base. It's the top of the ninth, 1-2 count. He just hit this ball for a home run. That's great for you, dude. Dude, you just fucking have a really good chance to win. Did you not see that? Dude. He hit a home run. Doug, he just hit a home run. Can you fucking hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Doug. 91. I'm watching.
Basic kind of like the politicians, but the opposite is also true. Not often talked about. Your Mishnah in Zergalis also said,
Dude, they just hit a home run. Just now, Doug, it just gave you the lead. Yeah. Like you were doing really badly. You were doing really badly until that just happened. Well, because the game's not over. You still, Dog, look at he just hit it. All right. So you've got to get 3 outs and then you win. No, they're done now. So now it's the other team that's going to go up. So the Rangers get the opportunity to either tie the game or win the game. They're down 1 run, and there are 3 outs that they have to get it in. No, I haven't seen it.
go to the source of their energy and withdraw what they need in order to continue living.
You're good. That's super tight.
Death. I'm going to take it over too. But Hashem is no safe Avram. Hashem says, "Oh man, I can't believe I should be with this."
Dude, you have no idea how fortunate you just got.
Energy drain. I will nevertheless pay the bill.
Yeah, dog, you probably have a 80% chance of winning. Now, I know you don't like sports betting that much, but you like to bet. You notice that you're not blowing through money like crazy. If you could do $45 a night on a game, you'd pay for your kid to go through college, as opposed to this bullshit that you do where you don't even know where you're up or down thousands of dollars. And you'd get out of there, dog. That thing sucks. Get out of there. It does. Stay on sports betting. Not even sports betting isn't always that consistent, but it's okay. Here you go. So this is big. All right, that's the first pitch. It's a strike. He's called. Yeah, he's called a catcher, and you don't hit him. You just throw the ball so that he catches it. Yeah, but you said Rangers. You meant to say Diamondbacks. You want the Diamondback pitcher to throw the ball past. Yes, or for that Rangers player to hit the ball and just get an out. Did you ever play T-ball? Welcome, Jet Ski Music. How are you? Jet Ski Music. How are you? Jet Ski Music. Oh, okay. That's good for you. That's one out. So now you have like a 90% chance of winning. Yeah, that's right. And then you win $91.
The example that he gives is from Tanakh of the metaphor of washing away the soas, the filth of the daughters of Zion. That's like actually a literal metaphor.
Okay, that's a ball.
It's a literal metaphor.
Not exactly what you wanted, but not that bad at all. It's fine.
My mother, she's with my late mom.
Yeah, I mean, you have to get it in the strike zone. Okay, that's good. So it's a one. Yeah. Quit changing it. Go back to the game. No, you don't want to do that. Yeah, they. You need to be satisfied. It's hard for you to get satisfaction in anything. You need to learn to have satisfaction. Okay. That's good. No, he'll get him. That's 2 outs. You have a 95% chance at winning. More than that, probably.
When I was about 8 years old, about the age of 4, and this was like back in the late 60s, early 70s, space age. And my parents,
Or these guys are professionals. They don't miss those.
Which was sort of like
Word. All right, here we go. That's a strike. Like a 96% chance at winning. More than that. Then you're tied. Yeah, but you're still gonna lose. Okay, you're still at like a 96% chance. No, you need 2 more strikes. One more strike. They have a speedometer basically. A radar detector. No, that was a ball. Okay, 2-2. You have a 98% chance at winning. 99% chance at winning. 98% chance. Yeah, then yeah, that's not easy to do though. That was a foul. That's game. You got it. You won $91. Good job. Tell your boy thank you. Dog, get out of here. No, 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 I'm not going to watch you do that. You're wasting your kids' money, and it hurts me to see that. You know it, I know it. No, dog, dog, sports betting is fine so long as you keep it reasonable. This kind of stuff is where you're betting away your paycheck. Basically every game Gesundheit. Basically every game's going to be done by now. What games? How are you going to You want to bet on table tennis? You don't know anything about table tennis. Oh, you're you're degen if you're degen if you're getting in. Dog. Yeah. Dog, you are degen. You are degen. That hook is deep in you. Don't do that. Don't do that. Do you have Grand Theft Auto? Okay, what I want you to do is play Grand Theft Auto and go in the casino in Grand Theft Auto and gamble. I'll I'll watch you. Oh, absolutely. Because then you're gambling a little bit, but it's not hurting you. And you're still if you win, you get excited because it's more stuff you can spend in the game. Go go get Grand Theft Auto and go to the casino online and start gambling and I'll watch you. Of course I am.
Gomez confirms the student was points by immigration inside of the school on some mistaken identity. USD Superintendent Alberto when federal agents approached the family of the student who was registering at Arleta High School, they are accused of killing their own brother from the vehicle in handcuffs. He was eventually released at the scene. Daniel Martindale, KFI News.
The LA County Board of Supervisors called for a stop to a $290 million seismic retrofit of the skyscraper they bought downtown. Supervisor Lindsay Horvath says the county's dire financial position limits its ability to do such an expensive project.
Given how much since October.
County bought the sky last year for department offices there. County CEO.
Are you going to play Grand Theft Auto? Are you going to play Grand Theft Auto? Okay. Good. I'm going to watch you gamble in Grand Theft Auto.
When calls come in, drones can be dispatched from remote docks citywide. That's going to increase officer safety by a great deal. And it'll serve the public much better with this program. We're going to be on scene within 2 minutes. The drones have high-res cameras with thermal imaging and will be operated by sworn officers. Demonstration. The drone got to the scene of a car break-in before the suspect.
You're good. No big deal. All right, no big deal.
23 arrests Tuesday. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the homeless population in the nation's capital will also be given an option.
If you just said to yourself, I'm going to give myself a $50 budget. If you give yourself a $50 budget nightly to be able to sports bet, you put your kid through college. Or you could do this bullshit where you get all fucked up and you put thousands of dollars down and blow it.
That's heading westbound just before he has just cleared it out of the 2 lane.
Okay. Give me a summary. What are you going to do? You're going to gamble? Are you going to gamble in the Grand Theft Auto? Good. Okay, are you good at Grand Theft Auto? Excellent. Pardon me. That's what. Do you have 100%? Do you have 100% completion? In what games? Yeah, what GTA games do you have 100% completion? Damn. Okay. So you know what's up. Grand Theft Auto 4. So why don't you stream yourself playing Grand Theft Auto on Kick? Dog, it takes like 10 seconds to fucking set that up. I know. Why are you such a lazy fuck sometimes? No, literally, I will sit here and walk you through whatever you need with OBS. I'm sure you can figure it out though, and then you'll be live streaming on Kick simultaneously. Oh, like not at all? Like it currently? Like not at all? You don't need bots. You don't need bots. With that bot bullshit. You don't need bots. Just stream normally. All I hear from you are excuses. I embrace solutions. Certified. 1000%, baby. Excellent.
If my mother played a role in this, I don't think she should die thinking that she got away with it. He is a serial killer, I believe.
I ask her, what are you doing here? She looks at me and says, I'm here to kill you. Listen now for free, wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Number one on your car radio preset and the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640 is later. I was doing some, what I would say is community service. I was talking to some young kids as part of the Collab Youth Program, and they're asking about how to get in the business. What is it?
Have you logged in yet? Okay, I'll be right back. Might take me 10 minutes. I have to get my groceries.
I don't use AI, but AI is present all around everything that I do. It's not like I'm going to ask ChatGPT for anything. Nothing. I'm not asking Grok. I'm not asking any of them. That's not what I do. But I acknowledge that when I use my GPS, I use my smartphone, AI is involved. That's the passive application. Here's another example of that. YouTube. And if you're watching on YouTube, you use YouTube. I use YouTube. We might use it for any number of videos. And I found, YouTube is showing movies that you can subscribe to its movies. And I sometimes watch movies on YouTube. I bring that up because YouTube has begun testing a new AI-powered age verification system. And it starts officially tomorrow. And it's supposedly going to be able to differentiate between adults and minors. Age verification. Based on the kinds of videos they have been watching. Let me stop right there. You're trying to tell me that YouTube will be able to differentiate between me, I should say an adult, and a minor on the strength of the videos we're watching? Do you actually think a 15-year-old who's a minor is watching 15-year-old stuff? Or is probably watching the stuff that adults are watching? Not that like adults as in pornographic, but I'm just saying, people older than 18 are watching. Kids nowadays, they love that retro bottle. But I'm saying they're not watching 15-year-old kid stuff. I would be willing to suspect. Your daughter's how old? 15. Okay. I don't think she's looking at Dora the Explorer. No, and I think that kids nowadays, period, when they're watching TV, it's in little bites. It's in little bites, and I can see how more kids would be gravitating to YouTube. They said they would get little bite-sized mini episodes of what they want, the way they want it. So this is kind of, ingenious of YouTube to at least get out in front of it. She does be posting all types of unsavory stuff. The kids just don't like to say. The system supposedly will only work when viewers are logged into their accounts, like you are right now if you're watching us on YouTube, and will make its age assessment regardless of the birth date you might have used upon signing up. So you may have in your supposed YouTube age is 23. What types of videos YouTube will make its own flags logged in viewer as being under 18. YouTube controls and away from watching video. 20 on flag by privileges as being under 18. That's five are looking for children's video. For the most part, as we love to have really X. Just folks this verification and make sure that would be in person. And they someone's content from your content violation, inappropriate material, strike your account in a heartbeat. So this doesn't. Which is patient, not my actual. Some days I'm looking for old copies. No, I can find it. Listen, both ways. So you're 15 and you're looking. We were, there's something. I wonder how he's going to some privileges to either 17 or 19. I wonder though, are they using he likes the over 18? And I'm quite sure they're legal to this work. You somehow that can restrict age appropriate content from kids. And it does have to be this this layer. I don't. We are community work. Everything I'm looking for. We'll talk about the past. Today, I was on YouTube looking up clips from the 1970s. Well, no. Email like Google account. Also be your YouTube. So I don't know, like if you was it iCloud? Was it Apple? If you Google account, but it just yeah. It's something that to your point, 12 let me use like just about something like what you want of the content. Yes. And it will help because there's apps like Plus launched and everyone had to have 810 for myself, but yep. I do information. Beta testing. Labor no supporting social media. Speaking. Yes. You may think of that. Not wrong. One wrong today. St. Louis and Bispo County's Board of Supervisors have issued an emergency Woodford fire. 5,000 freedom across the official station. Fire is now 37% contained. Talks in South Sudan about the it's from the Gaza Strip. Greek house is for rent. Someday, patients starting $5 a night. We gotta. You'll see the right lane block. Come up to Boulevard, making their way southbound on the 101. Across downtown, they start where the 1-2. I've got it. Carpool. Southern California. The free item is overall. Our radio app and find your now. August is National Immunization Awareness Month.
The CDC says recommended vaccines for children have been around for years. Mild and rare complications.
Attack against potential to cause really serious illness, hospitalizations, and sometimes even death.
Dr. Kimberly Giuliano, a pediatrician at the Cleveland Clinic, says shots there is endangers other children.
Slayer. Recommending certain breakfast inflammation. Foods such as gluten, toast, and whole grain are also non-traditional breakfast such as cherries, sweet potatoes. These foods can help you reduce the risk of diabetes. Update. I'm Scott.
iHeart is America's. Open the free iHeart app and explore.
There. Yep. So that's it. Okay. Here's what you think. Yep. Careful what is violent. This is Murder. All of you podcasts from Dave. You can listen to all episodes
America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free
Dylan Corbin here. Welcome to
guys. I don't know how I can be real original anybody. So let's get real.
Magnificent Others is a long-form show for great art musicians you truly admire. You want to hear fresh stories, want to hear fresh perspectives, one of the times from their now we're on to today's show. Curious origin.
America's #1 iHeart app and listen.
It's America's #1 explore podcast.
Why is my cat not here?
Use this control.
Like,
What's in the way? You have an answer for you.
fun stuff. Join me. And it's medical question.
Please give your time.
Listen, nice.
Listen on America. Open your free.
Okay, all right. Great board. What is red shirt? Your parents decide when Potter starts on our house. It's coming up after 7 o'clock tomorrow morning on the next.
Live on video app. You cannot see them. Kodak. We all remember Kodak. If you're of a certain age, you know Kodak film, Kodak cameras from a bygone era where people had physical pictures. My first camera I ever owned was a little Kodak camera. It was everywhere. Kodak 18. The Eastman Kodak. Eastman sold the first Kodak camera for $25, and now it is teetering on the edge of going out of business. In its earnings report yesterday, the company warned that it doesn't have available to roughly $500 upcoming debt obligation. Let me go back to where I started. It's amazing to me that so many cannot see the future of their. Let me give you some examples or understand. Staff at vision. Understand why the Thomas Mapp guy see March is taking everything. I don't understand how movie theaters did not see, or even movie studios did not see the future of digital media and streaming. I don't understand. The music industry, comparatively speaking, very similarly, did not see the future of digital streaming and downloading of music. And it torpedoed the music industry. Streaming is now torpedoing the movie theater industry. You know that the sky doesn't really exist anymore. GPS has moved on. And I think the same argument is like Kodak. How could you not be at the forefront of the digital photography revolution? You're talking to somebody who came from the world of newspapers. Okay. Yeah. I mean, a lot of us saw what was coming and tried to warn the authority figures, but I got to tell you, the people in charge can be a little out of touch. People at the Seattle Times to, stop even thinking of it. We're calling it site, it's news portal, paper, right? People aren't going to be using paper that much longer. Also, focus on video games. They make X times more than movies make, and we got a whole movie section every single week. Things like that. The people up top and to be older and more affluent and more isolated, the further up the food chain they go, they don't have any contact with that stuff. They're really, really out of touch. So while the rank guys like me are yelling, hey, time Here's what the people who don't understand. People up top are like, okay, man, move on. Thank you for your input. I will say radio did a decent job of recognizing the potential value of podcasts and moving them. Or not. You made the point where we're kind of discussing this off the air, where I guess the old folks just do not see the forest for the
Miss Aquarius.
legends and icons.
What happened? Apologies. I had to get my groceries. Excellent. All right, Retrograde. I'll be watching you in a moment, but I've got to play Miss Aquarius and bowling. We play 2 games of bowling every night. It's our tradition, so I'll be with you momentarily. And then I want to see you, Retrograde, actually play the game. How much are you down? Oh, of course it is. Of course it is. Wait, what are you playing? What are you playing? Dude, you are a gambling addict. I thought you were gonna play. How much did you lose? How much? 90 or 91? You have a problem. And until you recognize that, which I know you do, but you've got to get this problem under control. You have a family. Thank you. Yes, real money. This may what? Quit. Quit. No, quit. I don't care. Quit. 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 Quit and come back tomorrow and you can do the sports gambling. But come in at the beginning of the game. Nope. No, leave. 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 Keep your $200. Peace, big dog. Come back tomorrow. Word, ma'am.
I'm saying that someone didn't try internally. I just don't understand why you couldn't see the end of your own company's life. It'd be different if Kodak tried and it failed. But I can't find any evidence of them trying outside of their
Nice strike. You're welcome. That's right.
Not on the same level. When was the last time people brought a Kodak camera from all 5 people did this year? I got one for my son. I can't remember his name, but it was just for just S's and giggles because it was like when I was like, hey, You went around it and they brought it back like you think it's done. And I'm like, yeah. To go get this developed. And I remember, Roman, 1989. Yeah. 1989, they're talking about Photomat. And you haven't done anything. Got the 7-Eleven, the Photomat, J.C. Penney, James and Champ because of Brad Wesley. You're doing the same thing.
Good job. Nice spare. You're welcome. Oh, this is a tough split. Get something.
I got all sorts of cameras in boxes in storage. Yeah, I think I have my original Kodak somewhere. Somewhere. And you had to put the
Wow. Impressed? I'm trying.
You can get a filter, so you have like a Polaroid shot for like your Instagram photos. I love the throwback stuff, but the whole idea, have you ever looked? I know you have. I'm saying, you ever looked at an actual Polaroid photo? The resolution is crappy. The solution is crappy. The lighting, no matter what lighting you have in a natural environment, it looks terrible, and because of that, it's glorious. Advanced smartphone to replicate that cheap look. Polaroid, are they still in business? No, I think they are. They've been forced on the thing. From really Polaroid, yeah, they still have a website with just selling. Oh, they're selling throwback versions of the
No one's touching you tonight, girl. Keep it still. I'm not touching you. Get it. Get it. It's over.
If it passes, housing projects could end up competing with Overton maintenance for funding. CSU leaders say more on-campus housing, especially for low-income students.
Wow, what a big score for you. Get it. Nope, it's over. You spanked me, girl. That's right. Good job. That's my favorite comment. I win, you win. Good job, Miss Aquarius. Yes, ma'am. Sweet dreams to you. Yep. Take care. What up, pimp? Kicking ass, taking names. How you living, pimp? Excellent. Yeah, Bob, how are you, buddy? Do you mind if I tell you all about myself? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. Bob, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Excellent. Well, that's essentially what I am. Data is Earth's number one resource. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data overtook petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person. And if that happens, I'm going to make sure that you, your friends, your family become financially independent if you're not already. I want you to be able to create generational wealth. And most of all, I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Yes, it does. I appreciate it. I talk about things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, things like vertical farming and cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the less fortunate. I want to continue those kinds of projects. I'm an advocate for the LifeStraw program. And most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Go ahead. I'm not inside all day. I go outside. I was just outside. Yeah, I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in Los Angeles. I've streamed in Disneyland and everywhere in between, basically everywhere in Southern California. I have more content than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube channels, over 200 Instagram channels or accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. Thanks, Big Man. All right. Well, you enjoy. You should know that you're always welcome here, and have a good night or day, whatever you're experiencing. Take care, buddy. Peace.
Our incident in, I think it's in Safania, that is also discussed in the artist report of how Hashem is so angry with the Jewish people at one point, he wants to destroy them all. So he sends Gabriel, the Malach in charge of destruction, go down, get some of the coals from under the Galgal, which is some kind of like strange thing, like under the Aron Kodesh. There's a Mikdash, there's like some kind of like nuclear sort of Raiders of the Lost Ark energy kind of thing, and Gabriel's supposed to go there, supposed to get some of those radioactive balls and spread them out over the entire Jewish people, and they're supposed to be destroyed. Gabriel goes there, and he opens up the Galgal, and he looks inside, he's about to take some of those coals out, and inside the coals, there is the image of a glowing hand. And Hashem says to Gabriel, just wait a second. And the hand represents Chesed. The hand represents Tzedakah, giving to others. And after a while, the artist says 120 years, Gabriel's standing there with, the suntan from the radioactive elements there. And Hashem says, okay, forget about it. And he calls it. And the whole story, as the Ron explains it, is that Hashem, as it were, knew that he was going to get angry with the Jewish people at some point in the future. And so therefore he left himself in advance a reminder of something that he appreciates about the Jewish people. He left in the Galgal itself this image of a hand, as it were. I know these are bizarre anthropomorphisms. I don't know what to do with them. It's Kabbalah. But the hand reminded him that even though they deserve destruction, in our head, they do give to God. So therefore he said, now here the Ramak says explicitly, this is especially good for spouses, that when you are angry with your spouse, which in my case happens about once every 20 or 25 years, you have to put in your mind some kind of little token. You have to prepare in advance. It's like forgiveness requires work in advance. Put in your mind a token that when you get to that level of anger, remember that token, and it will kind of like be just like a little stop sign. You can run right through a stop sign. I've done it many times. Not really, but you can run through a stop sign. But it is some kind of reminder. And the reminder that I have is that my wife always makes my lunch. Even if she is a little irritated with me, which again, rarely happens, but she always makes my lunch. She always makes me what she has in the house. And it's usually very delicious, nutritious, and stuff like that. And I like that. That's just a constant go to others. So it's hard to get angry with someone. Always does. You may be angry with something totally different, something bigger or whatever it is, but you have at least this one thing you can count on. And I've used this particular Vita so many times. There are people who I always remember they're punctual. They're awful in so many ways, but they are punctual. We start on time. And it helps me, deal with the anger. It doesn't like wipe it away. It's not like magic. But it's just like a little, assist. Another one is maintain more. I'm showing you these pictures of family pictures because, there's no greater laboratory for interpersonal reactions to the family. This is where you really get to the hardest levels of learning how to live with other human beings. This is some guy, and this is his cute son, about 3 years old, about to get his first haircut. He looks somewhat pensive here. I'm not exactly sure what is going to happen here. And the Ramak says that, we have this passage, we'll read it on Rosh Hashanah, right? We say it six all the time. I will give pain to whoever I want.
I bought the ball here. I got the
well, I remember it later. I'm glad this is live stream because people can not remember. But anyway, Hashem, as it were, has kind of like a fail-safe in his forgiveness that for every human being, he sets aside in a special oat sale, special treasure rooms that there are. The Malachim are not allowed to enter that room. It is like, so to speak, sterile. No one can go in there and mess things up. And in that room is special memories of whatever this person did that was good. And nothing can touch that. A person can do, like, you may have this idea that, I did an Avera that's worth 2,000 Avera points. I just cost myself 2,000 Avera points. And I've only got 20 mitzvah points in that special room. They're gone immediately. The answer is no. That's not the way Hashem does math. Those 20 mitzvah points are there forever and ever. They cannot be touched. They're like solid, and that is like a space where you remember just how much you care about this person. So even when this little boy grew up, and I'm looking around the room, most of you have small children. And I know it's hard to imagine this, but when they become teenagers, it's like they're taken over by aliens from another planet, and they become much more difficult to deal with. And he was a hard kid to deal with in a lot of ways. But if I can remember, like, what you look like, vulnerable, and certain, take those 20 points and love that person forever. And a good story, by the way, this is what he looked like after the haircut. I'm not entirely sure that this was a good idea, but so I'm going to give you now the last one. This is, of course, Chai and Yafi, our eldest daughter. And this is the 13th level. Is the Ramak says that if all the other 12 levels fail, this one never. Really trying hard to forgive someone. And again, sometimes people ask me, what about him? I don't know. I've only used this in my personal life with the regular slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. I've never had, those kind of awful traumatic experiences. I don't know what to say about this. But in regular life, it says if you can't forgive a person with other 12 levels, this level will always be. It is guaranteed in every circumstance to always work to forgive a person, but I have to say it's like hugely exhausting to do it. I have used it on occasion, maybe 5 or 6 times. I've looked to level 13 to try to forgive someone, and it extinguishes a part of your soul. It's really, really hard to do. And basically, what he says is every human being had moments of innocence. Usually when they're infants, but every human being had moments where they were pretty tough. nothing wrong with them. They're beautiful works of art. Everything, there's nothing wrong with this. What you have to do is you have to go back to that place. You have to imagine that person as that perfect human being before they did anything wrong. And the specific metaphor he gives, although he does talk about childhood, is being under the hook. And he gives that beautiful section from the Navi of how Hashem found us in the wilderness and he became our husband there. And that moment of pure joy, when you're under the hook and you're saying, I'm so fortunate. How did I get so fortunate? And nothing is wrong. The entire universe is aligned in your favor. Later you will have arguments. Later you will, but that moment of purity, energy that is uncontaminated by any other feelings, that's where you have to take yourself to. And if you can take yourself to that moment, you may still be angry about what other things, but that anger will be muted by the overwhelming message of yes, we had that connection at that time. And that's the thing. It is exhausting. You're really angry with someone, it's hard to think of that moment. But it is. Well, we're still married, but 34 years later. Okay, so I'm going to conclude now. I'm just going to tell a story about the same daughter. This is Rafaela when she was about 2 years old or so. And I think one of the most powerful lessons in Tshuva I ever learned was from Rafaela. And it goes like this. So this was when I was doing my dissertation, and my wife was working at Westchester at the Federation, and I was unwisely in charge of Rafaela and her sister Debbie. And I would be working, writing a dissertation paper all over the place, and the kids would basically be doing whatever they want to the rest of the house. And then I would look at my watch, and my wife would come home in 15 minutes, so then we rush around doing things after 5 minutes left, I go to the book. And one day, I'm working really hard on particular writing, and I realized I don't hear the things. They have something really tasty. So I come out of my office and start walking through the split-level house we're living in Muncie, and I find them in one of the bathrooms. They have discovered the joys of plumbing. They're washing each other with their toilet brush, toilet paper everywhere, soaked up the floors. It was like, and Rafi was, I guess, about 4. He was about 2.5, 3, something like that. It was a huge mess. And of course, it was within the 15-minute window before my wife would get here. And I was living, right? The veins in my forehead started pulsating, and I started tensing up, and the kids knew they were in big trouble. Rafaela, if I were she, I would have lit out of it. I would have immediately headed for the hills because they were going to be in big trouble. But instead, this little girl, maybe 4 years old, she ran straight up to me and threw herself at my legs and hugged my legs up. I was like, oh, how can I be angry with her, right? She has, instead of running away, which would be the obvious thing, she ran to me. And she said, oh, I didn't know we weren't supposed to do this. I'm really sorry. I immediately forgave her and Denise. And I think the lesson in Tshuva is really obvious that, we may think we're smarter than God. We may think we'll be able to get out of here before Hashem realizes that we were the ones who messed things up. It's not going to happen. The only way to succeed is to, overcome our fear and hesitancy, run to Hashem. And as it were, to clasp them around the legs and say, sorry. I hope that this introduction to Tomer Devorah has been useful to you. It's very therapeutic for people I wish you all a Siva and Siva Tova, and a good redemption. Hopefully we should share many happy things. That's a thunderous applause, by the way. Okay, I suppose I can take a couple of questions from the audience. Does anyone have any questions, arguments, objections? Okay. Yeah, I was thinking of that actually, but I just
California's most accurate traffic report.
just say
The free iHeartRadio app has over
well, he does talk about his wife. He does talk about the marital relationship, rather surprisingly sometimes. But he doesn't like personify her. He's just grateful for her and so on. But it's a little bit like a Snea's thing that she wants to remain anonymous, maybe, and it's not at all unusual for 16th century. Today we do. Oh, okay. Ilana, go ahead.
Records, milestones, first, last, and everything in between. What happened today in sports history on iHeartRadio? How's it going, fellow sports fans? It's Andy West. Let's look back on this day's sports history on August 13th. We'll start today in 1993, where future Hall of Famer Ricky Henderson recently traded to the Blue Jays, pays his teammate Turner Ward.
So I'll repeat the question for those of you who are on Zoomland. There's an unusually good-looking woman in the audience who asked, did any of these men do the lottery? I mean, they seem so disconnected from all the theory of money. The truth is, the Vermont speaks very much about physically getting into the weeds of daily life. In his chapter on, I have to remember which chapter it is, but he has a huge discussion of do not turn your eyes away from poverty and distress. He has a whole discussion about, you're supposed to engage with people's suffering because that's why we're here, to try and alleviate other people's suffering. He's definitely in that area. He also discusses in another place, a Gemara in Bava Basra, about what these great rabbis would do Erev Shabbos. And there's so many of them were doing totally mundane things to get ready for Shabbos, and that is like, you think that important rabbis would have like house help to do them. No, these are things that you sweep, they would do sponge up, they would do these things because that's part of it. And my favorite, by the way, is Rava would always prepare the herring. He actually would prepare the sheep. So I think, on the contrary, especially when it gets into the marital realm, the Kabbalists were deeply involved in discussing the aspect of it. Sometimes it's actually sort of R-rated to read what they say about what it means to be married. Like, why did God create us with two sexes? What was that all about? So the Kabbalists say, there's a tremendous amount of Torah in the fact that we have male and female. I've said I'll see if there are some Zoom questions. We do have a whole bunch of people here. Yeah, no, definitely talks about it quite a bit, but I don't want to put that in recording. So we got lots of things from Tablets of Stone. Tablets of Stone is actually a student who lives in London, so I don't know what time it is there now, but I hope you get some sleep soon. The question of evil is a huge and too difficult question to answer right now. But it is a really important one. And the Kabbalists do absolutely. Margaret Newell, it's nice to see you. She says this was so inspiring. Thank you. What about self-forgiveness, my Bishop? Yeah, that's a tough one. Self-forgiveness. So the Ramak in Tomer Deborah principally discusses the way God forgives us and how we should take those lessons for forgiving others. He does not go into discussion, because it's logical, of how does God forgive himself, therefore we should forgive ourselves. He doesn't take us there, I think for obviously logical reasons. But the fact is that I have found that by learning how to forgive other people better, I've gotten a lot better at forgiving myself. Most people are pretty good at it, but often when we forgive ourselves, we tend to do it in a very superficial way, and in the dark of night, then we revisit why we really shouldn't forgive ourselves. But when you read the Tomer Deborah, feel empathy for other people's feelings, then it's easier to give yourself a little slack as well. It definitely, I a topic with a lot more exploration. We're way out of time tonight. And I've done here my 5 fav. Jennifer, this is my fave 5, my favorite 5 ones. Is there a resource or summary teaching that you can recommend for the entire work? So I actually have a whole series of lectures on each one of the levels online. So just look under the title Kabbalah of Forgiveness, which is the title I gave to the book that I wrote about this. And it's actually in English. I think there are maybe 4 or 5 translations out there. Some of them are really quite excellent. And there's also on Sefaria, there's an English translation as well. 2 or 3 English translations on Sefaria. So there's a lot of resources. So thank you very much for enduring this presentation, and hope you all have a good and safe Nelson.
Some people thought that that
it's like online.
Do you know about Rabbi Rothschild? Rabbi, do we know about Rabbi?
Some of the main characters, Carol Lamb died. The older sister, Dominique Dunn.
The microphone here.
We're live.
Yeah.
Are we live? Okay. Welcome everyone to tonight's part 2 of our Tshuva lecture series together with Dr. Noam, with Dr. Abramson. I'm really grateful for all you guys being here and those who are watching at home. I had a conversation with my Rebbe this past week. We were talking about some potential additions, whether we should add to the Natsir. And there's some discussions about the Rabb's Salvation practices. And I said to my Rebbe, I said, I think for a lot of people in the shul, just getting them to say the words we have, not adding more is probably enough. I said, tefillah these days is hard enough. And he had a line to me about Shana that I thought was very sharp. He said, it's not about halavai to say the words of the city. He said, halavai is the truth. And I think that he caught me. He was giving me a list of what he wasn't intending to. It's like one could go through all Rosh Hashanah, not clap one page, and not really do any tshuva, because it didn't ever say anywhere in Rosh Hashanah to do tshuva. And so, this Rebbe is a subtle reminder that the goal of all of this davening and all the time that we're spending together over the course of the week is really to engage in the process of tshuva. Different opinions of what tshuva means, but ultimately we're trying to connect better with ourselves and each other with the Lord. Dr. Abramson really prompted having this series, and tonight we're going to be taking a deep dive into Torah Devora, and with Dr. Abramson, we're very grateful for him for sharing his time, his wisdom, and expertise with us. And there's a bonus. We have some merch for those who came. And Dr. Abrams actually published a book on Torah Devora. He offered for those who are interested. He has some free copies here up front for those who want. So, we know where he lives now.
It is incredible.
So, that might not be free. We would like a copy of that.
It is incredible. I want to bring it up because I know that you're thinking about it. The crazy thing is that it's just an open lake filled with absolute bottom of the barrel peasants. They're chilling. I was like, wait till we fucking walk. This is
and thank you all for coming early. I only bought a small number of books, so the code that we pass around right now. So those of you who are in early, just get one. So my goal for tonight, I am trying a little bit of an experiment technologically by live streaming this on YouTube, but I'm not sure it'll work. But we'll have a go at it. At any rate, what I'm going to try to get into is no, that's the wrong thing. Here we go. Oh, there we go. Pardon me, everyone online, but going online. Okay, so my goal for tonight is, as you can see from the present, we're going to do a little bit of history first. I want to talk about this remarkable, amazing 16th century master Kabbalistic text called Torah Devora. It is a work that really deserves a lot more attention. In my humble and limited understanding of the literary traditions of world religions, it is just a glorious supremely wonderful book that talks about something that I don't know any other tradition that has anything similar. It really is something unusual, and it deserves a lot more attention. So we're going to talk just a little bit about what the book is. We're going to place it in its historical setting. We're in the famous Safed Circle spot in northern Israel, which is in itself a fascinating historical chapter in Jewish intellectual history. And then I'm going to take you into sort of Kabbalah 101. So if there's anyone in the room who is under 40, possible, this is your chance to leave right now. Although the truth is that the author of Tomer Devorah is a very strong advocate of studying Kabbalah at the age of 20 onward. He felt that 40 was already, it's too late now. Only when you're 20 is when you can really get into it. So I'll give you just a little bit of introduction to the basic ideas of Kabbalah as it relates specifically to the Tomer Devorah. And from that point, we're going to go into the actual crash course in forgiveness. There are 13 distinct strategies for how to forgive people in this book. And we'll have time to maybe do 3 or 4 of them. Ideally, we could spend, literally could have an hour on each one of them and not exhaust all of the tremendous wisdom in them. But we'll just grab my favorite 4, and then we'll wrap it up for the night. So I hope this will be a useful presentation. I can tell you that it's something really important for me. I first encountered Tomer Devorah. I had just turned about 30, and I came across a copy in my local bookstore, and I was kind of like, I knew it was Kabbalah, and I was sort of like, am I allowed to even look at this? And I started looking over my shoulder, kind of like, trying to get a brown paper bag. Maybe I can bring it home like that. But it just, the first 12 pages just blew me away. It was so overwhelming. It was so amazing that, as the rabbi said, I spent a fair bit of time translating it. And I really, I got a lot out of it. It's one of the 10 books that changed my life, and I think it has a potential to change anyone's life. It's really a phenomenal way to change the relationships with the people around you, change the relationship with God, maybe even change the relationship with yourself. I will not say that, now once you read this book, you suddenly forgive everybody and never have another angry moment at the end. That's fantasy, but it does help a lot. It's really, given me sort of a toehold to be able to climb some of those great challenges in life and continue to benefit. Okay, so let's look at the book itself. Here we go. So the book itself. Here is the Editio Princeps. The first printing came out in Venezia, Venice in 1588-89. It was published posthumously. The Ramak, who will go into his biography a little bit in a second, he had passed away a little over a dozen years prior, leaving behind a widow and an 8-year-old son named Gedalia, and they were desperately impoverished by the devastating plagues that ravaged northern Israel at the time, and they sold all of his manuscripts to a real Talmud Chacham, a real scholar who was a collector named Moshe Basola, who realized just how powerfully valuable they were, and he went about publishing them. This was one of the first drafts that the Ramak, the author, had put together. It clearly has not gone through a second careful draft. There are mistakes in it. At points he says, like, now there are 2 reasons for this, and then he'll only list 1. And there's actually a couple of wrong citations from the Gemara, so you can see that it's his first draft. It was untitled. The strange title, Tomer Devorah, the palm tree of Devorah, was given to it by its later publishers. We don't know exactly what the Ramak himself wanted to call it, or even why Tomer Devorah was chosen. It doesn't occur in the book at all. It may be because Rabbi Basola was thinking of a different work which was published earlier called Elima Lamati, in which the author laid out 70 palm trees, and in this section there is some resemblance to one of those palm trees. That's a supposition, but we can go into it in great detail. One small detail that I should mention is that His name was frequently rendered as Cordovero, which makes you think that he comes from Cordoba in southern Spain. That's probably incorrect. As you can see from the spelling here, and we'll see it also on his Matseva, his gravestone, it's Cordoero. It's a Portuguese spelling, but it's kind of a strange thing to pronounce in Hebrew, so it was sort of mangled as Cordovero, and that has become the standard, even though it's probably not correct. Nevertheless, it gained phenomenal popularity soon after its first publication, largely because it was picked up a generation later by the Shalach HaKodesh, the holy Rabbi Horowitz, who wrote a massive, very popular collection of halachic essays, and he basically said, this book, Tomer Devorah, is so amazing, I am now going to include all of it in my book, the Shalach HaKodesh, and because it is a very short book, the entirety of Tomer Devorah is about 30 pages long. Chapter 1 is about a third of the entire book, and that's what we're going to focus on today, the chapter on forgiveness. This particular book represents a new initiative in Jewish intellectual tradition, specifically that of what some have called Kabbalistic Musar. Musar is, of course, like the literature that builds from perceptual development, classics like Kodesh and Avos, Mesilas Yesharim, and so on. One might say Pirkei Avos. But they all have like different sort of tracks, different sort of ways of appealing to the reader. Some Musar is like really super negative. We Lithuanians have to really enjoy that style of, harsh criticism, like say that Musar and Rod and Musar like it. Others is kind of like Douglas Adams. This is the particular genre started by the Kabbalistic Musar, which uses the Kabbalah as the launching pad for discussing ethical concepts. It's not theoretical Kabbalah in the sense of like, how did God make the world, and what is the soul, and what is the afterlife. It's not theurgic Kabbalah in the sense that we're not trying to like create a golem or some kind of magical act. It basically asks the question, what does the Kabbalah have to teach us about our interpersonal relations? That's what we really start with. The fundamental premise of Tomer Devorah is an exploration of the concept of halakha b'bracha. You shall walk in his way.
Because it could be 120 right now. Is it humid?
God, or to use the Latin term, imitation of God. So the Ramak asks a really important question. If we have this idea that we are supposed to follow God's way, so how do you actually do that? Are we supposed to like be destroying cities like Sodom and Gomorrah? Are we supposed to be, like making decisions about who lives and who dies in place? Because those are all things that the Son does. If not, how do we know which action to do? So he says, if you want to do that, first you have to understand who God is.
It ain't about streaming. Streaming has nothing to do with it.
He does.
You just drove a 20 fucking 6-hour drive, wherever it is. You're not long enough.
You will.
You need to go to fucking bed, bro.
There are
You
some
need to
serious
go to bed and then wake up and then do it. Streaming.
Once we have this kind of working idea,
You're gonna fucking
it
need it.
is this God that we
Also, don't go fucking passing out somewhere where there's gonna be a bunch of
that.
streamers around you.
That's exactly the proposition of this book. Know God so that you can know how to behave, so you know how to keep it down. And it is overwhelming as I was saying. So, when was this book written? It was an amazing, unusual moment in 16th century time. Two things came together. One of them is a remarkably forward-thinking tax policy by the Ottoman Empire that had opened up some of these areas. Here, this section here is green, which includes, of course, Israel, and Spot is right here, sort of in the central north of Israel, towards the Sea of Galilee. The Ottoman Emperor offered the Ottoman Sultan offered a generous tax policy to textile merchants in particular. Jews, of course, have a very long association with textiles. It goes back really to antiquity, and also specifically the Eastern Mediterranean, very strong tradition of working with textiles. Even my own father, Oliver Shalom, was involved in textiles. He called it shmatas, but it's the same thing. Textiles is a nicer way to say it. And so lots of Jews Jews started coming to the spot because it had this generous tax policy involving import and export of textiles. This was joined with an incredibly negative event in Jewish history, the expulsion of the Jews from Spain, and then shortly afterwards, not exactly
welcome.
Jews were driven out of Portugal.
How are you? What up, Sonux?
Policies of forced conversion.
Yo, Pimp, can you hear me? Sonux, how are you? Dog. I didn't want to fucking talk with you anyway.
Hey! 2024 TRX Final Edition, supercharged V8 Hellcat engine, over $50,000 a mod. 4 months is way too long to do a freaking promo on this thing. I'm sick of it. Someone needs to take this truck off my hands. But whoever wins gets $10,000 cash and this badass
1887.
Go to drivefastallgas.com.
Dude, when I get 1900, I'm going to shit
the last
myself.
few weeks, so we're going to be pushing them hard. So stay tuned. Sorry for anyone where you keep getting the ads. All right, we got the Flame Blue on there. We got the greens. We got the Kimmy Tech, King Shocks collab. It's all there. Drivefastallgas.com. That's it. This is the Fire Kid. We're out.
But they were sort of
Yeah.
I like to think of that generation sort of like being related to
Yes, really. The Fighter the Kid.
All right, buddy, here we are. I haven't seen you all weekend, and by the way, you were mighty fucking quiet.
I was gone, dude.
You were gone mighty quiet. I mean, usually it's at least a hello.
I know.
And by the way, I've been salty, and I've been a little pissed at you all weekend because I was like, I was literally like this. And somebody goes, and my wife was like, "What's going on with Brendan?" I go, "Who knows? I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what he's doing." Like that's how I was talking about you.
You never asked me what I'm doing.
Well, you know, I do ask you, and then you don't volunteer it, and then so
I was in First of all, I was in San Antonio.
Good town.
Yep, went down, stayed at a hotel. I'm up about the boys there.
Love that.
Boys found out it was haunted, so we had a whole haunt fest there. Hotel Emma went over the top for the boys. They made a baseball, custom shit. It was so cool. We had all the restaurants. And then in the middle, you know how they have that big field? Yes. We were out there playing football at like 10:30 at night. It was so nice. Everyone's just out there.
Everybody's out there.
That's my favorite hotel.
Everybody's out there. That is a great area.
No, we went down. I love San Antonio, but no reason to go there over Austin. I went down there because Daddy was going to spend a little bit of his UFC antitrust lawsuit money, right, on the ZR1. You're going to
rather go not put it into a stock or anything, get that out of that.
I'll do a whole This is a fraction.
Yeah.
Now, this is nothing for your cut, but for most gentlemen out there, you should get another card.
Is that right?
I mean, this is anything.
Let me try.
Now, I'm not going to use the loud card. Sure. This thing.
Yeah, you got some pretty loud cars that are really obnoxious.
This yeah. And watch Tiger's face. Now, my kids are used to the straight pipe loud cars. Watch this.
And this is a what?
This is ZR1, 2009 C6 ZR1. It's as American as it is. Watch Tiger's face.
Good luck. We got a fight.
Is your dick hard?
Well, hold on. Let me try to get excited.
That's like when I see tits and I get those nothing. You don't shit on any chicks?
No, hold on.
This is like,
Man, this thing's got a chassis on it.
No.
What is that thing? It's a Corvette?
It's a Corvette. It's not, but it's a ZR.
It's got some racing seats in it. No back seats?
No back seats.
No back seats.
No back seats.
Just a two-seater, huh?
Two-seater sports car.
And that's the, what is it, it's an 8-cylinder?
It's a V8. It's the LS9. That's over 1,000 horsepower.
1,000 horsepower? I'm talking about a real muscle car.
That's awesome. 6-speed difference.
And how fast goes there at 6?
You can go 205 miles an hour.
205 miles an hour? 205 miles an hour?
No, I would never go that fast.
I'm still not hard, man.
Nothing? Not even a little flint?
Well, but I am impressed that it goes that fast.
All right, well, I'll take that. Now go with other pictures, Jim. That's a hotel I'm haunted, but your best hotel.
Yep.
Look at Bossy chilling in the lobby.
Love that lobby.
Now, the boys found out from the people, that lady in the back who works in the front, they asked her, is the hotel haunted? And then she shared stories. And I was like, oh, I'm fucked. The boys aren't going to sleep tonight. They're going to sleep in a haunted hotel. Now, they're definitely my kids because they were so crunk it was haunted. Really? Yeah, we ordered pizza and played Haunted Jeffs. We ordered pizzas and watched scary movies all night. And I was scared.
And they hooked you guys up.
Yeah, that's the baseball man. Yeah. Great. It was great. But then on the way back, all my neighbors at this place called Fifu or Fimu. It's a place in between Boston and San Antonio, and it is so goddamn American. So it's a river, the Guadalupe River. You know the one that flooded.
Guadalupe, yep.
So it's a river, and it has places for people to stay, and then it's just a party on the river. There's freaking rafts, all kinds of fucking amusement park for the kids. It's insane, dude.
This is him jumping in that water?
It's him jumping in the water. And I go, but look, I tell T, so the right is a little shallow. I go, dude, aim more to the right.
Yeah, please aim more to the right.
More to the left.
More to the left.
Yeah. He fucking goes all the way over.
Yep.
I'm like, what are you doing?
Yep. That makes me nervous. That always makes me nervous. Those are always coming close to some crazy shit.
That's one. Oh, but there was this guy on the river.
Wait, Chubbooks, I want to do that right now. I want to jump in that water hole right now. I feel hot right now.
I know, me too.
Yeah.
But that river was so.
You and I need to get into a water hole together, huh? You know what I mean? You and I just did a water hole. Hey, buddy, this is Texas living. We give each other the thumbs up. We don't each other for too long.
There's a dude who has way too much experience on the river. He must have set up, I don't know, 7 o'clock in the morning because I was there at 10 a.m. And people just go down the river. He set up a tent and a giant speaker across blasting country music. But then he had a string all the way up on the tree and then had a fake snake. So when people would go floating by and their things, he would drop the snake in their lap. Very good. So we see this whole group of girls and he drops the snake and this girl's like, and they all flip over, everybody's laughing. She comes running out, giant. Dude, she's like, that's cool. Like, that's very cool. And then after that,
snake phobia
it didn't work on anybody else.
It didn't.
The rest were like guys. All right, dude. All right. But it's called like FIMU or FIFU. Look it up. Check FIFU Park. Check up FIFU Water Park. Some shit. It's a weird name.
Schlitterbahn?
What?
Schlitterbahn? That's a weird
Camp Fimfo. That's what it is.
Camp Fimfo?
In New Bronzeville?
Really weird name.
Oh, so.
Wow, interactive water park, water slides. But is it on the river?
Yeah, it's on the river. The water park's just to the right of it. So have fun seeing it that you see in those campers.
How far away is that?
50 minutes? 55?
Gotta take the kids.
Oh, buddy.
That's great.
So much.
We got the river this weekend. So much. I call it the river, but it's actually Lake Austin, but it's a river. To me.
That's Colorado River.
Yeah, we got
Texas. You can have it. You know it's Lake Austin.
We got in there, and did some swimming, and I got bit by the little fish.
I know it doesn't hurt though, right? I got bit too.
Get nibbled up though.
I know.
I'm like, hey, what are you doing?
I know. What are those?
They got water moccasins and loggerhead turtles. We gotta watch out for that. Watch out for that.
Yeah.
But the little fishy fish, they're like, hey, I'm gonna take a little nibble off here.
It's about an hour and 20. Okay. Still not bad. 50 miles? It's fine. 54 miles.
They all over it. The kids just jump in the water like that. That's a good time.
There's just so much shit to do.
Yeah. Now my one and a half year old, he'll get in the water and then sink right to the bottom. So you gotta watch out. He does not swim. But he'll jump right in. Be like, oh,
ball buster. Yeah. This is the first week you weren't on the road or not. I just was gone, dude. That's my thing.
I did the mothership every night, but I did other than that, I did.
No, it's the mother. Nothing. It's the mothership. But they have their headliners Friday, Saturday, right?
Yeah. So you do some little right.
Oh, okay.
But it's great.
In the main room.
I'm working out a bunch of shit. That's fine. Crowds are always great, but and other than that, I didn't do a thing.
Sometimes that's nice.
Like but like yesterday, I was like, some days you just. When I say I had no motivation, I mean even getting up. Like that's not like me.
Is that depression, Bubba?
I do think it's just
a little depressed.
I wasn't feeling that good. I was a little unwed, maybe a little bit. And I was sitting there and I was like, and then I was like, I should write some stand-up. And when I tell you that I was about as funny as fucking, see, now I can't even think of somebody.
You're not as funny as the AIDS.
Yeah, I mean, I just couldn't come up with one funny idea. I finally did yesterday.
Well, it's probably not the time to do it when you're feeling like that.
That's right. Don't force it now. I just sat around. I sat around. I played with my kids a lot. That was good.
Jammies.
Yeah. Barely. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not like you usually.
It's not like me at all. I'm always doing something. Trying to work out. I was like, I can't do this either.
Wow. Yeah, not even working out.
I just,
You have the Sunday blues.
I had the Sunday blues. I loafed. That's a problem.
That's not like you.
Yeah. The heat doesn't help. You know, I don't know. Yeah,
It's still not bothering me, man.
I love it. I'm just saying it just didn't make me want to get up and go. But it was also just,
It makes me want to go.
What is that?
It's cold outside. I don't want to do shit.
Winston Churchill used to call it the touch of the black dog. I had to touch the black dog. Maybe it is.
Black dog needs compression, buddy.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Maybe just that sort of like, I don't want to do it.
Well, hope you're better today.
What
did you do? Jim went to the doctor because me and Jim were here. I was here over on Friday because we have to have the back lifts installed. But Jim was here. We're going to go to the doctor. Yeah. I mean, I don't have to go, but I just want to get checked up because I've been. You're gonna talk smack on
1887.
Right? You might be collecting fluid from your liver, from your bile, from your stomach. Is that what they thought?
Well, we did they did a few tests. One was H. pylori. That's kind of.
Yeah, H. pylori is a bacteria that causes ulcers.
Yeah, but the test came out fine. So that's one thing. But then she was like pushing on my stomach. She's like, it's not the spleen, it's not this, not that. Did she ever say maybe you should start working out? Maybe you're just fat. Did she ever say that?
You know what? Brendan? I'm liking your diagnosis. You're not a doctor, but I do like that you're straight.
Sure, okay. So we've checked for gout, we've checked for the alcohol in the liver. Do you ever drink?
I would start with this. Maybe don't start drinking at 8 in the morning.
Then what time?
Well, I would say let your body detox from it.
Obviously.
Yeah. But when you're slow and drunk for 12 hours, you might want to.
Tapering a lot. Right. So Jim, we just had a cold day last week. Yeah, we were drinking Everclear. No, but instead of like a whiskey like we would do, you and I, it was fun times. It was 2 years. What I'm saying, like instead of doing that, remember I told you like I switched to beer and wine, and then now I'm mixing wine with like fruit drinks, so it like dilutes it more. I'm slowly but surely getting lower and lower. So what did you say about your tummy? Did she say anything about your tummy? So we're gonna have an appointment Zoom call to go over the results, but they did send me the lab work and said that it's not H. pylori, so we're going to move on from there to see what else it might be. But did they run tests for gastritis probably? Did they run tests for anything else or just that one thing? Just that one thing to order to get that out of the way first.
They check your liver enzymes?
No, but I do that all the time with blood tests. Yeah, and they're fine. Literally, if I stop drinking for 2 days, my liver's back to normal. It's crazy how the liver
your liver regenerates.
Yeah.
Well, you're pickling it right now. That's fine.
I just told you I'm tapering.
I would say I would say that you always have some alcohol in your system, and
I wouldn't disagree with that.
Yeah,
you have some right now, Jim? Sure. I'm sure there's some remnants.
Sure. How many drinks have you had so far?
17 so far.
No.
No, I think serious. Let's take a little break, man, because you know what help, dude, with all your sadness lately?
I don't know, maybe a drink. If I had a tonic.
Yeah.
Maybe something like, I don't know, I'm looking for something, feel good tonic. CBD, hemp-derived THC and CBD, functional mushrooms, and nootropics and action. You know what I'm saying? They are easy.
Yeah, man, it's not like your typical edible. If you each blend within 10 minutes, the effect will last about an hour, hour and a half, alright? Similar to a cocktail, it's mellow enough for your mom. It's dry and stackable if you want to dial it up, big dog. So whether you're looking to turn up, tune in, or tap out, Breeze has a beverage to help you feel the way you want to feel. If you're ready to experience the future of drinking, head on over to try.drinkbreeze.com/THC
TFADK. Use the code T.K for $5 credit. Free shipping on your first order. Restream has them all. Produce your American Alex Schwarman. Products are intended for 21 and over. Breathe. So you don't drink coffee or anything like that?
I stopped coffee. I'm from coffee. I stopped coffee a while ago. Right. And that's supposed to be good for you too. Yeah.
And you eat breakfast?
To stop.
There's no breakfast eating, you just
There's no benefits to stopping. I don't eat until like 2 or 3. I don't eat once a day. What's that? So I'm not fat, Brandon, okay? It's bloating. It's just terrible bloating.
Yeah, and you're not really doing a lot of physical.
Maybe you just gotta rip a big fart. Ever since I moved here, my physical activity is literally just moving all the boxes, moving stuff upstairs, downstairs, putting everything together. But when I try
do you want a regular casket or do you want like what I'm asking? I just
don't skin. You want like a carbon fiber casket?
What do you want flowers at the
a nice glossy wood? Can we sell merch?
That's the question. Can we sell the shit?
Can we stream it live on our new Patreon?
There you go.
You know, I have zero cancer in my family, but I do worry about like the pancreatic.
If you don't have cancer in your family, that doesn't mean you can't get it. You're somebody fine. Yeah. Did your family drink a lot as well? No. So you're an alcoholic, but
when did I deny that?
No, I'm not denying that. I'm saying that I think you'll probably deal with whatever those complications are, like heart rate. That's twice what it should be. And that'll probably.
I am dealing with it right now. But by the way, when I got checked at the hospital, they're like, "Hey, your blood pressure is
nice. You're taking medication, and your heart rate is still
down to 101. 101. It's down for like 300. Was that 120
something there? 101. You taking medication for that as well?
Yeah.
Is it a sedative of some kind?
It's wrong. And my blood pressure is most likely. My blood pressure does run in my family. So it's just,
I work out.
I could be fine. Maybe it's our buddy Joe Rogan.
Yes.
How much older is he than you?
He's younger.
Rogan is?
Yeah. I think you're the same. He turns 58 today. I turned 58 in January.
Oh,
so I have same age,
58 is the 40.
Yeah, I am. I will say I still have energy. Still working out, but it takes longer. I have to warm up. I gotta do myself. Better to warm up.
Wait, I think you just need to get a routine and like working out and doing that. Here's my problem. So I used to do the treadmill all the time. The movers that I hired over there, we couldn't bring it upstairs for whatever reason, so I had to find a room to bring my treadmill upstairs. So it's not the garage. The garage is like outside. Did you get a gym? I don't like going to because if it's at home, I don't have to worry about dressing up, and I'll always do it constantly. And you can what? I get
no weights though?
I have weights. I've seen Bert Kreischer drink on a fucking treadmill. But yeah, I cannot handle that.
Bert's made of different stuff. He's just as rugged. Some people can handle alcohol. I mean, some people. Winston Churchill drank. He died at 91, 92, and he drank all the time. If you have a certain constitution, some people they feel different on alcohol. So if you're certain genetics, you literally get a euphoric, energized feeling from it.
I just get a chill feeling.
You do? I get sick. I can't drink too much. What happens to you?
Winston Churchill is a big fat buck, right? And not healthy.
Yes.
He's a big fat buck.
Bring up Winston Churchill.
Terrible example. Sure, he drank.
But he lived forever, and he's a great
big fat buck. Big fat buck, right?
But very smart. But look at him.
Super smart. Look at him.
He always had some alcohol in his system. Look at him. And by the way, he didn't look that different when he was young. Look at him when he's young.
So that's what the first chapter is all about. He was like Donald Trump.
Yes, he does.
He's in
But
shape.
look at his double chin and all that.
You never don't chin that.
Hey, that's fucking
No.
Hey, that's fucking.
Or just saggy. It's saggy, but it's not fat.
He's fat. He was fat.
No.
He was always
how fat he
He was always portly, and then he just.
I don't know if you want to use Winston Churchill as the epitome of health.
No, I'm saying he drank that much and was a high functioning statesman.
For sure, but that's not a reason to continue drinking.
No, I agree. Always had a cigar in his mouth. There you go. It is.
He had a big jaw from the jump.
Yeah.
Because that quagmire.
He was drinking. He stopped one day. That was it.
What did you enjoy about it? What did you enjoy about it?
It's a shitty way to cope.
Yeah, it's a bad way to cope. I had my own whiskey line, so I had access to it. It was there.
And your face was swollen.
Super swollen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, nothing good came from it. I also don't need it to be social. Like this weekend, I'm with the other dads, the neighbors and stuff, and there's at the lake, there's a little bar there. I can go there and hang with anyone and talk. I don't need alcohol to talk.
I was listening to you guys talking about drinking with me. People hit me up constantly, and you're like, "Oh my god, you're getting wasted." I'm like, I don't get wasted. I just sit. You're one of those guys that can handle alcohol. I've seen it, but also I've seen you drink crazy amounts of alcohol. You're totally normal.
That's not good.
Some people can handle it. Like your body breaks it down differently than most people.
No, I disagree with that.
It's not. It's still toxic.
I think you can handle it and do your job, but you're killing yourself. So this idea of the chin can handle it is actually aiding to you.
You're welcome, girl.
I don't disagree with you that alcohol's a poison. I don't give a fuck if you're Winston Churchill, Chin, Bert Kreischer. None of it's good.
Right.
None of it's good. I actually read a book that freaking Nikki Glazer recommended on Joe Rogan's show. It's about drinking, how to quit drinking. I stopped drinking for like a few weeks, and I was just like, all right, I feel pretty good, but I felt better when I was just enjoying a few drinks.
Sometimes an addiction is like where all the fun is, right? So sometimes you can be in your life can be like
you keep highlighting this addiction, how it's not a big deal, Brian. I disagree.
I didn't say it's not a big deal.
It's not.
What I'm trying to say. Let me finish the thought though, because that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying sometimes an addiction can be like literally your entire purpose, and your whole life is geared around being able to do that. So people do that, then you take it away. So, for example, when they do lap band, stomach bypass surgery, or they do that band, the suicide rate for those people goes way up because now they don't have food, and food was the one thing that kept them sane and kind of from having to face all their problems. Now you take the food away, and now they're left sitting there, right? And they're left with themselves, and that's sort of the challenge. So I think at the end of the day, I agree that there's nothing good about drinking, and you're going to have to eventually come to terms with it, right? Or it'll take you, and may as well do it sooner than later.
And that's what I'm doing. I just feel like we could find something that you can put your energy in, because drinking's such a waste of
like karate.
No, but what I'm saying is, like, once you guys start talking about it, people hit me up like crazy. They're in their minds, they're framing it as I'm getting wasted and like passing out. Yeah. Like, no. When the hell have you ever passed out? Come on, you're drinking a lot. When have you ever seen me be like, only on that jelly roll? Yeah, but that's with jelly roll. You have to do it with jelly roll. And that's weed too. I did weed and alcohol jelly roll. But yeah, it's like one of the current events, which is a good segue. One of the current events sounds make marijuana not such a restrictive drug, right?
Because there's anything that tells me they're putting the keys in.
Go for it.
I know you're about to say
the idea. Would you obviously our boy Rogan swears by marijuana. I'll tell you this right now. The idea that marijuana helps you be more creative, or take and view the world in a different spectrum, all that is bullshit. It's all bullshit. None of that's real. It's all an excuse for you to zone out and do whatever. You can do it without it. Well, you're medicated. So you're medicated. So if you think marijuana is this some sort of passenger to get you to be funny or more creative, that's idiot. You can get there without these drugs. And to say it's a gateway drug, that's not an understatement. And there's science on it and there's research on it that shows that kids that do marijuana before the age of 21, it makes you so much more stupider.
I've seen it with my own eyes.
I've seen it with a person with our friends who just smoke all the time. It's not cool.
I've seen young kids who had everything. And I watched them smoke, and they started smoking at 15, 14. You know, it is what it is. Kids do it. And man, when they're 25, it's a sad story. It just is. You're just always met it.
And Rogan's not like he can do it and still be super hyper.
He was also that way before he started smoking too.
He's so intense in sixth gear, so maybe it brings it down to fourth, so it works for him.
But he also started doing it when he was 35.
Correct. Also, you're not Joe Rogan, right? Most of us are. So the idea that this can be a less dangerous drug and to help people out, it couldn't be more wrong. Now, there's some health benefits to it, you know, with inflammation, stuff like that. But as far as like making it less dangerous, I just think it's moving America in the wrong direction.
My buddy, who you know, Jimmy, we had a friend who had passed away from a brain tumor, but he had glioblastoma, and they were giving him a highly concentrated THC, right? Like highly concentrated. And it kept him alive for, I think, almost 3 years. So they're sometimes with certain THC, I guess they don't know why, it's kind of, slows the progression. So Jimmy, who smokes weed periodically, he wet his finger on the dropper. He wet his finger on the THC dropper and went like this. He didn't just go get blitz. He went into a seizure.
Oh yeah.
And he was like this, and he remembers he was totally like cognizant, but he had no control over his body. So he had no control of his body, and he was like, "Oh my God, I'm having a stroke." So they get him to the hospital. He's lying there, and the doctor, he's finally coming out of it. The doctor goes, "Yeah, you overdosed on THC. That's what happened." It's like
some people get schizophrenic doing it. Like it's just, I just think people would be so much better if. I'm not saying there's not a use for marijuana. There definitely is in medical cases. I just think we'd be so much better off if instead of smoking marijuana, instead of drinking that fucking whiskey chip, if you just put your fucking tennis shoes on and go for a run. And if you can get the same euphoric feeling, you get the same endorphins, whatever drug or choice, whatever alcohol choice, if you do something hard that makes you sweat, you're going to get the same endorphins. There's a reason why so many addicts become long distance runners, because they're getting the same endorphins. There's ways to do it where you're going to smoke and sit on your couch and be not productive and scroll Twitter and Instagram and do some dumb shit. I just don't see it. I don't get it. I don't get the movement. I don't think it puts us in the productive direction. I don't get any of it. I don't get any of it. No.
I don't either, but it's his battle. It's his journey. He'll figure it out. Get in the fucking karate. Get in the fucking MMA too.
What about singing? What if you went one time?
By the way, you know what? I'm sorry to say this. I forgot you sang as well as you do and you play guitar.
Well, why? Because he never does it.
And so so here we go. I can't believe you just said that. Hey, dude, you have talent and you're not writing. And what all that drinking is doing is fucking dulling your instrument. And you're gonna regret it. You should be writing fucking songs instead of getting drunk. Holy fuck. I forgot, dude.
I told you this. I told you both this. I felt way more creative when I was drinking heavier, by the way. And writing songs. Me and Browse made all these songs when I was drinking.
Yeah, you might have felt that way. I don't think you're wrong. You might have felt that way, but if you're sober and you start writing about shit you really think about, and that you really care about, man, you might surprise yourself.
All right, guys, I'll quit drinking today.
Today? All right. You know, you're too in love with it now. You'll find your way. All right, let's get to the next. Fucking.
That's like
current event.
You want to go in order? Last thing with Chin. What if you stopped drinking, started writing music, started doing your music, found a girlfriend? What if it was the drinking that was causing all this bullshit? It might not be. Wait, bullshit are you talking about? Meaning like finding a mate, finding a fucking companion, not feeling like shit, not having crazy heart rate, all that shit, high blood pressure. What if it stopped all that? You already know. I already told you about these girls. I just don't. I don't put that. No, I don't put that. I used to talk about my girlfriends or my girlfriend on here and in my YouTube videos. I stopped doing that.
Chin, your first love right now is alcohol. It's not music. It's not women. Your first love is alcohol. You're gonna guard it. You're gonna protect it. It's your mistress. It's your love. I get it. No, that's the nature of addiction. You love it too much right now. You're in love. You guys are having. Look, it's like you got to break up with a guy. I love him, Mom, but he's in and out of jail, honey. He's always on a motorcycle. You're gonna. I love him. All right, I'm running away with him. Damn it.
God, you guys are you're looking at a surface level. You've seen the girl that I dated for like a few months. It's a Mongolian chick. She was fucking gorgeous. She was absolutely like a supermodel.
Take a little break.
Can we take a break, dude? Because UFC 319 is here.
You don't want to make money, dude. I want to make money when I watch it. So what do?
You can make money and watch one of the greatest middleweight title fights of all time. You got DDP Hobbs on. It's going down. I don't know who you're going to bet on. But do it with DraftKings, the official sports betting partner of the UFC. If you're new to DraftKings, check this out. New customers bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Don't miss out on all UFC 319 action. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use the code FIGHTER. That's code FIGHTER for new customers. Get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5 buckaroos only on DraftKings. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over, age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms or responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
All right, you can defend your alcoholism. Let's go to the next current event.
When have I ever I've been super honest with you guys. I told you
you're very honest.
I told you guys I'm tapering now too. Like I'm trying
It's your first love. I get it. I understand.
first love. Oh my God.
It is, but it's okay. You are honest, but I'm honest with you too. That's what it is. That's the nature of addiction.
We all know alcohol's bad. That's 100%. Yeah.
Well, you're turning your own back on yourself and your future is the problem, right? So you're not writing. You're not doing any of that stuff.
How do you know I'm not writing, Brian?
I just do.
You realize we had to transition from.
Well, he brought it up, and I went, "Oh, I forgot about that." The biggest sin is that you're not being the musician you should be.
We've been here for a month, right? Been here 3 months.
Exactly.
3 months? Hold on, I moved here in June.
Because we lose track of time when we're drunk.
Moved here first week of June. You got June, July, August. I moved here in June. No, end of June. Yeah, you came mid-June. I came here to fix, build all the stuff, the audio and video gear. You came here like late June, but I moved here in July. In June, Bubba. June 30th.
Find yourself a hot sober chick.
So you got all July. Then we've been in August now, right? 2 weeks into August. Yeah, but think about July. Hold on, July. I gotta get all my furniture stuff put up. I gotta do all that stuff. Come on, dude. And I don't have a family like you guys. It's by myself.
I know.
So it's easier. How the hell is it
You
easier?
need a bottle.
We're trying to move fucking across country with 3 little to help organize everything. You're not helping, Bubba. Listen, oh God, you tell me your wife doesn't help you. No, fuck no. Wife's carrying shit? Organizing. Come on, dude. My girlfriend would help me with
You're a little drunk when you're organizing. Moving furniture is impossible without at least 13
minutes. Faster? Sure. Yeah. It's only been here a month. It still takes time.
I need time to not drink. I need to not drink.
It's fine. You'll figure it out, Chin.
Get us to the next.
Yeah. We've
made no progress.
Hope you don't start smoking marijuana. let's start with this real quick because our boy Jack Short, he wanted to get your guys' opinion on this. You know Jack Short, recently retired UFC fighter. He was badass.
I don't know. Jack Short.
Stud. Insane boxer. From Wales, yeah? Yeah. So he wants to get you guys, he wants you guys to give an opinion on this. This is a Sydney Sweeney. I think it's 145 or 145. I forgot. So this is whoever this girl is, she's flipping off the sign, and she says, "Black women have good genes. Wink, we're the blueprint. Remember that, you ash-filled buckets."
Sure. Now listen, some black women do have good genes, some white women have good genes, some men have good genes. You do not, ma'am. Ma'am?
Or if she does, we don't see it. We don't eat her way out of it.
If you have good genes, you can't even eat your way to that fat. So you're fat, and nobody on planet Earth would say you have good genes.
You're also not healthy. You're also diabetic, and they're going to be lopping toes off in a little bit. Like, what somebody doesn't realize is that I don't know what her lipid panel and her heart's doing, but that doesn't look like a healthy person. So,
listen,
not a good poster.
Listen, lady, if you wake up and you can fight in the men's UFC heavyweight division, you don't have good genes.
And you know what advertising is supposed to do? It's supposed to solve a problem for us. Advertising is not supposed to affirm your fucking body. It's supposed to give us an ideal we want to reach for.
No, yeah, that's what solve a problem. It's supposed to inspire.
Yeah, and so you get beautiful people because the world is not equal. And you get gorgeous people and you go, I want to buy that jacket because I want to look like that. I've done it. I bought jackets because I saw a dude in it and I was like, oh, I don't look like that. But I bought it because I wanted to look a little bit more like that. The fucking, if she's wearing jeans, ain't nobody buying it. Have you seen the old...
There's a reason
she's ads. You see old woke Calvin Klein ads? Bring up woke Calvin Klein ads. I want you to take a look at some of this. I mean, it's unbelievable. And they wondered why they couldn't sell. These people, there's something wrong with them. They were so...
Again, this is only for the
There you go. Bring up that one.
the fat guy with
That's an ad criticized for virtual signaling.
Bring up the fat guy standing up.
Pregnant man.
Yeah, bring up that piece of shit.
There you go, right there. So, you think you're going to sell shit with that? Look at her.
They sold 2 pair of jeans. Listen. This is only for the internet. Because in the real world, no one's looking.
Look at this.
Look at that cow. Look at that fucking cow.
Yeah, and that's just somebody, and she looks real happy, doesn't she? And what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to buy things because she's wearing it? Is that what you're doing based on your market research? Because you think that people want to speak to these diversity values? No. Advertising has never been about that. It's always been about aspiration. I want to see somebody who looks like that's why athletes get endorsement deals.
Also, why did Abercrombie have all the shredded dudes and hot girls on their stuff?
That's what their entire brand.
Also, this whole term of plus size model, it's fat models. We got to call what it is. There's a category called fat models. Yeah, it's not plus size. It's fat models.
It's unhealthy.
Yes.
Diabetic, metabolic syndrome people.
But their sales sucked cock in all this when they're doing all this.
That's right. There was no money in it.
There's never been money. That's why the Disney CEO had to resign because they're eating cock.
Yeah. Like Marky Mark. That's just all stuff. These two, that is just unreal. God, they're the worst.
That when you get to that level of anger,
the pendulum swinging back around.
Is it weird that all of us everywhere in the world find those two way more attractive than
do we know anyone, like literally, anyone in the real world who's upset at Sydney Sweeney? Have you ever have you ever encountered someone who goes, look at Sydney Sweeney?
I mean, Calvin Klein had a trans woman, trans man, pregnant. You think that's normal? You think that's like,
no, and they're eating crow for it now. They're eating all the cock.
Get it together. Oh, they're Sydney.
My favorite when people call it mid. Send me a picture of your girlfriend, bud.
You may be angry with something.
But again, this is only an internet thing. In the real world, no one's going, oh, Sydney Sweeney's mid.
What you saying?
No one.
I actually think about it a lot, being able to escape and find a new land and start anew, and what that experience would be like. And when I got sent the script and I was reading. You read all these crazy characters. There's no way that they all are real and they all come together and they have all these experiences. But then when I read Dora's book and I read Margaret's book, I found all the new.
I thought there was people called her men.
I actually think about it.
So great. She's gorgeous and smart.
And she's probably just like, yeah, I just get my tits out. Her brother Trent. I've got good genes too. Shut it.
Yeah, it's all right.
He looks like the serial killer in fucking Boise in Idaho. That's what he looks like. You don't look like your sister, but you don't have those tits from the heavens either.
Yeah.
Staff sergeant in the Air Force. Okay, it's a study. That's in the middle. Looks like.
I mean, I wouldn't say great genes, right? I wouldn't look at him and go, "This guy's got great genes," right? I mean, I'm not trying to be mean, but he's all right. You know, if he was Chris Hemsworth or if he was one of those guys, he is 6'4". Okay. All right. And you would call this. You would call that. Yeah, that you said Sean didn't come fighting major career comeback at Madison Square Garden after prison release. What do you? I want to. Did you guys have a better tempo on this? What happens to him when he comes out, and does he get back?
That's what's great about that culture, like
black culture.
Yeah, like even R. Kelly can sell at Madison Square Garden.
They're there
because they've been burnt by the system so many times. Even though the video Diddy beat up,
yes,
Homegirl came out, they still go, yeah, that's terrible, but he's still our guy, and also he still made great music.
And he got railroaded as far as people.
And you guys tried fucking him. It's kind of like with them trying to do the Rico Act and all that crazy stuff. The black culture goes, hold on, you're trying to fuck another one. It's over, and they rally around their own.
So, and I'm sure he knows that. I'm sure that. Yeah.
And he'll lean into that. Yeah, he's a horrible person, but
I mean, he was like a life in prison.
Yeah, hell yeah, he was.
So, you know.
I mean, remember like O.J. Simpson when he came out, people loved him. He would go anywhere, he was like super popular. And then Bill Cosby when he was in jail, everyone loved him. Well, remember when OJ came out, all of a sudden now he was black. Just before he didn't identify as black. He was, I'm not black, I'm not white, I'm OJ. So before he was in Brentwood, he was at the country clubs, white people loved him. Commits murder, leans into the little race car, gets out, starts attending black churches, started hanging out with the black crowd more. Just the white crowd was done with him.
So he's going to come and do a concert.
Maybe. I'll start going on tour. He's getting nowhere. He's not going to be nowhere near as big, but there'll be a crowd.
All the other 12 levels fail. This one never fails. Really trying hard to forget.
What has Ye's life been like since?
Kanye?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've only used this in my personal life to the regular slings and arrows of outrageous fortune.
Oh, this was hilarious. So yeah, it says NASCAR Xfinity winner Connor Zilish almost died celebrating close race, knocked himself out. Career win. Surprised this hasn't happened before. Especially when he's standing on the net. You know, it's slippery.
Wow. I have used it on occasion.
He knocked himself out.
6 times.
I can't believe it doesn't happen more. The net catches foot. There's porn beer everywhere. Not the way you want to celebrate.
That sucks. Shitty falls. No, that's not good. Collarbone's going to take a little while. We're going to be in sling for a minute.
Yeah. I can miss the next race bubble. You want to cover this right here?
I would.
So, for the viewers just listening to this, as ex-NFL star arrested, video shows Terrell Suggs, who was a monster, and we know him because he's a giant cop. Terrell Suggs, we go down, brandishing the gun, and threatening to kill Star Wars customer before it. He's so big, I never understood why these guys threaten with gun violence. He's so big.
Yeah. then became our husband.
So what part do you recall? Let's see, this guy just pulled a gun on me, the guy in line. After cops got a hold of the footage, Suggs was arrested last year for, this is last year.
And like nothing is wrong. The entire universe is aligned in your favor.
Police footage shows Suggs was visibly stunned when the cops eventually caught up with him. We're contacting you because our violent crimes department investigated and established probable cause for your arrest. Probable cause for my arrest? For what? For disorderly conduct and a weapon.
You may still be angry about what other things, but that anger will be
supervised probation.
By overwhelming message of yes, you had that.
Oh, so you just got probation.
Yeah, he's a linebacker for 17 seasons.
Yeah, he was good. He was a stud.
Damn,
he's so big.
Yeah,
supposedly biggest cop in the NFL at the time.
Yeah, it's absolutely
really had a hammer on it.
Yeah, like there's hammers and then there's a long spray.
Yeah, I'd like to get my peepers on that thing.
I'd like to too.
You know, it's this folklore got his giant wiener, just like you. It's not gay.
Oh, I just want to see what's going on.
Yeah, I gotta see it for myself.
From Raphael.
See what kind of wrestling he's doing.
Yeah, what are we talking about?
Yeah, most got 10 months. I was so video and pop up.
My wife was working at
I'd like to see the footage from Starbucks in Oregon.
And I was unwisely charged with Raphaela and her sister.
I see the gun there.
And you know, I would be
just Arizona. That's where he laid at. Saw right?
When he pulled the gun.
Right there. I would look at my watch and my wife.
Just get out of the car. He's so big. He's massive, dude. He was big for NFL standards.
One day, working really hard.
Can we? This podcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance, fiscally responsible, financial geniuses, monetary magicians. These are the things people say about drivers who switch their car insurance to Progressive and save hundreds. Because Progressive offers discounts for paying in full, owning a home, and more. Plus, you can count on their great customer service to help you when you need it, so your dollar goes a long way. So visit Progressive.com to see if you can save on car insurance. Progressive Insurance Company employees. Tax savings will vary. Not available in all states or situations.
Aggressive. Now let's get back to the episode.
But I think sometimes these guys are football players and they're like, what if this guy's an MMA guy? What if he's a black belt in jiu-jitsu?
I don't think so.
I think they do.
I doubt it.
Really?
Doubt it. This is robot fighting underground. It's that Hugh Jackman movie, remember? This is two robots fighting? I can't even tell.
I would have lived out of it.
So that looks like a girl robot.
I just said it does, because they were going to be a big trouble. But instead, this little girl, 84 years old,
some guy said, fuck yeah.
To me, threw herself on her legs and hugged her legs.
Alrighty.
Really creepy.
That makes me sad.
Yeah.
Right? She has instead of
the internet fact checked her entire meal. Total calories. Oh, that's okay. I like to quarterback myself.
Yeah.
And then I wanted to take it as a room for 535 calories. And then I had some 270 calories. And of course, I can't go to visit without a 450 calories. Next thing we have the milk, followed by the outer rim drip, 650 calories.
Jesus.
Then I had a lobster roll.
I love lobster rolls. Wow, the highest calories.
That's so attractive.
Well, carbs. Now, what if she walk it all off? Did she burn 4,000 calories in this day?
Sure. 1,450 calories. Yeah.
Wow.
That's not my
shoulders. I bet she's eating on the regular. She's doing it just for fucking TikTok.
Oh, I mean,
she got that big. She's a reason. She's a big gal. Yeah, fair point.
Hello,
we discussed this on Shop Show, but I guess we want to hear Brian's take on this as well. So, Jake Paul hired a very prominent lawyer to go after people that have said on air that these fights were fixed. Yeah, he mentioned Piers Morgan as well, So Chris Morgan had a statement afterwards. I'll just show you the whole statement here.
I said a few weeks ago that Jake Paul's boxing career has been boring stage bullshit. What I meant is that his fights have been predominantly against older pastime crime opponents, which may be lucrative for both sides and may have entertainment value, but don't reveal how he stacks up against currently ranked boxers, and therefore are not a good look for the sport. I did not intend to suggest that the outcome was predetermined, and certainly didn't mean to suggest anything illegal. But if reports are correct that Jake is now in negotiations to fight Anthony Joshua, that would obviously be a seriously credible bout against one of the best heavyweights in the world. Jake is welcome to come on uncensored to discuss this and verbally slug it out with me anytime. I like Chris Morgan. I like him. He's always willing to put himself out there. I love him. Yeah. He's a good dude. Now, Jake is actually in talks to fight Anthony.
I don't know, but I don't think any of Jake's stuff is staged. I think it's all calculated who he's fighting. But I've said this before, and I'm not going to say it's staged, but if he fights Anthony Joshua and he doesn't get absolutely starched in 30 seconds or less, something's up. I'll say that. That's how that should work. Yeah. Two-time gold medalist, world champion, heavyweight. Anthony fucking Joshua. This is where we draw a line in the sand. Go, well, hold on. No, I'll watch it, of course. But if you beat him in like a decision or losing decision, I got some questions. I'm not saying it's rigged. I don't get sued. I got questions.
I also got questions. What's Jake up to? Does he actually want to see how he can stack up?
Maybe this is the final stage of it. Be like, all right, I can get a fight with Anthony Joshua when he gets starched. He's like, okay, that's my time. Yeah, I made all the money. I fought the very best. I'm out.
Balls.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt on that. This kid's got balls. But if that thing goes longer than a minute, he doesn't get fucking starched. I got questions. That's all I'm saying. You're not cool. Yeah. Or maybe you don't even have to say anything, but Anthony Joshua puts away in like 10. Okay.
So Anthony would make it the show.
The way Tyson did with Francis. And then Francis ran to Anthony. Anthony goes, oh, this is how it should go. And fucked his world up. That's how it should go. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. And Francis made all the money.
Tyson was not going full.
They put on a show. Same way Floyd did with Logan. Yeah.
Lift up your eyes and see.
Really?
Choose for
I think
yourself. So obviously this is kind of like
I think you got another
sort of a romantic event, and you wonder how that would play in the modern day. No, but we're just being commissioner, right?
I'm not saying it's staged with Logan and Floyd, but you know, I don't think he was giving his all.
Look at where these girls come from. Look at
I think it was Tom Hearn said this is the most insane thing, but it's a crazy pay.
Yeah, crazy. They're both making money. That's why you get yours. There's a lane for it.
What do you think that Jake in his training is thinking? Is he training with big guys and thinking?
I don't know.
I think Anthony Joshua.
I know.
I don't think
Anthony Davis one made more sense. Like he's undersized, if he's a man when he's getting into a world of trouble. Anthony Joshua, the Greek goddess from fucking the UK, that guy, the gold medalist, the former heavyweight champion.
People think that he gets beat by Usyk and stuff, and they're like, no.
I don't think anybody's so good. I don't think anybody. I think Jake's like, yeah, I'm gonna test. This is the end of the line.
I mean, do that against people. You know what I mean? You're better off doing it against the
You're not though.
Why?
Because no one knows people.
Yeah.
The whole reason is to make money. No one's gonna watch it.
All
right.
If you recall the discussion of daughters of Tzalaf, when they go
Canelo.
to Moses and say he
Canelo's not taking advice.
He's not taking inheritance, or father did not have an inheritance, and we should inherit as
would you still be interested in was it Jake or was it Logan that said their end plan was to fight Logan on my show? Yeah. So would you still be interested in that? Yeah.
Just of their tribes before that. So that date of allowed to marry outside the tribes would have been on the 15th.
Then there's this about the WNBA.
Secondly, it was a day.
Have you seen all the dildos being thrown on the court at the WNBA? And then my boy KFC Kevin had the crypto or the dildo guys on his show. He did a Zoom with them, and was like it was a mistake because these guys are completely crazy. It's like all a crypto thing, like it's weird, it's all calculated. Okay. So what's to say? WNBA officially started an extensive investigation into the owners of the dildos being thrown at their games. They attempt to crack down on the stunts. The WNBA also alleges that these pranks are being linked to crypto group.
The WNBA is cracking down on dildos being thrown onto the court during games. The sex toys have shown up 6 different times from Atlanta to LA, posing a risk to players.
It's ridiculous. It's dumb. It's corny. It's stupid. It's also dangerous. And, player safety is number one. Respecting the game. All those things. I think it's really stupid.
So what is this? Who's responsible for starting this trend? Apparently a crypto meme group, which calls them pranks. But those pranks have so far resulted in 2 arrests, and it brings us to debate. Is it a sexist stunt? Is it some sort of rite of passage that every like this? What's going on? What is this?
What do you hear from it? You familiar with WNBA? The Spark versus the Legacy? I threw like a dildo, man. They're doing it for attention, and they're getting it. So by them launch an investigation, get on this publication, they're just going to do it more.
This is again moving forward another 800-900 years.
It's stupid. What Sophie Cunningham says, she's a dime.
During the Buffalo Rebellion, which was horribly and brutally put down
It's
by
all
Romans
green.
only after
And I was like, hey, we must be a thing.
there was one final battle.
I saw that they offered, but you're not allowed to talk about this, so you probably can't respond to what I'm going to say, but there were betting lines for the next colored dildo around the board at WNBA. And people would bet on the number, And it was like Sunset Rainbow, plus like 58 or whatever, And I guess green was just like, they go to hell.
Which was probably in the year 136, possibly in the year 137 of the Common Era.
This is like my parents and my sister. They literally text me after or before every single game, like, sending good luck, like, And my mom, I'll send it so everyone can see this. But my mom, she goes, instead of like my good luck text, she goes, watch out for flying dildos tonight. And then the other one said, did you really just post the dildo tweet? It got some legs. She goes, it's funny, a lot of other things so too. Did you see the dildo in the court? And I was like, I never thought that I'd be talking about this with Mama P.
My sweet mom, did you see the response to your tweet that like ratioed you?
After the 15th of August, the days.
So you said stop putting dildos in the court, we could get hurt. And someone said, well, stop playing basketball on the dildo range.
Successive day to properly dry out the ritual temple.
Stop playing basketball on the dildo range.
That's so funny. Stop playing basketball on the dildo range.
Those are the 6
Such a good joke.
I probably should have put that back.
People are so stupid.
Just when you thought summer couldn't get any hotter, Pluto TV is turning up the heat with thousands of free movies. Presenting Summer of Cinema. Stream your favorite blockbuster films like Gladiator, I Will Have My Vengeance, Good Burger.
This is what I call fast food.
Beverly Hills Cop, The Girl with a Dragon Tattoo, and Julie and Julia. All for free on your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
Since we're just about to begin the amazing holiday of Passover, I thought I'd say a few minutes offer a short historical insight
Queen OnlyFans stars are now earning their taller competition by average. Little women are starting to dominate the popularity of OnlyFans, with one 4-foot star earning over $100K a month.
Show me what's going on. So,
Ship them Sydney Sweeney's.
Was an important leader of Egypt, of course, in the late century before the Common Era, and in approximately the year 1220 before the Common Era, he made kind of a smash rush north into the land of Israel and wreaked havoc on all kinds of communities there. And later he described it in his steely that he erected that's located in southern Egypt.
And she has some Sydney Sweeney. I'm not on the left. Dude, you gotta come correct if you're that short. The one on the right's coming correct.
Depiction of she's
doing her thing too.
and then written in Egypt and hieroglyphics.
the right has
fucking amazing achievements of the
Well, whatever the case, you know, that's what it is. I know a short person who had a girl grab him up there, grab him by the hand, draw him into the bathroom, and she was very hot, and she's drunk, and he had sex with her. She goes, I've never done this, I want to do this with you guys now. Grab him, pulled him in the bathroom,
but what's especially valuable to me is that
this was in Montreal.
the first clear statement of the word name.
I don't know.
People Israel outside very characteristic descriptions of the major founders of the Jewish people, the patriarchs, kings, queens, all kinds of things like that. But this is the first time we have a clear, unequivocal statement of Israel people.
In fact, I know this.
Historical record outside of
said, she just brought you in. He goes, yeah, you saw it. I was like, wow.
There's a few other exceptions.
I'm not trying to be mean. I literally don't know. Do small people have normal sized dicks?
Which is basically a kind of an early
She has normal sized heavy.
Brad Williams showed me. We did a podcast one time, and he's like, he pulled his pants down. He's like, you know, he's got a
these are kind of fascinating ritual objects where Egyptians would
it's just your
write the
limbs,
names
you know.
of
It's
people
your
in
limbs.
places they don't like, and then they would ritually defile the statue by
There must be a
burning
thing,
it or breaking it and
but there
things like
must
that.
be a
It's
thing
kind of
there
like
with
a way
guys
of like invoking curses upon the people
But
that
I think
they
they have to be
dislike.
hot. That's
And
an attractive.
when you look
Yeah,
at
like a
these
girl can be 5
expression
foot,
figures,
and you're all
you'll
over
see
it, and
that
then
there
she's
are
4
place
feet.
names that are
What is that joke where the guy goes, women
located
spend
in
so much
Israel.
time picking out shoes. Guys
It
have
doesn't
sex
say
with them,
anything
they didn't
about
have
who's
feet.
sitting there or anything like that. This is kind of like geographical, topographical.
Would you do a
Very
short queen?
valuable. It doesn't say too much to us about who these
Short queen?
people were,
Like
what they
that
stood for, and so
blonde
on.
and that. Like
Or
she's,
even
that's
if
a,
they
give me
would
height.
be descendants of Jacob,
Four,
because of course there were people living in Israel prior
I think
to the
under 5
arrival
foot's
of
considered
the
short.
sons and daughters of
Small.
Jacob.
Or 8 or something. Under 5.
No, but that's a type of, there's a condition.
We don't have more Egyptian description of the
But,
Exodus
I think
for a
under
whole host
5.
of reasons, but one of them is the fact that the Egyptians had a distinct allergy to recording stories that was, contrary to the national interest. One great example of this is the story of the Pharaoh Hatshepsut, who is shown here, wearing a ceremonial beard in the Sphinx presentation, although she was a female pharaoh. And one of her offspring later decided to completely remove her from the historical record. As you can see from this wall engraving on the right, you have very clear representations of the cartouches of Thutmose III, but Hatshepsuts are all clearly effaced from the rock, as if they wanted to literally remove her from the historical record. It turned out that this interesting exposure of Egyptian money issues was not correct. Well, I shouldn't say money issues, that's terrible.
This looks so freaking real.
Let's just keep it. Anyways, it was unsuccessful because Hatshepsut happened to be a really important pharaoh, and so a lot was known about her activities later, and these attempts to wipe her out of the record were completely unsuccessful. But what I really find fascinating is that the first time
Yo, how you living?
People in the historical record.
Hit me with it, baby. No, I don't know anything about it. How old are you? And what year were you born? Go. 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 You gotta leave. You gotta leave. Leave. When was your birthday? Yeah, you can stay. How you? No, I don't. You watch whatever you want.
It is, after all, an obituary, meaning Merneptah said that I went up into the north. I went through all these communities that were destroyed and pillaged and all kinds of things. And when I got to those pesky Israelites, I completely obliterated them. Israel is wasted.
And jarring it,
Its
that's not
seed
trivial. That's
is
obsession.
no more.
And any tax officer agrees to this needs to have their head checked too. This whole thing is sick.
Rise up and never gonna show their faces. This is, I think, especially ironic when you think about the fact that Renepta himself was the 13th son of the pharaoh Ramses II.
Here's the
Many
last
scholars
one.
identify as the pharaoh of the story of Joseph.
This is not
We'll talk about him
new.
tomorrow.
Obviously, it's 7 years
But
ago. But I thought this was
it's
like
as if he's like getting revenge
incredible.
for the way that his
There's a
father was
burglary where
treated
they have
when
bricks they try and break into a
slaves
place.
left Egypt. Could be lots of things to think about. But what I think is especially hilarious is like, oh my gosh, they also found Pharaoh Renepta's mummy. I'm not going to show it on the screen because many people find that very tasteless. I have done it in previous lectures, but
so basically, two robbers.
he
They both
looks
had bricks.
terrible.
One tried to
He
knock.
looks
They
like
tried to both
he's
throw it into
wasted,
the windows,
and his
but
seed is
one
no
guy
more.
hit his
On the
friend
other hand, the Jewish people,
directly
thank
in the
God,
head.
are still
They knocked him out.
I remember that when
very much active and central
my buddy
in
and
ways
we
to
were
what's
kids and we
happening
were
in
throwing
Western
rocks at
civilization.
these other kids.
This
And
illustrates
my
two things.
friend's
It
brother did
illustrates on the
exactly
one
that
hand
to his brother.
yet another example of what we see on Agenda.
That's
In every
hardcore.
generation,
Yeah,
there
that's
will
like,
be
yeah.
someone who rises up to try to destroy the Jewish people, but they are miraculously rescued.
That's it. And I
Here
was going to
is
ask
a
you guys
kind
if
of
you want to watch.
hilarious
Remember, I've been
passage
so
from
freaking obsessed with like
1859
body cams.
Agada that was
Dash
published
cams.
in the
Yeah.
Russian
You guys
Empire.
want to do like a
And
quick
the
segment on one of
censor
the days?
said,
Just
how
you
can
guys
you possibly
reacted to
include
them.
that
We'll do a
statement
picture.
that in every generation
that's
there
good.
will be some kind of
We're gonna do
massive
Patreon.
anti-Semitic? That's not true. We live
I mean,
in
podcasts, I think
We're gonna do Patreon, guys. We're gonna have lots of bonus content. No ads.
Life for Jews
all that
is
stuff.
fantastic
Just
here in
for the
1859. There's no way this could be any
Body
challenges.
cams with
So
Jim.
therefore, the
Chicken are
censor
the cops in the
insisted
wrong.
and had added to
Whatever,
the text the words
Jim will
Hayu,
probably
which
drink
is
on the
circled
Patreon.
here,
Oh,
and
that's another
the
bonus.
letter
We'll give a
Hey
small person on
before
Patreon. Just so many activities.
instead of the
Why
mem.
not?
So in other
San
words,
Diego,
he
let's
forced
go.
it to read
Oh, that'd
in
be
every
fun.
generation.
Yeah, August
there
22nd
used
is
to
the
rise
third.
up against this, meaning no
Covina,
longer. But back in
September
ancient
12th,
history, that happened,
13th,
no longer.
Charlotte, North
And
Carolina,
the writer
September
says, it's not
19th.
that God continues to
I'll
rescue
see you there,
Jewish
kids.
people.
I'm
It's
excited.
that he used
I
to
guess
rescue
this is
people.
the last month
Doesn't
for
have
the
to anymore
giveaway.
because now life is great.
2024 TRX Final Edition.
And this,
Supercharged V8
that's
Hellcat
the
engine
first
for
thing I
over
wanted to
$50,000 a month.
Renepta's
4 months is way too long to do a freaking
obituary
promo on
of the
this
Jewish
thing.
people,
I'm
which
sick
is
of
really
it.
the first
Told me to take
obituary
this
we
truck
have.
off my hands.
Mark
But
Twain,
whoever wins gets $10,000
great
cash
writer
in this
and
badass
humanist
dad
of
rig.
the late
Go to
19th century, early
drivefastpodcast.com. We
20th
have a bunch of
century
new
America.
merch coming out.
There was,
It's
of
the
course,
last
a
few
famous
weeks,
story,
so
I'm sure
we'll be
you've
pushing
heard
it
of
hard.
at
So
one
stay
point.
tuned. Sorry for
He
anyone
had died and he
keep getting
published
the
an
ads. All right, we got
obituary.
Methylene Blue on
He
there.
quipped,
We
and
got
there
the
are various
greens. We got
versions
the
of
Kimmy
what he
Tech, King
actually
Chops
said or
collab.
wrote.
It's all there.
But it was something to the
Drivefastpodcast.com.
effect of,
That's it.
rumors
This is the
of
Fire
my
Kid. We're
demise
out.
are greatly exaggerated. And
Yeah.
that's also, I think, reflective of Renepta's premature obituary. Let us go back to Mark Twain to close this out.
This is really
Often
the fight
reflect
of the
on something he wrote in the year 1899.
All right, buddy, here we are. I haven't seen you all weekend. And by the way, you were mighty
concerning the
fucking
Jews.
quiet.
I was gone, dude.
You were gone mighty quiet. I mean, usually it's at least a hello. And by the way, I've been salty, and I've been a little pissed at you all weekend because I was like, I was literally like this. And somebody goes, my wife's like, what's going on, Brendan? I go, okay, who knows? I don't know. Or Alex goes. Like, that's how I was talking about you.
Never asked me how he was in many ways, but
well, you know, I do ask you, and then you don't volunteer it, and then so
I was in San. First of all, I was in San Antonio.
To bear in mind.
Yep. Stayed at a hotel. I love the boys there.
Love that.
Boys found out it was haunted, so we had a whole lot fest there. Hotel I went over the top with the boys. They made a baseball.
Thinking about what it means
So
for
cool.
the Jewish people
We
and
had all the
for the world.
restaurant
So
hotel.
here's
And in the middle, you know how they have that big field?
his
Yeah,
essay
they're out there playing football at like 10:30 at night. It was so nice. And we're just out there.
everybody's out there.
That's my favorite hotel.
Everybody's out there. That is a great area.
Now we went down to only, you know, I love San Antonio, but I have no reason to go there over Austin. I went down there because Daddy
It suggests a nebulous
and they trust lawsuit money.
Stardust,
Right?
lost in the
ZR1.
blaze of the Milky Way.
You're gonna get another card and put it into the stocks for him to get that out.
This is a fraction.
Has always been heard of.
Yeah.
He is as
Now, this
prominent on
is
the
nothing for
planet
you
as
to
any other
cut, but for most gentlemen
and
out
his
there,
commercial
you dig hard.
importance is
Somebody just does
extravagantly
anything.
out of
Now,
see, let me try.
the smallest of his
Now, my kids are used to loud
His
cars.
contributions to the
This
world
thing.
list
Yeah, you got some pretty loud cars that are really obnoxious.
This
music,
next
finance,
city.
medicine,
Yeah,
And watch Tiger's face.
learning
Now,
are
my kids
also
are used to
way
straight
out of
pipe
proportion
loud cars.
to the
Watch this.
weakness of his
And this is a
numbers.
what?
This
But
is
he has
ZR1.
made a
299
marvelous
C6
fight in
ZR1.
this world.
It's as
in
American
all
as it
the
gets.
ages. And he
Watch
has
Tiger's
done it
face.
with his hands tied behind him. He could be vain of himself and be excused for it. The Egyptian, the Babylonian, and the Persian rose filled the planet with sound and splendor and faded to doomsday and passed away. The Greek and the Roman followed, made a fast noise, and thereupon other people sprung out and held their torch high for a time.
Let me try to get excited. Hold on.
And they
That's
sit
like when you
in
see tits, you're
twilight
like, it does
now
not
toward
happen.
advent.
You know,
The
chins on
Jews
into
saw
chins.
them all.
No, hold on.
beat
This
them
is like,
all,
Man, it's not.
and
This
is
thing's
now
got a
what it
chassis on
always
it.
was.
No.
What is that thing? Is it a Corvette?
It's Corvette.
No
It's not, but it's a zero.
It's got some racing
No
seats in it.
weakening of his
No
parts.
No back
No
seats?
slowing of
No
his
back
actions. No dulling of his alert
Just
and
a two-seater,
aggressive
huh?
mind.
Two-seater sports
All
car.
things are
And that's
mortal
the,
to you.
what is it?
All
It's
other
an
forces
8-cylinder.
pass,
It's a
but he
V8.
remains.
It's the LS9
What is the secret
supercharger. It has over 1,000 horsepower.
1,000 horsepower.
Wow.
Wheels, Daddy.
That's an
That means
So we're
amazing
talking about a
thank
real
you,
muscle
Austin,
car.
for
A real
that
muscle car.
disappointment for that
6 speed too.
And
amazing
how fast it
version
goes
to
here
your
at 60?
essay.
You can
This
go
is what I
205
think
miles an
about when
205
I go
miles
into
an hour.
Passover Seder. I
205
think about how many
miles an hour.
centuries upon centuries
No, I
Jews
would
have
never
gathered
go
around
Still,
the
I'm
table
looking.
and
I'm still not hard.
what they
Nothing.
dress like,
Not even a little
how they
flick.
sometimes would sit on
I just,
cushions on
but
the
I am
floor, how
impressed
they
that it goes that
in
fast.
distant
Alright, I'll
times
take
would
that. Now go
recline
to the
to
other
their
pictures,
left
Jen.
on chaise lounges because that's the way that
That's just me
they
with the
used to
tire. Keep
meet
going.
in Hellenistic
Now it's Hotel Emma
culture.
haunted, but you're the best hotel.
It's just so amazing.
Look at Bossy
that there's this
chilling in the lobby.
phenomenal
Love that lobby.
And what
Now,
Twain
the
said
boys
only a century
found
ago
out from
is
the
so
people that
dramatically
lady in the
true
back
today.
who worked at the front.
Yeah.
They asked her, is the
Thank you
hotel
very much for
haunted? And then she shared stories. And I was like, oh, I'm fucked. The boys aren't going to sleep tonight because they're not going to sleep in a haunted hotel. Now, they're definitely my kids because they were so crunk it was haunted.
Really?
Yeah, we do. We ordered pizza and played haunted chess. Did we order
Hello,
pizzas
fellow students
and
of
watch
Jewish
scary
history.
movies?
Glad you're back to talk
And
a little
I
bit
was
more
scared.
about his
And they
historical
hooked you guys up.
background or
Yeah,
historical
that's the baseball
context
there.
of the Exodus and the Hajj.
Great.
It was great.
I
Oh,
want to know a little bit
and
about
then, but then on the way back, all my neighbors at this place called
This is a citation from the beginning of
It's a place in between Boston and San Antonio, and it is so goddamn American. So it's a river, the Guadalupe River. You know what that was? So it's a river, and it has places for people to stay. And it's just a party on the river. There's freaking rafts, and there's a whole fucking amusement park for the kids. It's insane, dude.
And this is him jumping in that water.
It's him jumping in the water. And I go, but look, I tell T, because to the right was a little shallow, I go, dude, aim more to the right.
Yeah, please aim more to the right.
Or to the
Please
left.
aim more to the left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He fucking goes all the way forward.
Yep.
I'm like, what are you doing?
Yep. That makes me nervous. That always makes me nervous. Those are always coming close.
That was one of
crazy
the
shit.
That was one. Oh, but there was this guy on the river. Wait,
That looks. I want to do that right now. I want to jump in that water hole right now. I feel hot right now.
I know, me too.
Yeah,
but that really much so.
You and I need to get into a water hole together, huh? You know what I mean? You and I just didn't want a water hole. Hey, buddy, this is Texas living. We give each other thumbs up. We like just
the dude who has way too much experience on the river. He must have set up, I don't know,
the rules of science, hypotheses, and experimentation, the scientific method, and things like that. That's not really what the book is about. That does not mean that one may not rely on it for historical data. That's alluding to the title of the great work by Professor Kitchen on the reliability of the Old Testament, which is a remarkable work of scholarship. A lot of the crucial information in the Bible is not something that we can pin down with historical data from extra-biblical sources for a host of reasons. This is a short class, so I'm not going to go into all of them, but I do want to illustrate why that's not necessarily the right way to go about thinking about how to read the Bible. I'll tell you a story about my grandparents.
Hilarious.
This is a photograph of them from 1913. My grandfather grandfather Alex and my grandmother Pavka. They're both Lithuanian migrants to Canada, and they lived up in the north of Canada when this horrible forest fire rushed through the area in the year 1916, known as the Great Matheson Fire. It was absolutely devastating for people living in this, very congested timberland of the north. It killed some 200 people, including quite a few Native Canadians, First Nations people, who really did not have structures that could withstand these fires. Now, my grandfather, this is a story I heard from my own father, who was not even born at the time, but my grandfather could see that there was something terrible coming, and so he was just starting his business in dry goods at the time. What he did was he dug a massive hole in the backyard, took all of his stock, which was basically like work pants and shirts and boots and things like that, buried it in, he wrapped it in burlap, and then he buried it in the backyard, and the fire came into town, devastated the town, but he and his wife, who was then expecting my uncle, they all ran to the Abitibi River, and they waited in the river until it was safe to come out again when the fire had passed. The town was devastated, people were impoverished, but they could go to my grandfather and give them clothes for free. They could pay back later when they're back on their feet and so on. But this act of foresight and of courage and over, and with my mother. This story is very hard to find in historical data. The records simply aren't there. We know the fire happened. We know the names of people who were killed. We can go family stories of tremendous import. It's not recorded anywhere. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen. And more importantly, that's the real story that I want to gather from that episode. What my father told me, and he never witnessed it because he wasn't even born. But what my father told me, I trust my father. That's the story of that experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
That gave me this recipe that I think that's how we have to look at the historical data we have on the Exodus that leads into Haggadah and so on. We may not be able to put everything under a microscope and find this factor, find that factor, confirm this idea or that idea, but we will nevertheless find a tremendous amount of information. If you want to go into the business, look at experience. In this podcast, which is fantastic. We do have some ways of corroborating events in the Bible with extra-literary events, such as, for example, the price of slaves in the time of Joseph. We know
there's a bunch of doctors that have their YouTube accounts deleted. Yeah, it was a weird time. It's a weird time. The world of medicine is interesting because you've got so many positives, right? Like people are healthier, they live longer today than they ever have been before. You get certain diseases, they have cures for it that didn't exist before. But there's financial incentives involved in prescribing medications that maybe people don't fucking need because they can make more money if more people take these drugs. That's the problem. We gotta separate the baby from the bathwater and know what to throw out, right? And you can't throw out medicine. That's crazy. It's amazing. These pharmaceutical drug companies, in coordination with all these brilliant scientists, have created is the greatest medicine system the human race has ever known. At least probably maybe the Mayans and shit. There's some magic back there. Yeah, maybe some civilizations that collapsed because the Europeans gave them all fucking smallpox, ironically. Who knows what the Egyptians knew? Who knows what those people knew about health and about medicine. But what we know today is that
the statement
there's
of the
incredible
sale
stuff
of
that
Joseph
comes
for
out
20
of
shekels,
the
placing it
pharmaceutical drug
appropriately
companies.
within its historic
But
context.
also,
Pretty
they
amazing
fucking lie to you. They'll
to
publish
see this
fake
corroboration.
studies,
This is
or
data
not
that's
fake
derived
studies,
from
but they'll publish studies that
Let's
they've
go to our main
engineered to be
subject. Of
successful,
course,
even though they're not
the
going to be. They'll
personality
hide
of
data that
Ramses
shows they cause
II,
side effects. They want to make money. It's not the people that are
specific
making the
pharaoh
medicine. That's what's
described
crazy.
as having
Like,
forgotten
the people that are
about
making the medicine
Joseph,
are
whether,
fucking geniuses.
as we have a famous
It's the money
controversy
people.
in Talmud,
It's always the
it was
money
the
people
same
in
pharaoh
everything.
who just,
That's the same thing with
chose to
YouTube,
forget
and that's
for
the same
whatever
thing with
reason, or
everything.
whether
It's the
he
money
really
people.
was a new pharaoh.
When you have a giant corporation, you have like all kinds of stuff going on. But the number one thing that's going on is everybody has to make more money every quarter. And that's where it gets nuts. Yeah, it does. And you also live in a culture that wants that.
Especially because
fast food
as
experience,
the
right?
plague
Oh, yeah,
shows,
so we're so susceptible to it. Yeah, for everything, for weight loss, to any issue you have. We're experiencing it a little bit in the comedy community because, and this is, by the way, this is like a normal thing that happens to comedians. They want to be further than they are. Maybe they think they deserve more than they're getting. They think they deserve more shows, better spots on shows, and it does happen. And then there's also, you know, like, there's competitive drive involved. So there's a little bit of delusion, a little bit of a competitive drive. It's very similar, I would imagine, to fighters.
Something like that.
First of all, we just tell
But
everybody,
it doesn't seem
success
to make
coach,
sense. The
my coach, you worked famously with Sean Brady, who I love. Yeah, he's always going to talk about him a little bit. He's a fucking
Ramses
that kind of guy.
more
He's fun. He's fun. And he's got like extra muscles on his back. I don't know what the fuck that guy does, but he looks like a turtle. He's coming to life. We were all talking about it the other day. We're like, he looks like a turtle. Like he's got like a shell on his back. Just jacked muscle. Like I know what that is. Like when I see a guy like that, I'm like, that guy'll squeeze your fucking face into jello. Like this, he's so strong. And what he did to Leon Edwards was like, holy shit, man, that's a world champion. To that decisively
Welcome.
on a world champion, he's completely turned a corner. He was always awesome, but he posted the off fight
What up,
completely turned
champ?
a corner, and a lot of that success.
There you go. Are you going to stream it?
So our fighter, a lot of high achievers, is he built
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I understand. I do the same thing. Yeah, it's working. Just make it. There you go. Well, not now. Not now, but you're just pointing at the ceiling. That's okay. Get it set up.
Way to clear all that and bring that back into that state of being among people again. And how did you learn how to do this? Like, what's your background? Yeah, so I was a college football player, and my freshman year,
I'm watching.
and I was looking for solutions. I was a typical meathead. The most important things for me was getting jacked, playing football. Like, I was literally out looking for promo. This is me, 18 years old. Big neck. Right. And by the way, they used to sell some don't know. Basically steroids at local supplement shop. There was this stuff that I took once, the strongest shit I ever took in my life. I think it was called Mag 10. Do you remember that? I remember that. It was bananas. It was full.
I can't hear you.
It was crazy. They gained like 15 pounds, and I couldn't believe you just buy it from a store. I'm like, this can't be good. You just buy it when store. I was like, wait, like, yeah, you have to try it. There it is. Is that it?
So this is really
I don't know if that's the stuff, but you definitely can't get that anymore, can you? They just keep adding out what's in there. Here's the other thing. Says who?
It is.
Says who? Who's checking it? We had a problem with my company with On It. When we first started, we would send stuff out to third-party labs to get it analyzed, right? We were finding all sorts of things in it that aren't supposed to be in there, like different vitamins, creatine, all kinds of shit that's just not supposed to be in there. Like, why is this stuff in there? It doesn't make any sense. And this is what you hear about tainted supplements with. So what happens is we found out that some of these companies that mix your products some K2 supplement, you put them all together. They're mixing them in the same bin where they're making steroids. They're mixing them in the same bin where they're making. They don't give a fuck. If you're shipping that shit overseas, they don't give a fuck. Okay, they probably don't even want to work there. They'll probably even kill it. They're gonna get like who knows where this factory is. So. Factories. We had to figure out where the most ethical sources are and make sure. And then we had a third party test again and make sure we're on the level. But that's a real problem. So if you're buying something like that, they can tell you whatever's in there. They'll fucking throw Viagra and G-Ball. Who knows what's in there? Like, just because it says what it is on the label, there's no FDA whack-a-mole, right? They figure out, like, someone reports it, and then they get rid of it, and then whack-a-mole, next one pops up. They're like, pretty much the same thing, but different branding. Yeah, in some ways it's good, right? Because you can get all these vitamins without having to get a prescription. Because we don't need vitamins. But now it's like, I read something about Amazon, and this is crazy. Archaeology is that I think it was like 30% of the supplements on Amazon were forgeries.
Because there's
natural geographic labels and stuff making it look just like it. Yeah. See, it's nuts. And so I stopped buying supplements. Remember, I thought fucking everything from Amazon. And I stopped buying supplements from them. I would get my pure encapsulation stuff. And I was like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm getting it from the so I just put it
I was just saying I couldn't hear what you were saying, Big Dog. All right, go ahead.
See large delta that flows into the Mediterranean Sea. You just gotta fuck.
Yeah, that's a really great question. It all started when I wanted to record my golf swing. So I had been working remotely during the pandemic, and I wanted the ability to do something outside and just, work on my golf game. And so I would, with my cell phone, go to Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim and record myself at the driving range. And I would say some things on camera that I thought were funny, that I thought, you know what, my future family, if I ever have a wife and kids, they might think this is funny too, just how I was playing and such. And so I started recording it on my phone, and I would then upload it at the end of the night, and that was taking me a long time to do. So what I ended up doing was one day just saying, you know what, I'm going to bite the bullet, and I'm going to just become a streamer, I guess. But if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it better than anybody's ever done it. Now, I had, at the time I was attending work remotely, and I was attending classes remotely. And because of that, I was already on camera approximately 16 or so hours a day. And I just got a lot more comfortable being on camera when I wasn't originally. And then from there, I eventually figured, you know what? If I'm going to do this, let's do it from multiple angles, and let's do it better than anybody's ever done it. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? All right. Well, as you know, there are like a lot of cameras on him simultaneously, and I just kind of figured that was something that I was going to do too. And I started streaming myself, and the rest is history.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it is.
All right, that's pimp. PIMP.
Osteoporosis, even fatty liver, are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of Immustat and Adaptostim together.
I'm sorry. Yes, start tap dancing. Yes. 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 Oh, I know.
That's tight.
All right. Nah, I don't really need one.
Wow.
Can we build it in one day or not?
That's wild.
Backyard battle again. Landris.
That's tight. Every single time you succeed.
After yourself, you freak ass nigga. Alright, y'all be safe. Have a good one.
Yeah, I'm watching it right now.
I ain't gonna lie, I ain't never seen this motherfucker alive. I thought this dude was like a big ass account. You real for real?
Yo, what up? How you pimp?
Yo, Rabbi, how you shut your bitch ass up, nigga? How you in every server, bro?
Because I'm sick and I got a big dick. What do you want me to do about it?
I don't want you to do anything. I'm just curious how you can like set it that works like shit with the cam on all the time.
We're done. I get paid a little bit, nothing crazy.
These all bitches. Get the fuck out of my. What you playing COD? Pussy what? Bitch what? Nigga, you playing COD? Nigga, I'm playing shit right now. You trying to play some COD or what? Nah, I don't fuck with COD. I'm an Apex better. I ain't gonna lie. Apex? Nah, that's crazy. Yeah, that's not. Get on some R6, nigga. R6. I ain't gonna lie, I need to install that shit. Tired of raging though. R6? CSGO. Yeah, me and my homies play that shit. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't touching it in a minute, but that Apex is the only thing I play religiously. Yeah, for real, R6. Yeah, like Apex I used to play. I ain't gonna lie.
Does anybody in here play Madden?
Madden? Yeah. Hey, you trying to buy the new one for me or what? Fuck with me, but I haven't bought the new one. Ass, bro. For real? I had the wrong hard drive. I think I had it on hard drive, but not my SSD. But when I played that shit, bro, that shit was laggy as a motherfucker.
Need to get better internet.
Nigga, my internet's probably faster than half the niggas in this call. That's why I don't fuck with FIFA, because FIFA do the same shit. I don't like that shit. Got like 900 download, bro. Shit quick as fuck for everything. You with FIFA or not? FIFA? Nah, I'm too black. Come on, dude. Like, players are black. Listen, bro, I like soccer. Don't get me wrong, bro. The best players are black. I like football. They are, though. They are. But I'm like from the very Mbappe.
Welcome.
I didn't play soccer with the Mexicans, bro. I just watched some niggas play.
What's going on, B?
You know, I'm Mexican.
Yo, B, what up, pimp?
How'd I know? Bro, I said this earlier, but I was a VC.
Kicking ass, taking names. How'd you find out about me?
Bro, and I just know it was you.
Oh, okay, very cool. We're watching my man Omni Duck play. What game are you playing, Omni Duck? Fallout. How's your day going, B? Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in the hood? That's tight. Hey, OmniDuck, I just want you to know I'm talking with some other people in a Discord. I'm staying here, of course. But just in case you think, like, why is he, like, I didn't ask him a question or something like that, just so you know I'm in another conversation as well. Yo, Lubaduki, do you play fantasy football, or anybody in here play fantasy football?
I don't, but my homie's really trying to get into that.
Hackers are winning the whole thing. Hackers are winning it? Ain't good. And you're paying like out of pocket type shit? Or is it free? Is it free or you gotta pay money?
You can do a free one on ESPN.com.
Bet all the way, always money. Place it. Yeah, get a job first. You should buy a good job first. I have a job. But
I'm trying to find people to do that shit, but I don't do it. But I know people that's actually about it.
It's so much fun. It makes the NFL season so entertaining. I highly recommend if you've never played fantasy sports of any kind, do it. You can play free versions on ESPN. It's amazing.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
you sound like an advertisement. Holy fuck.
So what you gotta do is like, you gotta just like draft good players and whatnot, or?
Yeah, and if you don't know what to do, they have other apps. But basically, what you can do is do the auto draft. And here's what I do if you want my advice, because I always like to win. So you can have up to 25 teams on ESPN's fantasy app. I draft 25 teams. I just have the computer do it. And then as the season goes on, I just have them basically automatically rostered. And then at the end of the season, I've got like 10 or 12 really good teams. And I end up winning at least like 5 different leagues every year. And it's a lot of fun.
Damn, how much is the most you've won off of doing that shit, if you mind me asking?
Sure. So I'm in a cryptocurrency league, and I believe the total is a couple grand just in that one.
That's tough. What did you put in?
$50.
That's tough.
You won a couple grand?
Yeah, especially because like over the course of the season, the cryptocurrency goes up. So like you may put in $50, but it grows over the course of the season, and then at the end of the season, it's worth quite a bit.
Or you lose it all.
Yeah, but it's a lot of fun. I mean, I can tell you, I like college football. I wasn't super into the NFL. I mean, as a kid, I was, but there are just so many games and whatever. But this makes me watch the Thursday game. I watch the Sunday games, especially on Red Zone. You can stream that for free.
It's a little cheaper than betting on each game.
And exactly, and then the Monday night game, and like it just makes games that you would have never thought were going to be entertaining, extremely entertaining, because your team is relying on it.
How old are you?
Old enough.
No. 45, 50?
Bro, that's fucking crazy, bro. This man's no more every 2 years.
Like fucking 20 years old.
Bro's not 20. I'm giving bro 34, and that's just me.
No, I'm 25. No.
Nigga, I'm 25. You want to see us 25 years old?
Dude, I'm 29. I'm fucking old.
Disrespect.
29 is
You're lying, bitch. You're 29?
Yeah, I'm old as fuck.
You sound like a fucking girl, nigga.
What the fuck?
No, I'm not a girl. I'm a tranny.
Yeah, that's definitely more giving tranny than girl, bro.
There you go, Clay. Nah, for real. You're really 29? Hey, shut your bitch ass up.
I've been all over the country.
Justin Bieber ass pose, bro.
I'm a streamer.
No.
On what platforms do you stream?
Oh, I work for porn, so hopefully you're over 18.
Nigga, Clay. What the fuck, bro? Bro, you sound like fucking Snaggy Hoax. Show your picture of that dude in the back. I don't know. Snaggy, bro.
Oh yeah, the guy is bum probably, so who cares?
The guy that was like kind of whispering. Snaggy Hoax.
Yeah, where's he?
Snaggy Hoax. Speak to me. Nah, he's not. He don't want to talk now. Alright, bro. So what's your team though? Cryptocurrency dude?
I just got added to a group chat with Snaggy, bro.
Hey, quit lying. Shut the fuck up.
I'm not even.
Hey, who's your team? Fucking, the dude that was telling us about the... You're talking to Rabbi, bro.
Oh, you want to know who my NFL team is? I'm a fan of the LA teams, but really, I like all the NFL. Yeah, more Rams and Chargers. I actually am a 49ers fan.
Oh, hell no.
Oh, yeah, we're odds. For sure. I'm going for the Rangers. Matter of fact, Rabbi, how do you feel about that? You held your team in 2013, bro. How do you feel about that game? Hey, don't ever say that shit. Who said that?
Just one moment. What? Can you repeat that? How do I feel about the 49ers Raiders game?
No. Seahawks and Patriots 2013. How do you feel about that? Still haven't recovered from that shit, and I was only a teenager. A preteen, actually.
One of these days you'll recover.
That shit was rigged.
Russell Wilson's a joke.
Yeah, Russell, he was in his prime, too. That shit was crazy.
Yeah, but he was a joke in his college, too. In Wisconsin. Who spikes the ball 3 seconds? Holy fuck.
Hey, so what's winning their league to this year?
That's a good question. That's the $1 million question. If I knew,
Words out my mouth.
I would be betting on it.
We're going with KC again or Eagles?
Oh no, fuck that.
Even though they're my
I'm so sick of Kansas City winning. Hell no.
KC sucked last year in the Super Bowl too. Well, yeah, but they still made it to the Super Bowl. It doesn't count for shit. So did the Niners. And we lost all 3, and it doesn't matter now. So the Niners are ass, yeah. I mean, there's someone that we beat the Seahawks and the Cowboys every year, though.
Yeah, but Cowboys are trash. Come on now.
What about the Raiders versus 49ers game? We tied.
Guys, the Packers, Bills ain't good.
Are the Raiders relevant, though?
Maybe the Commanders, even.
Not right now, dude, but we will be soon. Nah, but come on, we're not relevant then. How the fuck did they tie with us, you know? Not me? I guess. But...
Alright, how about baseball, though? Those Brewers?
They both saying the same no more. That was gonna not do shit no more.
Those
right or right?
Baseball. Baseball's the shit.
Who's gonna knock off the Dodgers?
The Yankees need to win that shit. I mean,
they're kind of it's uncanny. I expect that.
I mean, the last 2 years of the opening day. Yankees made the playoffs last season, right? Yeah.
They were in the World Series.
They didn't do it.
Which one?
Wasn't it Dodgers Yankees last year?
The finals? Was it? Oh yeah, it was. Huh? I don't know. I forgot.
They didn't.
I thought it was the playoffs, but I think it was.
Yeah, it was Dodgers Yankees World Series. Dodgers won.
It was, huh?
Word.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. They won 4-1. Fucking faggot.
right, guys, I'm gonna head out. Hope you guys have a good night.
Peace out, Girl Scout.
Take care, dude. Bro, she's about to kill this nigga. He's a little cockroach. Context? Oh, my fault. I thought it was good. So I'm watching a show on Apple TV called Bad Sisters.
Stuff, and Pure seems to be one of those companies. I'm just using that name because I use it. But there's a ton of like super legit supplement companies where you know if you're gonna get 10,000 milligrams of D3, that's exactly what it is. They're just above board. They know what the fuck they're doing. Like everything else, man. Like you can get the shittiest car in the world, or you can get a fucking Mercedes. You know, They know what they're doing.
But people who are listening to podcasts like this, we're just kind of like listening to influencers who are. It's like, oh, Huberman, well, I trust you. So you have supplements you represent, all right.
Well, Huberman is honest. And that's the most important thing.
That's what we do now, right? We're looking to these, it could be doctors, but these people who we put our trust in. It's like, that's kind of like the bar that we're setting for like, all right, I'm going to trust you.
Honestly, like that is everything, right? And including for yourself, like when everything falls apart, like what happened with Sean after the loss to Bilal. Like that, the thing in your head, like what it is what it is, man. You know, like Max Holloway says, it is what it is. He always says that. It's a beautiful way to look at life, really. It sounds simple, but it is what it is. Like, you're not going to change it by freaking out about it. You're not going to. This is what it is. That guy was better than you. So, what are you going to do? How are you going to improve? What did you do mentally that was different? Was there decisions that you made during the fight? Was there something going on? And if you can't be honest with yourself, you're not going to improve. But if you can be honest with yourself, it can make you stronger. You know, there's a lot of guys that have gone through losses and came back way more dangerous. And there's other guys that go through losses and maybe they didn't go through a process like yours, or maybe they have some self-belief issues already, and they were kind of manifesting themselves before the podcast. Maybe they were before the fight rather. Maybe they were starting to get imposter syndrome. You know, like some fighters get imposter syndrome. They start winning and they're like, there's no way I can be the champion. Yeah. This is crazy.
And there's a governor, right? Like a governor in a car that comes up where it's like, all right, I can be successful up to this level, but anything beyond this is not safe.
It's scary. Yeah, it's scary.
But it's like that real animalistic, primal part of yourself that comes out and goes, I couldn't even consciously tell you why, but like I can't go there. Like I can't get to that level of success. If I do, I'm going to tear it all down. And we see people do that every day.
Well, it's a weird fear for people that are trying to be successful because they're listening to this and like that doesn't make any sense. Like, why would you? It's because the pressure of maintaining it, especially I think if you came from nothing. Because if you came from nothing, then you realize how lucky you are, and you realize that, oh my God, look how successful I am. I'm a world champion now, or in whatever you do in life. And then you start thinking, what if I fuck this up?
What if I can't keep it up?
What if I can't keep it up? What if it all goes away? Yeah. And what am I going to do? What am I going to do? What am I going to do? And you start freaking out. And then if you go on social media, you start reading comments about yourself. So for fighters, that's a real problem. Yeah. There's a lot of fighters I see arguing with people. Fuck you, pussy, I'll smack you. Like, don't do that. Yeah. You are wasting so much energy. I'd rather you do heroin than do Twitter if you're a fighter. Like, get off there.
But what we want to do is we want to get to a place where they're matter of fact about what they read, which sounds like almost impossible for a lot of people who are listening right now. Like, what do you mean? Like, certain person's talking shit about me, but Brady is matter of fact about this now. Like, truthfully, he's wired in a way that where if someone starts to talk some shit about him, he can laugh about it. He can just matter of factly not be emotional about it.
But it's also because he's on a hot win streak right now. He looks awesome. And he's super confident. He's got a lot of momentum on his side.
It's a compounding of the belief from the physical experience and then the belief that we've wired into him.
Right.
So it's both of those together, right? It's like the perfect confluence of those two factors come together.
Right. And then the confidence that comes from these wins, especially the last one. I mean, God, he looks so good. He looks so dominant. And to do that with a guy like Leon, who, we saw those Usman fights, we saw him knock out Usman. He's really good, man. And for Sean to do that, I was like, wow, that's a big turn of the corner. Not just a little turn, just a giant turn of the corner.
But stylistically, that was kind of a fight made for Sean, don't you think?
Well, it could be until you take into consideration the second Kamaru Usman fight, because Usman couldn't take him down. that fight was primarily a stand-up fight because Leon's takedown defense had gotten so good. And I think there was that bump in confidence after the knockout. He really felt like the champion now. So for Bilal to just step in and put a stop to all that, and then, to see then him lose the title to Jack Della, and then see what Sean just did, and you look at the whole thing, you're like, what a crazy Shark Tank of all these killers. Leon Edwards, Bilal Muhammad, Della Maddalena, now you got Islam Makhachev in there, and it's like, who can keep it together the most is a giant factor.
Yeah,
it's a giant factor.
I know you don't really follow football, but like this is like the SEC in football, right? It's the division that's Alabama, LSU, Texas. It's like they're all killers. So any given night, anyone could be anyone. It's just like who's going to show up and execute the best. That's what it comes down to.
And then you got Michael Venom Page, who's like the biggest puzzle in the entire sport. Like he's also a 170. That guy, good luck. Good luck training for that guy. Like just good luck. Good luck. Super tall welterweight who moves like nobody, who is a world point fighting champion. Like that is a totally different thing, that point fighting thing. You ever watch that shit?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Michael Venom Page was at one point in time the best karate point fighters. And the way karate point fighters fight, they stop after one person gets hit. It's kind of like an elite form of tag with lethal weapons. Like these guys are fucking good at these launches forward and blitzes, and they're really good at getting out of the way because guys are blitzing at them all the time. So because of the style of the competition, they developed this very unique skill set of being able to close the distance extremely fast with a lot of distance in between them and land very unpredictable shots. Like he's super creative. And he also knows how to wrestle now, and he also knows jiu-jitsu now. So like now he's a mixed martial arts fighter, but he's got this one skill set that's crazy unique. And I always said that's the thing that's missing in MMA. Because we see what happens when you get like a really elite boxer. We've seen what happens with a really elite kickboxer, a really elite jiu-jitsu guy, or wrestler. We haven't seen a really elite point fighter who learns all those other skills. Because it's a different thing. It's not like Pereira fights. He's not moving around a lot, dude. He's coming right at you. There's not a lot of dancing, and it's not a lot of, there's not a lot of
finesse. Just
Sandhagen moves. Sandhagen is like constantly giving you different looks and overloading your mind. Pereira's stalking you, right? It's very. What MVP is doing is something totally different. Like you can't even touch him. He's hitting guys that have like a lot of experience in the UFC. He's hitting them with shots they don't see coming. They can't hit him. Kevin Holland was like, where the fuck is he? I can't even find him. This is nuts. The guy just launches himself at you, pops you, cracks you, and then he's gone, and you're like, okay. He's moving way faster than anybody you've ever fought before. He covered way more distance quicker than anybody you've ever fought before. It's like
I started
the difference between someone who
started my stream
like
just chatting
standing in front of people and knocking sticks and an elite fencer.
Chill out for
you ever see those elite fencers? They dive forward. They dive forward and crack you. This guy can do that with like knockout shots. Because this is him when he was in elite karate fighters. This is point fighting. This is what it looks like. It's really weird because the judges make decisions after each contact. But this is Raymond Daniels, who's also he was an elite point fighter who then went on and had big success in Glory and also big success in Bellator. Because of that style, it's like a nutty style. He pulled off one of the greatest. Raymond Daniels pulled off one of the greatest KOs I've ever seen in my life in kickboxing. It was a jumping side kick that in midair he turned into a spinning back kick to the face. I've done it to a bag before. Yeah. I've never done it to a human being. And for him to do it to a human being in Glory, now see if you find the kickboxing one. It's from Glory. This is the nutty one where he did like a 360-degree punch. Watch how crazy this is. Play that because that's what that was. What you just had. Watch this punch. So he hits him with his spinning back kick to the body. He lets him get up. Now watch this. What is that? That is bananas. He ballet punched that dude.
It's like anime. It's like Dragon Ball Z Super.
If that was in the like Mortal Kombat, you'd be like, get out of here, bitch. Yeah. That shit would never work. But I want you to find his kickboxing KO. I wish I could remember the gentleman he was fighting, but the guy he fought is legit too. And he hit him with a jump side kick, spinning back kick to the face in the air. So it's like, that is a different thing. You know, Ankalaev's not going to do that. Pereira's not going to do that. Like, those point fighter guys are different. It's a different thing. You're dealing with this whole new skill set. This episode is brought to you by the Montana Knife Company. I'm very excited to do this ad because my good friend Josh Smith owns the Montana Knife Company. It was founded by Josh, who is one of the most experienced master bladesmiths in the world. He makes amazing knives. I fucking love them. I have a bunch of them. There are barely over 100 master bladesmiths in the world, and this guy's been one since he was 19. He makes the sharpest knives you will ever use right here in the U.S. of A. Designed, tested, and built by hunters, Montana Knife Company is a hunting knife company first and foremost, but they also make some of the best chef knives on the planet. I use them all the time in my kitchen. And the best part is, all of Montana Knife Company's knives are backed by a multi-generational guarantee promise. If you ever need your blade sharpened, just send it back and they'll sharpen them for free. These knives sell out within minutes of being released, so head over to montanaknifecompany.com to see what's available now. My favorites, the insanely sharp Speed Goat 2.0. I carry that with me every time I go to the mountains. Montana Knife Company, working knives for working people. They're leaping in and cracking you and shit. You're like, what the fuck is this?
So I know boxing a lot better than I know UFC. I'm just getting more into UFC recently. Where's this guy in his career right now?
He's really high level. In the UFC, he's got to be top 10 in the welterweight division. But he shuts people down, man. He shuts people down in a wild way that you just don't see much. The only person who figured him out was Ian Gary. Ian Gary out-grappled him. He just got a hold of him and grappled him. But watch this jump side kick. This is so bananas, dude. Watch this. Boom! Isn't that nuts? Jump side kick to the body and in mid-air turns into a spinning back kick to the face. I mean, not everybody can do that. But when a guy can do that, if you don't know that he can do that, you can get fucked up. Like this, Ray Medeiros can do some wild shit. And again, he's pulling it off against elite kickboxers. Unbelievable. I mean, he had a couple of losses where they figured him out, like Joe Baltellini. He's the first guy who really brutalized his legs. He just had high guard, move forward. Baltellini's very classic, hard-nosed kickboxer, a lot of low kicks, strong punches. He just kept breaking down his legs to the point where he just couldn't walk, and then he head kicked him. It's pretty powerful. So that style to be figured out. MVP lost, and he fought Douglas Lee at Bellator and got stopped that fight because Douglas was a beast at the time and KO'd him. But it's just that is a different puzzle, man. Yeah, it's a different puzzle. It's crazy. I just love the fact that there's guys like that now in this sport where you're looking at this sport that's 30 plus years old now. And there's still guys that are complete innovators. They're coming in when the whole thing's changing. They're like, wow, okay. All right, now we're doing that. Now we're doing front kicks to the face, evolution. Now we're doing calf kicks. All of a sudden, Bisping went his entire career without getting calf kicked. I mean, that's nuts. Yeah, when you think about that, that's crazy.
This guy doesn't know anything about fucking UFC, and Joe Rogan's like, yo, dog, how about this? How about this? How about this? How about this? And he's like, yeah, dog, that was cool. I'm a life coach. All right, loser, bitch.
It's not just technique. It's not just being a specialist in one
what is this bullshit?
Obviously a huge factor, but also the mind. And a lot of guys don't want to get help in that because they think that if they consult a sports psychologist, they're a pussy.
Yeah, 100%. Being vulnerable makes me weak.
Yeah.
Right? That's a core belief for a lot of guys. And so when you believe that to be true, you're not going to create weakness within yourself, so you're not going to seek it out.
Exactly.
And there's also a big stigma around guys in professional, anything, right?
Yeah.
There's a range to comedians, right? There's a range to people who do what I do. There's kind of pussies who do it in a way, right? There's people who are very soft.
Be in touch with your feelings.
Yeah. The too far to like the woo or too far to like, hey, I'm gonna follow this textbook. Where really this work it's art. At the end of the day, what we're doing is like it's something you feel your way through, and it requires years and years of practice to get to any level of mastery.
That's interesting. You're talking about like managing your brain as art.
Yeah, well, because it's not just the brain, it's the nervous system, it's the whole body, it's the energy body system, right? So we're talking about, you've heard like meridians, right? They run through the body.
Is that all real?
The chakras.
I hear about that, but those are things that I hear about, and I go, I'll wait to talk to somebody about it that's a scientist.
You could call it whatever you want, right? We all feel like everyone feels anxiety right here, like in their solar plexus.
Yeah, you kind of feel in the center of your body, right?
Yeah, right here. This is the patterns I see with all these elite guys I'm working with. It's like I can just, my awareness with them is I can just feel the same thing they can feel.
Don't you think that's probably constricted breathing, though? Like constricted breathing, that's where you'd feel it. You feel it.
I would say constricted breathing is a byproduct of like a blockage in their body, and they just feel it.
Don't you think it's adrenaline, though? It's a giant adrenaline dump, and it's also there's an anxiety that comes with that if your mind starts spinning out of control. Like, do you train?
I used to train boxing, yeah.
Have you ever done jiu-jitsu?
I've done jiu-jitsu.
One of the things that happens in jiu-jitsu when guys first get started, like say if a guy has like maybe a distorted idea of how tough he is, and he's like a big, strong, muscular guy, there's those in particular, for whatever reason, seem to have a real problem when they grapple with a really good guy, where they get pinned down and then they get like side controlled and mounted and they start hyperventilating. I've seen it like several times from people that have never trained before, but they're real buff. And they maybe have this idea of who they are, and that idea is getting shattered, like just shattered by a guy that doesn't even look impressive, but he's just manhandling you. And the hyperventilating thing to me seems like a bunch of stuff. It's like the battle with reality. This can't be happening. Oh my God, this is happening. There's the forgetting to breathe. There's the elevated heart rate. There's the dump of adrenaline. There's all these different things.
All connected. This is like a domino effect, right?
Right.
Like the constricted breathing, the not be able to think clearly. It's all a domino effect.
Yeah.
Kind of how I operate is like the belief is the thing that starts a domino. Right?
Sure.
And so if your belief is being destroyed that moment, that's what creates that domino effect of the body and the nervous system reacting the way it does.
Right.
And so belief is formed in one of two ways. One is just, it's formed through life experience, right? Like the Goggins of the world. He's a very rare person who just builds belief off doing it.
Yeah.
How many guys are like that?
By the way, shout out to my brother David Goggins, who just completed the Bigfoot 200.
Let's go, Goggins.
That dude has no knees, ladies and gentlemen. He's got no knees, and he just ran 200 miles through the fucking mountains. What did he do it in like 60 hours? It was posted today.
Sometimes the
Find out
nature
what
of
his
the
time
delta
was.
can change and
Dude
so
has
on.
no knees.
And this is
Like, I don't run.
complicated by the
My knees
fact that
pretty
in
good.
1970 a big gas
that's an example of how belief can actually break reality of what's supposed to be possible, right?
Well, it certainly broke it in the eyes of his doctor. His doctor, when they first saw his knees, because he didn't go in for anything for a long time. When the doctor first saw his knees, he was like, I can't believe you can walk on these legs. Forget about run thousands of miles. Like, this is nuts. He was not just bone on bone. His bone was distorted. So because it was rubbing bone on bone, it was like forming these like little mushroom curves at the end of it. It's like it's a type of there's a name for it, like that distortion. It's called wolf something or another. He said that it's like theoretical. Like they've never seen it in a person before like this.
So like, all right, if that exists, like that could work, but it's just that we've never seen it. Maybe that doctor said I should be real clear on that because this is I'm hearing from David Goggins, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, what the fuck? Like he's telling me that. They told me it can never happen before. But regardless, he's breaking what reality is supposed to be in a way, right? When you compare it to like a very large sample size. He is David Goggins is, as much as you won't say, this is crazy, he's ruining his body, like he doesn't have to do this, that's great. But what he's doing is he's carrying a torch for
nature of the composition of the soil in the
human will,
but
in a way that very few people have ever done it because he's doing it publicly. He's doing it publicly, and that's why I think it's so important, and why I talk about it all the time, about how nuts it is. This guy has no fucking knees, and he's operating this way. So what does it say?
As a
I don't
result
know how they
of
track
the
it, but
desiccation
moving
region related
for a total time of 2 days, 1 hour, and 7 minutes.
Oh, so he did it in 2 days? I thought I saw online it took 3 days total.
20 hours, which are entirely consistent.
Oh, right. I don't know the course.
It says a list in here, which would be the racetrack.
It says when he started and when he finished, right?
The
Because he's
entire
finished.
process of brick making.
Oh, it doesn't say what time. I don't know. Oh, is this all off the website or is this track?
Ride that I managed to
What place did he
survive
come in?
till
93rd.
this day.
He's also
in
50.
this particular month,
I mean, he's a freak,
just
dude,
blows me
but he's
away.
like carrying his
Actually,
torch.
some
You might not want to do what he's doing. No, I wouldn't do what he's doing.
they
But I'm saying
measure
it's
to be
kind of
about
crazy
size
that this
8.5
guy can, at 50 years old, can have these
which
endurance
describe a
workouts
child
with
of 4 to 5
world-class
years
MMA
old.
fighters like
You
Israel
don't know,
Adesanya. He's got
what
Izzy throwing up in a
this child
bucket,
was.
and he's
Egyptian
not even
child,
breathing heavy.
Jewish
He
child,
does like
slave child,
multiple of those workouts a day in silence.
so they
Doesn't listen to me.
slave
No one is telling me to do it. He's got no clue. Like he's out there, man. He's out there.
doesn't seem to much about the roots. I would have described that the physical capacity
Don't have the ability to feel that level of belief.
I don't know if they don't have the ability, but they don't do it. Oh, no shit. That's amazing.
Philistine.
23rd place, 50 years old, no knees.
The most logical. That would go along the coast
What a
of the
monster.
Sinai
What a monster.
Peninsula, which actually
Imagine that guy was after you.
several,
Like, what a monster.
established
It's just,
fortresses that
it's
were
beautiful.
built by the Egyptians.
It's like
The
a
Egyptians
beautiful
frequently
expression
went
of
this
will.
route when they went
Because that's
on
all it
raiding
is. It's just the
campaigns
will
into
to
the
go
land of
on.
Israel.
You know, and the discipline to continue to train like that every day, and then every time you test your will, you push it further. It's like I'm in the lab every day. Like he's literally learning more about himself while he's doing this.
So why do you think millions of people read his book, and then such a small percentage of people can kind of replicate that example he's setting?
I don't think you want to replicate it. Not to, but to any degree, right? Yeah, I think it definitely moves what your waterline is. Right? It moves what you expect out of yourself. It moves that up a few notches because you know a guy like that's out there. If you didn't think a guy like that's out there, and you worked out the Y 3 days a week and no one else did, you'd probably be impressed with yourself. You know, that fucking Y 3 days a week using the Nautilus for sure. It's all in who you're comparing yourself to. And, you know, obviously I can't compare to David Goggins, but when I know that a guy like that is out there in the world, it raises my own personal standard up a notch. I'm never going to hit what he does. I don't have the time. He's working out 4 or 5 hours every day. It's crazy. I don't have that commitment either. It's not what I'm interested in. But him doing that has like raised mine. When I look at like Jocko's Instagram and every day it says 4:30 on his Timex. He like shows his, you know, he's got one of those. What is that watch called?
So this.
What's that watch?
I've never watched my own stream. I wonder how it goes, what it's like.
Iron Man? That's it, right? It's the Iron Man. Yeah, this fucking bulletproof watch, of course, that's what he wears. Like 4:09 a.m. That's when he gets up to work out every day.
But guys like that, guys like you guys are dogs, right? You want it, you can inspire them. Some people, they just feel deflated when they see that. Right? They're just like, oh man, you gotta embrace it. It isn't deflating because you're so far from the finish line. It's deflating. You know, but that's why there are fundamental ways to actually build belief in yourself. Like there's steps to
Other
do it.
historians
And
have
that's what I
suggested
really want to drive
no,
home for
it must have been the Mediterranean Sea that we're
you can
talking
build
about.
belief, and
You can
it's
see
not
there
just
are routes that describe going
in your head
up
against the wall.
north and then over the Sinai Peninsula.
I'm sure there's systems to it, but that's why I really want to talk to you.
Where they would wander around for a while.
The whole
There
idea
are
of the
also
meridians, like
theories
how does that factor
no,
into
they
it
went
with you? Like,
south
how do you,
down
what do you hang on this
the
idea of
Red
like
Sea
meridians in the body?
Yeah. So I'm talking
and then
about how
basically
I came
from
to
there
the
on,
Rams. I was playing football
really
and
because
wasn't something
one
I
thing I
started
forgot
looking
to
for my
mention
next
is
promo.
that the
Oh,
very
that's right. I
first
interrupted you right there.
project of
When we came back, started
really
hooking up, like, here we go. Like we
we
need to
have
so.
like
230
biblical
pound,
archaeology in particular. We
5'3"
have this
dude in
biblical
there,
text,
just
extremely
jacked.
valuable as
And I'm
historical
like, hey, what
document,
performance do you
but
have?
very
And he
difficult
looks
to
at me like,
sometimes translate
he's very like
into
Zen
what
type
we
of
know
dude.
about the
And
actual
he's like,
land itself. primarily
I was
because
like, I'm trying to get on the football field. Like, what else could I do? I need to get stronger. It's the only thing I can do. And then he's like,
places named in the Bible.
He's like, how do you feel?
And one of the very
How do
first
I
things
feel?
that was done in the
Like, this
19th
is
century
me,
in the land of
18 years
Israel's
old,
archaeologists began to
don't
say,
believe in
okay,
anything.
we've got
Biggest
these places
skeptic
like
you're ever
Beer
going to see in your life.
There
And
is
he's like, I want you
Beer
to try this
and
exercise.
they would use all
And he has
kinds of
me just
different
look off into the
techniques.
peripheries of my eyes.
Sometimes
How long did you know this guy by that?
Literally
Arabic place names
hating him.
referred to
He just starts going in on me.
Hebrew origins.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Do you think he was trying to have sex with you or
in the
anything?
text itself that
Well,
might give some indication as to where exactly these places are.
It's just an odd thing to go away and do it.
For
That's how you
sure.
feel.
A
Like,
lot of
whoa,
places,
trying to
and
get jacked.
especially
Yeah,
the
well, he's
places
just that type of dude. So I call him like a sensei now.
So there are
So,
lots
Oh,
of
you know
different
him
groups.
still.
Yeah,
We also
so I'm
don't know,
still.
for
So he's just a
example,
weird guy.
where
He's a weird guy,
exactly
super
A
weird
lot of
guy.
guys would have their
there
apples up
is
though. Like,
a
what?
mountain
How do I
in
feel?
southern part of the
100%. Oh, no,
peninsula
first I'll take
that has
Oh,
been
yeah, no, look at the
identified by
green
Arabs
team,
as
bro.
Jebel Musa,
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mount
Like,
of Moses,
Insecure
and that has
male
been
energy
adopted by
posturing up.
Christians
yeah,
as
exactly.
Mount Sinai. There was a monastery
But,
at the top of it,
he just
things like that.
made
But
everything
there are also
feel
the
approachable to
possibilities that Mount
18-year-old
Sinai
me.
would be
So he started
what we
teaching me
call
breathing
today
techniques
Saudi
like
Arabia.
meditation.
And he worked in
have
supplements
no
for him?
He was working there at the time. He was studying for his neuroscience degree out of college.
Wow.
Israelites
What a
wandered as
like,
they were making their way from
fortuitous coincidence.
to the land of
Run
Israel.
into a dude like that, like trying to get jacked.
That's life, right?
Right? It is kind of, right? Like, think about it. You're looking for, like, the full meathead path, and you run into a guy who's like, how do you feel? Like, what? Motherfucker. Oh, I feel nothing, bro.
I did though.
UFC 319 is blowing back to the Windy City for the first time in 6 years. Check the fight card and get in on all the actions at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of UFC. Drink is Duplessis puts his middleweight title up against Hamzat Chimaev, who's a perfect 14-0. Who will you take? First time betting on UFC at DraftKings, just pick something simple like a fighter to win and make your pick. It's that easy. And if you're new to DraftKings, check this out. New customers who bet $5 will get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Don't miss out on all the UFC 319 action. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Because no one was talking about anxiety back then. Right. You know, I had crazy performance anxiety. I didn't know that was a thing. I was just like, I was like,
but
I
there's
don't
so
feel
much
good.
more to say about
What do
this.
you mean?
I'm just trying to
Nobody's
get a
talking
sense
about their
of
emotions.
if you were to have
It's like he just started teaching me breathing techniques.
where exactly
He taught me up at the meridians, very simple ones that he's like, okay, visualize breathing energy. And this is martial arts stuff, right? So much has to do with breathing. It's like he was in the martial arts as well. Like, all right, I want you to imagine breathing up your running meridian and your central meridian, which is like right in your spinal cord, up the center line of your body. He's like, all right, breathe in deeply here. How do you feel? I was like, I just feel more confident. I feel stronger. So he started just teaching me how to do simple stuff like that and then bring it onto like the football field. I was a D lineman. And so I needed to knock people over. Same thing as martial arts, right? I needed to feel grounded. So I needed to connect to my root chakra, which is, you can call it whatever you want, I don't care. But it's like the root part of your body, the primal, ball sack area down there, the gooch, that if you can start to breathe into the area of your body, you will feel more grounded. You guys become more grounded. So I started using these techniques just to play football. And by doing so, I was like, I don't really care about studying the system super in depth, but I was just taking the tools that were useful to me. Like literally use these and use them to get stronger, like the bench press more. It was just breathing techniques along with visualization, and they're just following this ancient Eastern medicine.
How did breathing techniques help your bench?
So there's some breathing techniques I'm sure you do in martial arts, right? You put your tongue behind your teeth. You can start to breathe in deeply. And if you start to visualize, bringing energy down through the crown of your head and then eating it kind of like in the just below your belly button there, you can just start to build more energy, more power. You're just focusing energy. That's all you're doing. And then if you visualize yourself lifting the weight, you can lift it heavier. And so how much heavier? There's a bunch of research. You can look up tons of different strength-based tasks past studies that show that visualization increases strength. Like, for example,
So that's just kind of a kind of visualization, you think? That breathing exercise?
I was just stacking what was known as like basic PETLEP imagery, PETTLEP imagery, along with these breathing techniques and visualizing a specific way.
Oh, I thought that when they say visualization helps performance, I thought it was like long term. I didn't think it was like right before they did a thing. I think it was like part of training.
I think, okay, so there's two types, right? So there's like, for example, there's literally a study you can look up, and it's like a bicep curl. They did this study. There's 4 different groups. The first group just didn't do anything. The second group just did bicep physical curl. The third group did bicep curl plus visualization of doing curls. The fourth group did just visualization. The group that did just the bicep curl and the group that did just the visualization performed the same. They had the same increase in strength, and the group that performed the best was the one that did the visualization plus the bicep curl. And so there's a bunch of studies like that that just show how when you just stack these different tools together, they can be beneficial, yes, in the short term. For like a fighter, for example, like this is what I'm training my guys. When we go into fight camp, every single time, we're just training the subconscious to be comfortable being in the setting. And just training the subconscious mind, right? We're just wiring, just digging in those grooves of like, this is what it's going to feel like, this is going to be the experience, and just wiring it in a way of having success. And then what I do is I notice, I'm like, how do you feel? How do you feel as we go along here? It's like, oh, there's doubt that's coming up. Boom, let's go in there. Let's get rid of that. And it's not an intellectual thing to remove doubt. It's a feeling thing in the body. And honestly, I don't care what we call it. Call it chakra, call it just feeling in the body. You say, all right, I feel doubt coming up right now. This is what if I why? Well, I have this memory that's created this scar tissue within my nervous system right now. This has happened before that I believe if I try to do this, something bad's going to happen to lose the fight. Right. So we need to actually accept that, right? Accept what I can't accept won't change. So you use these breathing techniques to accept your way through it. The body kind of relaxes through it, and then we let it go. And then we choose the opposite belief, and that's the alchemy of the process.
Do you know how many people were involved in the study that showed that the visualization right before the performance was better? Jamie, did you find different ones? Different ones? Hip flexors. Yeah, there's a bunch of them out there, though. Study whether mental training alone could produce a gain in muscular strength. 30 male university athletes, including football, basketball, and rugby players, were randomly assigned to perform mental training of their hip flexor muscles, to use weight machines to physically exercise their hip flexors, or to form a control group which received neither mental nor physical training. The hip strength of each group was measured before and after training. Physical strength was increased by 24% through mental practice. Strength was also increased through physical training by 28%, but did not change significantly in the control condition, whatever that means.
That means that people didn't do anything. They didn't visualize. They didn't.
Oh, in the control group. Yeah. Okay. I thought they were saying a different thing. The strength gain was greatest amongst football players. Given mental training, mental and physical training produced similar decreases in heart rate, and both yielded a marginal reduction in systolic blood pressure. The results support the related findings of whoever that is, that giant name. Interesting, very interesting. So it definitely has an effect. And it seems like it definitely has a positive effect right before you're performing any kind of athletics.
Yeah, and I think these studies are over like at least a 6-week period of time. So if you want to see like strength-based tests improve over time, like they're incrementally getting stronger, right? It's not just that they're kind of maintaining that strength. I imagine as long as they continue to get visualization.
Yeah, I wonder. You know, that's the thing is like most people that go to the gym, like most people who are listening to this have regular jobs. If they go to the gym, they don't go visualize.
Yeah, this is like performance stuff we're talking about.
Yeah,
this is pro athlete.
Don't you? If you're trying to get better, like what way to? You want to get better. This is good for you too. Yeah, I know it sucks. You don't want to visualize your kettlebell routines and visualize your muscles growing afterwards, but it might be worth a go. I'd like to hear from some people that try it. Because that kind of results, that's crazy. That's pretty nutty.
So, like I'm saying, like I did this stuff, and then I actually abandoned my football career because I liked it so much. And I went on and did research. I got a research grant just to look at the effect of using some of these techniques on bench press and performance, and also decreasing anxiety. Because for me, I realized when I was 18, 19, I had crazy anxiety.
So
And I was like, all right,
membership is a
this stuff
way
is
of
helping.
trying to
You know,
filter out
call it
both
meditation,
noise
hypnosis,
and
whatever you mean. If you can progressively relax yourself, right, sitting in a float tank, right, you can just do that. If you can progressively relax yourself, your anxiety's going to go down, your cortisol levels are going to go down, the whole body's going to thrive. And this is actually like connected so much, that's to do with our health, kind of come a full circle, is I see so much other professional athletes come to me with these injuries, the physical therapists working on it. Nothing's happening. It's just a nagging injury every single time. If I can relax them enough and I can get to the root emotional core of whatever's creating this pain for them, and it's usually emotional. It's actually like a memory or some kind of mental block, like the governor is coming in. Right, I'll see it. Some guys in like the lower minor leagues, he's trying to go up to the major leagues, and it's like these things will just start to express themselves when they're just about to get to that next level. And if we can move through the emotional side of it, the pain disappears.
What's happening?
Oh, now they're doing it for botting.
Right? Like, there's got to be like
That's
legit
tight.
injuries where guys blow their meniscus out, guys have broken shin bones,
Yes,
have
I
been
would say
reconstructed.
stuff that can't be explained. Like a lot of times, right, you go to the doctor, like, I don't know what your issue is. Right, that happens all the time.
Okay, well that's a different thing. I mean, the realities of physical injuries that guys get from combat sports training are real. Like you have bulging discs in your neck and your arm goes numb. That's a real problem.
Yeah.
You know, it's not just an emotional thing.
I'm speaking about things that are like nagging, and you're doing the physical therapy and it's not working.
Right.
Okay, if that's you,
Okay. So yeah, we gotta be specific, right? So you're talking about like weird stuff that does come up where they're almost like psychosomatic injuries because guys are responding badly to the pressure.
and not even just the pressure, it could just be, it could be an injury that existed before, but it's just not healing. For whatever reason, it's not healing, and it's just kind of recurring. If you can get to the emotional root of what keeps that, I have fun with this now. I always look up whenever someone tells me they're injured, I just look at ChatGPT, what is the spiritual emotional connection to this injury? And it's usually right on point. I'll be like, what do you think about this? They're like, oh, yeah, that's
a spiritual emotional connection to, but not to like legit injuries like a broken hand.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Like someone breaks their hand, they gotta get screws and plates in there.
Sure.
Yeah. That's not, you can't look that up on ChatGPT. He broke his fucking hand.
I'll give you an example. Like, I have so many of these, right? It might be like someone has like a hamstring that's just nagging, right? A lot of athletes, like, I pop my hamstring, it just won't feel normal again, right? I look that type of stuff up. It's like, all right, why is this going away? I work with like pitcher, Major League Baseball. It's like my hip. It's like, well, why is this coming up now? And usually there's always like some kind of root, and if we can get to it, we can relieve it.
I bet there's a lot of guys too that have, if you think about making a living with your body, you make a living in a sport with your body where you put your body through explosive movements that can blow joints out. So there's always this anxiety that all can go away.
Yes.
One twist of the ankle, one blowout. I mean, look at people all the time lose their careers in football and in martial arts because they blow a knee out or they blow their back apart.
There's only like 10 core beliefs that create fear in athletes I've seen. Like, there's not that many, and one of them is what you're pointing out right now. It's like
life-changing injuries.
Will I be able to sustain it? You know, the core is like, will I be able to sustain it, or will I be able to continue to do the thing that I love?
Right.
And of course, like, yeah, if you get injured, then you're gonna lose it all.
Did you ever talk to Weidman after he broke his leg?
I did.
Did you?
I did, yeah.
Does he openly talk about that? Are we allowed to talk about this?
Yeah, I mean, he gave me a testimonial, so
okay,
it's pretty open.
He even like online, so you can talk about it?
Yeah, he put like a video testimonial.
He's one of the toughest guys that's ever fought in the UFC. He's and that guy in his prime was fucking terrifying.
Yeah.
But that injury that he got is one of the absolute hardest injuries to recover from. That broken leg, when they break their shin in half like that, very few people ever come back. I mean, there's one guy, I believe, that's a heavyweight in Bellator. It happened to him, and he's fighting again and fighting well. I don't know his name, see if you can find his name. But Anderson was never the same after his, Tyrone Spahn was never the same after his, Weidman was never the same after his. It's just, and psychologically, it's got to be fucking crazy to think that you threw a super powerful kick that broke your own leg in half, and now you're expected, you went through a year and a half of hell to try to just get to the point where you can hit pads again. And now you're going to go risk it again, might kick someone's knee again, and break your shin again, and do that again, and then you can't walk again.
What we're talking about is like that is just so we have physical scar tissue, it's that emotional scar tissue, you know, it's just like, it's hard for those thoughts not to come back into your head of like, I need to be extra careful here.
Well, they're reasonable thoughts.
Yeah,
you know, if you think about it, it's like Chris had that style. I mean, that kick that he threw in Uriah Hall was full blast. I mean, he fucking ripped that kick. And then when I heard that snap, I've heard that snap a couple of times, and it is the most horrible sound, man. The sound of a bone breaking, like a person's bone breaking. It's like, fuck. It gets you like in every cell in your body, like, God damn, that's awful. I've seen it a bunch. I've seen it at least half a dozen times. I've seen people get a bone broken.
Yeah, it's traumatizing.
Yeah, to come back from that is very hard, because we're talking about the anxiety of always worrying about getting injured, and then you get injured from maybe a kick you threw, or Tim Sylvia, Frank Mir broke his arm, or Frank Mir Minotauro, spiral fracture from that Kimura. Like, coming back from something like that is really hard. What do you do for a fighter when you're trying to rebuild them? Do you take each fighter as a unique project, and you just want to know everything about them, and you know what bothers them about themselves, what bothers them about their discipline? So how do you do it?
I'm going to explain what I do. It's going to sound woo, but I also want to contextualize it with the fact that like I didn't believe in anything. Like, it's just my experience of like doing this stuff for 17 years now, and just seeing and feeling my way into this art that now I speak about things that the old me 15 years ago, 20 years ago would be like, shut the fuck up, right? But so what I do with any of my clients is I bring them to a very relaxed state. You know, like think of custody motto, what do you do with Mike Tyson? Like that's what I'm doing with these guys, right? So I'm bringing them almost into a hypnotic state, and I'm bringing them down into this place where they finally let go. They're no longer trying to like keep me out, defend, keep up this like identity they want to project into the world, so they can actually get to the insecurities, because I don't touch any of the beliefs that are working for them. If someone has positive beliefs, they're successful, I don't touch any of that stuff. All I'm trying to find is their insecurity, their fear, their anxiety, their doubt. And so I'm just digging deeper and deeper into their body until we start to like think about things they want to achieve. It's like, ooh, what was twitchy there? Right? Some twitches in them. It's like, oh, I'm feeling like I'm getting angry now. Why are you getting angry? Right? Why do we get angry? It's because we're afraid. We're trying to defend ourselves. And so if I find something like that, I feel into it with them. And then I ask them, like, what would you believe to be true to make you feel this way? And if I sit there long enough, hold them in that tension, it'll eventually come up. And through that, we can release that belief. We can accept it through it first. We can release it, and we can reprogram it.
How are you setting this up? Wait, is this actual hypnosis? Are you doing like hypnotic techniques? Yeah. And how did you learn how to do that?
Same guy, Sensei.
Sensei. Does he have a cult? Does he have a cult that we could join?
A one-on-one.
So this guy taught you hypnosis techniques as well.
Yeah, he taught me a lot of different things. Hypnosis, NLP, timeline therapy. And then I didn't go on to get a secondary degree, so I created my own degree. I went to liberal arts school in LA. The mental aspect of human performance, but everything I was learning that was helping me and my teammates, I was learning outside of school. So I was like, I'm not gonna spend $200,000 and getting a secondary degree when I'm learning everything else outside of school. So I've just continued to go to workshops, learn, study with different people who know how to do different techniques. And that's how I learn very kinesthetically. The same way that if you're doing martial arts, you're just trying to go to as many masters as you can. This guy jiu-jitsu, this guy kickboxing. That's just what I've done. I've gone and tried to find different people who are really good at what they do. And that's how I learn through doing and actually experience the work on myself first. If it works for me, then I try it on my clients. If it works for them, I just keep it going. And I don't have one technique. I use many different techniques, whatever the moment calls for. That's what I use.
Are there even degrees that you could get in human performance that would sort of match the kind of studying that you're doing? Like, is there anything, like if you went to a major university, do they consider human mental performance, human performance, whether it's in athletics or chess or anything like that, where you have to really think through things and deal with pressure? Do they consider that a discipline? Is that something that they study?
I think sports psychology. I think you need it.
That sounds very rudimentary. Like sports psychology versus human performance. When you think about this conversation that you and I are having, one of the things that we're talking about is how important it is to have a mindset that allows you to work your way through difficulties and become successful at a thing and just get out of your own way. Everybody wants to do that. So if that's a real thing, why wouldn't that be taught in every major university?
What if they're always smoking soda at school? That's what.
They don't have to specifically advocate for it, but the kids are going to do it anyway. But what's important is that they should recognize that this is a thing. Yeah. Like if it's a thing, if we all agree, and I bet any competitive athlete in any sport has experienced anxiety. And then you've had days where you felt amazing and you performed amazing, and then you've had days where you doubted yourself and you fucked up and you dropped the ball or whatever you did. There's this weird battle that goes on in the head, and it has a giant result, whatever's going on in your head, in how you perform.
Yes. And you always talk about where do ideas come from, right? Like where do they naturally come from? I don't know where they come from exactly, but I know how they're getting filtered. And it's just through the beliefs, because our belief system deletes, distorts, and generalizes information. And the fact that many people don't understand how that filtration system works just limits so many of us from achieving what we want. Because we're literally like, you all know, like the girl who's like dated an asshole and she's like, all men are assholes, right? She's deleting, distorting, and generalizing like her best friend who's married to an incredible guy, right? But when you believe something, you literally shape the world to make it match it.
Right. Yeah, you kind of do. Yeah, and if you believe bad things will happen.
No, 100%. There's millions of pieces of information that you can see, smell, taste, or touch in any moment. There's so much sensory information. We can only pick up on a few in our conscious mind in any moment. So that's where the ideas come from.
I also think it's interactive more than we like to admit. Tell me about that. I don't think you can manifest your own reality, but I think you have a part in the process. And the thinking part about it, the visual, not necessarily visualizing, but staying on a path. There's an element that's going on there that's affecting reality itself. There's a weird exchange of energy between human beings and between reality itself that I don't think we've figured out how to measure. I don't think it's as simple as, life is a series of events and it all takes place randomly and good luck to you.
The synchronicities are undeniable.
Yeah, there's some stuff that's weird. There's some stuff that's weird that makes me think, without going full woo-woo, maybe we just don't have a grasp of the full spectrum of all the things that are happening, of all the factors at play, and how many of them have to deal with, what would air quote, energy. Yes. That's where the woo-woo comes in.
Here's how I appeal to my rational mind to make this make sense, right? So I think about beliefs are like the code of our mind that's constantly filtering in information. All this code does is determine how I'm going to feel. And that feeling is either going to make me want to go towards something or pull away from it. Yeah. So I just want my beliefs to push me or pull me towards the things that I want, because it's going to lead to me behaving in a way that gets to an outcome. As simple as that.
Yeah. Well, that's logical. But everybody's starting from a different place, right? So there's some people that are starting from a devastating place of a lack of self-belief.
Yes.
And for those, it's just going to be a longer journey to get to some sort of positive outcome. But a lot of people just don't know how to begin the first steps. Like, they want to. Like, if you just have, no confidence, you feel like shit, you feel like every day it's garbage. Everywhere you go, you think, oh my God, everyone's going to hate me. There's a lot of people that walk in life like that. You want the first step? What's the first step? It's awareness.
Set an alarm on your phone every 3 hours just to ask yourself how you feel.
Well, you feel like shit every hour.
You gotta sit in that, right? Because most people cut themselves off at the head, and they just stay in the thoughts or negative thoughts, but they don't actually go into the feeling. So that's step one. Just to sit in the shit pit of full awareness of all the feelings. Then from there, set another alarm for the next week. You go, okay, feel what's coming up, and then ask yourself, what are you focused on? Then you can start to take some kind of ownership over, where those thoughts coming from. How is my focus creating the way that I feel, right? And you can start to see your beliefs by connecting those dots of all right, why is that making me feel angry? So you have to feel first, and then notice where you're focusing.
So
and then
there
you
are
start to
three
come into
basic
this feeling,
ways
all right,
to
well,
participate in
I'm
the
seeing it,
series
right? It's
you
the
would like
4
to.
stages of
First
learning.
is
You're getting to
please
this place of
attend in
conscious
person.
confidence. I see that I make myself feel bad. I don't know how I'm doing it. And then you can go, okay,
That's located at 8
what if I started to flip the focus?
New York,
And I started to build that muscle. Because this is the way I think about the mind and all of these things. It's a muscle, just like the body. You can start to train it. Your mind just picks up these patterns of repetition. Just like striking back, just like anything else. If you do something over and over again, right? You say the same things to yourself over and over again. The repetition starts to make its way down to the subconscious level.
Well, Huberman talked about that area of the brain that actually grows larger when you do things you don't want to do and you build discipline. So it really is like a muscle.
So you don't want to focus on the thing that's good for you because it feels like, oh, yucky. It's like, I'm lying to myself. But that's the exercise. Just flip it. Just continue to flip it.
For some people, they don't know how to get started with these thoughts. Like, without hiring a coach. Well, I mean, do you have it laid out?
Yeah.
What's on the second half of the start?
It's a literally playbook. Just do everything in the second half.
What I'm getting to this is though, like, you know, you're dealing with a guy like Sean Brady. He's already tough as fuck. He's already, elite MMA fighter. He has his loss, but he's already a beast of human being. And when you're dealing with people that don't have any athletic background, and maybe they just have a job and they just have no fucking confidence, and they're sick of like living life in this anxiety pit of despair, and they want to find a way out. There's got to be like multiple different things that have to happen, right? So it's not just the way you think, but there's also like actions. And I think
this is an action, right? Step into awareness.
Yes.
Feel it. The next set of actions the next week. Step into awareness of what you're feeling and what you're focused on that makes you feel that way. That's another set of actions.
But do you feel like this is all possible for someone to achieve without some kind of physical exercise in coordination with it? Because it seems like it seems to me that people with depression in particular, one of the best cures for depression is regular exercise. Any kind of exercise, whether it's fucking go jog around the lake, whatever you want to do.
Listen, even before any of this is low-hanging fruit, like in the book, I have people do intake of their life and have them also kind of just look at all the low-hanging fruit. Like if you're drinking vodka bottles at 7 a.m. in the morning, like that's a low-hanging fruit. You need to start to find a way through. Drink 1 instead of 3, right? There's all these like small steps. You have to drink 1 bottle instead of 3. So there's tiny bottles. You know what I'm saying? Like this is like
drinking vodka in the morning, like you've got bigger problems.
Bro, I've had clients who are like, high-level executives that are so stressed that they drink first thing in the morning. I've had them completely, but it starts with something like that of like, all right,
well, that's a big duh, right? But what I'm getting at is, I think if you want to have less anxiety, you got to wring some of that out of your physical body as well, and that'll help you achieve clarity. You have to think about it like a nutrient that you're taking, or brushing your teeth, or doing something. Take your medication. You have to really think about it like that. And it doesn't matter what kind of stuff you do. It doesn't matter whatever you like to do. If you like to do yoga, you want to go hike with a weight vest on, you want to do push-ups in a parking lot, do whatever. Do something. You just have to do something where you push yourself, because if you don't, your body stores up excess, like all this anxiety. And the reason why I believe this, one of the reasons why I believe this is like I've had some of like the best mindsets ever in my life after yoga classes and long stretching sessions. I'm working on something, I'm just like, I'm going to stretch out here, and I'll just sit and stretch for an hour and a half, 2 hours. And when I get up, I feel wonderful. I feel like the world is beautiful. I want to hug people. I feel so peaceful. I love doing that like right before I do stand-up. It's like one of my favorite things is to really stretch out right before I do stand-up. And I just feel so relaxed. It's so different. So you're carrying around actual physical tension that affects your mind. That's why I think, regardless of the tools that you use in terms of all of it.
That's why I'm not just mental performance. Like, it has to be all of it. It's nutrition. So important, right? The gut-brain axis. It has to be nutrition, exercise, rigorous exercise. How about your career? Living a life where you have like some sense of meaning, right? And starting to move towards that.
Right. Don't do something you hate just because it pays you. If you have an option to do something that you might possibly love, if you want a better life, That's the life. Even if you're making less money, that's the life. You don't want to be doing something you don't want to do.
You're trying to decrease the amount of stuck energy.
Yes.
That's what you're trying to do. When you feel suppressed,
Right.
you're not doing what you want to do, the energy gets stuck.
And if you're doing a job that you hate and you know you could be doing something else, you just never fucking gone for it. Like, oh, that'll eat away
Back
at
your head is just always there and always there. It's always
forever and ever and ever. It'll always eat away at you that you never took a chance. You just, they show up every day, 9 a.m., punch in, fuck, just waiting for 5 p.m., fuck, and you get off and you're tired.
Yeah.
And then you see other people that didn't do that. You feel like shit even more. And then, it's like, you're 40 and it's too late, you feel it. But it's not. Are you breathing? Are you alive? Okay, then you can figure out something better than what you're doing. You don't have much time left.
Yeah, that self-suppression creates a depression in any aspect, right? Yeah. Anytime you're trying to just like squeeze in, hold it in, whether it's an inspiration you have, whether it's like, hey, I want to go play this sport, right? But I just never make time for it. That's self-suppression. Like, you have to make time for your natural inspiration to flow through, and if you don't, I think that's what creates depression.
Well, it's very hard for people to get going, just to actually do something. And I brought this up a million times, and I'll bring it up again, unfortunately. Stephen Pressfield has an amazing book called The War of Art, and it's about that suppression that you put on yourself, that weird, and he calls it resistance. And he talks about summoning the muse and deciding that you're professional and show up every day. And I think it's the same with that. It's the same thing. It's like, it's hard to just get off the couch and put your shoes on. Like Goggins talks about it. He's like, I stare at those motherfuckers for half an hour sometimes. But he always puts them, I believe him. He doesn't lie.
For 30 minutes?
Yep, 100%. He doesn't lie. He's telling you the truth. That's why. Because he brutalizes himself. It makes sense that he stares at them for 30 minutes, but he probably literally stares at them. Yeah, fuck you. And then he just puts them on. You don't know me, son. Exactly. And then he puts them on. So there's something there.
There is that resistance that Pressfield talks about. Like, that's exactly what I'm talking about here, right?
Yeah, it's doing something to you.
Whether you're an athlete, whether you're creative, I mean, I think it applies to everyone. Like, the resistance is whatever's holding you back from following your natural inspiration.
Well, I think a big part of that resistance is a fear of failure. There's a thing that hovers over people that's fear of failure, and that actually it keeps you from just doing the things that you need to do to be successful. You get afraid for whatever weird reason. It becomes a predominant fear in your head.
Broken code. There's so many reasons. Like, I'll give you an example. So I ran like a big fitness channel when I was trying to make it before I started working with cool clients who were like Sean Brady, and built a big fitness community. And I would see that like a mom who's not doing her exercise, and it's like, why don't you just do it? Just do it. Just get up. Just do it. You go down into her subconscious mind. Oh, well, I believe that if I start working out, I won't have time to be the mom that I am right now, and then my kids will leave me. Completely irrational, but subconsciously, that's what like exists out there. For so many people, they think they're going to lose out on something, and if they lose it, it's not worth it. Subconsciously, they're doing the thing that they're inspired to do.
But it's also sometimes people, their health is bad, and then unfortunately, they're not eating correctly, and that's why their health is bad, and they have zero energy. And so the daunting task of doing something on top of working all day, it's almost like overwhelming to them. And then if they have kids, and they have a bunch of, and then the option is get up at 6 a.m. Like, fuck.
Well, that's the power of transmuting the energy. So just flipping the energy on it, right? To go from this is going to make me a worse mom to this is going to make me a better mom. And maybe that will give them enough juice to actually go do the workout.
Maybe. I mean, there's got to be something that you can do to trick yourself into having the energy to get started. Like, that's kind of what it is. It's like you have to trick yourself into getting started. And then when you get to an elite athlete level like Brady, it's got to be about making sure the process is airtight, right? It's got to be like really tuning it in, right? Like making sure it's finely tuned.
Basically, with fight week, I want his energy. I want him to be matter of fact about everything. just a matter of fact, just neutral, just sitting right here. You know the feeling you have in your heart where you're just like present, just right there, right there.
And how do you get there? Like, what's the way to get there?
So for him at that elite level, it's going down and it's clearing out anything that comes up during camp. It might be, this is actually Sean, but like I work with a lot of other fighters, and for them, it would be, oh, I'm losing in some of my sparring sessions, and so their confidence is actually going down because of that. And so it's literally reprogramming that belief inside them. And this sounds woo, but if you ever went through a session, you like to be able to feel it with me. And what happens is we transmute the energy to make them feel that it's okay to believe that even when they're losing in sparring, they're getting better. And so if something just shifts inside of them, instead of it creating a seed of doubt when they're like working on something, they're drilling something, and they're not winning everything, now it's okay, I'm getting better. And it's just a feeling that's just a
Well, that is reality, right? I mean, as long as they're not getting truly beat up rationally, of course, sparring in a good place.
But that survivalist or that goes, I should be winning everything.
Yeah.
Doesn't like that. And so sometimes we have to rewire those things. That's what we're doing as we're going through camp, is like seeing what comes up, what's decreasing confidence, what are you dialed in everything, you know, working with the other coaches as well, and making sure, are they doing what you want them to do, and if they're not, what's going on here? That's kind of my job.
So it has to have, rather, it requires a very strong connection between the athlete. So I would say that nobody knows anyone except for a while.
It's an extreme difference because I talk about some football.
He's telling me, my God, I want you to walk down the street, knowing how to love me. Would you come before you run to her? Leaving me alone and her. Think it over, I've been good to you. Think it over, I've been sweet to you.
These mind techniques that you can utilize to clear the energy, which clears the emotion.
So NLP, that is like that Anthony Robbins stuff, right? Neuro-linguistic program. That's what he does, right?
It's part of what he does. I don't know. I've never worked with him, but.
And did you go to school to learn neuro-linguistic programming?
No, I just studied with someone that taught it to me. Yeah, I just learned very well one-to-one. Just like that's how I learned.
I'm not totally familiar with it. How complicated is NLP? Because I know some people like really believe in
it's
it.
all perception, right? That's why
Explain what it means. Why you say neuro-linguistic program?
In the name of love, before you break my heart.
You're just playing with perception, right? So if someone has something easy to get rid of, it's like the fear fly.
Baby, I'm aware of where you go. Each time you leave my door, I watch you walk down the street, knowing in my heart you love me. Every time before you run to her, and me alone and her. Think it over after I've been good to you. Think it over after I've been sweet to you. Stop in the name of love before you break my heart. Stop in the fuck.
That's it.
Rising was 9/11. Let's flew right into the tower right after you gave that advice.
Well, that sucks.
How would you feel? Would that be it? You'd be like, I quit. I'm done.
Yeah. I mean, they sound like very simple techniques, but it's something you have to experience.
Yeah, but it would seem to me that
in the name of love, before you break my heart. Stop. Fuck.
Actual process of shifting how you view the world, depending upon the person, is like turning a battleship around.
Yeah, it is. It's heavy. I don't know. I mean, this is the stuff that goes beyond the rational mind. Like, if you already experience it, you'd be like, okay, I get it. Yeah, but it's an emotional experience. I mean, how do you... There's some things we can't explain, right? Like, how do you explain going through the veil in a psychedelic experience? It's something that you can't really explain when you come back on the other side. it's that kind of thing where it's like when you're in the experience, it's like, how is this supposed to be possible?
In the name of love, before you break my heart.
You know, experience and you're passing through the veil and you're seeing all these things happen, this experience of interconnectedness, and you try to come back and you tell someone who's never had a sexual experience, like, what are you talking about?
Baby, I'm aware of where you go. Each time you leave my door, I watch you walk down the street, knowing in my heart you're loving me. This time before you run to her, leaving me alone and her. To get old after I've been good to you. To get old after I've been sweet to you. Stop in the name of love before you break my heart. Stop in the name of love before you break my heart. Get over. Get over. Tell of your secluded nights. I've even seen her maybe once or twice. But it's an empty expression worth more than my love and affection. That was so sick.
It feels like there's so much weight on your shoulders to try to help a person, like especially try to help an elite athlete, like knowing what to say and how to get their mind tuned in right, what to introduce, whether or not this technique is effective, am I doing this right? I just don't think I surrendered something bigger than myself. That's what I have to do. Just allow. How did you know that you could do it though? Like how did you know that this was going to be really effective, especially on someone like a fighter where it's like this is a really complicated game. Like you want to talk about a sport where you have to have the mind right? Like there's no sport like fighting. Because any mistake you make, you're going to get hit.
I know how to love you.
So my wife and I helped come back and like that.
Before you run to her, leaving me alone and her. To get old after I've been good to you. To get old after I've been sweet to you. In the name of love, before you break my heart. In the name of love, before you break my heart. Get over. Get over. No, your secluded nights. I've even seen her maybe once or twice. But there's that sweet expression worth more than my love and affection. That was so sick.
And this accumulation of injuries, regardless of your belief system, your foot doesn't work.
That was so sick.
That was me understanding, like, when I was 18 years old, I'm like, I'm not that good at football. Like, I don't have the physical gifts. Like, I'm just not that athletic. I'm not going to run that fast. And so this is how I discovered it, right? I started learning these techniques. Like, I can do things like get rid of someone's headache very easily with these techniques. So, like, I have a teammate who had a terrible headache. I'm like, all right, let's do some of these hypnosis relaxation techniques. He's like, my headache's gone. I'm like, I'm way better than this. I was at football. And that was a spark within me that made
me, I would take him to the hospital. I'm like, bro, you might be having a stroke. Let's get you to the hospital.
It's just a headache. Come on.
When a guy who's a tough guy complains about a headache, I always get concerned.
He wasn't that tough.
Well, he's a football player. He's got to be tough. Bro, you want to see tough? Look at LeBron James's feet. I was looking at LeBron James's feet today online. Have you seen him, Jamie? Bro, how does that guy play elite basketball with those fucked up feet? Like, his feet are so broken because of all the years of exploding and twisting and turning. And he's been playing professionally for how long? 20 years, which is that's Seattle. Think about the amount of explosions he's forced his feet to perform. Imagine moving back and forth and you weigh 250 pounds. Like, that's nuts. That's so much force. He's not the same discipline, bro, but look at those toes. That is bananas. That's bananas. Like, his toes just take like sharp turns. It might not be, right? That other one looked better. Yeah, let me see that. That looks a little over it, but yeah, it's a little over it. But he might be getting it. Maybe he did that on purpose. Maybe he did that for the picture just to be silly. So yeah, that's pretty obvious. So his big toe goes under the next toe. It's that twisted in. That's obvious. You know, Brian Simpson was having a problem with that too. He's got wide feet. I told him about yoga toes. That stuff works, man. You ever use those? They stretch your feet out. You put your toes in there and they stretch. It's like a little rubber stopper in between each little toesy. And it stretches your foot out and makes it, feel better. It relieves the pressure that you're getting with narrow-toed shoes where it's squishing it in the front, fucking your feet up. But to be that tough to play basketball with that kind of a foot for 20-plus years, that's nuts. Yeah. Come on. To be God and be run with no knees, nuts.
All day long I hear my telephone ring. It's home giving me the advice. From the boy I love, I can make my
Thomas, Matt Sarah, and John Rollo. A guy was fighting in a box. It looks like a boxing match, and he has one leg. So he's hopping around with one leg trying to fuck this guy up. So if you ever think, like, maybe, can't we find this? You ever think, like, maybe life has been too hard on me? Maybe the barriers in front of me are insurmountable.
all day long I hear my telephone ring. Friends calling, giving their advice. From the boy I love, I should break away. The heartache to bring one day. Nothing won't stay bad advice, but it's not gonna happen twice. Cause all advice ever got me was really long and sleepless night. Now he's back in my arms again. Right by my side. And I'm back in my arms again. So satisfied. Wait a few seconds to say, let him go. Music I'm the one who needs some soul. This is love that makes me strong. The heart that go on. Now this is something that I said to me. Not a everything I feel. But this time they will make moments.
It is incredible. The human mind can do very strange things if you let it keep going down a path and keep getting better and better. You can get to a very strange place that, a lot of people don't want to believe exists.
Just to keep expanding the possibilities, right? Exposing yourself. I think that's why, like, people in my field traditionally, like, they're not doing psychedelics. Like, it's not really a thing that people do.
Why do you think that is? I would think that anybody that's really exploring how the mind works.
I say maybe more like sports psychology, something like that, because they're more clinical. They're doctors, they're people who are much more clinical and thoughtful about things. But for me, like, my whole ego death, Bufoto, was fundamentally the most important part of me learning to do what I do. Because in that experience, it created enough space between me and all my beliefs. It's that, like, that neuroplasticity that gets created and those moments afterwards. You can kind of see
one day.
If you never had the experience, then, like, this is something people talk all the time, right? It's the ego's
and it's not gonna happen twice. Cause all the advice ever done me was really long and sleepless night. Now it's back in my arms again.
No ego is not attainable. If you're a human being, you're going to have an ego. You just have to figure out how to manage it and don't let it burn your house down. You know, it's like that Customato quote about fear. Fear is like fire. You can cook your food with it, or if it gets out of control, burn your house down. I think that's the case with many things, including psychedelics, by the way. I think there's a lot of people that burn their house down. Yeah. I think there's a lot of people that go really far and they lose their grip on reality, and reality gets real slippery, and they just sort of try to redefine reality to fit their own narrative, and they seem schizophrenic. I've seen that from multiple people that have taken too many psychedelics.
They're just abusing. You gotta use like a tool.
Well, yeah, but it's also everybody has their own specific way that they interact with the world. And if you're taking psychedelics to justify your specific way of interacting with the world,
You're giving me
and
a
then you
true
start
love.
indoctrinating
And every day I thank you, Lord, for giving that summer. So exciting, so exciting thing. Every morning I hear a symphony of tender melody, bringing me closer to your arms. And suddenly, I just start touching mine. Making me so excited, never even had packed behind. I'm lost in a world made for you and me.
this guy was a gay guy who was a gay porn star and a hypnotist. He was teaching yoga to folks in West Hollywood, and slowly but surely formed a cult.
Whenever you're near, I hear a symphony of tenderly. You're holding me on my lips, keep mine now, baby, baby, baby.
And he had his followers build him a theater so he could dance in front of them, and that's here. And there's a crazy documentary called Holy Hell. But this guy, this is what's crazy. The people that hated him at the end of the documentary, the people that said that he was a giant scammer and he was a piece of shit,
and every day I thank you, Lord, for giving that so new. So inspiring, baby. Whenever you're near, I hear a symphony, a tender melody, bringing me closer to your arms. And suddenly, with a touching I'm feeling always invited till I leave the past behind. I'm lost in a world made for you and me.
It was a legitimate guru. Because they believed that, even though this guy's a gay porn star and a hypnotist and a fucking psychopath, because they believed that when he put his hands on them, they felt it. So, when they complicated you have this guy who
I hear a symphony, I take them tenderly. When the time I take my baby. Your friends are sorry for me. My hands are sorry. Yo, welcome. How are you, pimp? What's good, son?
There's almost like
How you living?
cosmic joke of
Yo, CBR, how you living, baby? What's good? Yeah, dude, CBR, guess what? You were the last person on this fucking earth with whom I'm going to speak. I'm singing the Supremes, baby. That was so sick. That was so sick. Dude, this Joe Rogan episode sucks, and this guy sucks. Joe Rogan, you need some new motherfuckers on there. Except for Bart Chappelle. Bring his ass back on with the debate. He doesn't debate that well. Why? He doesn't talk about fucking swag. I could go to 2-year-old, 12-year-old. Yo, dog. See the flag? Yeah. That's impossible if it happens on.
And then you just feel like you you've had experience with God.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe if you believe it. That's what I think. I think there are guys that are living a very different life. Just like, we're talking about like someone who gets to this David Goggins level of discipline and physical will. I think there's guys like that with meditation. I think there's guys who get so far out there. And if you recognize that they're so far out there, I bet you sync up with the way they're seeing the world. You let them think for you and you believe in them, and then they do something to you. They put their hands on you or whatever they do. You believe it's going to happen, and then your mind allows it to happen. I think we have access to a bunch of different states of consciousness. We just don't know the tools to access it. We don't know the code to crack to open it. And for some people, it's a near-death experience, which is like seems to be a chemical reaction. It's like an undeniable reaction that people have when they come back from the dead. For other people, it's not. For other people, like sometimes it's some sort of a life-changing revelation. For some people, it's like it's falling in love or having a child. There's something that happens that like rewires the way they see the world. And whatever those states are that are inside of us, I can't imagine why there's not courses at major universities studying how to access this stuff, studying how to achieve endogenous states of psychedelic experiences. Like James Nestor's book, when he talks about holotropic breathing, all those different. You ever do that? I've done a bunch of it. Yeah, I've had like legit trips from breathing.
Yeah, I guide some guys, some of my clients, like they leave their body. They have experiences like leaving their body.
It feels very weird. You can get it, especially when you do it. I like to do breathing exercises in the tank.
In the float tank?
You do it in a float tank. Whoa. Because the float tank itself is a psychedelic experience. Totally natural. It's the best one because there's no side effects and you can just open the door and it's over. Anytime you're freaking out, like, I can't take it. Open the door. Yeah. And then next time stay in a little longer and then settle in. But doing breathing exercises in there, I mean, you might as well be taking mushrooms. You can get some bizarre experiences doing that.
Yeah. So we talked about how do we get people on this path? I think it's these types of experiences that open a doorway. It's like a hard reset. I think actually for most people, they should not do psychedelics.
Most
people who are in a really dark state.
You think most people are in a dark? Oh, okay.
No. Most people who are in a very dark state, they're struggling with really bad depression. I don't think they should go right to psychedelics. I mean, there's stuff before that. I think they can do breathing, flow tanks. There's different.
Just get healthy first, too. Yeah. Take some steps.
But there's things
one of the things that's a really good thing to tell people to do. Find a fun physical hobby, something you can get good at, whatever it is, whether it's fucking pickleball or whatever it is. Find a fun physical hobby that forces you to do a little bit of activity. It doesn't have to be super strenuous, but something that you actually like doing.
Socially,
you get moving. You get moving. And then there's also the thing about getting good at something that for whatever reason really helps people. If you really focus on getting good at something, that thing becomes the puzzle instead of just dealing with all the anxiety of life. Then that becomes your focus. Your focus becomes getting good at this thing.
Humans need something to pour their energy into.
100%. And if you don't have that, you feel lost. And that's a lot of people in this world. And that's the problem with just having a regular job, which also saps you of your energy.
Absolutely. It could be something very simple, but just find something that you just want to move on a path. Just get on a path. And that just incremental progress feels good.
And the best thing is physical. Anything that you can do, that's why jiu-jitsu is so awesome. Because you can find that. You find the physical struggle, but also this incredible mental puzzle that you're figuring out every day. And then also you're dealing with all these anxieties and emotions and these weird feelings like, fuck, I'm going to roll with him. Oh, God damn it, he's going to get me. And you're rolling with people that you got to learn how to relax. You got to learn, and you're like, oh my God, he didn't tap me this session. Whew. Maybe you got dominated, but at least he didn't tap. And then next time, maybe you reverse someone. Maybe you sweep someone that you never swept before. Maybe you just like, oh my God, I'm getting better at this. And you've got this puzzle, and then you've also got this extreme physical activity where the rest of the day seems so easy. It seems so relaxing. No matter what happens, you're so calm. because you've been getting your fucking legs yanked on and your neck yanked on and fucking taken down and side control crushed and getting arm triangled. And this is easy. Like, no matter what you experience outside of that, your bar for what sucks is like your thing you do the most that sucks so hard is what you love, which is nuts. So it cures you in a lot of ways. And I think it's the remedy for young men. There's a lot of men that just, and it's filled with nerds. You need to know that too. Like that, it's not meatheads. You think it's meatheads. It's mostly not. Mostly it's like really intelligent people that excel at this physical puzzle. And then through that thing, they develop all this confidence and become like much cooler people, much more interesting to hang out with. Like all my friends that are like black belts, dude, they're all interesting. They're all cool to talk to. Like if I can talk to a guy and they tell me they're a black belt in jiu-jitsu, I'm like, oh, okay, you've gone through the whole thing. Like you've gone through some shit. Like, okay, I guarantee you and I can find common ground. Like we can talk. It's like there's things that are out there that are available to you that are a vehicle for developing your human potential. That's what I was taught when I was a kid. I was learning Taekwondo. That's how they described it. So I never forgot that. A vehicle for developing your human potential. And I was like, that's perfect. Because I think you don't just do it from thinking about stuff and thinking different. I think you need physical stuff that you do. And the best physical stuff is scary stuff.
Rite of passage.
Yeah, we don't have many rites of passage.
Yeah, and doing any type of martial arts and having to compete is like, oh, this is scary. Yeah, building is building is building. What's going to happen? And you kind of have to face that fear of death in a way. It's like you know you're not going to die, but in a way it feels like when you're going to competition, it's like this person's going to try to hurt me.
Yeah.
And to come through that and get to the other side, there's something that changes your nervous system.
For sure. You've actually experienced something that very few people ever experience. And it's very different than a street fight because you're agreeing to it and you're training for it. Because this other person is like training, you know they're scary as shit, they're on the other side of the cage, and then you step in and the two of you are about to go to war. It's the nuttiest job in the history of the world. It really is. Other than war and being a firefighter or a cop, it is the nuttiest job in the history of the world. You're agreeing to throw bones at each other in front of the world, millions of people. People love it. Today, they just announced the UFC just signed some crazy deal with Paramount Plus. There's going to be no more pay-per-views. All the events are going to be available for everybody for free. Every pay-per-view, every fight card that they have from the Apex, which are my favorite, everything is going to be available for free. It's an amazing deal.
I think it's going to explode this morning.
Oh my God, through the roof. And it's a super smart move from Paramount. What a great move. To not just have the UFC for 7 years, but have it for free. Like, I don't think Paramount costs, but what? How much does it cost a month? $10. So it's let's say it's $10. That's crazy. That's $120 a year. You can watch every UFC pay-per-view. 2 UFC pay-per-views is like $140, right? Isn't it? $70. So you get all of them. Everything's free. That's incredible. Because this sport is going to go fucking hyper-nova.
The average person only knows about the stars, you know what I mean? But they're kind of detached because they're only watching highlights. And now they get to actually watch about the stars. They're going to be so much more bought into the sport.
Yeah. It's going to be nuts. And it's such a smart move for Paramount because you have a built-in audience that's immediately going to jump over there. Because everybody, you have to renew your ESPN subscription anyway. You know, like you have to renew it. So it's just buy a Paramount subscription. By the way, ESPN has everything too. It's great. I'm kind of bummed out, and I hope they don't lose the relationship that they had with ESPN with all their MMA shows. I hope they don't go like, fuck them, they went to Paramount. I hope it's like a mutually beneficial thing like the UFC at least does some content still on ESPN, because I think that's also a big factor in pulling people from like casual viewers that watch other sports and like occasionally watch a UFC fight, and then they see like Dustin Poirier versus Max Holloway, and they're like, holy shit, and then they're hooked, right? It's like having that coverage on SportsCenter, that shit's huge. Having those post-fight shows on ESPN Plus, that shit is huge. For the real dorks like me, that's huge.
Yeah, I think even for like the average person that cares more about storytelling, you know, it's like maybe the life, like it's interesting to hear about the drama of their life a little bit and the hero's journey.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, well, it's unbelievably compelling when you watch two world-class fighters fight in a world championship fight. Unbelievably compelling. You know, like when you watch Sugar Sean O'Malley try to get the title back from Rob, that was so compelling. Yeah, Sugar Sean changes his whole life. Did you talk with him at all?
I haven't. I'm very curious. I would love to talk to him because I know he cut out weed, right?
He cut out weed and stopped jerking off, I believe, and abandoned all social media. Yeah, which is very fascinating. I might be wrong about the jerking off. I think I'm going to add that in there. But he recognized that this guy's a motherfucker. He's a completely different thing. Like, Marab is like a David Goggins in that respect, that he's so far down the path of pushing himself that it's almost like you're never going to catch him in that game. You know, like 6 months of not jerking off and staying off TikTok, I don't think that's even close to enough. I think what he's been doing has been really insane for a long time. Everybody that I talk to that's trained with that guy say he's fucking superhuman with his cardio. And his work ethic is through the roof, man. When DC went to see him the day after he won the title, he was out running. DC went to his house. And he's filming. DC's filming his garage and his garage gym setup. It's like, this motherfucker is out running. He's out running the day after winning the world title in a spectacular 5-round performance where he shows superhuman cardio, like superhuman pressure. There's a few guys like that.
Yeah, it's fascinating to look at just that level of the elite level, and to see the commonalities between them. For me, as someone who loves studying the mind, and it's like, what is different about these guys? And is there anything you could do to catch up, or are they just built different? Are they just wired?
Did you see the Anthony Hernandez Roman Dolidze fight this weekend? No. Bro, you gotta see that fight. You have to see that fight. Anthony Hernandez is a fucking problem. He's a fucking real problem. He doesn't get tired, man. He pushes an insane pace and he doesn't get tired. He melts dudes. He just melts them. You know, he does stuff where you just go, how are you pushing this kind of pace? It's like a middleweight version. Someone said it in the comments too, that Marab was in Roman's corner because they're both from Georgia. And it's like, Marab is in the corner while Roman fights the middleweight version of Marab. Because it really was like that. Fluffy Hernandez is wild, dude. So like, whatever he's doing in his training, or whether he just has some people like Cain Velasquez had natural cardio gift. I don't know what it is, but it's insane. He submitted Rodolfo Vieira multiple times. World Jiu-Jitsu Gym just exhausted the fuck out of him and guillotined him, which is just nuts to watch that guy tap. Do you know who he is?
No, I never boxing way more than UFC. So
Vieira is built like a superhero. Like, he doesn't even look like a real human. He looks like a cartoonish, like CGI version of what an elite MMA athlete looks like, just chiseled. And Fluffy doesn't look like that. Covered in tattoos, you know, looks athletic. You know, looks tough, but Rodolfo Vieira is that's him.
1888, baby.
Oh yeah, bro.
That's tight.
You know those photos?
Dude, when we get 1900,
that one where he's got his sleeves down by his elbows and the lower, yeah, that one right there. Bro. Yeah. What are you talking about? And I don't think Fluffy was even a black belt. I think Fluffy was a brown belt at the time. I want to be correct about that. He's a black belt now, right? Anthony Hernandez, MMA. I think he's a black belt. But to submit that guy was just
that's
one of the
damn
great. Like, if you had a
why? The rules are set up the way they're set up.
You know,
why not take advantage of it?
DraftKings Sportsbook, and you bet Fluffy Hernandez to submit Rodolfo Vieira.
This bitch can do it.
Like 25 to 1 odds. Brown belt.
You
He's
fuck
still
that
a
bitch's
brown
face
belt.
in
He's
a
still a brown belt in
heartbeat.
jiu-jitsu. He submitted a multiple-time world champion
There is?
just by melting him.
Shit, most of that change the fuck.
I'd love for you to talk to that guy, find out what the fuck he's made out of.
I'd love to hit me up, bro.
He's different, man. There's certain dudes that are just different. You know, like what Goggins likes to call uncommon amongst uncommon men. That dude's uncommon. If I was a middleweight, I'd be like closely watching that guy, like, Jesus Christ. Because he's also like every fight keeps getting better, and it's just a storm that starts from the first minute of the first round and never stops. You never get to break. There's no breaths. He's constantly on you. He takes a great shot. 52 takedowns, 8-fight win streak, 6 finishes.
No, dog.
That guy. There's guys that just emerge from groups of like super talented contenders where you just go, holy shit. And that's one of them.
The fifth period
Yeah.
is the period
I
of United
gotta go back and watch the fight.
Golden
So for a guy like you that's like a mental coach, I always like wonder, like, I'd like you to like talk to that guy and maybe you can pass some of that on to everybody else. Like, what is he doing? Yeah. How is he just training harder than everybody else? Is he just his mindset? Is he just a dog and just does not give a fuck? Because it seems like there's a lot of that there too. Yeah. He's just mentally super strong and super aggressive.
That's what I love to do. I give these guys these prompts, and I just on it and I pull out all their beliefs. And it's super interesting to hear what beliefs create their beliefs. And just hearing all the ones that are making them successful and all the ones that are causing them problems.
When you were really crazy, dude smokes a ton of weed. Ton of weed. I showed Sean O'Malley's like, I want to quit the weed. This dude's like, give me all your weed.
When I was doing a lot of boxing, I was smoking weed every single day, and I don't anymore. But at the time, I was like, I had to get surgery on my nose because I got busted up so many times.
Yeah, I got that surgery.
Yeah.
Oh my God, is that nice when you get it done though? Like, I fell down a flight of stairs when I was 5, so I've never had a good nose. My nose has been fucked since I was a little kid. So I never could breathe out of my nose. And then years of getting punched and kicked and getting flooded and crap like glasses.
I was going to the doctor because I was still smarting during COVID, and I was going to the doctor and they were just telling me, I think you have COVID. So they told me, they're like, I think you just have stuffiness. We're going to have you tested for COVID like 2 different times. And eventually I just got x-rays. I'm like, oh, my nose is destroyed.
Yeah, but it happens like in here, right? You know, ears get cauliflower, you get that same kind of buildup of calcium deposits inside your nose. They have to carve it out. Yeah. Ever see what it looks like when they get the chunks and they lay it out for you? Take it out.
They took a piece from my ear, the ear cartilage,
to rebuild your nose.
The funniest thing is, so I spent a lot of time in Colombia, and I went down there for the surgery. And
you went to Colombia for ear to nose surgery?
Oh, I did everything, all my stuff. When I got LASIK eye surgery in Colombia.
Jesus, bro.
They invented it in Bogota, Colombia.
Did it really?
They did.
No shit.
Yeah, the medical stuff's amazing. Honestly, like, that's gonna sound funny, but when I go there, it almost makes the U.S. feel like a third world country.
That's crazy.
Just because it's so inexpensive, the doctors are good, the facilities are great. Anyhow, so I go get the surgery. I come out of it. I'm missing the back of my ear. I didn't understand that part.
Why didn't they do the rib? Usually they do rib cartilage.
They said they might do the rib, but
I don't remember which line and went with your ear. What's your ear look like now? Show me. Okay, you got a missing chunk, son. Whoa!
Now it's at least kind of flat.
Oh, that's crazy. Not that bad. Not bad. But you don't grapple, so you don't have cauliflower. That would get weird because there would be no structure, so it'd like super droop like a Labrador.
What do you think? I haven't gotten into jiu-jitsu just because I was told by some of my friends that like I can re-break my nose just by the pressure of people like leaning on it all the time. That's the way to surgery.
When I got my surgery, I was fully addicted to jiu-jitsu, so I waited 6 weeks and I started rolling in.
And how did your nose break?
It's fine. I protected it, and I told everybody that I was rolling with him, and I just got nose surgery. So please don't like cross-face me if you're trying to get a rear naked choke or something like that. You know, like certain guys are real mean, and they get your back, and they'll fucking that's how they'll shit up. They'll go forearm blade right into the nose, which I understand for competition, but for the gym, the problem is like you can really break a guy's nose and then fuck him up for the rest of his life until he gets it fixed.
What about now when you train? Like, is it a concern?
I haven't been training in a long time. I haven't been training in over a year. No rolling at all in over a year. But it's not a concern. It works great. It's fine. If I got it broken and it was a problem, I'd definitely 100% get it fixed again. The benefits of being able to breathe out your nose, and I've talked to a ton of fighters about this. Some of them are like, I'll wait till after I'm done fighting, but Dricus du Plessis, who's defending his title this weekend, Dricus, He started his career with a fucked up nose in the UFC, and it really affected his cardio. His mouth was wide open. He got it fixed, and it was like this immediate bump in performance. Like, I mean, for sure he was getting better along the way, and for sure he was, figuring out how to tighten up his techniques, and he's just an animal, right? But on top of that, having that nose fix was a significant difference. He didn't have to have his mouth open all the time.
That's the ideal way to breathe if you can just breathe through your nose, right?
It limits your cardio in a significant way. I noticed like a 10% bump in cardio is what it felt like to me. Like I could feel the difference if I breathed out of my nose. And also to be able to bite down on your mouthpiece, like if you're really clamping down on something, and you could still breathe perfectly. That was huge. Because before, you'd have to squeeze while your mouth is open. That's terrible. Like if you want to squeeze on something, you want to be like this. You want to feel like fucking, and you can't bite down. They've done studies on that, right? Like people lifting stuff with like certain mouthpieces in, and certain mouthpieces actually increase their strength. Powerlifters, right? Yeah, I think they do it for sure also to not break your teeth. Because I went to a dentist once, and the dentist was like, you have like microfractures on all your teeth.
Oh, this is the asshole promoting stuff on
Yeah,
Kick.
you're like you're clenching your teeth
That's right.
all the time. So I stopped doing that so much, and I definitely started. I worked out with a mouthpiece for a long time with lifting, but I think there's a certain mouthpiece that design that sets your jaw in a certain way that it actually enhances your strength. There's like some sort of a connection between like having your jaw perfectly aligned and clamping down this mouthpiece that allows you to actually lift more weight. Find out if that's true, because I know that was definitely a marketing claim for this mouthpiece thing, but I just don't remember much of it. But I remember like looking into it years ago. It was like a weird mouthpiece with like the bottom had like a hole cut into it, so you could.
I think I've learned something about that. I know grunting is supposed to help you lift more weights.
That makes sense. That's why they keep it out of that fitness place. They get mad at you.
Yeah.
Because that's what Planet Fitness.
Planet Fitness, yeah. I did see a study because I was looking at all these studies increase strength performance. When I was studying all this stuff, and I was like, grunting.
That's so crazy that if you lift weights there too loud, they sound an alarm and they kick you out. Like you drive too hard, the lunk alarm. That's funny.
It's safe for those people who want to be there. It's a nice, safe environment.
Yeah, I get it, but also, don't you want to be inspired by someone who's working out really hard? Like if I go to the gym and there's a guy there, like, whoa, that guy's there, and you watch that guy do some crazy routine, you're like, as long as he's nice, like, what do you care if he's grunting?
But that's kind of society, right? We got the padded walls, making places for people.
Yeah, I guess it intimidates people, it scares them, and then maybe people, what is this, Jim? Your mouthpiece, yeah, that's it. Yeah, I don't know if it's proven either. But is this official mouthpiece the world's strongest man? It's patented. Boosting muscular force and power. Huh. It's patented. So how does it work? Does it say how it works?
I was looking, I didn't see any.
This is, I don't know. That's what it says. Thing is, if you believe it works, it probably works.
Yeah, I don't know.
Designed to absorb clenching while guiding optimal tongue positioning during high stress exertion. I don't know. But being able to breathe out your nose is giant, kids. So if you don't have that, if you've got that problem, get it fixed.
What do you think about
if you can?
Weed and fighting? Because I'm going to ask you a couple of different questions.
Okay.
When I was living in LA, I knew this neuroscientist, and we ran like a little fun study where I was a big stoner, so he had me stop smoking weed for 2 weeks, I think it was. He tested me, did all these brain tests with me, and then he tested me 2 weeks afterwards, and I played football and boxed, right? So a lot of hits in the head. And he said that without weed, he showed like, it showed that I had a fair amount of like brain damage, like my brain wasn't functioning the way it would. When I smoked weed and went back in there, he said there was some kind of like neuroprotective effect where like my brain was like registering as more healthy.
Well, this is part of the problem with CTE and any kind of brain issue in general. Part of the problem is inflammation, right? Yeah, isn't it? That's one of the things that they say, like, changing your gut bacteria has an effect on mood. There are a lot of people that have, like, real gut problems.
Weed decreases inflammation.
Yeah, weed certainly decreases inflammation, and that's why people use it for pain management. People with sore backs and people going through chemotherapy. It also improves your appetite for people going through chemo because it's hard for them to eat. But weed most certainly can help with pain management, with some kinds of pain. I know some people have tried it for like debilitating pain, and it just doesn't do a damn thing. It just makes them almost more aware of it. But it's variable, man, because I was just Jamie, who's the guy who killed Bin Laden? You know, that Navy SEAL guy who killed Bin Laden? He's on, he's on Instagram. Right, but let's say his full name, out of respect. Well, how about look it up? And find his Instagram, because he has something to do with the cannabis business. And like, this guy's just super badass, tip of the spear, special forces operator, right? And there it is, Robert. Go to his
library.
What does it say? Oh, that's him. It says, said to peddle pot in New York City. It said it helps get rid of the noise. He's also an advocate for Ibogaine. He's done Ibogaine multiple times. But go to his Instagram page, Jim, if you could. I forget, it's like Mr. Ouya or something like that. But he said that it helps him go to sleep at night, helps him relax and go to sleep at night. Like there's scroll down, go back to the grid, and scroll down. There's him in an actual pot farm, like his own pot farm in there, like where they grow all the stuff that he sells.
That makes sense because it has that disassociative effect, right?
Right.
And so it's easier maybe to get out of your head.
But it flies in the face of this very public narrative, which is pot is for lazy people, pot is for losers, pot's going to rot your brain, pot's going to make you stink, pot's going to make you an idiot. Can't find it? I don't know where it is. I'll find it in a second. Maybe that's the far right one with his hands outstretched like Jesus. That's the one I'm talking about. Ibogaine, and I looked at that. Mikuya on Instagram. When a guy like that is smoking weed, you got to throw it out the window. All your preconceived, it's like everybody is biologically different, and for some people, alcohol just fucks them up. For some people, marijuana is a no-go. It's not good. They freak out. But
Also,
for some people,
when you're a dog, you know, like we're dogs, we like to get after, we like to work out, we like to do things like, I almost like when I was smoking weed every day to be the guy to be super fit, to be training boxing every day, and like to be achieving my business, smoke weed every day. Like I kind of took this like weird pride in it for some time as well. Like,
bro, one of my favorite things to do was to smoke weed and hit the bag.
Oh, you're just so meditative.
Yeah, man, but you also...
Form goes out the window a little bit.
No, it doesn't. For me, it's the opposite. For me, I feel everything. Like, for me, I feel
judging myself.
timing more when I'm hitting things. Like, it feels more coordinated. Like, when I'm throwing a kick, it just whoop. Like, I feel the time to, like, accelerate, the time to get the hips into it at all. I'm more sensitive. It feels better. Like, you tune into it. It makes my pool game 100% better.
Really?
Oh, 100%. It's like steroids for pool.
But I also hear you on the podcast when you've done it before, like you stay dialed in to a degree. Like maybe you don't have the same recall.
That's right, but that's the point that I was making earlier. It's different for everybody. It's not like I am different than other people. There's people that don't think the way I think. They don't have life experiences that I have. They don't have the ability to manage like the weirdness that comes with weed. Which the paranoia I like. I genuinely like.
You kind of need. Do you like that? I like kind of that question you a little bit. Don't get too big for your britches.
Yes, I like it. I like being scared. I think it's good for you. Yes, as long as you use it wisely. Like you take that weirdness, like, oh, maybe I should go give him a call and explain myself better. Maybe I should reach out. Maybe I should do this. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should like make it easier for these people. Maybe I should, it makes me like very considerate, and I think it's a really potent tool for managing your state of mind. But that's just for me. I don't know how your mind works. I would only be pretending, right? Like, we're all on a different mind journey too, right? If you're a person who was beaten by their parents and you were fucking mugged and then this happened to you and that happened to you and you got fucked over at work and then here you are there, like that's very different than a person who's had a lot of success and been real lucky and got to a point and has a healthy
Maybe it's
mindset.
more nostalgic because of what you're thinking about. You know, it gives you time to separate a little bit from being in the grind versus.
Well, my point is, like, if you're all fucked up, maybe pot's not for you.
Yeah.
Right? If you're a real mess and you're like barely hanging on like to regular life, maybe freaking yourself out with potent THC is not the way to go. Yeah, what I'm getting at is like maybe as your journey progresses and you get healthy and you get more confident, strong, and more successful, maybe then. Yeah, maybe not even then. Maybe that's not your thing. You have to be honest about what's your thing. You have to find. And the problem with things being illegal is you don't have that opportunity. And then you have people that have bad personal experiences with it, and they're like, "Pot makes you stink. Pot makes you a dummy." Maybe it does that for you, but it doesn't do that for me. For me, it makes me nicer to my friends. It makes me want to pet my dog. It makes me want to chill out. It's like it makes me want to have fun with my friends. It makes me want to laugh. It doesn't make me stink. Well, it probably makes me stink. But it doesn't make me any dumber, that's for sure. It makes me more inquisitive. It makes me more interested in, for sure, subjects that I have no understanding of that are fascinating, like cosmology. There's nothing like getting high and watching a space documentary, just to try to put it into perspective. What it is we're living in, what is the reality of the physical universe and its majesty that's above your head every day. Like that is, when you're high, you're like, how am I not paying attention to this? This is really a crazy thing. That this is probably the most profound experience that a person could ever have in their life. Is like being on a planet going through space, and we completely take it for granted.
I think to a degree, it's good to have some kind of cadence where you have something that allows you to kind of step back from something.
Yeah, I think it's good.
It could be some mushroom.
It could be just meditative, like breathing exercises, yoga class. Yeah, doing something or running. I think that's a lot of the high of running. You know, when people like really exert themselves, like you're just thinking about your breath. You're just getting after it. 5-6 miles in. When you're done, you're like, the runner's high is 100% real. Oh yeah, 100% real. And that's how they're getting it, and that's how they're separating themselves. And I think a person who can regularly run on a regular basis, like miles, that's a special person. That's a very unusual person. That's a person of will, you know. A person who just at any time you can just tag them, let's go run, and they can run like that's what Goggins and Cam Haines do to each other. These fucking psychopaths. Cam Haines like calls Goggins, say, "Hey, I'm in Vegas, let's go run it." And so Goggins calls out a spot check. Like if you have a true friend, he spot checks you. Those motherfuckers ran a marathon in the streets of Las Vegas. They ran 26 miles just because. Yeah, at like a 6-minute mile pace, like bananas, just bananas. Like out of nowhere. Like you didn't know I was coming. I call you. Let's go running. Let's see what's up. And 2 fucking complete total psychopaths running 26 miles in the Las Vegas heat. Nuts. Yeah. So there's people like that out there that are just different, and their journey to be different is taking a long time to get to where they are right now.
What are your beliefs around? Because I have mine just from my experience. What are your beliefs on where they were before they were born? Do you think that this is they have something in them because of a previous life?
Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. If previous lives were proven to be true, which right now they're not, it's like just an idea because you can't know. How could you know? But a lot of people in a lot of religions, a lot of different cultures have believed.
But there's actually, I think, what university? Maybe University of Virginia. There's a whole department that's studying people who've had these like near-death experiences. They're going back and talking about previous lives.
It's an interesting question, but there's no evidence, right? There's no data.
Jamie, I don't know if you've seen this or heard of it.
Well, I mean, even if these people have stories, unless they have stories that match up with historical facts.
Yeah. Well, I think it is oftentimes. I think it's like you have like some kids who are just telling you about someone else's life and they should not know it, but they're like,
I have heard those stories, but I don't know if those are real because one of the problems is bullshit. They make things out to be a little bit more profound than they are, so it makes for a better story. And if you're a true believer, maybe even Jew accept the results a little bit. It's hard to know. But I'm not opposed to the idea of reincarnation. And I'm not opposed to the idea that some people are just special. Because it seems like that's real. It seems like there's certain people that just emerge and there's just something about them. And it's not necessarily just the hard work. It's not necessarily just the mindset. There's something
like the framework of thinking about this infinite game. Because then someone, it's like, well, why am I going to do this work? Like, this sounds like a lot of work, all this self-introspection. It's like, to understand that, like, you're playing this infinite game. If you deal with your shit now, then your life is going to be more peaceful and have more flow in the future. If you don't deal with it, this is just, just kicking the ball down the road.
Yeah, well, that's true.
At least it is true in this life, and I don't know if it can be true in the next one as well.
If you have a next one, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, maybe it's not as simple as that. And we're just assuming every time we wake up that we're in the same timeline. But just the idea of going to sleep is really kooky. It's really kooky. You decide to close your eyes every night and you just disconnect from physical reality for hours at a time, and it's necessary. And we all just take it for granted. Where we go? Oh, normal. I don't know where we go, but I go to a lot of zombies. Do you really? Oh yeah, I have a lot of zombie dreams. I have a lot of. Last night I had a great zombie apocalypse dream.
We need a dream interpreter in here.
Yeah, well, I don't think I have a whole lot of confidence in the human race keeping it together. At the very best, I'm like 60-40 plus that we're going to figure it out. But that 40% lifetime work is, like maybe this week. Who knows? It's all dependent upon what kind of disaster takes place. It's all dependent upon what kind of shit goes down. And when you look historically, shit has always gone down when people thought shit could never go down. And that's us right now. And that's why zombie movies work.
Yeah. And that's why they're making their way infiltrating into your brain.
Yeah, I started watching 28 Years Later, Jim. Oh, yeah, that was good. I shut that bitch off. I was about to go to bed. It was like 8 o'clock at night. I'm like, let me watch this. I'm like, no. I figured it out 10-15 minutes in where they, I don't want to say what happened, so I won't spoil it. I watched the Barney after that. Right away, I was like, okay, this is one where I'm going to have to do hours before I go to sleep because them zombie dreams.
Even watching like the House of Dragon, Game of Thrones, like some gruesome before bed.
Yeah, like real hardcore, like realistic violence is rough before you go to sleep.
I mean, just what I know about the mind, how subconscious works, like it's just obvious every time I go to bed, I'm like, you shouldn't have done that.
For sure. But here's what's interesting though. I can watch brutal fights and sleep like a baby. That seems weird. That's weird because that's real violence, right? The stuff that I'm seeing in the movies, I know is horseshit.
Yeah. For some reason, it feels more controlled.
Later in time,
I don't know. I think I'm just used to it, honestly. I think it's like everything else. I think, there's a lot of doctors that they'll tell you, if they're being honest with you, that there comes a time when people die that it doesn't affect them the same anymore. They're so used to people dying, especially like emergency room doctors dealing with like traumatic injuries. You get accustomed to people dying.
I think it's also the idea of like evil, though. If you're watching something, you're seeing evil take place. Right? Like for me, when I'm watching MMA, I'm like, I know these guys. Like I love these guys. I've never worked with a guy who I love. They all have great hearts, and like I feel this genuine like goodness. Like I haven't met that many guys. I don't know them all, but like when I see it, I don't see like evil.
There's a lot of really good guys and good women that fight in MMA, and it's because of what we talked about before. They've gone through something insanely difficult. They're a very special person. Even people that you don't think are like great people, like Sean Strickland, super controversial. Sean Strickland is a fucking great guy. You get him alone, you talk to him, he's a great guy. He's super smart, super disciplined, saved up a ton of money. I was talking the other day about like he's got like $4 million saved. Super smart. Yeah, so he can like retire at any moment, live a simple life, and never work again. And he's not, but he's outrageous. He's outrageous. He says wild shit, but it's like, what do you expect from the way that guy grew up? Like he didn't grow up the way you grew up.
He got someone who's old trauma.
100%.
I don't know. This is something I think some fighters think about. It's like, if I get rid of my trauma, am I going to be weaker? Right? Or do I need this? I don't believe I do. That's been my experience.
Yeah, I don't think they do either. But then again, some fighters, they go and do ayahuasca and they come back and they're not. Yeah, they kumbaya. They say that happened to Deontay. Deontay Wilder went and did ayahuasca. He came back just so too peaceful. It's hard to say though, because
was that before or after this Tyson Fury fight?
After. So that's the problem. It's like we might be drawing a fake correlation here because those Tyson Fury fights were fucking brutal.
Yeah, they were brutal. I feel like, speaking of belief, right, he had an identity that was bulletproof, that was unbreakable, and I watched all the excuses. No offense.
Yeah, no offense, but his excuses were kind of crazy.
Yeah, I think they're just a byproduct of, like, he believed he was unbeatable, so he had to come up with something to tell the story about how he lost for himself. It wasn't. I don't even think it was malicious. I think he was trying to cope with what is this reality.
Yeah. Well, what he was a spectacular puncher who wasn't a real fluid and movement-based boxer. Right? He wasn't a guy like Usyk. Like Usyk is the most fluid, movement-based boxer the heavyweight division has seen since Muhammad Ali, right? So what he was what Teddy Atlas calls the eraser. Like all the mistakes he made, it was one right hand, and they were erased. He's the most spectacular one-punch knockout artist in the history of sport, I think. I mean, his powers, and not a big guy, not in comparison. You fought Tyson Fury the first time, he told me he was 209. That's crazy. And flatlined him in, like, what, the 11th round? No, the 12th. Right? Dropped him in the 12th. But that 12th round changed the course of the rematches because Tyson Fury realized that if he goes after Deontay and he gets him on his back foot, he doesn't fight as well. And so then he figured it out, and he just took it to him. And then he took it to him in the second fight, took it to him in the third fight. But yeah, it's hard when you hear a guy like that making excuses, but you understand, you do more than anybody, the destruction of the belief system and how difficult it is for fighters to manage that.
Yeah. But if you do the work to rebuild it afterwards, you're stronger.
Right, but you have to do the work, right? And for a lot of guys, again, they don't totally know where to start. Like, say if they have a camp, and inside their camp they have a trainer, they have a strength and conditioning guy, they have different coaches for different aspects of their whatever they're doing, whether it's a stretch coach or a boxing coach or whatever it is. But they don't have a mental guy,